anything like a human experience, but if it were possible for a plant to have some felt experience, you can imagine that when it comes into contact with a branch and starts to coil, that feeling could be one of deciding to do that, or that it feels good to do that, or kind of wanting. I mean, that's too complex. That's anthropomorphizing, but there's a way in which you could imagine this pea tendril under those circumstances suddenly wants to start coiling.
So you're saying you tried to meditate of what it's like to be a pea tendril, a plant. Like that's what's required here. It's like you have to empathize with a plant or with another organism that's not human.
Yeah, and you don't actually need that for this analogy the larger analogy that I'm getting at, but I think that's an interesting piece to keep in mind. That you could imagine that in nature, if there's a conscious experience associated with a pea tendril, that at that moment, what that feels like is a want to start moving in a different way.
So you want to imagine that without anthropomorphizing, so without projecting the human experience, but rather sort of humbling yourself that we're just another plant with more complexity.
Yes.
Like trying to see where.
Exactly. So that's where I'm going with it.
Sure.
So and when you start making that connection, you can see where there are a few points at which there's room for an illusion to come in for our own feelings as well. So when we move from the pea tendril to human decision making, obviously human decision making, like human brains are many, many, many times more complex than whatever's going on in a pea tendril. I mean, the brain is actually the most complex thing we know of in the universe thus far. So there is the genes that help develop the brain into any particular brain into what it is. There are all the inputs. There are countless factors that we could never. I mean, it may as well be an infinite number of factors. And then in that particular moment, whatever the inputs are to a brain, the brain is capable of almost an infinite number of outputs, right? So if I walked in here this morning and you said, would you like water or tea? And that's simple decision for me to make.
Passive aggressive way of telling me I should have offered you some tea. But yes, go on.
No, I wanted water.
Okay. All right.
I actually asked for water.
All right, great.
And you didn't have any free will anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't hold you responsible for any of it.
Exactly. I was just running an algorithm.
So
Deterministically.
you give me this decision, right, to make water or tea. Go back to the pea tendril for a second. A pea tendril is capable of growing in a straight line slowly or in a coil quickly. My brain is capable of all kinds of responses to that question, even though you've given me two options. You could offer me water or tea, and I could just run out of the room screaming if I wanted to, right?
Happens to me all the time.
Never mind, I don't want to do this.
Yes.
The fact that the brain is capable, that there's so many inputs, and then the brain is capable of so many outputs as a system, what is hard for us to get our minds around is that it may not be capable of any behavior in every moment in time. So as a system, it's capable of doing all kinds of things. And the point I'm making is that if we could see all of the factors leading up to the moment where I chose water or where I ran screaming from the room, we could, in fact, see that there was no other behavior I was going to or could have exhibited in that moment, in the same way that when the pea tendril hits the branch, it starts coiling.
There's a parallel, which is very interesting in robotics, with fish and water. So you could see the experiments with like dead fish, and they keep swimming. So the fish is capable of all kinds of complicated movements as a system. But in any one moment, the river, the full complexity of the river defines the actual movement of the fish.
Right. Well, and I should also, this brings up another point, which is that there is a difference between voluntary and involuntary behavior. So, of course, we have reflexes, and there's different brain processing in action when I make a decision about water or tea than there is, if my behavior is forced from the outside, or if I have a brain tumor that's causing me to make certain decisions or feel certain feelings. And so the point is that at bottom, brain processing and behavior. But the reason why certain actions feel willed, there's a good reason why it feels that way. And it's to distinguish our own self-generated behavior based on thinking and possibly weighing the different results of different things. I already had caffeine today. I don't want more. There are all these processes, things that we can point to and things that we can't, things I'm affected by at a subconscious level. And that is very different from an unwilled action or a reflex or something like that. And so some people, I can imagine, I haven't used the pea tendril example, but I can imagine they wouldn't like that because the pea tendril sounds more to them like a reflex, and that doesn't address the question of a much more complex decision-making process. But I think at bottom, that is what it is, and that's really where the illusion of free will and the illusion of self, which I think is, they're kind of two sides of the same coin, come from. So even when we intellectually understand that everything we're feeling, everything we're doing is based on our brain processing and brain behavior, if you're a physicalist, you've bought into that. Even when you intellectually understand that, and I include myself in this, we still have this feeling that there's something that stands outside of the brain processing that can intervene. And that's the illusion. I was tweeting with someone recently, which I almost never do, but we're working in the TED documentary that I'm making right now. We're working on the episode on free will. So I was allowing myself to go back and forth in a way that I don't usually on Twitter.
Like arguing?
About free will. It was a friendly debate. I'm going to go into the reasons why I'm not crazy about Twitter, but let's leave that for another time. I mean, talk about how hard it is to have this conversation when we have as many hours as we like, trying to do it in sound bites over Twitter.
See, I like how you made the decision now not to talk about Twitter. It's
well, my brain,
road less traveled.
Brain. That was one of the things I said to this person was, because someone chimed in and said, "You said I. What do you mean by I?" And so actually that's another point I could make, which is, first my response to that was, well, people tend to get creeped out when I say the system that is my brain and body that we call recommends.
Why did it get freaked out? Oh, you mean like in your personal life? Oh,
instead of like never saying I, yeah. Always.
You're just being.
I always refer to you as the brain and body we call Lex.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's kind of charming in a way. Alleged brain.
So I and you are very useful shorthand, even though at some level they're illusions. They're very useful shorthand for the system of my brain, really, and and my body, the whole system. That I is useful for that, but the illusion is when we feel like there's something outside of that system that can intervene, that is free, that's somehow free from the physical world. I can have the thought, I really am not crazy about having intellectual back and forth on Twitter, and then feel like I decide to not follow that thought. Right? And the feeling, that's the feeling where the illusion comes in, because it really feels as if, sure, my brain had that original thought, and then I came in and made a different decision. But of course, the truth is, it was just further brain processing that got me to decide not to go down that path.
How much is that feeling of conscious will is culturally constructed shorthand? So like I and you is a you could say a culturally constructed shorthand. How much of that affects how we think? So our parents say I and you, and then we start to believe in I and you. And is that, or are we? Is that fundamental to the human brain machine?
Yeah. I think it goes very deep. I think it's fundamental, and I think it probably, some form of feeling like a self goes as deep as cats and dogs, and it's possible. I mean, if consciousness, however far down you want to take it, worms, or I think navigating itself, it kind of has boundaries and is navigating itself. My guess is that it's an intrinsic part of. That's why I imagine feelings, and so we use the word I. I think you're right. First of all, that the way we talk about things affects our intuitions about them and how we feel about them, and so there are other cultures who are more open to breaking through these illusions than others, for sure, just because of their belief set. The way they talk. I mean, I'm sure I'm not a linguist, and I don't even speak a second language, so I can't speak to it. But if there were a language that that framed who we are differently in everyday language, I mean, in our everyday communication, I would think that would have an effect.
Yeah, language does affect things, and you just knowing Russian and the history of the Soviet Union in the 20th century. Obviously, it lived under communism for a long time, so your conception of individualism is different, and that reflects itself in the language.
Yeah.
You could probably have a similar kind of thing within the language in terms of how we talk about I and we and so on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's like certain countries or maybe even villages with certain dialects that like let go of the individualism that's inherent.
Yeah, I mean there must be a range, but I do think that it's pretty deep, and I think there's also a difference between the autobiographical me and then this more fundamental me that we're talking about, that I'm pointing to as the illusion. So in my book, I talk about if someone wakes up with amnesia, they have brain injury and suddenly have amnesia and can't remember anything about their lives, can't remember their name, don't recognize people they're related to. They would have lost their autobiographical self, but they would still feel like an I. They would still have that basic sense of I'm a person. I mean, they'd be speaking that way. I don't remember my name. I don't know where I live. You still, it goes very deep, this feeling that I am a single entity, that is somehow not completely reliant upon the cause and effect of the physical world.
Can I ask you a pothead question?
Yes.
Would you would you rather lose all your memories or not be able to make new ones? If you have to, now I'm asking you as a human,
yeah,
in terms of happiness and preference.
Well, I can't answer that.
You like both. You like both features of the organisms that you embody.
Well, one is intellectual and one is psychological, really. I mean, I would have to choose the memories only because, memories of the past.
Yeah.
Only because I have children and a family, and it wouldn't just be affecting me, it would be affecting them. It would just be too horrible.
No, but you would make new ones, right?
If I lost my memory of the 13 past
you think, would you think you would lose? This is a dark question.
Oh wait, wasn't that the question? Maybe I misunderstood.
No, you understood it perfectly, but
yeah.
Sorry for the dark question, but the people you love in your life, if you lost all your memory of everything, do you think you would still love them? Like you show up, you don't know.
I don't know.
The roll of the dice.
I mean, it would not in the way that I do.
Right. Just some deep aspect of love is the history you have together.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and this gets to an interesting point, actually, which I think a lot about, which is memory. And we won't go into this yet, but I'll just plant a flag here that memory is, yeah, memory is obviously related to time, and time is something that I'm fascinated with. And for this project I'm working on now, I've mostly been speaking to physicists who are interested in consciousness. And it's partly because of this link between memory and time, and all of these new fascinating theories and thoughts around the different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and looking at the thing that I've always been looking for is really the fundamental nature of reality, and why my questions about consciousness lead me to wonder if consciousness is a more fundamental aspect of the universe than we previously thought, and certainly I previously thought. And so memory is tied to so many things. I mean, even basic functions in nature. Actually, so the P tendrils, as I mentioned, memory comes into play there, and that's so fascinating. And there is no sense of self without memory, even if you're starting from scratch, as you said with amnesia. Um, if you truly couldn't lay down any new memory, I think you would, then that sense of self would begin to disintegrate, because the sense of self is one of a concrete entity through time. And if each moment you really were stuck in the present moment eternally, you'd basically be meditating. And in meditation, this is a very common experience, is losing that sense of self, that sense of free will, that those illusions um, more easily drop away in meditation. And I would say for most people who meditate long enough, they do drop away. And there's actually an explanation at the level of the brain as well. The default mode network is circuitry in the brain that neuroscientists don't completely understand, but know is largely responsible for this feeling of being a self. And when that circuit gets quieted down, which does in meditation and also does with the use of psychedelic drugs, and there are other ways to quiet down the default mode network, people have this experience of losing this illusion of being a self. They no longer feel that they're a self in the way that they usually do.
So there's the autobiographical self is connected to the sense of self.
Absolutely.
Through the memory.
Sure.
And then you're thinking that the solution to that lies in physics, not just neuroscience. Like, ultimately, consciousness and the experience, the conscious will, is a question of physics.
I have said something misleading because I was kind of many dots.
Mislead each other.
I got excited when memory came up because I love talking about time.
So you mentioned a project that you're working on a couple of times. What's that about? I think you said Ted is involved. You're interviewing a bunch of people. What's going on?
So I'm on an audio documentary about consciousness, and it picks up where my book left off. So all of the questions that were still lingering for me, and research that I still wanted to do. So I've done about 30 interviews so far, and it's not totally clear what the end result will be. I'm currently collaborating with Ted, and I'm having a lot of fun creating. And so we'll see where it goes. But the idea is that it's a narrated documentary.
And it's like a series.
A series. It'll be a 10-part series.
It's an unclear. Oh, we already know the number of parts.
Sorry. In my mind, it's a 10-part series. It may end up being 8 or 11 or 12. I don't know why.
Listen, I'm very confident with number 0 and 1 as well.
About 10.
I like the confidence of 10. So, and you're not sure what the title, like, not the title, but the topic is, will there be consciousness or something bigger or something smaller?
Yeah, I mean, so at the end of my book, I kind of get to the place where I've convinced myself, at least, that this question about whether consciousness is fundamental is a legitimate one, and then I just start spending a lot of time thinking about what that would mean, if it's even possible to study scientifically. So I mostly talk to physicists, actually, because I really think ultimately this is a question for physics. If consciousness is fundamental, I think it needs to be strongly informed by neuroscience, but it's part of the fabric of reality is a question for a physicist. So I speak to different physicists about different interpretations of quantum mechanics, so getting at the fundamentals. So string theory and many worlds. I spoke to Sean Carroll, had a great conversation with Sean Carroll. He's so generous because he clearly doesn't agree with me about many things. But he has a curious mind, and he's willing to have these conversations. And I was really interested in understanding many worlds better, and if consciousness is fundamental, what the implications are. So that was where I started, actually, was with many worlds, and then we had conversations about string theory and the holographic principle. I spoke to Lee Smolin and Brian Greene and Jana 9/11, and Carlo Robelli. Actually, have you had Carlo on?
No, no.
He's great also and fun to talk to because he's just endlessly curious. Yeah.
And you do audio.
It's all audio. Yeah, but it's in the format of a documentary, so I'm narrating it and kind of telling the story of what questions came up for me, what I was interested in exploring, and then why I talk to each person I talk.
By the way, I would highly recommend Sean Carroll's Mind Escape podcast, I think it's called.
Yes.
It's amazing. One of my favorite things, well, when he interviews physicists, it's great, but any topic, his aim is, but one of my favorite things is how frustrated he gets with panpsychism. But he's still like, it's like a fly towards the light.
Yeah.
For some reason, he can't like make sense of it, but like he still struggles with it, and I think that's the sign of a good scientist when they're struggling with these ideas.
I totally agree, and yeah, that's what I appreciate in him and many scientists like that.
Who has the craziest, most radical ideas who you talk with currently? So you can go either direction. You can go like panpsychism, consciousness permeates everything.
Yeah.
I don't know how far you can go down that direction, or you could say that what would be the other direction? That there isn't
real. The problem is they're all crazy.
They're all crazy.
Each one is crazier
all of us
than
are
the
crazy.
next. And my own thoughts. Now I have to be very careful about the words I choose because it's just like talking about the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. It's once you get deep enough, it's so counterintuitive and it's so beyond anything we understand that they all sound crazy. Many worlds sounds crazy. String theory. These are things we just cannot get our minds around, really. And so that's the realm I love to live in and love to explore in. And the realm that, to my surprise, my interest in consciousness has taken me back to.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
Just a side tangent. How do you prevent, when you're imagining yourself to be a 10-year-old, how do you prevent from going crazy? This is kind of the Nietzsche question of like, you have to be very careful thinking outside the norms of society because you might fall off. Like mentally, you're so connected as a human to the collective intelligence.
Yeah.
That in order to question intuitions, you have to step outside of it for a brief moment. How do you prevent yourself from going crazy?
I think I used to think that was a concern.
And then
I've learned
crazy.
so much about the brain. No, and I've had experiences of deep depression and I've struggled with anxiety my whole life. I think in order to be a good scientist and in order to be a truthfully, let's say, to allow yourself to be curious and honest in your curiosity, I think it's inevitable that lots of ideas and theories and hypotheses will just sound crazy, and that is always how we advance science. And maybe 9 out of 10 ideas are crazy, and crazy meaning they're actually not correct. But all of, it's as I said, all of the big scientific breakthroughs, all of the truths we've uncovered that are the earth-shattering truths that we uncover, they really do sound crazy at first. So I don't think one necessarily leads to a type of mental illness. I see mental illness in a very different category. And I think some people are more susceptible to being destabilized by this type of thinking. And that might be a legitimate concern for some people, that kind of being grounded in everyday life is important. For my psychological health, the more time I spend thinking about the bigger picture and outside of everyday life, the more happy I am, the more expansive I feel. It feels nourishing to me. It feels like it makes me more sane, not less. So.
Well, that's the happiness, but in terms of your ability to see the truth, that you can be happy and
I guess I don't see mental illness necessarily being linked to truth or not truth.
So So we were talking about minimizing mental illness,
yeah,
but also truth is a different dimension. So you can go crazy in both directions. You can, like, you know, you could be extremely happy, and they are, flat earthers. You can believe
right.
the Earth is flat,
right.
because they're actually. I mean, I'm sure there's good books on this, but it's somehow really comforting. It's fun and comforting to believe you figured out the thing that everybody else hasn't figured out.
I think that's what conspiracy theories always provide people.
Why is it
That's
so
the
fun?
link.
It's so fun. It's except when it's dangerous.
Yeah.
But even then, it's probably fun. But then you shouldn't do it because it's unethical. Anyway,
That's not true. I'm not a fan of following.
Well, that makes one of us. No, I don't know. There is probably a fascinating story to why conspiracy theories are um, so compelling to us human beings. That's deeper than just fun internet stuff.
Yeah. I'm very interested in why they're so compelling to some people and not others. I feel like there must be some difference that at some point we'll be able to discover.
Yeah,
Because some people are just not susceptible to them, and some people are.
And I wonder
really
what's the correlation.
Drawn to them.
Because I feel like the kind of thinking that allows for you to be open to conspiracy theories is also the kind of thinking that leads to brilliant breakthroughs in science. Sort of willingness to go to crazy land.
That's
something that seems like crazy
I see it the opposite way.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't see the connection between thinking the Earth is flat and coming up with
Thinking
special
the Earth is
relativity?
flat is following your intuitions and not being open to counterintuitive ideas. It's a very closed way of viewing things. Saying it's not the way you feel. There's information that tells us there's something else going on, and that type of person will say no. It's the way it feels to me.
No. But wait a minute. There's a mainstream narrative of science that says the Earth is round.
Right.
Like, and I think a flat earther would be. See, I admire the very first step of a flat earther. I don't admire the whole journey. But the first step is.
I think if you're open to evidence, then the evidence clearly takes you in one direction.
Right, but you have to ask the question. You have to ask. To me, this is like first principles thinking.
Yeah.
The Earth looks flat, so I'm going to look around here, and I like. How crazy is it that the Earth is round and there's a thing called gravity that operates between objects and related to the mass of the object?
Right.
That's crazy.
Yes, the truth is often crazier than what the situation feels to be.
A good step is to question what everyone is saying, and then
I know what you mean. To be skeptical about the authority.
Yeah, but I think that's in the authority, in not in some kind of weird current where everyone questions institutions, but more like the authority of the senior scientists, the junior scientists coming up. Wait a minute, why have we been doing things this way? And that first step, I feel like that rebelliousness or that open-mindedness or maybe like resistance to, or maybe curiosity that is not affected by whatever the mainstream science says today.
Yes, I feel like mainstream science has never been mainstream, and it's always a struggle for science to become mainstream. It's part of the reason why I started doing the work I did, actually, helping scientists make their work more accessible, is that it's usually not.
Yeah.
It's usually not.
Here's advice for scientists: be more interesting, and much more important, be less arrogant. Arrogance. There's very little money in science, and so everyone is fighting for that money, and they become more and more arrogant and siloed. I don't know why.
I will say that the scientists I know, and some of them are very well-known, very famous scientists, are the least arrogant people I've ever met. That scientists in general, their personalities are more open, more humble, more likely to say they just don't know. Because I've been involved a lot in the science writing and how the media portrays. So one of the scientific community's greatest frustration is how their work gets presented in the media. And a lot of the time, that is I would say that's the main frustration is there's some new breakthrough, there's something, and the scientists will be saying, we're not sure, it's going to take 5 years, and no one likes to write a story about something that may or may not be true. They think it's true, they're going to take 5 years testing it, and so the headline will be, neuroscientists discover, they want this sensational, and so I think the public often gets the false impression that the scientists are arrogant, and I really don't find that to be the case. And I've worked with all kinds of people, artists, and my life path has taken a strange.
You've met some incredible people. You work with some incredible people. So let's the crazy topic of free will. I mean, we have to leave it on this. I can't.
Okay.
So the plant. All right. Can you try to steel man the case that there's something really special about humans? That there is a fundamental difference between us and the Pithedral. Humans are clearly very special in the evolution of organisms on Earth.
Absolutely, yes.
Could that have been the magic leap? Could consciousness been like the invention of the eukaryotic cell or something like this?
Well, then, so I have to get clear on what you're asking. So are you coming from a place of wondering if we are the only conscious mammal?
Yes.
Do you really think that's a question?
Can you make a case for it?
I think that's a question. Take one step back. We look out at the universe. At this point in our scientific understanding, we know that essentially we're all made of the same ingredients, right? They're atoms in the universe doing their thing. They find themselves in different configurations based on the laws of physics. And then the question is, if we look out at all of the configurations of atoms in the universe and ask, which of these entail conscious experiences? Which of these have a felt experience of being the matter they are? And there are really only two, broadly speaking, assumptions to make here. And the first one is the one that science has taken and that I have for most of my career as well, and that in many ways makes the most sense, which is electrons aren't conscious, cables aren't conscious, there's no felt experience there, but at a certain point in complex processing, that processing entails an experience of being that processing. Now that's just a fascinating fact all on its own, and I love to spend time thinking about that. But so the question is, does consciousness arise at some point? Are some of these collections of atoms conscious? Or are all of them? Because we know the answer isn't none. I know that I'm at least having a conscious experience. I know that conscious experiences exist in the universe. And so the answer isn't none. So the answer has to be all or some. And this is a starting assumption that you're really kind of forced to make, and that it's all or some.
All or some?
I would say one is some also. We either need an explanation for why there's non-conscious matter in the universe, and then something happens for consciousness to come into being, or it's part of the fundamental nature of reality.
It's also, if consciousness is a fundamental property of reality, it could also choose to not reveal itself until a certain complexity of organisms.
I'm not sure what that means.
I'm not sure what that means either. Okay. Like the flame of consciousness does not start burning until a certain complexity of organisms is able to reveal.
I don't think we can look at consciousness that way. I don't think. Many people like to try to make that argument that it's a spectrum. Why do we have to say all or nothing? Maybe. Yeah. And I agree that I actually think it is a spectrum, but it's a spectrum of content, not of consciousness itself. So, if a worm has some level of conscious experience, it is extremely minimal, something we could never imagine having the complex experience you and I have. Maybe some felt sensation of pressure or heat, or something super basic, right? So there's this range, or even if you just think of an infant, like the moment an infant becomes conscious, there's a very, very minimal experience of inputs of sound and light light and whatever it is. And so there's a spectrum of content. There's a spectrum of how much a system is consciously experiencing, but there's a moment at which you get on the spectrum, and I truly believe that that piece of it is binary. So if there's no conscious experience, there is no consciousness. You can't say consciousness is there, it just hasn't lit its flame yet. If consciousness is there, there's an experience there, by definition. It has to arise at some point, or it has to always be there.
Is it possible to make the case that it arising happens the first time ever with Homo sapiens?
I think that is extremely unlikely. What I think is more possible, based on what we understand about the brain, is that it arises in brains or nervous systems. And so then we're talking about flies and bees and all kinds of things that kind of fall out of our intuitions for whether they could be conscious or not. But I think, especially once you talk about more complex brains with many, many more neurons, when you're talking about cats and dogs and dolphins, it's very hard to see how there would be a difference between humans and other mammals in terms of consciousness.
Was there a difference in terms of intelligence between humans and other mammals?
Sure.
Not like a fundamental leap in intelligence.
It's hard to say definitively. I mean, it depends on, how you define intelligence and all kinds of things. But obviously, humans are unique and capable of all kinds of things that no other mammals are capable of. And there are important differences, and I don't think you need any magical intervention of something outside of the physical world to explain it. And the way I think about consciousness, I actually think it's part of the reason we're mistaken about consciousness is because we are special in the ways that we're special, and because we're complex creatures, we have these complex brains. So I think we should probably get into some of the details of why I think we're confused about what consciousness is.
Yes.
But just to finish this point, I think that we don't actually have any evidence that consciousness is complex, that it comes out of complex processing, that it's required for complex processing. And I think we've made this anthropomorphic mistake because we are conscious, and it's very hard to get evidence. It's one of the things that makes consciousness unique and mysterious, and why I'm fascinated with it is it's the one thing in nature that we can't get conclusive evidence of from the outside. We can, by analogy, you're behaving basically the same way I behave, more or less. You talk about your conscious experiences, and therefore I just extrapolate from that you're having a felt experience in the way I am, and we can do that throughout nature. Well, there's no physical evidence. There's nothing we can observe from the outside that will give us conclusive proof that consciousness is there. And so I think we've made this leap to, because we're conscious and because we're unique and special and complex and intelligent in the way that we are, and because we don't have an intuition that anything else is conscious, or we have no feedback about it, we've made this assumption that consciousness, that those things aren't conscious, and felt experience does not exist out there in other atoms and forms of life even, but especially not inanimate objects. And therefore consciousness is somehow tied to these other things that make us unique. That consciousness arises when there is this complex processing. When there is, and we can talk about the evolution argument too, which I think is super interesting to get into, and I'm hoping to talk to Richard Dawkins about this for my theory.
What's he think about consciousness?
He's not interested. He's not interested, and actually the conversation I would have with him would be very brief because he's just not that interested in this topic. But let's go back to the Richard Dawkins piece, because I feel like there's a lot to talk about here in terms of our intuitions about consciousness, what it's doing, why in my book and everywhere I talk about consciousness, I bring it back to these two questions that I think are at the heart of our intuitions about consciousness. And so your questions about whether human beings are unique and special and all all of that, I think are interesting questions and something we could talk about. I see them as separate questions from the consciousness question.
So you see consciousness as giving a felt experience to our uniqueness, as opposed to the uniqueness giving birth to consciousness.
Yes, and that potentially there is felt experience, even though it sounds crazy even to me, that there is felt experience in all matter. And at this point in my thinking, and after a few conversations with some physicists, I think if consciousness is fundamental, the only thing that actually makes sense is that it is part of the most fundamental that space-time and everything else emerges out of.
Out of consciousness.
Felt experience is just part of the fabric of reality.
So is it possible to intuit this? Can we start by thinking about dogs and cats, little plants, and going all the way to matter, or is this going to be like modern physics, where it's just going to be impossible to even, through our reason alone, like we're going to have tools of some kind?
I think it'll be a little bit of both. I mean, I think the science has a very long way to go, and the truth is, I don't even think we can get to the science yet, because we have to do this work, and this is why I'm so passionate about this work. And it's really taking hold. I mean, there are scientists, neuroscientists and physicists interested in consciousness, and kind of having gotten over the initial obstacle of wrestling with these intuitions, so that it's now being talked about in a serious way, which was the first huge hurdle. But I think a lot more of that has to happen. A lot more of the intuition breaking from the science we already have. I mean, I think we almost need to catch our intuitions up to what we already know, and then continue to break through these intuitions systematically so that we can really think more clearly about consciousness. There are a couple of scientists now working on theories of consciousness which they don't quite go to the fundamental level, but they go extremely deep, so that something like an electron might be conscious under their theory. This is integrated information theory, IIT, with Christoph Koch and Giulio Tononi. I've spoken to both of them. I spoke to Christoph Koch once or twice for this project I'm working on now. What they're working on is incredibly interesting to me, and I think very important work. However, I think they are also really led by some false intuitions about self and free will, and I think that will be a limit to their work. So we can get into that, but
let's go.
We will.
Christoph Koch. It's awesome.
Which is that what they're working on, I think, is the most important next step forward, which is just even being open to the fact that consciousness goes as deep as particles.
And being rigorous.
But even their theory isn't going as deep as I think we need to go. And it's hard to say how we could actually study this scientifically, but that's part of the reason why I'm such a supporter of IIT and why I'm so interested in what they're doing, even though I think they're wrong, is because they're opening this path, and I think they're getting more people interested. And I think, it's hard for me to imagine what the science will actually look like. But
okay, so your intuition, or at least the direction which you're pushing, is that consciousness is the only fundamental thing in the universe, that everything else, time, all those kinds of things emerge from that.
I will say that what I believe at this point, I've been saying 50-50 for a long time. I'd say now it's like 51-49 in terms of consciousness being emergent versus fundamental. So I'm not convinced of this at all. I'm not convinced that consciousness is fundamental. What I think is there are very good reasons to think it could be, and essentially all of science up to this point has been led by the other assumption, by the first assumption that consciousness arises at some point, namely in brains. And that's where all the science has gone. And I think that's wonderful. And I think it should keep on going. And I actually think that was a more important place to start. But I think there's a possibility that the correct assumption is that it's fundamental. And so that's the science I support. That's the thing I spend a lot of my time thinking about and talking to scientists and philosophers about. And so I I shouldn't give the idea that I actually crossed over into believing this is the case, but it's the assumption I follow in my work at this point.
It's a possibility, an understudied possibility, so it deserves serious, rigorous attention.
And there are good reasons to start with that assumption versus the other that I think we're just now starting to realize.
So, just to clarify, when we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about the hard problem of consciousness, that it feels like something to, there's a subjective experience. Do we, if consciousness permeates all matter, is fundamental, is that going to be somehow, is our current intuition about consciousness like a very tiny subset of what consciousness actually is? So, like, we have our intuitions about personal experiences, like what it feels like, what it tastes to eat a cookie or something like that. But that seems like a very specific implementation of consciousness in an organism. So how can we even reason about something that's, if consciousness is fundamental, how can we reason about that?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the connection between those two things, but
when you think about what it's like to be a plant to experience a thing, okay, we can kind of get that. We can kind of understand that.
There are a lot of places we could go with this. One is there's actually work being done by people like David Eagleman. He's a neuroscientist. I don't know if you know him.
Yes.
You should talk to him for your podcast if you haven't. He's wonderful. Great science communicator. He's someone I interviewed for my current project too. So he's done this actually. Okay, there are many places we can go. One is he does work with sensory addition, sensory substitution, and this is going in some very interesting directions and maybe partly answers your question, which is giving humans qualia, sensory experiences that we're not wired for, that human beings have never had before. You let me know what you're most interested in hearing about. So we could talk about things like the brain port. There's actually a study done. I just talked to one of the participants in the study where they were seeing if they could give human beings an experience of magnetic north. So other animals have this sense that we don't have, where they can feel intuitively the way that our eyes work to give us an intuitive sense of our environment. We don't have to translate the information coming in through our eyes. We just have a map of the external world and we can navigate it. So many animals use a sense of magnetic north to get around, and it's an intuitive sense. So I spoke to someone who was in this part of this experiment, and it was fascinating to hear him acquire a sense not only that he had never had, but that no human being had ever had. So when I asked him to describe the experience, it was challenging for him, and understandably so, because it would be like you describing sight to someone who's never seen. But this is clearly possible, and scientists like David Eagleman and others are working on these. And so I do think it's possible that these scientific advancements may actually start to dovetail with the consciousness research in terms of being able to experience things we've never experienced before. But I do think that at some level, yes, we're limited as human beings. We may be able to find some proof or enough proof to at least assume that consciousness is fundamental, or, who knows, one day actually believe that that's the correct scientific view of things, and not really be able to get our minds around that or to understand what it means, and certainly not to know what it feels like. I mean, we don't even know what it feels like to be other creatures.
Maybe we'll
I don't know what it's like to be you.
Yeah, I guess that's what empathy is about. That's what I try to exercise, is try to imagine what it's like to be other people. And then you're doing that even farther with pea tantrums. But perhaps we can do that thing more rigorously by connecting different sensory mechanisms to the brain, to do that for all kinds of organisms on Earth. But they're similar to us in scale and the time at which they function, the time scale and the spatial scale. Perhaps it's much more difficult to do for electrons and so on.
some of the intuitions I talked about, I mean, I'm taking them for granted that you and everyone knows what I'm talking about, but in terms of the science, in terms of the studies, understanding things like binding processes, understanding just a little bit about how the brain works, and as far as we understand, and then there's just a ton of evidence now to support that our conscious experience is at the tail end of a lot of brain processing.
So it just tells a story.
Yeah, so just a little bit. I mean, I give in the example in my book, I talk about tennis and the binding of the sight and sound and felt experience of hitting a tennis ball, which in the world are happening at different times. The rates it takes the sound waves and the light waves and the felt sensation to travel to my brain are different. That there are these binding processes that happen prior to the conscious experience that were essentially delivered to us by the brain. And so we can get back into this. I can answer your bigger question first, but I feel like for a lot of people to understand some of the science that already is shattering some of our intuitions about the role consciousness plays, I think it's helpful in terms of being able to be open to thinking about these other ideas.
Let's go there. Where the heck does consciousness happen in what we understand about the brain timing-wise? I mean, this connects to conscious will, to our experience of free will.
Yeah. So there is this period of time, and it's depending on the situation and the behavior, it can be anywhere from, it's essentially half a second. There's 200 milliseconds. I actually don't know. I was going to compare it to the timing of thinking, film, and sound. I don't know if you know this
Yeah,
data.
unfortunately, I know this very well.
You do?
The film and sound?
Yeah, like
yes.
How the timing has to work so that so that our experiences of it happening at the same time.
Let me just sit in the silence of it. There's been so much pain on this one point.
Sorry,
So much
I had no
suffering.
idea.
So, I mean, I did a lot of algorithms on automatic synchronization of audio and video and all these kinds of things. And I know this well. There's a lot of science and there's a lot of differences, but it's about, when people claim it's about 100 milliseconds, you can't tell the difference, but it's much more like 30 to 50 milliseconds. Okay. And you can go nuts trying to see if something is in sync or not. Is it in sync or not?
Well, also,
am I out of sync right now?
Your brain is constantly making adjustments, and so it can shift for you while you're doing that, which is probably part of the thing that's driving you crazy. Okay, so I'll start with binding processes, and then I'll just give a couple of examples. So yes, there's this window where your brain is essentially putting all of the information together to deliver you a present moment experience that is most useful for you to navigate the world. So as I said, I use this example of tennis in my book. So the sights and sounds are coming at us at different rates. It takes longer for a sensation in my hand when I hit the ball with the racket to travel to my brain than it does for the light waves to hit my retina and get processed by the brain. So all these signals are coming in at different times. Our brains go through this process of binding to basically weave it all together so that our conscious experience of that is of seeing, hearing, and feeling the ball hit the racket all at the same time. That's obviously most useful to us. Binding is mostly about timing. It can be about other things, but I was just talking to David Eagleman, who was talking about a very simple experiment, actually, and this kind of shows how your brain is basically always interacting with the outside world and always making adjustments to make its best guess about the most useful present moment experience to deliver. So this is a very simple experiment. It's from many, many years ago, and David Eagleman was involved in this research, where they had participants hit a button, and that button caused a flash of light. And so our brain, through binding, the brain notices, is able to kind of calibrate the experience you have, because the brain is aware that it is a its own hand that is causing the light to flash, that there's this cause and effect going on, and so you have this experience of pushing the button that causes a flash of light, which is true, and the light flashes. You can start to introduce longer pauses, starting with 20 milliseconds, 30 milliseconds, going up to, I think, 100, maybe even 200 milliseconds, where if you do it gradually, since your brain is making the adjustment, you can introduce a delay. I think it's up to 200 milliseconds. If you do it gradually, you will still have the experience, even though there's now a delay between when you hit the button and the light flashes, you will still have the exact same experience you had initially, which is that the light flashes right when you push the button. In your experience, nothing is changing. But then, so they gradually give a delay. You've acclimated to that because it was done gradually. If they then go back to the original instantaneous flash, your brain doesn't have time to make the adjustment, and you have the experience that the light flashed before you hit the button. And that is your true experience. It's not like you're confused, but that is, your brain didn't have time to make that adjustment. You think you're in the same environment, you're pushing the button, it makes the light flash, and it's calibrating all the time. But then the participants are suddenly saying, oh wait, that was so weird, the light flashed before I hit the button. And so
That's crazy.
They built a Rochambeau, rock, paper, scissors computer game that was unbeatable based on this glitch that you can present in binding by training someone. If you introduce a delay slowly enough, then the computer can get the information before it responds, but you still have the experience that you're both throwing out your rock or paper or scissors at the same time, but in actuality, the computer saw your choice before it makes its choice. And it's in this window of milliseconds where you don't notice it.
So that starts to help you build up an intuition that this conscious experience is an illusion constructed by the brain after
conscious will.
Conscious will.
Yeah, and just in general that consciousness is not the thing that we feel it is, which is driving the behavior. That is actually at the tail end of it. And so a lot of decision-making processes, and there are studies that are more controversial, and I don't usually like to cite them, although if you want to talk about them, we can. They're super interesting and intuition shattering, but there are now studies specifically about free will to see if there are markers at the level of the brain that can see what decision you're going to make and when you make that decision. And I think that the neuroscience inevitably is just going to get better. And so part of the reason I'm so passionate about this, I mean, there's the science and there's just the curiosity that drives me of wanting to understand how the universe works. But I actually see a lot of the neuroscience presenting us with truths that are going to be difficult for us to accept. And I actually think there are really positive ways to view these truths that we're uncovering. And even though they can be initially kind of jarring and even destabilizing and creepy, I think ultimately there's actually a lot, it can have a positive effect on human psychology and a whole range of things that I and others have experienced, and that I think it's important for us to talk about because you can't hide from the truth, especially in science, right? Like it will reveal itself. And if this is true, I think not only for better understanding the universe and nature, which is kind of my primary passion, it's important for us to absorb these facts and realize that it doesn't necessarily take away the things from us that we fear. I've heard people say, this is talked about, common point to make or question to ask a scientist: can you still, enjoy chocolate if you're a molecular biologist? And is it a molecular biologist that would be the one who would understand how we experience chocolate?
Right.
I have the wrong science.
Yeah.
But anyway,
the point stands.
If you're focused on the details of the underlying nature of reality, does that take the joy and the pleasure and for lack of a better word, spirituality out of our experience as human beings. And I actually think for these illusions like free will and self, the reverse is true. I actually think they are reasons and bases for feeling more connected to each other and to the universe, for spiritual experiences, for even just on a more basic level, for increasing our well-being, just in terms of our psychology, of lowering rates of depression and anxiety. And I actually think these realizations can be extremely helpful to people.
Well, it's like realizing that the universe doesn't rotate around Earth. The Earth is not the center of the universe. Is a really challenging thought.
Well, people were worried about how that would affect society.
Well, yes, that's like long term, but short term, I bet you the number of people who had an existential crisis as it got integrated into society, that thought is huge. It's like, and it's a hard one. And you're saying,
but it's also a source of awe and I mean, so many people now use that fact to inspire a positive response, to inspire creativity and curiosity and awe and all of these things that are so useful for human well-being.
Where's the source of meaning when you're not the center of the universe, when the you doesn't even exist? That even you doesn't, the sense of self and the sense of decision making is an illusion.
The truth is that for the most part, the sense of self is kind of at the core of human suffering because it feels as if we are separate from the rest of nature. We're separate from each other. We're separate from, the illusion that I referenced of feeling like, we have these thoughts that are brain-based thoughts, but then the I swoops in to make a decision. In some sense, it goes so deep that it's as if the I is separate from the physical world. And that separation plays a part in depression, plays a part in anxiety, even plays a part in addiction. So at the level of the brain, I think, stop me if I'm repeating myself, but we started talking about the default mode network. And so we actually know that when the default mode network is quieted down, when people lose a sense of self in meditation and on psychedelic drugs in therapy, there is a feeling that people describe of an extremely positive feeling of being connected to the rest of nature. And so that's a piece of it that I think if you haven't had the experience, you wouldn't necessarily know that would be a part of it. But truly having that insight that you're not the self you feel you are, immediately your experiences are embedded in the universe and you are a piece of everything and you see that everything is interconnected. And so rather than feeling like a lonely I in this bigger universe, there's a sense of being a part of something larger than yourself. And this is intrinsically positive for human beings. And even just in our everyday lives and choices and what we do for work, feeling part of something larger than yourself is the way people describe spiritual experiences and the way many positive psychological states are framed. And so there's that piece of it.
There is something, there's a one giant hug with the universe, everything in it. But there is some sense in which we attach the search for meaning with the I, with the ego. And it could almost seem like life is meaningless. Our existence, my existence is meaningless.
I think you can kind of go there under any worldview,
right.
really.
Right.
And the truth is, we want to find a truth out of that downward spiral and not a story that we have to tell ourselves that isn't true.
Yeah.
And the fact is, we have these facts available to us that, with the right framing and the right context, looking at the truth actually provides us with that psychological feeling we're searching for. And I think that's important to point out.
I think humans are fascinatingly good at finding beauty in truth, no matter how painful the truth is. So yes.
I totally agree. Yes. But in this case, I think there are the concerns are legitimate concerns, and I have them myself, for how people respond. I've actually had people tell me they had to stop reading my book halfway through because the parts on free will were so upsetting to them. And this is something I think about a lot because that kind of breaks my heart. I don't, because I see this potential for these realizations bringing levels of well-being that many people don't have access to. I think it's important to talk about them in ways that override what can be an initial fear or kind of spooky quality that can come out of these realizations.
So at the end of that journey, there's a clarity and an appreciation of beauty that if you just write it out. By the way, if you want to read upsetting, I just gotten through the the 4 books. If you want to read upsetting, so my Audible is hilarious. So there's conscious in it, and then this is your book, and then it has the rise and fall of the Third Reich, Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder, probably the most upsetting book I've ever read. If you want to, because it's not just Stalin or Hitler, it's Stalin and Hitler. It's the worst hits, the opposite of the best hits. It's really, really, really well written, really difficult. I read Solzhenitsyn's um, Gulag Archipelago, and what else? Red Famine, which is and Applebaum. Does that hurt? Yeah. Anyway, so those are truly upsetting, and and those are a lot of times the results of hiding the truth versus pursuing the truth. So truth in the short term might hurt, but it ultimately sets us free.
I believe that, and I also think whatever the truth is, we have to find a way to maintain civil society and love and all the things that are important to us.
If we can jump around a little bit, can I just ask you on a personal note, because you said you suffered from depression, and there's a lot of people that seek guidance on this topic because it's such a difficult one. How were you able to, when it has struck you, how were you able to overcome it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe too long an answer. So I've experienced it in different forms. So it was I would say my depression has almost always mostly taken the form of anxiety. I didn't realize how anxious I was, I think, until I was an adult. So I was always very functional. I think, all the positive sides of suffering in that way. I think I'm a little OCD as well.
Hey, this whole conversation is hilarious because we're both suffer some levels of anxiety.
Psychology is just laid out in front of us here.
It's just a giant mess.
We're the same kind of human. Yeah.
It's great.
Just trying to organize.
Just hold on like a Tom Waits song.
Exactly. But then I suffered from postpartum depression after both of my daughters, after both pregnancies. That was a very different experience from anything I've ever experienced, but clearly I had a predisposition towards, suffering from something like that. Anyway, it really wasn't until I fully recovered from the second experience of postpartum depression that I realized that I had been suffering on some level my whole life. And I think I always knew, I thought of myself as a very sensitive person, an empathic person. I mean, I've been in therapy for 10 years. I knew I had a lot of anxiety. I would never have denied that I had a lot of anxiety. I just didn't realize it crossed over into a disorder really until I was an adult and ended up taking Prozac. I took an SSRI for postpartum, and it was fascinating to me. I ended up interviewing my psychiatrist because I was so fascinated in the whole thing. Once I was on the other side of it, just what I had been through, how different I felt during that period of time, and then how quickly the medication made me feel like myself again. I had come out the other side of the experience of postpartum, and was going to start tapering off the medication. And in this window where I no longer had postpartum depression, um, and hadn't yet gone off the I realized that life was not only a lot easier than when I had postpartum, but it was easier than it had ever been. And it took taking all of that anxiety away to recognize how much I had been grappling with it my entire life. And it first started coming in the form of realizations like, oh, is this how other people
Yeah.
is this how other people feel? Is this how that, like, the things that I just always thought of myself, I'm really sensitive, I'm an introvert, I need a lot of time to myself, and all of these things that I felt like, I mean, it's always very high functioning. And in some ways, I was a professional dancer, and I think that was the type of therapy for me. There was the obsessing over the training and dancing 9 hours a day and all of that. I now look back on and see how much that was um, therapeutic for me, and that I was kind of treating something. But yeah, it was just this experience of um, treating an anxiety disorder that caused me to realize that I had one. I didn't know I could feel the way I felt after taking Prozac, and I became very interested in. I mean, I was already working with neuroscientists. I was already interested in consciousness in the brain, and it just, this kind of rattled other intuitions for me in terms of how our childhoods shape who we become. Um, because I had been convinced my father was my father was
a complicated person. As you said before.
I was just going to say again. But I mean, so he was not diagnosed. I think I think he had borderline personality disorder and was emotionally abusive. And I thought that all of the ways I experienced the world and all of my anxiety and my sensitivities, um, I thought almost all of that, if not all of that, was because of these experiences I had growing up and trauma that I experienced as a child. And obviously, those things play a part. But what I realized after going through postpartum, and then the thing that was extremely informative to me was having my own children, um, because they were basically living my dream childhood. They had none of the things that I thought were the cause of the psychological suffering that I experienced. Um, there was none of that, and they have a lot of the same they struggle with a lot of the same anxiety and panic attacks. And what I realized was how much we're kind of born into the world with these things that we struggle with, and with our strengths and with all of that. And of course, then if you have an abusive childhood, if you're someone who tends to be anxious and sensitive and empathic, and then you're born into an abusive situation, that's obviously a terrible combination. But I'd never acknowledged or realized how strong just the genetics and the wiring played.
Where's the line between you kind of accepting the challenges you're born with and this is what life will be, versus then figuring out that life can be somehow different?
I think they're part of the same process, and I think it's kind of necessary to accept what you're experiencing and what the situation is and how you feel and the types of thoughts and patterns you tend toward in order to make whatever changes can be made. So I do think it's kind of part of the same process.
Could life have been any different? Do you regret certain aspects of the decisions made? Not by you.
I mean, it depends on what level we're talking. I think, at a fundamental level, I don't believe anything could be different.
Are you able to think about, at that level, about your own life?
Sure, and that's part of what when I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the levels of usefulness of being aware of these different illusions, because I would say most of the time in our daily lives, the types of illusions that I'm interested in shaking up are not useful to remind ourselves of most of the time. I really think there are different levels of usefulness to thinking about and reminding ourselves of the places where we have false intuitions. And so I often use the analogy of living on a sphere. So it still feels to most of us most of the time. I mean, our intuitive sense, we're not thinking about whether the Earth is flat or a sphere, but we behave as if it's flat, and that makes.
How's your day going, Chester?
Good. What about you?
Well, how old are you?
Um.
It's taking you too long, buddy. You gotta leave. You gotta be at least 18 to be here. Take care.
Yeah, sorry.
Take care, man.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
That makes the most sense, and it would be exhausting to keep reminding ourselves as we walk down the street, like, it feels flat, but it's not flat. Like, there's just no reason to do it. It's not useful in that moment. If you're building a house, you can build it as if the world is flat. And but of course, so there are psychological reasons to bring it into view, and maybe even spiritual reasons to bring it into view, and then there's just like usefulness. So if you're building a rocket to the moon, you better understand the geometry of the Earth. Even if you're flying an airplane, if you're an airplane pilot, you have to be aware of the truth of our situation. And then I think there are other places where it's interesting to remind ourselves. This is where I start out my book, just as a way to inspire awe and to get yourself out of your everyday life and see the big picture, which can be just a relief, but also helps you feel more connected to the universe and to something larger than ourselves. And so I see these intuitions, reminding ourselves that these intuitions are illusions in the same way that most of the time they're not useful. They are useful if we want to think about science of consciousness. They're useful for a whole range of neuroscientific studies, and I think they can be incredibly useful in the same way that lying on the ground and feeling the gravity pushing you against a sphere and realizing you're floating in the middle of outer space. It gives me the same feeling to realize. And so there's so many levels to it, but if I'm thinking about difficult things that I've experienced, different traumas in my life, when I take a step back and kind of get this bird's eye view of kind of the mystery of this unfolding of the universe and the fact that it happened the way it happened, and whether it could have happened another way, or there's no going back, that's the way it unfolded. And being able to surrender to that, I think, is very psychologically healthy and prevents us from. I think regret is one of the most toxic loops we can get into.
So this is a path to acceptance.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because free will, I think part of what is the function of the experience of it is learning. I think we can still learn without being under the illusion that we have free will.
So for some people, depression can destroy them. So how can you think about avoiding that?
Yeah. So I didn't totally answer your question. First is therapy, ways that I have worked through anxiety and depression.
So you're an introvert and a deep to the intellectual person, therapy works for you?
To a point. It was very helpful. I think talk therapy is one tool and can be helpful for, it depends on the therapist, it depends on the type of therapy, but I found it to be one piece, and probably not the biggest piece, actually. But I think I wish I had discovered meditation sooner. That would have made a big difference in my life.
Even just intellectually to realize that, oh, like I'm not.
Life was a lot harder than it needed to be.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about keeping everything just so. There's another state my brain can be in where I don't have to work so hard to be okay. Meditation was probably meditation and psychedelic experiences were probably the most transformative. But a lot of these things don't. I'm lucky that I didn't. My anxiety and depression never really got in the way of my living my life, of enjoying my life. There were struggles that made life harder for me. But, something like treatment-resistant depression or severe PTSD, these are things that, at this point in time, based on my understanding, I think once you've tried, and the truth is that meditation is often not helpful for those things. It can actually exacerbate them. And the most promising thing that I have seen is this research into therapy-assisted psychedelics.
Does that make sense to you that psychedelics work so well for such difficult cases?
Yes.
What is it about psychedelics?
And I've been following this research from the beginning when they were doing end of life. Yeah, they started with end of life patients. I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. I met at a TED conference. I met one of the doctors who was doing this research. It was the first time I became aware that the research was happening, and I already had my own experiences before that, and so it made perfect sense to me that this would work. It was still astonishing to see the results, to see how successful the work is so much of the time, but it doesn't surprise me. It makes sense, and it's actually in line with all of these other things. So quieting down the default mode networks. One of the things that's so transformative about taking something like psilocybin, and everyone's experience is different, and it can vary each time you take it, even in a single person, but the experience I had and the experience that many people have that is so transformative is this feeling that's very hard to describe, that it's a feeling of being one with the universe. And that comes with, it's kind of all one feeling that is, again, hard to put into words, but there's this feeling that everything is okay. And I'd never had that feeling before in my life. And when I took psychedelics, that feeling would stay with me for months. And I never understood why, and it was always fascinating to me. But it was as if I was glimpsing a deeper truth of the world, that it's all one thing, we're all connected. There's no sense that there could even be a feeling of loneliness. It was just this visceral sense of being one with everything, and that everything was okay. That all the things I was afraid of, even death, that the universe, in a sense, is an endless recycling, and I don't know. It's hard to describe. But we also know on the other side that depression and anxiety, when people are experiencing those things, the default mode network is more active, and so it's this cycling and this kind of obsessive cycles of thinking about oneself that is a huge part of the suffering in the first place. And so the one thing that's surprising to me about the research is that I may be fudging the data, but it's something like 80% of people who are treated for PTSD after only one session are cured of their PTSD.
Yeah, the effect stays for prolonged periods of time.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And addiction as well, which is interesting. That's not something I'm like personally familiar with, so that was a surprise to me. But yeah, it's just wonderful that we.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, of course, it's also incredible for people who don't suffer to see what psychedelics can do with the mind, but which is that kind of appreciation.
Well, and I think it's actually important for this work. It's one of the questions I ask everyone I talk to for this series. Many of them, I won't be able to use that audio. For a lot of them. Yes, and what their experience was, and if that's informed. Actually, initially in the 50s, I want to do more research on this and look into it, but in the 50s, there were some studies that were being done with scientists there were hundreds of scientists they put into the study where they were on the brink of some kind of discovery, where they were stuck. So they had been doing research and they were stuck, and they used psychedelics to come up with an answer to find a path forward, and it was extremely useful for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, and the nice thing about psychedelics, from my perception, is that they don't currently suffer from the taboo that weed does.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think so. Like, for example, there's some kind of cultural construct about a pothead that makes it so that, like Elon got in trouble for smoking weed.
Right. He would have gotten in trouble for taking mushrooms too.
I don't know.
Really?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think
that's
so,
a surprise to me.
Because mushrooms to me seem like a journey. Like, there's a perception that you don't take mushrooms all the time. It's not an addictive substance. It's not a lifestyle. It's like going to Burning Man. It's like an experience that stays with you for a long time.
I didn't realize that understanding had permeated into the culture.
Yeah, that's a good question. If it has or not, because maybe I have a very narrow perspective of these kinds of things. But I think what has permeated is through Hollywood ideas of what it means to be a person who smokes weed a lot.
Yeah.
And that has had its effect. Just hilarious, given the effects of weed versus alcohol. But that's a whole nother story.
Have you taken psychedelics?
Yes.
And you've spoken about it on your podcast?
Yeah. So not a lot. I really want to do a lot more. I've taken mushrooms.
Aspirations.
Yeah, I mean, because
I know, so do I.
And I have a very addictive personality, so I'm very nervous about substances, but I didn't have any addictive relationship with that thing. Every time
it is a treatment for addiction, so.
Interesting. But I'm almost nervous because every time I've taken mushrooms, I had a really pleasant experience. I mean, it's already the thing I feel anyway.
Yeah.
But I feel it more intensely. The thing I feel anyway is like appreciation of the moment, how beautiful life is. The weird thing that I feel, not throughout the day, but certain moments of the day, especially early on, that's like life is intensely beautiful. Like, that's usually when I'll tweak.
Yeah.
It's like everything is awesome. And I remember those feelings, because sometimes when I feel really down and all those kinds of things, you remember that it's a roller coaster. And then you find the good feelings, and it's cool. And it does make me a little bit sad that they kind of fade. But then as I get older, you get to use those moments. You realize that use them well. When you feel great, when you're focused, all that kind of stuff. Use them well.
Yeah.
Because the mind is a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's true. That's partly why I do this work. I feel like my work is therapy. I don't know if you feel that way.
Work is therapy.
This work, not work in general. Thinking about the deep questions, thinking about the nature of the universe, thinking about consciousness, even meditation. I mean, I got into meditation. To me, it's interesting. To me, I mean, I think a lot of meditators feel this way about it, but I think I'm thinking about it from the perspective of someone who hasn't meditated before, but it feels like a scientific experiment. It feels like it's the same physicist in me who was drawn to meditation, because the experience is one of getting closer to your experience and asking similarly deep questions like, what is time? What does that even mean? What do I mean by time? What does it feel like? What is a thought is one of the most interesting questions to me.
Hey, how do you meditate? Let's talk about this. So what, you let go of time?
Well, I'm not really doing anything. I mean, the exercise is really so simple. It's just paying attention to your present moment experience. And it's an extremely challenging thing to do. It's not the natural state of the brain. It's an exercise in concentration, which is why, athletes and other people who spend a lot of time needing to focus intensely find it so useful. I mean, it's really a focus, a concentration practice. But all it is really, I mean, there are different ways, there are different methods, but it really is quite simple at its core, which is just paying close attention to your present moment experience. And so in Vipassana, which is what I've mostly been trained in, you're usually paying attention to the breath, but there's always some focus of concentration. And the focus can even be just an open awareness, just watching your mind go, just what comes into your experience. And part of that is the mind, part of it is the external world. So you hear a sound, you think a thought, you feel a feeling, your cheek is itching. Am I going to scratch it? Am I not going to scratch it? Just like, it sounds like the most boring thing in the world. And what's interesting is paying close attention to the most boring thing in the world is incredibly fascinating. Noticing that each breath, no two breaths are the same, that time keeps moving, that your thoughts keep appearing. I mean, it's a spiritual practice for
Notice
reason.
more and more beautiful things about the simpler things. Yeah, it's great. I like to do that. I don't meditate. I've tried different times, and I will, but I meditate. I do meditate, but not. I meditate by thinking about a thing,
Uh-huh.
and like holding on to that thing, right? And just like, and that's not really, I guess, technically meditation, but it's keeping a focus on an idea, and then you walk with it, and you solve the little puzzle of it.
Yeah.
Especially, and you kind of programming or math stuff. You're holding stuff in your head, but don't look stuff up. Don't take notes. You're only allowed to have your mind, and that's
You would really enjoy a meditation retreat. I mean, you would also not enjoy it. It would be hard because it's all. You wouldn't go nuts. It would be hard, but you would get a
What's the
ton out
meditation
of it.
retreat? Is it usually silent or?
It is always silent, or actually, at least the one I would recommend you do is the silent meditation retreat.
How long?
5 days.
5 days. Okay.
We'll talk later, but you might be my next victim. I have
5 days is a long time.
It's a long time.
To just sit.
It changes your brain. It's the type of experience that will change your brain permanently.
There's been like 2, 3, 4 hour sessions.
You don't have children.
I don't have children. How is the children?
Leaving them for 5 days and not speaking and impossible. I've only done one retreat since I had kids. I'm doing another one soon, but only 2 nights.
Maybe that's what the thoughts will be coming in my head. You should be getting married.
That's okay. Kids. Whatever. Let the thoughts be.
I think
you'll get really good at letting things just be and focusing on the present moment. And you might come out with some epiphany about what you should do next.
Yeah. No, I love the idea. Obviously, I love the idea. I love the idea. I fast. I'm fasting for 3 days. I want to fast for longer. That's also, in a different way, perhaps, but it makes you more sensitive to the world around you somehow. I'm not exactly sure what the chemistry of that is, but obviously, actually, it's not obvious because you're not always that hungry. But time slows down, and you feel things. You feel a breeze, all this kind of stuff, right? It's very interesting. I think I tweeted something about ideas coming out. Sometimes feeling about coming from outside of you. Sometimes. So you mentioned as you meditate, you notice these ideas come in. So thoughts, ideas, how did that connect to consciousness?
So the thing I was responding to that you wrote, I think I was partly picking up on the part of you that would really get a lot out of a meditation retreat. That was my way of beginning that conversation. That experience, you coming from somewhere else. When you spend an extended period of time paying close attention to your moment-to-moment experience, that's how all of your thoughts appear to you. And it's really beautiful because you're letting go just through the practice of meditation. You're quieting down your default mode network, and without necessarily intellectually thinking yourself out of free will, it naturally kind of drops away. And so when you're under the spell of this illusion that you are the author of your thoughts and your conscious experience is driving all of your behavior, and there's this I that stands somewhere near your brain but is not your brain, that stands free of the physical world, is the thing generating the thoughts. When you're meditating, that quiets down and can kind of quiet down completely so that your experience is just of the next thing arising in your conscious awareness.
But the source of that is still this brain.
What you realize is the source of it is not your conscious experience. And that's the important insight. And that's the insight. And so there are many insights you can have in meditation that align with the science, which is what's really fascinating, because it doesn't have to be that way. Like, I can imagine finding meditation to be extremely useful and helping you with anxiety and all the rest, and having all kinds of insights that turn out to not be true. But the interesting thing is that these insights actually turn out to be true. And so that is one of them, is when you're just watching what your conscious experience actually is, you realize that it's not doing all of the things you usually feel like it's doing. And so the thoughts really just arise in much the same way that a sound or a sight or a feeling, maybe your leg starts to hurt, when you're just watching moment by moment by moment, pain arises, a bird chirping arises, a thought arises, a feeling arises. You're just kind of watching it all unfold. And there's something really beautiful about that.
Yeah, it's the perspective you could take on is there's a connectedness to the entirety of the universe, like to nature in general.
And that there's something so beautiful about consciousness, about the fact that it's not just a dead universe with atoms doing their thing, that at least in this one instance, there is a felt experience of the universe.
Of the universe, it's not even individual.
And I'm part of the universe, yeah. And there's right here in this little point in space and time, there is an experience of the universe.
But it's still interesting to think about where those ideas are solely a construction of the brain, or is there some kind of mechanism of joint collective intelligence of humans as social organisms, where those like how much of it is me training my neural network on the ideas of tens of thousands of other people, and how much is it myself?
Are you talking like in terms of psychic phenomena, or you're talking in terms of just absorbing the information of the past and education and just kind of the collective human project that gets in throughout our lives?
I don't know much about psychic phenomena, but I also want to be open-minded in the way we speak about collective intelligence, because it's very easy to simplify it to it's a neural network trained on knowledge developed over generations and so on. It does feel like intelligence is stored in some kind of distributed fashion across humans. Like if you take one out, I think that intelligence quickly goes down.
I don't know how quickly it goes down if you just take one out. It depends on which one. I think I half agree and half disagree with what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, the other thing you notice when you spend a lot of time in meditation, and when you spend a lot of time kind of shaking up these intuitions that I think get in the way of clearly thinking about what consciousness is that we are these systems in nature that are not at all isolated. And there are the obvious ways, like if I just stop drinking water, that's going to change the system very drastically, right? So there's just, the energy consumption, but the fact that we exchange ideas is we part of who I am is everyone I've interacted with, and of course, the people I interact more with have sculpted me more. But our brains are sculpted through our interactions with each other as well.
Yes, but I wonder if it's a more correct and useful perspective to take that those interactions are the organisms. Like you're saying, you're still making the brain the primary. There could be like that the brain is what it is because of the social interactions, and the social interactions are the living organism. Like that's a weird perspective because it's so.
I don't actually think it's one or the other.
They're both.
Yeah.
They're both living.
Yeah.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit like, I have 2 children, and a lot of people with 2 children will say, like, when you're preparing to have the second one, and soon after you've had the second one, that having 2 is kind of like having 3, because you are nourishing and protecting and overseeing each individual life, but then there's the sibling relationship, which is almost another thing.
Yeah, it's weird. So you've spoken with Don Hoffman a few times.
Yes.
In his book Case
Many
Against
more
Reality.
than a few, yeah.
Many more than a few. There's a lot of fun ones. Is there one with Sam was involved?
Well, Sam and I interviewed him. Yeah, sorry. Most of the conversations I've had with him are private. They're not public. But we used to meet before the pandemic. We were meeting about monthly to discuss ideas.
I would love to be a fly on the wall of those discussions. But he wrote a book, Case Against Reality.
Yeah.
Makes the case that our perception is completely detached from objective reality. Can you explain his perspective and let us know? Well, no, maybe not fully, but to what degree you agree and don't. So this is much more focused. I guess you guys have an agreement that consciousness is somehow fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both think we might be wrong.
About the consciousness or about reality?
About it being fundamental. I think we both agree that this is a legitimate question to ask at this point in science. Is consciousness fundamental? And I really see it as a question, and I think he does too.
But he goes hard on reality.
Yes, and it's
hard
interesting because especially, so I actually now have recorded 3 conversations with him for this project I'm working on. Yeah, and in every conversation we have, we seem to land on the same place. But this last conversation we had, it seemed to be even more clear that the semantics really get in the way. When you get into the weeds in these conversations, it's almost like we need some new terminology, because it's hard to know sometimes whether we're talking about the same thing. I have issues with his terminology that when we talk about what his terminology represents, it seems like we completely agree.
But the conclusions, you don't?
If possible, we have a very similar view of the universe if consciousness is fundamental. It may be an identical view. It's hard for me to know because I disagree with a lot of his terminology.
Okay, but our 4-dimensional reality, he says that's like a complete construct. Space-time. It's a complete weird construction that...
Yeah. Well, I mean, the truth is that, if you talk to a neuroscientist like Anil Seth, and I would say most neuroscientists, but he's really good on this subject, and his expertise in his area of focus is in perception. So he talks a lot about how our perceptions give us an experience of the world, and he calls it a controlled hallucination. I'm sorry, I think he says that he got that term from someone else, but that's the term he uses.
We got every term from somewhere else.
Right, that's true.
Everything. There's no new idea.
Right. There's a sense in which what Hoffman is saying we already know to be the case. So our brains are creating this conscious experience based on these interactions with the outside world. It is, in some sense, all a controlled hallucination. And someone like Anil Seth, from the neuroscientific point of view, I actually have a quote here somewhere if you have any interest in hearing the quote. But he's essentially saying everything we experience as a perception, including our experience of time and space. So we still don't really know what our experience of space represents out there in the world. And then, of course, when you talk to physicists about the different interpretations of quantum mechanics, I mean, where physics seems to be headed across the board at this point is that space and time are emergent, that they're not part of the fundamental fabric of reality. And so there's some ways in which Don is saying things that...
Is he being too poetic about it? Is that the right way to phrase it? Because, like...
No, go ahead.
He says, like, it's not that our perception is just a controlled hallucination. Well...
No, it's not. He's saying something more than that. That's true.
I mean, yeah.
But my point is that a lot of what he's already saying, on some level, science is already there and could agree with.
Yeah, but not all the way.
Yeah.
Because he's saying, like,
well,
that we don't even, the evolutionary process
yeah.
has constructed our brain mechanisms in such a way that we're really far from having access to objective reality.
Yeah. Although I think we already know that as well. I mean, if any version of string theory is correct, and, of course, we don't know yet, it's all up for grabs, but the truth is each theory is weirder than the last. If there are 15 dimensions of space, we are just not
Yes,
wired
but
to be able to understand the fundamental reality.
But I think we have a consistent abstraction that seems to be reliable.
Yes.
Like a blockchain.
Yes, and he's not just saying that we really only have this tiny window onto reality. He's saying that window onto reality is giving us a lot of false information.
Yeah, it's false. True. It's not just an abstraction, it's false.
Yeah.
Because he's saying there's no reason it needs to be true. Like, there's no... it's not required to be true.
Yeah.
And in fact, there's, through natural selection, it's very possible to imagine, or it's likely to imagine, that organisms will evolve in such a way that you're going to just be lying to yourself completely. And, but the question there is, if that's the case, it's a really interesting thing to think about. I think the rigor with which he approaches it is really admirable. I mean, I do think it's scientific, but it's the question for me is, why is it so consistent across all of these organisms? We all seem to see the table, like, and feel and run into the table.
What he will agree. So what I would say to that, and when I've posed this to him, I really don't want to speak for him, but I'll answer it myself and say that I believe he agrees with what I'm about to say, which is that the things we perceive are connected to the structure of reality. It's just that the structure of reality is made of something completely different than the thing we're experiencing. So imagine if you just go with the holographic principle, loosely, and actually the holographic principle applies to black holes only. So there's ADS, CFT duality, anti-splitter space, and conformal field theory. Am I getting all these terms right?
The terms are right, but I can't believe we're going there.
Well, I mean, this is where I've gone in all of my conversations with physicists, because the idea is, so if we just have the basic principle that reality and all of the information can be contained, or is actually in a two-dimensional space that gets projected. This is something that you don't buy based on the look on your face.
No. I'm actually freaking out because, yes, any theory of modern physics gives inkling that reality is very weird.
Right. And so completely different from how we experience it.
That's one example.
So this is an intuition that, for whatever reason, has always felt true to me. This is the way I thought about things as a child. I've met other people that felt this way when I've had experiences in psychedelics, and this is where I start to sound crazy too.
Nope.
But
everybody else is crazy.
But that has always seemed right to me and that's always the thing that I feel like I'm looking for. That it's funny. Recently, I was thinking that it's as if I feel like and this is more how I was thinking of how I felt as a child, but I feel this way a lot as an adult too. That the image is one of a snow globe that I'm confined to this snow globe based on my human perceptions, and the truth of reality is out there. And it's actually why I'm so drawn to shaking intuitions. I feel like every time we shake up an intuition, it's like an opportunity to leave the snow globe for a moment. It's like smashing the marbles and seeing, oh, it's not liquid in there like I thought. It's getting this glimpse of something truer than what we typically experience.
There he is.
I feel like it's for a long time going to be snow globe inside
Yeah, I guess
snow
my
globe.
computer
But
fell or something. I don't know.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah, it's all right. It's working.
Did it? Nothing's broken.
No, nothing's broken.
That's the first thing I was gonna ask you is, did your app crash or like I was? It must have happened like 2 or 3 hours ago. But any idea how it fell? Any idea how it fell?
Yeah, just me being asleep and it being too close to me.
Oh man, I've been there. I fucked up some computers that way.
Yeah, I need to be much more careful.
Well, that's good. You wanted to be close. That's all right. Well, it's still early. I imagine you just go get some more sleep and talk to me when you're ready to go.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, enjoyment.
I've been enjoying my sleep lately.
Dog, that's one of the great things in life. It's free. No one can really take it away from you under general circumstances. It charges your body. I was thinking about this morning, or actually last night. It's like a little time machine that it's like, okay, I'm gonna get in this capsule, and when I awake, it's gonna be later. I don't know when, but it's gonna fast forward. So enjoy your little time
Yeah,
machine.
I think the fast forward is the best part.
Yeah, I enjoy it. When it happens to me, first thing I do after saying some quick prayers is check out what's going on online, and there's always new shit. It's like, oh wow, now I got shit to do, and people to fuck with, and messages to answer, and it's nice.
Yeah.
All right, big dog, will you enjoy your sleep?
Yeah,
But the larger point is that, yes, whatever is
Please
true
do.
about the fundamental nature of reality is not something we're experiencing. However, it is linked and gives us clues to it. So one image I came up with recently, I actually wrote about this. I have an article in Nautilus about time, because as I spend time thinking about what it would mean for consciousness to be fundamental, and at the same time I'm talking to physicists about different interpretations of quantum mechanics and the fact that the ones I'm talking to believe that space and time are emergent and are not part of the fundamental story. Um, I was thinking about what could time be if it's not the way we experience it? What could it be pointing to? And I'm not the first person to think like this. Many people have developed different thought experiments around this, but and this is, I'm not saying this is the way things are, but this is just one solution, is that time and causality appear to us the way they do because for whatever reason we're only perceiving one moment at a time. And these connections between events that we perceive as time are actually just part of the fabric of reality. There's some structure to reality at a deeper level, where it's like shining a flashlight on the structure of reality, where for us, for whatever reason, everything else disappears, and the only thing that exists is that single pinprick of light that we happen to be inhabiting or that we can perceive, but the rest of it is there. And so that even though time would be an illusion, and the causality in the way we experience it is an illusion, or it doesn't mean what we think it means, it's still pointing to a deeper structure. There's something that it corresponds to in the fundamental nature of reality. And I've had enough conversations with Don, I think, to know that he would agree with that our perceptions map onto something. It's just not the experience of it that we're having. So to go back to the idea that all of reality could be contained in two dimensions, and there's something about the interaction between different points that cause this holograph, so that it seems like there's a three-dimensional world when in fact that it's a projection of this two-dimensional surface. What we experience as space still references something at the fundamental level. It's just that it's not space. And that is something that makes a lot of sense to me. I posted an excerpt. George Musser wrote a great book, Spooky Action at a Distance. Spooky Action at a Distance. And he talks about, he's a great science writer, and he talks about ways to kind of absorb what this would mean, this ADS-CFT duality. And he gives an example of music as an analogy, that two different notes can exist in three dimensions as if the other doesn't exist because of the frequency of the sound waves. And that in another way, you can think of the sound waves existing in different dimensions. I don't know if that's...
yeah, that's really interesting. So
I don't speak as well as I write, so I've written about this in a way that I think is easier to absorb than the way I just described it.
But I think causality is a trickiest one.
Yes.
Time is a tricky one to like.
Yes.
Oh boy.
And there are physicists who think that space is emergent, but time is still fundamental, and Lee Smolin is one of those scientists. And it's really interesting to talk to him about this. But yeah.
But time being emergent is a really tricky one to think about.
Yeah.
Also, I wonder if it's possible at which point does the experience of time start becoming a part of the conscious experience of living organisms. So is it something that evolved on Earth?
Yeah.
Only?
Well, it's also very hard to think about consciousness without time. And that's something that's really interesting for me to think about too. Although, not that this is scientific evidence of anything, but I and many others have had the experience, a timeless, spaceless experience in certain states of meditation and under the influence of psychedelics. And that's
still a conscious experience, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
But didn't you say that some aspect of conscious experience is memory?
It seems like that. No. So I said an experience of being a self is due to memory. It seems that consciousness and time are inextricably linked, but I think that may be an illusion also. And when I think about consciousness being fundamental, and someone like Max Tegmark, I don't know if there are other mathematicians, I'm sure there are, he's the only one I know of who will talk about mathematical forms and shapes as not just being, he talks about them as being actual objects in nature that exist, that are not just mathematical structures that we can think about, but any mathematical structure that comes out of the math actually exists in reality.
Yeah.
And so when I think about consciousness being fundamental, I think about physics and mathematics being a description of the structure of it. And that when mathematicians say things like that, or physicists say things like that, it makes sense. It we're talking about a conscious experience of some sort.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, first of all, Max is great. Man, this is really interesting to think about, like what is fundamental.
Yeah.
It's a good exercise to do in general.
Yeah.
Like to really think through it. I mean, ultimately, it's a very humbling process because we're probably in the very early days of. We can't know currently, right?
Right. Currently. Maybe permanently, but I remain optimistic.
Right. Well, to jump around a little bit, the Google AI engineer, using the terms from the press is kind of hilarious. But
what,
like
a friend of yours?
no, it's not. No. But just the term AI is really not used amongst machine learning people.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So like I'm using kind of Google AI engineer, like sentience and chatbot, and like none of those words are really used by the people that actually build them.
Okay.
You're much more likely to use language model versus chatbot, or like natural language dialogue versus chatbot, or whatever. It's certainly not sentience, but that's the point. I mean, sometimes the difference between the public discourse and the engineering is actually really important because engineering tends to want to ignore the magic. They don't notice the magic. Anyway, the Google AI engineer believes that the Lambda 1 language, natural language system achieved sentience. I don't know if you paid attention to that. You didn't.
No.
But the general question is, do you think a chatbot, do you think a robot could be conscious?
So, this answer is slightly different, or very different, depending on whether I kind of follow the assumption that consciousness emerges at some point in physical processing, or whether it's fundamental. Since I've just chosen to stay on the fundamental channel, then it's kind of a silly answer, because if consciousness is fundamental in the way I currently think about it, if the only way I imagine it working, every physical thing we perceive is a representation of a conscious experience. So, yes, this is true of everything in the world. However, I would say if that's the case, even though there's a way in which it's behaving in similar ways to a human being, the way it's constructed, what it is actually made of, and the physics of it is so different that I would expect it to have an entirely, completely non-human conscious experience. And whether it even feels like a self, I think, would be a big question mark.
Well, there's questions of ethics, and is it capable of suffering? Is suffering connected to consciousness? Or
obviously it is. The only way you can suffer is in a
well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's more connected to self than consciousness.
I would say, just on my own use of these words, suffering is only something that can happen in a conscious experience.
Right. So can robots suffer?
If they have anything that has a conscious experience can experience suffering. Yes.
But do plants suffer in the same? So is there some level where, when we construct our morals and ethics, that is there a class of conscious experiences or organisms that are capable of conscious experience that we can anthropomorphize sufficiently such that we give them rights?
Yeah, this is not an area that I have spent, for me, I have not spent a lot of time thinking about this. Most people expect that I have. It's interesting. These types of questions are much less interesting to me than the other questions, and I think it's because I'm interested in the physics of things.
Sure.
I'm somewhat interested, I'm definitely interested in ethical questions for human beings, but I have spent very little time thinking about the implications for other types of intelligence. I will say that I think the capacity for suffering of capacity for suffering of a conscious system goes up with memory and with a sense of self. So if you take if anesthesia only erased your memory and it didn't actually make you unconscious, you actually horrifically experienced some surgical procedure, but we could completely wipe out your memory of it. As nightmarish as that scenario is, and I'm not suggesting you should ever do this, I would say if our only option were to erase your memory of it, that would be the more ethical thing to do than to have you maintain that memory, because the suffering is then carried across a longer distance through time.
That's presuming that suffering is unethical.
Well, isn't that what ethics is all about? It's about suffering. I mean, I think to me, ethics is all about suffering and well-being, and I don't know what ethics is without that.
There's different measures of suffering. So having one traumatic event,
dude, come on in, man.
If you erase that one traumatic event, that potentially might have negative on net consequences for the growth of a human.
So then it's a different question, but I would say that memory increases suffering globally. So that if any moment of suffering only existed for itself in the present moment,
there he is.
All right, big dog. A lesser kind of suffering.
You ready to get your ass kicked?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hey, I was just on Kick. I don't know if you're aware, but Aiden Ross hasn't streamed on Kick in like more than a month. And he's got this, yeah, but he's coming back. He's got this AI bot though, or somebody does, that you can ask it any question, and it's pretty realistic to have like an AI Aiden Ross. It's pretty cool.
That's cool. Yeah, I can't sleep.
Well, I'm the perfect person to help you, because I will whoop your ass until you're so tired you can't see straight. All right, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna beat you.
That's gonna help.
5 fucking games. I'm beating you 5 fucking games right off the bat.
Yeah. I'm just
shot.
down an unsignificant amount of. I'm just on like a significant amount of money right now because in unrealized profit. Like I'm not down in general, but market go down and I'm down fucking horrendously in unrealized profits.
All right. Well, did you see how good my drive is? Does that make you any happier?
I mean, it's not gonna help with the fucking 700K in unrealized profits, but yeah.
Okay, that's some serious unrealized profits. All right, but it'll be back up. Just be patient.
Yeah.
Be patient. You know how the game is. In case you weren't aware, I'm winning 1-0.
That was an okay shot, but is it as good as this shot?
Doug, I'm telling you right now, it's already better than your shot. Your shot is dog shit.
Why did I go that way when I could have gone this way?
I don't know. It seems like you would have lost either way, but who knows?
I could have tied.
That's true. Oh, I like this hole.
You like it because you're terrible at it?
No, I like it because if you go first on this hole, you can really fuck up the second person.
Like this?
Let's see your shot, dog. That's pretty good. That's
actually a perfect shot.
That is a perfect shot, my friend. Yeah.
No, a perfect shot would be a hole in one, I believe.
I'm in agreement with you. Did you see Tiger Woods' son got a hole in one and his dad was in the bathroom?
In what?
In in golf? So you know who Tiger Woods is, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if his dad was in the bathroom, but the announcer said he was taking a break. Um, but basically, his son had his first ever hole in one in tournament ever, and it was in a tournament in the final round in like a father son tournament, and apparently Tiger was in the bathroom and missed it. I don't know for sure if he was in the bathroom, but that's what they made it seem like.
A
Dude,
hole in one in golf? Like real golf?
real golf, yeah, like it was on a par three. Man, this you made a difficult shot, difficult hole. Oh, what a fucking great shot! You really need an amazing shot.
I didn't know that. I think that it was common for people to get hole in ones on like
It's not common at all.
real golf.
It's very, very rare. I don't like this hole. I find it to be very difficult. And everybody always fucks me over. Riser always fucks me over on this hole. Oh, you hit a perfect shot.
Not really.
I mean, you can't win. So, that's what you want to do, though, right there. That's perfect.
Oh, that was a perfect shot, bro. Why would
Uh-oh.
you go the way that's going to help me?
Let's see what you got. Man, I keep going in the water. But that's okay. I already got the win. 301st win of all time. That's one in a row. I'm going for 5 in a row, and then I'm going to beat the shit out of you in Uno. Oh, that was really bad, Zoot. Giving you an opportunity to fucking do really well. Oh, Zoot's going to take the lead.
That was a 2 out of 10.
2 out of 10, dude. That was a 9 out of 10. Oh, I got fucked. Slow down.
That's a perfect shot.
No.
That's an easy shot.
I'd rather have your shot. Your shot has a backboard.
However, it doesn't matter.
There you go. Zoot takes his first lead.
No matter what you did, here's the thing: no matter what you did, you're gonna lose to me anyway.
All right, I hate this fucking hole. Oh, you fucked up. But not really. You kind of put it in the perfect spot to fuck me up.
Okay, that was a shit fucking shot, Rover.
I know. Oh, what are you doing?
That was a good shot.
You're all in my way.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not doing terrible.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna give you a fucking win.
Oh, fuck.
Oh man, that was a very fortunate win.
I had this easy shot and I fucked it up.
Alright, big dog. You ready for this shot? Not what I wanted to do. But I'll take it. I mean, it could be way worse. Look at this shot. Get there. Get there. Hit my ball, big dog.
Yeah.
Water. have a feeling if I let the thing. Oh, I had a feeling that was gonna happen. You got a really good opportunity to just. No way. He takes the lead again, folks. You really should be up 3-0.
Yeah, but I screwed up last. Oh, not terrible.
Dude, you put the. You're
I
in a.
actually think I'm.
You're in a great position because I'm gonna hit your ball. Oh.
No,
No, but I hit that thing because your ball was in the way.
you're in a terrible position.
All right, let's see what you've got. Go in the water.
Yeah, I'll go in the water if I do that. I have a feeling I can get it in though.
Hit that wall and come back. But by you doing that, you're fucking me.
No, I'm in the perfect position. All you gotta do is Actually, I'm in a worse position now.
No, you're in a better position.
Very wide. That's very wide. Well, it's not gonna matter. Right, you can get it in the next shot. If you don't get it in the next shot, you fuck up. By the way.
Not if I'm in your way. Oh.
This is bad. This is bad.
We're gonna tie on this hole.
My screen's glitched out. Yeah, it's working now.
I almost got very fortunate.
I thought you were gonna miss.
I almost did. Lose.
I can't lose. Can't lose, but I could be in trouble. Yes, perfect. Perfect, but also get the perfect. I think your shot is a little bit better than mine.
Oh, what a good shot. Oh.
You can get it. Actually, you're in a better position to get it in.
I don't think it's possible to make it from there in the hole.
It is. You seen me do it before.
In 2 shots?
Yeah, you've seen me do it from this angle.
Oh, what a terrible shot. I almost really fucked myself.
Oh yeah, I should just go for the safety. Just go. How the fuck?
2 wins in a row.
Alright.
Counts as a win here, baby. I love this hole. This is my favorite hole. Oh, you.
Oh, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy to hold.
That hitting it off the back wall is such a key little trick. All right, make it, big dog.
So I met this guy on Twitter Spaces recently, and he reviews movies non-stop. Like he's reviewed he's watched 228 movies this year, and he's reviewed all of them.
What was his favorite?
The Shining.
interesting. Stanley Kubrick.
What's his favorite movie of all time? His favorite movie of this not his favorite movie of this year, but his pick for Oscar would be Nora. Nora.
What do you think of this shot? Don't forget, there might be a hidden hole. Water.
I think I see it.
Oh, I fucked up.
So I think Wicked is gonna get a Best Picture nomination.
Try to bounce it
I'm
off.
curious what the
Bounce.
hidden hole here.
It's not there, dude. It's the other tree.
Yeah, but I had like no chance of getting it in, so I just may as well see if it was any of the trees.
What do you think of that shot? Would you take it?
I think my shot is going to be better.
Let's see it, big dog. Nope.
Bro, your shot's gonna be terrible. You're gonna bounce. Yeah, I can already see what's gonna happen.
That's exactly what I wanted to do. It gives me a
You're
clear
still in
shot to the
vision.
hole. And the hole's in the corner. It's easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, baby. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, baby. Left side.
Imagine there's a hole there.
Let's see it. I extend my lead. I don't like this hole.
I do. I think this hole is boring though. I think it's too easy. That's the problem.
I miss those swirly things. Oh, that was a really good shot. Those lollipop things, I miss those things. Come on, you little bitch. Dude, that's not good. What,
Yeah, you blocked me.
what are you gonna do? Play the craziest angle ever.
To be honest, you are in a better position than me.
That's correct.
But maybe not for long, because I can do something you cannot.
That would be a wild shot. No way. Amazing shot. Now you ready for this?
Yeah. That was okay.
Okay, it gives me a shot at the hole. And my ball's still ahead of yours, so if anything, you would just bump me.
Oh, shit.
Alright, now I don't think I can make it straight in.
I think you can.
How'd you like that shot? Too hard.
Is it as good as this one?
Still undefeated,
I
dog.
wonder if you can. I wonder if you can do that in like 3 to 4. I'd say 4, maybe 3. I wish it like showed you like the minimum amount of shots that you can get.
Yeah. You're in trouble.
The thing I like about this hole is how like we don't get it off.
That's true, and it's difficult. I don't think it's possible for me to make it in a normal way. I think I just have to.
You're gonna make it in the next two shots.
That could be.
You can make it in this shot. You can make it in this shot, but you're probably if you hit it too hard, you'll go underwater.
Stop.
A lot of money.
We're looking at 3 wins in a row. What are your thoughts on this?
It's okay. Maybe more money in the last.
3 wins in a row, big dog. All right, here's your hole. You made it in twice in a row at one point. Get in the water. I feel like the ball doesn't go in the water very often on this hole. This is an amazing shot. Listen to Caspian Sea go out.
Who's snoring?
Caspian Sea. Look at this shot. Think of it. Oh, stop. That was a beautiful shot. I take the lead.
There was literally nothing I could do.
Yeah, you could have made it. I love this hole.
What movie should you? Been a while, but that's a great movie.
I agree.
With us from when I was little.
4 5?
Yeah, 4 out of 5.
Your rating.
Maybe 4.5.
Your rating system sucks.
4.5 is the last one.
Did you see how efficient I was on this hole?
And the reason why I'm giving it 4.5 is because I would give it 5 stars, but I can't remember any. Of the names of the characters.
The actual characters? Henry Hill.
What?
Henry Hill. You mean the characters or the actors? Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci.
I can remember the actors. I can remember the actors, I just can't remember the characters being that memorable to me.
That Sorvino guy, Paul Sorvino. What a shot. Dude, did you just see that? Did you see my shot? Man, I am just steamrolling your ass right now.
What's.
Alright, you ready for this one? You're just gonna copy me?
What's the worst movie you've ever seen?
That's a good question. I don't normally continue to watch them. they're bad. Um, that's a good question. Oh, stop! You have a chance to steal a hole. I'd love to see this go in.
Pedro.
The worst movie I've ever seen. You just made that?
Yeah.
That was phenomenal, dude. That was maybe the worst kind of shot you could have on this hole. What's the worst movie I've ever
I
seen?
think this one's going to be bad. I think mine's going to be worse.
Hit my ball in the water.
I actually would not mind a water bump on this one, hey?
Right. Oh, what an amazing shot if that would have gone in.
It would be an amazing shot unless, but the fact is I do that, I can do that. You're going to help me. I have a feeling you're going to help me. I have a feeling you're going to help me.
You have a difficult shot here. No, you gotta hit it harder than that.
It's setting up to be. I'm in a better position than you are, though.
Not now, you're not.
There's no way I can win this game anyway.
That's correct. Oh, get in there.
Perfect shot. And you've wasted your time and your energy and your money.
Well, I don't know what money I put into this, but okay.
Rabbi failed.
Make it. Rabbi wins 4 games in a row. And for the 5th game, as Rabbi predicted, and then I'm gonna beat your ass at fucking Uno like it owes me money. Look at this shot. Look at this look how amazing this shot was.
The only thing about that is Rabbi is I'm going to win.
Yeah, well, it's a game of chance, so fuck it. I like games of skill like mini golf. You need an amazing shot here. No way.
Are you kidding me?
You deserve to make that. That was a really good shot. All right.
I hate how it does the sound effect of it taunts you.
I've never heard sounds in this game.
You don't play with sound effects on?
I don't. All right. How about this shot? Does it have the
I was
speed?
surprised because I thought the sound effects are what make this game.
Hit my ball. How about that? That was a good shot. Very good. Oh, this is your hole. Look at this shot. Look at the athleticism. Look at this move.
Hole in one, Rabbi, you motherfucker.
Thanks, big dog. Let's see you make it. I don't know if it's possible for you to make a hole in one. Maybe. But it would. Oh, that stinks. Oh, I got fortunate. All right, here we go, friends. Oh, into the black shit. I don't think I can lose.
You can lose.
No.
You going in the black? Oh, I actually know how to play this game now.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Look at this shot.
You fucked up. I believe you're trying to do this.
If you hit that, it's gonna go in the black. Meaning the hole. Oh, what a shot. Yeah, I'm right. I can't lose. I suck at this hole.
You don't suck at it. You're just not very good.
No, I suck at it. Everybody always fucks me up.
Okay. That's the way to go. You just won. Why are you going that way?
Just to be fun.
Dumbest way you can go.
It's gonna get in the same amount of shots. See? Rabbi won 5 straight games.
No, that's way.
Just like I predicted.
Right.
Uno time.
Play Uno.
First to 10. Oh, fuck.
I probably have a perfect hand.
Fuck, dude.
You have no borders. That's great. However,
Uh-oh.
that's great.
I agree.
Oh, fuck.
How'd you like that, big dog?
Oh,
How'd you like that?
this is not good. This is not good.
1-0. How'd you like that? You thought you had me fucked.
You played it strategically.
I did.
You played the strategy perfectly. But is there any way I could have, like, anything I could have done to, like, not get fucked?
I don't know.
I mean, if I drew the card, then I could have. Yeah. The issue right now with you is I have good cards now.
Right.
I have a card of the unstoppable card.
Oh fuck.
I'm a fucker. If you saw my hand right now, you'd laugh how bad it is. How the fuck is this even possible? I have a feeling you have a card that's really gonna fuck me soon. I have a feeling that you have like multiple premium cards right now.
I love how you call the good card premium card.
Now you actually know how to play, and now you know the strategy behind this.
To some extent. Is that 3 games?
Yeah.
3-0?
Yeah. Sorry, they're called special cards.
I like calling them premium cards. I like that you call them that. I think it's funny.
Ah, fuck. I got 2 special cards. Come on. You could change the color. Oh, yeah, you are screwed. If you change to a certain color, you're fucked. I'll go red, bro. As long as you stay blue, you're good. Go back to green. Okay. Green. Oh, you fucking cunt.
4 games straight. Came out swinging today.
I actually started off. Should I just tell you what? I don't know. I'll tell you after the game ends. So, I had a 6 of every color. This is a terrible hand now.
Oh, you
you're in trouble.
fucked me. Psych. How do you like those 8 cards?
Yeah, but you have no cards to counter with. Fuck you now. Skip, 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 skip. One.
Wow, you had a ton of cards. Uh oh.
Come back.
4-1.
See,
Man, and you did that, and you were given
Rabbi,
eight cards. That's a lot.
there were moves I made that helped me that you didn't counter against. Like there were times where I could have played a card, but I drew instead. Now this is a difficult decision. Oh, you would not have done that if you were in my hand.
I made a mistake.
I made a mistake.
4-2.
I got lucky at the end. I made a huge mistake though. Well, that is going to be a big. I like child.
What did you just say?
Um,
Oh man.
James.
I have very weird cards right now. 5-2.
That was that was the most insane fucking win I've ever seen.
It was pretty weird with 3 skips in a row.
kidding me? It skipped again. Okay. I wish I didn't do that. Oh, you're in trouble. Oh my god, you don't even. Oh, you're in trouble. No, you
What?
won't do that? Hmm. I wonder who's gonna lose.
Dang. 5-3.
Yeah,
It gave me
that was a strategy.
14 cards. I've never seen that many.
It said 17 on my screen.
Okay.
Oh, it was 4. Oh, yeah, because you had 3 already. I'm gonna change the color.
But you didn't.
I wish I didn't change the color because it really fucked me. Pretty much. I don't have a good hand. I should have stayed on. Okay, you actually played the perfect card for me. I'm in trouble. I have the worst hand imaginable right now. That's even. Just makes it even worse. Okay.
Fuck.
You changed it to the best color. I can't lose.
5-4, 5-5 now.
I worked. Yeah, I worked out that card is undefeatable if you have it on the last hand. If you have it on the last card, it's undefeatable unless the other person also has a 4+. So I decide I'm not going to play it. If I have a 4+, I'm not going to play it to the very end. I'd rather draw. Insane.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Wow. 6-5. I don't even know what happened there.
Me playing good strategy.
It's all about just the draw, dude. It has nothing to do with you being smart or better or more athletic or better looking. It's just the cards.
Yeah, you can strategize this.
fucking did it again.
Okay, that was luck.
7-5. I wasn't even paying
That was
attention.
luck. That was luck.
You took the 2 cards, even though I know that you have a +4.
Yep. How do you know I have a +4?
I just do. Oh, you're gonna win. Is it?
Do you think it was
Is it
wise of
7?
me to
Is it
take the
7-5 or
lost
8?
it?
Is it 7-5 or 8-5?
7-5.
Seven.
Do you think it was a good decision for me to take the +2 on the first move?
Perhaps. Wow. Finally, 6-7. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. No, that was a terrible move. I knew you had a +2. I actually thought you were gonna play a +4 actually.
Seven all. There we go. That was a quick win.
active death.
Wow. Eight, 7.
Next one will be 8-8. Oh, Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
I'm gonna let you play the card first. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Two. What's your best card?
Right now. This one, because I don't have any left.
Oh,
All right. 9 to 7.
Rabbi, I fucked up. I had a +4 there. I could have fucked you.
Well, you didn't, and I'm glad that you didn't.
I didn't realize you were down to your last card. What the fuck? What the? What is happening?
Oh man, that
That
was
had to be a glitch.
no, it wasn't. I had a bunch of really good cards.
I've never seen anything like that. Have you?
No. Oh, great, great, great move.
Yeah, well, I have every fucking card in the world.
It seems that way.
It's not a card I don't have. Okay. I know you don't have blue. Now it's like, fuck, I play a card. We might have that color. have a feeling you have a lot of yellows.
Man, I fucked up.
No, you didn't fuck up. You just fucked up then.
10 wins.
Oh,
Do you have another one in you?
yeah. Yeah.
All right, this one
Oh,
goes first to 5.
Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
I could have. You don't even understand what just happened. I had like +2 at the end of it.
Are you fucking serious? How many cards do you have?
1, 2, 3,
You have 8 cards.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many cards do you have?
5.
I'm a 6. Okay, I am going to kill you soon.
I'm ready for it. Oh man.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Fuck that. 1-0.
You like this game?
No, because it's not all skill based.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Ooh, you're right about that. And I can't fuck you.
I have every color but blue. Now this is pointless because I played a skip and I have to draw. Rabbi, I have every color imaginable. But I have one particular color where I've just got a fucking shit ton of cards. Okay, now my hand is just trash. Like, even more trash. You don't have green either? Do we have the same colors?
Perhaps.
Oh, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Oh, you're in real trouble. Like, real trouble.
Big time. Wow. Oh, I've got everything now. I wish there was a way to know if like all of the +4s were drawn and everything. Hey, Look, there's like go to the select items. There's like stuff you can choose. What is this? Florence card sets. They're like different cards. Oh shit. Live. Let's see. Is this the right game? I think so. Two nothing. Two one. I wish there was just a rematch button instead of having me have to do that every time. Shit cards.
Remember?
Yeah, big dog.
I accidentally changed the green even though I didn't have a green card until now.
Wow, look at all your skips, dude.
Yeah, but you know why it wasn't a good strategy?
Why?
Because I have one picklet, like my cards are pretty much only one color now. That wasn't a good strategy either. Rabbi,
2-2, big dog.
you have a blue card. 2-2?
2-2.
Alright, I'm gonna win the next game though. My eyes glowed. Oh, that was a good game. Rabbi, fuck. Fuck. I actually chose the worst color. Rabbi.
Yeah, big dog.
Fuck.
Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that, dude?
Greatest comeback of all time. Oh, I fucked it. I fucked it. I fucked it. The good news is I have every single color.
fuck was that?
You're dead.
Fuck. 3-2.
See, when I say it, like, I have every single color, you should, like, memorize what colors I'm playing so then you know what colors I
Doug,
don't.
ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah. Okay. This is good. This is really good. This is really good.
Fuck.
I had the perfect hand to start with. You're just making life easy for me. I don't think I can lose.
Wow. 4-2.
Holy shit. This is bad. This could end really badly or really good. Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
I feel like I made a huge mistake there.
You may have. Time will tell.
I mean, I probably have a perfect hand right now.
Wow. You really fucked me there, dude.
I wasn't letting you take the win. But I don't think there's any way I can lose right now. Oh, fuck.
Good job, dude.
Okay. I'm going to bed.
Get some sleep, big dog. Enjoy yourself. Good games.
Yeah.
Brain
Think market's being
than
volatile right now.
a suffering
down.
that is drawn out over
Hard to think about.
And
Yeah.
so of AI, if they're conscious, and there's I actually think you need memory to actually, sorry, I take that back. I actually think you can have a really primitive sense of self without memory. But an AI that is conscious, that has and a sense of self, yeah, that's capable of suffering, absolutely.
Well, one of the things, because you said you haven't really used area, so many interesting things to look into, and you're really focused on the physics side. The neuroscience experiments that you mentioned, where there's a difference between the timing of things that kind of reveal there's something here.
Yeah.
To me, working with robots, I have living robots that are moving around my home in Austin. It's a very good thought experiment. But here's the thing that looks like it has a free will. It looks like it has conscious experiences, and then I know how it's programmed. And so like I have to go back and forth, and it's this is what I do. You lay on the ground looking up at the stars, thinking about plants, and I look at like a robot like.
Well, you can do this with plants too. I mean, there's some complex enough behavior that looks like free will from a certain angle, and it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder two things. One, is there consciousness associated with that processing? And two, if there isn't, does that say about our experience? And
Both are humble.
our circumstance and nature. What does that say? Yes. But yeah, I do that with plants all the time. I go back and forth. But the zombie thought experiment now, at least for me, is often presented as AI because now that's easier as a robot because that's easier. Um, I don't know if it's just because it's in pop culture now in the form of films and television shows, but it's easier to get to that point of contemplation. I think by imagining a robot.
I don't know why exactly I'm bothered by philosophers talking about zombies because it feels like they're missing. It's like talking about. It's reducing a joyful experience. So like that's like talking about. Listen, when you fall in love with somebody,
Yeah.
the other person is a zombie. You don't know if they're conscious or not. You're just making presumptions and so on. It's like it says philosophers will do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So they might as well be a zombie. Or there's no such thing as love. It's just a mutual like economists will reduce love to some kind of mutual calculation that minimizes risk and stability over time.
Right.
It's like, yeah, all right. What I want to do with each of those people is I want to find every one of those philosophers that talk about zombies and eventually give them one of those robots and watch them fall in love. And then how their understanding of how humbled they are by how little we understand.
That's the point of the zombie experiment. I mean, the zombie,
sure, maybe
the zombie thought experiment. That I mean, I can't speak for any of
for
them.
Zombies? Is that the thought? Is that
no,
the point?
so for me, I mean, I don't like spending much time on it. I think it has limited use for sure, and I understand your annoyance with it. But for me, what's so useful about it is it gets you to ask the same questions you're asking when you're looking at robots. Um, if you just run the experiment and you say, okay, I'm sitting here with Lex. What if I try to trick myself? What's different about the world if someone tells me actually he's a robot, which is essentially what the zombie experiment is. He's over there. He has no conscious experience. He's acting like he is, but there's no experience there. So it gets you to ask some interesting questions. One is, okay, when it seems impossible, I just think, no, that makes no sense. I can't even imagine that. Okay, what do I think consciousness is responsible for? What is consciousness doing in that human over there that is Lex that I can't fathom all of your behavior and everything that you're doing and about without consciousness. So it gets you to ask this question. And these are the questions I begin my book with. Um, what is consciousness doing? It gets you to ask that question in a deeper way. And then I kind of found this alternate. I don't know if other people have done this, but I found this alternate use for it, which is even more useful to me, which is I'm able to do it sometimes. I'm able to just sit with someone and get my imagination going and imagine there really is no conscious experience there in that person. And what happened for me the first few times I was able to do this is it reminded me exactly of how I feel when I look at complex plant behavior and other behaviors in nature where I assume there's no conscious experience. And to me, it just flips everything on its head. It just gets you to be open to possibilities that you were closed to before. And I think that's useful.
Does it enhance or dissipate your capacity for love of other human beings? What role does love play in the human condition on?
So, I mean, in so many ways, it's the most important role. I don't think any of these realizations. I mean, if anything, I think it enhances it. But I don't think they. I mean, it kind of goes back to the levels of usefulness.
Sometimes you want to picture your friends as a plant. It's helpful. It's helpful to appreciate the beauty that they are as an organism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, the more time I spend practicing meditation, seeing through these illusions, the more poignant my conscious experience becomes. And love is obviously one of the most powerful and one of the most positive experiences we have. And I don't know, there's whatever its cause is, there's just something miraculous about it in and of itself and for itself.
I think love, romantic love, is a beautiful thing. Connection, friendship is a beautiful thing, and it's so interesting how people can grow together, how interact together, disagree together, and make each other better. I like scientific collaborations like this too. Daniel Kahneman and Tversky. I mean, there's and most people are not able to do that in the scientific realm. They create. The more successful you become, the more solid.
It's rare, and you recognize it when you have it. When you have a great collaboration, I mean, in science, but also in other areas. And in this TED production I'm working on, I just happened to be working with this producer where we had this instant connection, and the chemistry is great, and I have so much fun recording with her. It's like so great to have. I usually work alone, and it's wonderful to have.
So it's like a chat. It's like a conversation type of thing.
Yeah, she's taking my conversation. We're playing around with it. We're just working on the pilot. So
I love how you have no idea how it's going to turn out. This is great.
Yeah. Well, I just started working without clear a clear image of the end result. Although it started with an idea for a film. I don't know. I guess I have a feeling. I was just wondering if I'd talked about this with you before anywhere, but probably no.
No.
Yeah, because you and I have never spoken.
No, we just met. We just know each other.
You mean you didn't see me when I was listening to that podcast?
Yeah.
Had that thought? You didn't hear that thought?
That's. I mean, we mentioned this offline as a small tangent. There's a cool dynamic in how we get to become really close friends without never having met, never having talked one way. But it can be one-way friendships that form. It's a beautiful thing. I think. I don't know. That makes me feel like we're all connected.
Yeah.
And you're almost like plugging into some kind of weird thing.
Yeah.
So, space of ideas.
There's so many things I want to say now, but here's one thing is the way I think about consciousness, if it's fundamental, is analogous to a pot of boiling water, where the water is the consciousness and the bubbles are the conscious experiences. And so it is all one thing, and then there are these shapes that take form, and there's a felt experience, right? It's all felt experience. And so when we're able to let go of this sense of self or this illusion of self, the idea that experiences are happening to something or to someone drops out, and what you get is just experiences arising. So there's a fundamental nature of the universe, which obviously has a structure and obeys laws, but what you get out of that are appearances of different conscious experiences. They're just coming into being, right? And so there is, under that view, I mean, there's different ways to look at the fundamental nature of reality without consciousness and kind of come up with a similar view, but in that view, it is just kind of one thing with different experiences.
And in that boiling pot is a lobster, which represents the human condition.
The devil.
Because life is suffering. I don't know if you've read Pastor Wallace considering the lobster. I mean,
no.
the stuff that do to lobsters is fascinatingly horrible. But
no. I mean that was my first rejection of many worlds, just my psychological rejection of it was just imagining the multiplication of all of the suffering. I spend a lot of time thinking about, consumed by, and trying not to be overwhelmed by the depth of human suffering. To imagine many worlds, but there's just
infinite suffering.
Yeah.
What is it about humans? I think you spend too much time on Twitter. Is focused on the suffering. I mean, there's also the awesomeness.
Yeah.
And I think the awesomeness outpowers the suffering over time.
That's so nice. I wish I believed that.
With memory, as you said, the suffering is multiplied. It's an interesting thought, but with memory, beauty is multiplied as well. So it's like
yes, where I stand with it, and I'm, for some reason, still optimistic that we can get ourselves to a different place. But the way things currently are, or the way things have always been for animals and humans, and I think any conscious life form is, um, to me, the suffering seems so much more impactful and powerful than any happy, for lack of a better word, experience, that no happy experience is worth its equivalent experience of suffering.
That's certainly how I feel as well, but I've learned not to trust my feelings.
Yeah, well.
So, the folks who are religious will ask the question, which I think applies whether you're religious or not: why is there suffering in the world? Why does a just God allow suffering? Or those kinds of questions. I think um, it does seem that suffering is a deep part of human history, and you have to really think about that.
Part of nature. I mean,
part of nature.
If feeling good is surviving and thriving, nothing survives and thrives forever. So you just encounter suffering. It's just built in.
Yeah, death meets us all in the end, and only. It's kind of hilarious to think about most of nature and the cruelty and the poverty of nature, like how horrible the conditions are for animals.
And plants.
It's
just war. It's just all over the place.
War, but it's mostly, it's war, but it's also just, it's like poverty. It's extreme poverty.
Yeah.
Like when people like criticize like farms and so on, you also have to consider the suffering that animals. We try to imagine that animals in the woods are all happy time. No, it's like you have to really consider. If you really ask an animal, would they like to sit in a boring zoo and be fed away from the wild and nature and the freedom and so on? I don't know how many of them would choose the zoo versus like nature. Anyway, but what's the meaning of life? Let me ask the question. Why?
For me?
Yes. There's no you. It's the question for whatever you're plugged into.
Is that a question for the body and mind system we call Annika?
Okay, call Annika and let's see what that...
The meaning of life?
Yeah, the why. The why. Why? Is there a why?
It's interesting. I've never been drawn to the why questions. I'm interested in the what and the how. What is life? What is this place? What are we doing? How are we here? How is this taking place? But I mean, if I had to answer, I guess I don't think there is a why really. Funny, the quote, the thought that comes to mind is really like a kind of a cheesy quote that I'm sure is printed on a bunch of mugs and T-shirts, but it's Thich Nhat Hanh. I'm going to get it wrong, but it's something like, um, "We're here to awaken from our illusion of separateness," and I don't really see that as an answer to the why question, although that's how it's framed in his quote. We are here for that purpose. I think if there is a purpose worth being here for, that's kind of the ultimate, I think.
Let me ask you for advice. You had a complex and a beautiful journey through life. You're exceptionally successful. What advice would you give to young folks in high school or in college about how to live a life like yours, or how to live a life they can be proud of, or have a career they can be proud of? How to pave a path and journey they can be happy with and be proud of.
I haven't really had this conversation with my kids. I mean, we have lots of deep conversations, and they're all kind of pertaining to each moment or whatever they're facing. I think career is difficult because in so many ways I just feel like I'm lucky that I ended up being able to do for a living the thing I love to do. But
there's no such thing as luck.
Yeah.
With the free will. Luck is an illusion.
There's no such thing as luck when you believe in free will, right?
Right. That's true.
I really in retrospect, started working on my book 30 years ago and had no idea that I was working on a book. And this kind of ties into my advice, which is I think it's really important to follow your passions and to find things that you love and that you find inspiring and motivating and exciting, whether they relate to your career or not. And I think many times, if you persist just for the pure passion of the thing itself, it finds a way into your everyday life.
The career manifests itself.
I mean,
out of whatever
that's what's happened to me, and it's just, I've had such an unconventional path. It's very hard for me to give advice based on that path, but I do believe that it's extraordinarily important to keep your passions alive, to keep your curiosity alive, to keep your wonder at life alive, however you do that. And it doesn't necessarily have to be in your career. And I think for a lot of people, their career enables them the time and the space to experience other things that, maybe wouldn't be as enjoyable if they were their career.
Yeah, I mean, in general, a dogged pursuit of the stuff you love will create something beautiful. And if it's an unconventional path, those are the best kind. Those are the most beautiful kind. And it created, in this case, I think you're a beautiful person, Annika, a beautiful mind. Thank you so much for doing everything you do and for sharing it with the world. And thank you so much for talking with me today. That was awesome. Good to finally meet you.
Great to finally meet you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Annika Harris. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mahatma Gandhi. I will not let anyone walk through my mind with their dirty feet. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information. I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry. They have a true brain. They're not like earthworms. They're much more advanced life forms. They have lots of different internal organs within these little. They're about maybe 2 centimeters in the centimeter to 2 in size. They have a head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal. So they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planarian. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that, well, over time everything degrades. Planaria can keep it going for probably, how long have they been around? 400 million years, right? So these are so the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
The following is a conversation with Michael Levin, one of the most fascinating and brilliant biologists I've ever talked to. He and his lab at Tufts University works on novel ways to understand and control complex pattern formation in biological systems. Andre Karpathy, a world-class AI researcher, is the person who first introduced me to Michael Levin's work. I bring this up because these two people make me realize that biology has a lot to teach us about AI, and AI might have a lot to teach us about biology. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Levin. Embryogenesis is the process of building a human body from a single cell. I think it's one of the most incredible things that exist on Earth, from a single embryo. So how does this process work?
Yeah, it is. It is an incredible process. I think it's maybe the most magical process there is, and I think one of the most fundamentally interesting things about it is that it shows that each of us takes the journey from so-called just physics to mind. Right? experiences and inner life and so on. And what embryogenesis tells us is that transformation from physics to mind is gradual. It's smooth. There is no special place where a lightning bolt says, boom, now you've gone from physics to true cognition. That doesn't happen. And so we can see in this process that the whole mystery, the biggest mystery of the universe, basically, how you get mind from matter.
From just physics, in quotes.
Yeah.
So where's the magic comes in the thing? How do we get from information encoded in DNA and make physical reality out of that information?
So one of the things that I think is really important if we're going to bring in DNA into this picture is to think about the fact that what DNA encodes is the hardware of life. DNA contains the instructions for the kind of micro-level hardware that every cell gets to play with. So all the proteins, all the signaling factors, the ion channels, all the cool little pieces of hardware that cells have, that's what's in the DNA. The rest of it is in so-called generic laws. And these are laws of mathematics, these are laws of computation, these are laws of physics, of all kinds of interesting things that are not directly in the DNA. And that process, I think the reason I always put just physics in quotes is because I don't think there is such a thing as just physics. I think that thinking about these things in binary categories, like this is physics, this is true cognition, this is as if, it's only faking, of these kinds of things, I think that's what gets us in trouble. I think that we really have to understand that it's a continuum. We have to work up the scaling, the laws of scaling, and we can certainly talk about that. There's a lot of really interesting thoughts to be had there.
So the physics is deeply integrated with the information. So the DNA doesn't exist on its own. The DNA is integrated as, in some sense, in response to the laws of physics at every scale. The laws of the environment it exists in.
Yeah, the environment and also the laws of the universe. I mean, the thing about the DNA is that it's once evolution discovers a certain kind of machine, that if the physical implementation is appropriate, it's sort of, and this is hard to talk about because we don't have a good vocabulary for this yet, but it's a very kind of a Platonic notion that if the machine is there, it pulls down interesting things that you do not have to evolve from scratch because the laws of physics give it to you for free. So just as a really stupid example, if you're trying to evolve a particular triangle, you can evolve the first angle and you evolve the second angle, but you don't need to evolve the third. You know what it is already. Now, why do you know? That's a gift for free from geometry in a particular space. You know what that angle has to be. And if you evolve an ion channel, ion channels are basically transistors, right? They're voltage gated current conductances. If you evolve that ion channel, you immediately get to use things like truth tables. You get logic functions. You don't have to evolve the logic function. You don't have to evolve a truth table. It doesn't have to be in the DNA. You get it for free, right? And the fact that if you have NAND gates, you can build anything you want. You get that for free. All you have to evolve is that first step, that first little machine that enables you to couple to those laws. And there's laws of adhesion and many other things. And this is all that interplay between the hardware that's set up by the genetics and the software that's made, right? The physiological software that basically does all the computation and the cognition and everything else is a real interplay between the information in the DNA and the laws of physics and computation and so on.
So is it fair to say, just like this idea that the laws of mathematics are discovered, they're latent within the fabric of the universe, in that same way the laws of biology are kind of discovered?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely, and it's probably not a popular view, but I think that's right on the money. Yeah.
Well, I think that's a really deep idea. Then embryogenesis is the process of revealing, of embodying, of manifesting these laws. You're not building the laws.
Yeah.
You're just creating the capacity to reveal.
Yes. I think, again, not the standard view of molecular biology by any means, but I think that's right on the money. I'll give you a simple example. Some of our latest work with these xenopods, right? So what we've done is to take some skin cells off of an early frog embryo and basically ask about their plasticity. If we give you a chance to sort of reboot your multicellularity in a different context, what would you do? Because what you might assume by looking at the thing about embryogenesis is that it's super reliable, right? It's very robust. And that really obscures some of its most interesting features. We get used to it. We get used to the fact that acorns make oak trees and frog eggs make frogs. And we say, well, what else is it going to make? That's what it makes. That's a standard story. But the reality is, and so you look at these skin cells and you say, well, what do they know how to do? Well, they know how to be a passive, boring, two-dimensional outer layer keeping the bacteria from getting into the embryo. That's what they know how to do. Well, it turns out that if you take these skin cells and you remove the rest of the embryo, so you remove all of the rest of the cells, and you say, well, you're by yourself now, what do you want to do? So what they do is they form this multi-little creature that runs around their dish. They have all kinds of incredible capacities. They navigate through mazes. They have various behaviors that they do both independently and together. They have basically they implement von Neumann's dream of self-replication, because if you sprinkle a bunch of loose cells into the dish, what they do is they run around, they collect those cells into little piles, they sort of mush them together until those little piles become the next generation of xenobots. So you got this machine that builds copies of itself from loose material in its environment. None of this are things that you would have expected from the frog genome. In fact, they were wild type. The genome was wild type. There's nothing wrong with their genetics. Nothing has been added, no nanomaterials, no genomic editing, nothing. And so what we have done there is engineer by subtraction. What you've done is you removed the other cells that normally basically bully these cells into being skin cells. And you find out that what they really want to do is to be this, their default behavior is to be a xenobot. But in vivo, in the embryo, they get told to be skinned by these other cell types. And so now here comes this really interesting question that you just posed. When you ask where does the form of the tadpole and the frog come from, the standard answer is, well, it's selection. So over millions of years, right, it's been shaped to produce a specific body that's fit for froggy environments. Where does the shape of the xenobot come from? There's never been any xenobots. There's never been selection to be a good xenobot. These cells find themselves in the new environment. In 48 hours, they figure out how to be an entirely different proto-organism with new capacities like kinematic self-replication. That's not how frogs or tadpoles replicate. We've made it impossible for them to replicate their normal way. Within a couple of days, these guys find a new way of doing it that's not done anywhere else in the biosphere.
Well, actually, let's step back and define what are xenobots.
So a xenobot is a self-assembling little proto-organism. It's also a biological robot. Those things are not distinct. It's a member of both classes.
How much is it biology? How much is it robot?
At this point, most of it is biology, because what we're doing is we're discovering natural behaviors of the cells and also the cell collectives. Now, one of the really important parts of this was that we're working together with Josh Bongart's group at University of Vermont. They're computer scientists to do AI, and they've basically been able to use a simulated evolution approach to ask, how can we manipulate these cells, give them signals, not rewire their DNA, so not hardware, but experience these signals. So can you remove some cells? Can we add some cells? Can we poke them in different ways to get them to do other things? So in the future, there's going to be, we're now, and this is future unpublished work, but we're doing all sorts of interesting ways to reprogram them to new behaviors. But before you can start to reprogram these things, you have to understand what their innate capacities are.
Okay, so that means engineering, programming. You're engineering them in the future, and in some sense, the definition of a robot is something you in part engineer.
Yeah.
And versus evolve. I mean, it's such a fuzzy definition anyway. In some sense, many of the organisms within our body are kinds of robots.
Yes. Yes.
And I think robots is a weird line, because we tend to see robots as the other. I think there will be a time in the future where there's going to be something akin to the civil rights movement for robots, but we'll talk about that later perhaps.
Sure.
Anyway, so can we just linger on it? How do you build a xenobot? What are we talking about here? From whence does it start, and how does it become the glorious xenobot?
Yeah. So just to take one step back, one of the things that a lot of people get stuck on is they say, well, engineering requires new DNA circuits, or it requires new nanomaterials. What the thing is, we are now moving from old school engineering, which used passive materials, right? That things like wood, metal, things like this. That basically the only thing you can depend on is that they were going to keep their shape. That's it. They don't do anything else. It's on you as an engineer to make them do everything they're going to do. And then there were active materials and now computational materials. This is a whole new era. These are agential materials. This is you're now collaborating with your substrate, because your material has an agenda. These cells have billions of years of evolution. They have goals. They have preferences. They're not just going to sit where you put them.
That's hilarious that you have to talk your material into keeping its shape.
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. That is
stay there. It's like getting a bunch of cats or something and trying to organize a shape out of them.
It's funny, we're on the same page here, because in the paper, this is currently just been accepted in Nature Bioengineering. One of the figures I have is building a tower out of Legos versus dogs. Right? So think about the difference, right? If you build out of Legos, you have full control over where it's going to go. But if if somebody knocks it over, game over. With the dogs, you cannot just come and stack them. They're not going to stay that way. But the good news is that if you train them, then somebody knocks it over, they'll get right back up. So it's all right. So as an engineer, what you really want to know is what can I depend on this thing to do, right? That's really, a lot of people have definitions of robots as far as what they're made of or how they got here, design versus evolve, whatever. I don't think any of that is useful. I think as an engineer, what you want to know is how much can I depend on this thing to do when I'm not around to micromanage it? What level of dependency can I give this thing? How much agency does it have? Which then tells you what techniques do you use. So do you use micromanagement, like you put everything where it goes? Do you train it? Do you give it signals? Do you try to convince it to do things, right? How intelligent is your substrate? And so now we're moving into this area where you're working with agential materials. That's a collaboration. It's not the old style.
What's the word you're using? Agential?
Agential. Yeah.
What's that mean?
Agency. It comes from the word agency. So basically the material has agency, meaning that it has some level of, obviously not human level, but some level of preferences, goals, memories, ability to remember things, to compute into the future, meaning anticipate. When you're working with cells, they have all of that to various degrees.
Is that empowering or limiting, having material as a mind of its own?
I think it's both, right? So it raises difficulties because it means that if you're using the old mindset, which is a linear kind of extrapolation of what's going to happen, you're going to be surprised and shocked all the time because biology does not do what we linearly expect materials to do. On the other hand, it's massively liberating. And so in the following way, I've argued that advances in regenerative medicine require us to take advantage of this, because what it means is that you can get the material to do things that you don't know how to micromanage. So just as a simple example, right? If you had a rat and you wanted this rat to do a circus trick, put a ball in a little hoop, you can do it the micromanagement way, which is try to control every neuron and try to play the thing like a puppet, right? And maybe someday that'll be possible, maybe. Or you can train the rat. And this is why humanity, for thousands of years before we knew any neuroscience, we had no idea what's between the ears of any animal, we were able to train these animals. Because once you recognize the level of agency of a certain system, you can use appropriate techniques. If you know the currency of motivation, reward, and punishment, you know how smart it is, you know what kinds of things it likes to do, you are searching a much smoother, much nicer problem space than if you try to micromanage the thing. And in regenerative medicine, when you're trying to get, let's say, an arm to grow back or an eye to repair or some birth defect or something, do you really want to be controlling tens of thousands of genes at each point to try to micromanage it? Or do you want to find the high-level modular controls that say, build an arm here? You already know how to build an arm. You did it before, do it again. So I think it's both. It's both difficult, and it challenges us to develop new ways of engineering, and it's hugely empowering.
Okay, so how do you sticking with the metaphor of dogs and cats, I presume you have to figure out find the dogs and dispose of the cats. Because, it's like the old herding cats is an issue. So you may be able to train dogs. I suspect you will not be able to train cats. Or if you do, you're never going to be able to trust them. So is there a way to figure out which material is amenable to herding? Is it in the lab work, or is it in simulation?
Right now it's largely in the lab because our simulations do not capture yet the most interesting and powerful things about biology. So the simulations what we're pretty good at simulating are feed-forward emergent types of things, right? So cellular automata, you have simple rules and you sort of roll those forward for every agent or every cell in the simulation, then complex things happen, ant colony or algorithms, things like that. We're good at that, and that's fine. The difficulty with all of that is that it's incredibly hard to reverse. So this is a really hard inverse problem, right? If you look at a bunch of termites and they make a thing with a single chimney, you say, well, I like it, but I'd like two chimneys. How do you change the rules of behavior for each termite so they make two chimneys, right? Or if you say, here are a bunch of cells that are creating this kind of organism, I don't think that's optimal. I'd like to repair that birth defect. How do you control all the individual low-level rules, right? All the protein interactions and everything else. Rolling it back from the anatomy that you want to the low-level hardware rules is in general intractable. It's an inverse problem that's generally not solvable. So right now it's mostly in the lab because what we need to do is we need to understand how biology uses top-down controls. So the idea is not bottom-up emergence, but the idea of things like goal-directed test operate exit kinds of loops where it's basically an error minimization function over a new space, not a space of gene expression, but for example a space of anatomy. So just as a simple example, if you have a salamander and it's got an arm, you can amputate that arm anywhere along the length. It will grow exactly what's needed, and then it stops. That's the most amazing thing about regeneration, is that it stops. It knows when to stop. When does it stop? It stops when a correct salamander arm has been completed. So that tells you that's a means ends kind of analysis, where it has to know what the correct limb is supposed to look like, right? So it has a way to ascertain the current shape. It has a way to measure that delta from what shape it's supposed to be, and then it will keep taking actions, meaning remodeling and growing and everything else, until that's complete. So once you know that, and we've taken advantage of this in the lab to do some really wild things with both planaria and frog embryos and so on. Once you know that, you can start playing with that homeostatic cycle. You can ask, for example, well, how does it remember what the correct shape is, and can we mess with that memory? Can we give it a false memory of what the shape should be and let the cells build something else? Or can we mess with the measurement apparatus, right? So it gives you those kinds of. So the idea is to basically appropriate a lot of the approaches and concepts from cognitive neuroscience and behavioral science into things that previously were taken to be dumb materials, and you get yelled at in class if for being anthropomorphic, if you said, well, my cells want to do this and my cells want to do that. And I think that's a major mistake that leaves a ton of capabilities on the table.
So thinking about biological systems as things that have memory, have almost something like cognitive ability. But I mean, how incredible is it? The salamander arm is being rebuilt not with a dictator. It's kind of like the cellular automata system. All the individual workers are doing their own thing. So where's that top-down signal that does the control coming from? Like, how can you find it?
Yeah.
Like, why does it stop growing? How does it know the shape? How does it have memory of the shape? And how does it tell everybody to be like, whoa, slow down, we're done?
So the first thing to think about, I think, is that there are no examples anywhere of a central dictator, because in this kind of science, because everything is made of parts. And so we even though we feel as a unified central sort of intelligence and kind of point of cognition, we are a bag of neurons, right? All intelligence is collective intelligence. This is important to kind of think about, because a lot of people think, okay, there's real intelligence, right? And then there's collective intelligence, which is ants and moths and birds and termites and things like that. And maybe it's appropriate to think of them as an individual, and maybe it's not. A lot of people are skeptical about that and so on. But you got to realize that we are not. There's no such thing as this like indivisible diamond of intelligence that's like this one central thing that's not made of parts. We are all made of parts. And so if you believe, which I think is hard to get around, that we in fact have a centralized set of goals and preferences, and we plan and we do things and so on, you are already committed to the fact that a collection of cells is able to do this, because we are a collection of cells. There's no getting around that. In our case, what we do is we navigate the three-dimensional world. We have behavior.
It's blowing my mind right now, because we are just a collection of cells.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So when I'm moving this arm, I feel like I'm the central dictator of that action. But there's a lot of stuff going on. Like all the cells here are collaborating in some interesting way. They're getting signal from the central nervous system.
Well, even the central nervous system is misleadingly named, because it isn't really central. Again, it's
just a bunch of cells.
It's just a bunch of cells. I mean, all of it, right? There are no singular indivisible intelligences anywhere. We are all every example that we've ever seen is a collective of something. It's just that we're used to it. We're used to that. We're used to, okay, this thing is kind of a single thing, but it's really not. You zoom in, you know what you see. You see a bunch of cells running around, and so.
Is there some unifying? I mean, we're jumping around, but that's something that you look at as the bioelectrical signal versus the biochemical, the chemistry, the electricity. Maybe the life is like that versus the cells. It's there's an orchestra playing, and the resulting music is the dictator.
That's not bad. That's Dennis Noble's kind of view of things. He has two really good books where he talks about this musical analogy, right? So I think that's I like it. I like it.
Is it wrong though?
I don't think it's I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong. I think the important thing about it is that we have to come to grips with the fact that a a true, proper cognitive intelligence can still be made of parts. Those things are, and in fact, it has to be. And I think it's a real shame, but I see this all the time. When you have a collective like this, whether it be a group of robots or a collection of cells or neurons, whatever, as soon as we gain some insight into how it works, right? Meaning that, oh, I see. In order to take this action, here's the information that got processed via this chemical mechanism or whatever. Immediately, people say, oh, well, then that's not real cognition. That's just physics. I think this is fundamentally flawed, because if you zoom into anything, what are you going to see? Of course, you're just going to see physics. What else could be underneath, right? It's not going to be fairy dust. It's going to be physics and chemistry. But that doesn't take away from the magic of the fact that there are certain ways to arrange that physics and chemistry, in particular the bioelectricity, which I like a lot, to give you an emergent collective with goals and preferences and memories and anticipations that do not belong to any of the subunits. So I think what we're getting into here, and we can talk about how this happens during embryogenesis and so on, what we're getting into is the origin of a self, and with a capital S. So we are cells. There are many other kinds of cells, so we can tell some really interesting stories about where cells come from and how they become unified.
Is this the first, or at least humans tend to think that this is the level at which the self with a capital S is first born.
Shit.
But and we really don't want to see human civilization or Earth itself as a one living organism.
Yeah.
That's very uncomfortable to us.
It is. Yeah.
But where's the self born?
We have to grow up past that. So what I like to do is, I'll tell you two quick stories about that. I like to roll backwards. So as opposed to, so if you start and you say, okay, here's a paramecium, and you see it, it's a single cell organism. You see it doing various things, and people will say, okay, I'm sure there's some chemical story to be told about how it's doing it, so that's not true cognition, right? And people will argue about that. I like to work it backwards and say, let's agree that you and I, as we sit here, are examples of true cognition. If anything, if there's anything that's true cognition, we are examples of it. Now let's just roll back slowly, right? So you roll back to the time when you were a small child and just doing whatever, and then just sort of day by day you roll back, and eventually you become more or less that paramecium, and then you're sort of even below that, right? As an unfertilized oocyte. So it's no one has, to my knowledge, no one has come up with any convincing discrete step at which my cognitive powers disappear, right? It just doesn't. The biology doesn't offer any specific step. It's incredibly smooth and slow and continuous. And so I think this idea that it just sort of magically shows up at one point, and then humans have true selves that don't exist elsewhere. I think it runs against everything we know about evolution, everything we know about developmental biology. These are all slow continua. And the other really important story I want to tell is where embryos come from. So think about this for a second. Amniote embryos, so this is humans, birds, and so on, mammals and birds, and so on. Imagine a flat disk of cells. So there's maybe 50,000 cells. And in that, so when you get an egg from a fertilized, let's say you buy a fertilized egg from a farm, right? That egg will have about 50,000 cells in a flat disk, let's say little tiny little frisbee. And in that flat disk, what will happen is there'll be one set of cells will become special, and it will tell all the other cells, I'm going to be the head. You guys don't be the head. And so it'll amplify symmetry breaking, amplification, and you get one embryo. There's neural tissue and some other stuff going on. Now you say, okay, I had one egg and one embryo, and there you go. What else could it be? Well, the reality is, and I did all this as a grad student. If you take a little needle and you make a scratch in that blastocyrm, in that disc, such that the cells can't talk to each other. For a while it heals up, but for a while they can't talk to each other. What will happen is that both regions will decide that they can be the embryo, and there will be two of them. And then when they heal up, they become conjoined twins. And you can make two, you can make three, you can make lots. So the question of how many cells are in there cannot be answered until it's actually played all the way through. It isn't necessarily that there's just one. There could be many. So what you have is this medium, this undifferentiated. I'm sure there's a psychological version of this somewhere that I don't know the proper terminology, but you have this like the ocean of potentiality. You have these thousands of cells, and some number of individuals are going to be formed out of it. Usually one, sometimes zero, sometimes several, and they form out of these cells because a region of these cells organizes into a collective that will have goals that individual cells don't have. For example, make a limb, make an eye. How many eyes? Well, exactly two. So individual cells don't know what an eye is. They don't know how many eyes goals and memories and anticipations that the individual cells don't. And that the establishment of that boundary with its own ability to maintain to pursue certain goals, that's the origin of selfhood.
Is that goal in there somewhere? Are they always destined? Like, are they discovering that goal? Like, where the hell did evolution discover this? When you went from the prokaryotes to eukaryotic cells, and then they started making groups, and when you make a certain group, you make it sound. That's such a tricky thing to try to understand. You make it sound like the cells didn't get together and came up with a goal, but the very act of them getting together revealed the goal that was always there. There was always that potential for that goal.
So the first thing to say is that there are way more questions here than certainties. Okay, so everything I'm telling you is cutting edge developing, stuff. So it's not as if any of us know the answer to this. But here's my opinion on this. I think I don't think that evolution produces solutions to specific problems. In other words, specific environments. Like here's a frog that can live well in a froggy environment. I think what evolution produces is problem-solving machines that will solve problems in different spaces. So not just three-dimensional space. This goes back to what we were talking about before. The brain is evolutionarily a late development. It's a system that is able to pursue goals in three-dimensional space by giving commands to muscles. Where did that system come from? That system evolved from a much more ancient, evolutionarily much more ancient system, where collections of cells gave instructions for cell behaviors, meaning cells move, to divide, to die, to change into different cell types, to navigate amorphous space, the space of anatomies, the space of all possible anatomies. And before that, cells were navigating transcriptional space, which is the space of all possible gene expressions, and before that, metabolic space. So what evolution has done, I think, is produced hardware that is very good at navigating different spaces using a bag of tricks, right? Which I'm sure many of them we can steal for autonomous vehicles and robotics and various things. And what happens is that they navigate these spaces without a whole lot of commitment to what the space is. In fact, they don't know what the space is, right? We are all brains in a vacuum, so to speak. Every cell does not know, right? Every cell is some other cell's external environment, right? So where does that border between you and the outside world, you don't really know where that is, right? Every collection of cells has to figure that out from scratch. And the fact that evolution requires all of these things to figure out what they are, what effectors they have, what sensors they have, where does it make sense to draw a boundary between me and the outside world. The fact that you have to build all that from scratch, this autopoiesis, is what defines the border of a self. Now, biology uses like a multi-scale competency architecture, meaning that every level has goals. So molecular networks have goals, cells have goals, tissues, organs, colonies, and it's the interplay of all of those that enable biology to solve problems in new ways. For example, in xenobots and various other things. This is, it's exactly as you said. In many ways, the cells are discovering new ways of being, but at the same time, evolution certainly shapes all this. So evolution is very good at this agential bioengineering, right? When evolution is discovering a new way of being an animal or a plant or something, sometimes it's by changing the hardware, changing proteins, the protein structure and so on. But much of the time, it's not by changing the hardware, it's by changing the signals that the cells give to each other. It's doing what we as engineers do, which is try to convince the cells to do various things by using signals, experiences, stimuli. That's what biology does. It has to, because it's not dealing with a blank slate. Every time, if you're evolution, you're trying to make an organism, you're not dealing with a passive material that is fresh and you have to specify. It already wants to do certain things. So the easiest way to do that search, to find whatever is going to be adaptive, is to find the signals that are going to convince the cells to do various things, right?
Your sense is that evolution operates both in the software and the hardware, and it's just easier and more efficient to operate in the software.
Yes, and I should also say I don't think the distinction is sharp. In other words, I think it's a continuum, but I think it's a meaningful distinction where you can make changes to a particular protein, and now the enzymatic function is different, and it metabolizes differently, and whatever, and that will have implications for fitness. Or you can change the huge amount of information in the genome that isn't structural at all. It's signaling. It's when and how do cells say certain things to each other, and that can have massive changes as far as how it's going to solve problems.
This idea of multi-hierarchical competence architecture, which is incredible to think about. So this hierarchy that evolution builds, I don't know who's responsible for this. I also see the incompetence of bureaucracies of humans when they get together. So how the hell does evolution build this? Where at every level only the best get to stick around, they somehow figure out how to do their job without knowing the bigger picture. And then there's like the bosses that do the bigger thing somehow, or that you can now abstract away the small group of cells as an organ or something, and then that organ does something a bit bigger in the context of the full body or something like this. How is that built? Is there some intuition you can kind of provide of how that's constructed, that hierarchical competence architecture? I love that. Competence, just the word competence is pretty cool in this context, because everybody's good at their job somehow.
Yeah, no, it's really key. And the other nice thing about competency is that, so my central belief in all of this is that engineering is the right perspective on all of this stuff, because it gets you away from subjective terms. You know, people talk about sentience and this and that. Those things are very hard to define. People argue about them philosophically. I think that engineering terms like competency, like pursuit of goals, right? All of these things are empirically incredibly useful, because you know it when you see it. And if it helps you build, right? If I can pick the right level, I say this thing has, I believe this is X level of like competency. I think it's like a thermostat, or I think it's like a better thermostat, or I think it's various other kinds of many different kinds of complex systems. If that helps me to control and predict and build such systems, then that's all there is to say. There's no more philosophy to argue about. So I like competency in that way, because you can quantify. You have to. In fact, you have to make a claim. Competent of what? And then, or if I tell you it has a goal, the question is, what's the goal, and how do you know? And I say, well, because every time I deviated from this particular state, that's what it spends energy to get back to. That's the goal. We can quantify it. We can be objective about it. So we're not used to thinking about this. I give a talk sometimes called "Why Don't Robots Get Cancer?" Right? And the reason robots don't get cancer is because, generally speaking, with a few exceptions, our architectures have been, you've got a bunch of dumb parts, and you hope that if you put them together, the overlying machine will have some intelligence and do something or other, right? But the individual parts don't. They don't have an agenda. Biology isn't like that. Every level has an agenda, and the final outcome is the result of cooperation and competition, both within and across levels. So, for example, during embryogenesis, your tissues and organs are competing with each other, and it's actually a really important part of development. There's a reason they compete with each other. They're not all just helping each other. They're also competing for information, for limited metabolic constraints. But to get back to your other point, which is this seems like really efficient and good and so on, compared to some of our human efforts. We also have to keep in mind that what happens here is that each level bends the option space for the level beneath, so that your parts basically, they don't see the geometry. So I'm using and I think I take this seriously. Terminology from relativity, right, where the space is literally bent. So the option space is deformed by the higher levels, so that the lower levels, all they really have to do is go down their concentration gradient. They don't have to. In fact, they can't know what the big picture is. But if you bend the space just right, if they do what locally seems right, they end up doing your bidding. They end up doing things that are optimal in the higher space. Conversely, because the components are good at getting their job done, you as the higher level don't need to try to compute all the low-level controls. All you're doing is bending the space. You don't know or care how they're going to do it. Give you a super simple example in the tadpole. We found that, okay, so tadpoles need to become frogs, and to go from a tadpole head to a frog head, you have to rearrange the face. So the eyes have to move forward, the jaws have to come out, the nostrils move, like everything moves. It used to be thought that because all tadpoles look the same and all frogs look the same, if you just remember, if every piece just moves in the right direction, the right amount, then you get your frog right. So we decided to test. I had this hypothesis that I thought actually the system's probably more intelligent than that. So what did we do? We made what we call Picasso tadpoles. So everything is scrambled. So the eyes are on the back of the head, the jaws are off to the side, everything is scrambled. Well, guess what they make? They make pretty normal frogs, because all the different so you make some sort of mutation, and it does, like every mutation, it does many things. So something good comes of it, but also it moves your mouth off to the side, right? Now, if there wasn't this multi-scale competency, you can see where this is going. If there wasn't this multi-scale competency, the organism would be dead. Your fitness is zero because you can't eat, and you would never get to explore the other beneficial consequences of that mutation. You'd have to wait until you find some other way of doing it without moving the mouth. That's really hard. So the fitness landscape would be incredibly rugged. Evolution would take forever. The reason it works, well, one of the reasons it works so well, is because you do that, no worries, the mouth will find its way where it belongs, right? So now you get to explore. So what that means is that all of these mutations that otherwise would be deleterious are now neutral, because the competency of the parts make up for all kinds of things. So all the noise of development, all the variability in the environment, all these things, the competency of the parts makes up for it. So that's all fantastic, right? That's all great. The only other thing to remember when we compare this to human efforts is this: every component has its own goals in various spaces, usually with very little regard for the welfare of the other levels. So as a simple example, you as a complex system, you will go out and you will do, jujitsu or whatever. You'll have some go. You go rock climbing. You scrape a bunch of cells off your hands, and then you're happy as a system, right? You come back and you accomplish some goals, and you're really happy. Those cells are dead. They're gone, right? Did you think about those cells? Not really, right? You had some bruising now.
Selfish SOB.
Right. That's it. And so that's the thing to remember is that, and we know this from history, is that just being a collective isn't enough, because what the goals of that collective will be relative to the welfare of the individual parts is a massively open
question. The ends justify the means. I'm telling you, Stalin was onto something. No,
that's the danger.
Well, exactly, that's the danger of. For us humans, we have to construct ethical systems under which we don't take seriously the full mechanism of biology and apply it to the way the world functions, which is an interesting line we've drawn. The world that built us is the one we reject in some sense.
Yeah.
When we construct human societies. The idea that this country was founded on that all men are created equal. That's such a fascinating idea. It's like you're fighting against nature. You're saying, well, there's something bigger here than a hierarchical competency architecture.
Yeah.
There's so many interesting things you said. So from an algorithmic perspective, the act of bending the option space, that's really profound. Because if you look at the way AI systems are built today, there's a big system, like you said, with robots, and has a goal, and it gets better and better at optimizing that goal and accomplishing that goal. But if biology built a hierarchical system where everything is doing computation, and everything is accomplishing the goal, not only that, it's kind of dumb, with a bent option space, it's just doing the thing that's the easiest thing for you in some sense. And somehow that allows you to have turtles on top of turtles, literally, dumb systems on top of dumb systems, that as a whole creates something incredibly smart.
Yeah, I mean, every system has some degree of intelligence in its own problem domain. So cells will have problems they're trying to solve in physiological space and transcriptional space, and I can give you some cool examples of that. But the collective is trying to solve problems in anatomical space, right, and forming a creature and growing your blood vessels and so on. And then the whole body is solving yet other problems. They may be in social space, and linguistic space, and three-dimensional space, and who knows, the glutes might be solving problems in I don't know, some sort of financial space or something. So one of the major differences with most AIs today is the kind of flatness of the architecture, but also of the fact that they're constructed from outside. Their borders and their to a large extent, and of course there are counterexamples now, but to a large extent, our technology is such that you create a machine or a robot, it knows what its sensors are, it knows what its effectors are, it knows the boundaries between it and the outside world. All of this is given from the outside. Biology constructs this from scratch. Now, the best example of this that originally in robotics was actually Josh Baumgart's work in 2006, where he made these robots that did not know their shape to start with. So like a baby, they sort of floundered around. They made some hypotheses. Well, I did this and I moved in this way. Well, maybe I'm a whatever. Maybe I have wheels, or maybe I have 6 legs, or whatever. Right? And they would make a model, and eventually they would call them. So that's, I mean, that's really good. And part of the autorobotics is where we can go a step further, and some people are doing this, and we're sort of working on some of this too. Is this idea that let's even go back further. You don't even know what sensors you have. You don't know where you end in the outside world begins. All you have is certain things like active inference, meaning you're trying to minimize surprise, right? You have some metabolic constraints. You don't have all the energy you need. You don't have all the time in the world to think about everything you want to think about. So that means that you can't afford to be a micro reductionist. All this data coming in, you have to coarse grain it and say, I'm going to take all this stuff. I'm going to call that a cat. I'm going to take all this. I'm going to call that the edge of the table I don't want to fall off of. And I don't want to know anything about the micro states. What I want to know is what is the optimal way to cut up my world. And by the way, this thing over here, that's me. And the reason that's me is because I have more control over this than I have over any of this other stuff. And so now you can begin to write. So that's self-construction, that figuring out, making models of the outside world, and then turning that inwards and starting to make a model of yourself, right? Which immediately starts to get into issues of agency and control, because in order to, if you are under metabolic constraints, meaning you don't have the energy, right, that all the energy in the world, you have to be efficient. That immediately forces you to start telling stories about coarse-grained agents that do things, right? You don't have the energy to, like Laplace's demon, to calculate every possible state that's going to happen. You have to coarse grain, and you have to say that is the kind of creature that does things, either things that I avoid or things that I will go towards as a mate or food or whatever it's going to be. And so, right at the base of very simple organisms starting to make models of agents doing things, that is the origin of models of free will, basically, right? Because you see the world around you as having agency, and then you turn that on yourself and you say, wait, I have agency too. I do things, right? And then you make decisions about what you're going to do. So all of this, one model is to view all of those kinds of things as being driven by that early need to determine what you are, and to do so as to then take actions in the most energetically efficient space possible.
So free will emerges when you try to simplify, tell a nice narrative about your environment.
I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Do you think free will is an illusion? So you're kind of implying that it's a useful hack.
Well, I'll say two things. The first thing is I think it's very plausible to say that any organism that's or any agent that whether it's biological or not, any agent that self-constructs under energy constraints is going to believe in free will. We'll get to whether it has free will momentarily, but I think what it definitely drives is a view of yourself and the outside world as an agential view. I think that's inescapable.
So that's true for even primitive organisms.
I think so. I think that now they don't have. Now obviously you have to scale down, right? So they don't have the kinds of complex metacognition that we have, so they can do long-term planning and thinking about free will and so on. But
the sense of agency is really useful to accomplish a task, simple or complicated.
That's right. In all kinds of spaces, not just in obvious three-dimensional space. I mean, we're very good. The thing is, humans are very good at detecting agency of like medium-sized objects moving at medium speeds in the three-dimensional world, right? We see a bowling ball and we see a mouse, and we immediately know what the difference is, right? And how we're going to
mostly things you can eat or get eaten by.
Yeah. That's our training set, right? From the time you're little, your training set is visual data on this like little chunk of your experience. But imagine if from the time that we were born, we had innate senses of your blood chemistry. If you could feel your blood chemistry the way you can see, right? You had a high bandwidth connection, and you could feel your blood chemistry. You could see, you could sense all the things that your organs were doing. So your pancreas, your liver, all of this. If we had that, we would be very good at detecting intelligence in physiological space. We would know the level of intelligence that our various organs were deploying to deal with things that were coming, to anticipate the stimuli, but we're just terrible at that. We don't, in fact, people don't even, you talk about intelligence in these other cases, spaces and molecular, and that's crazy because all we know is motion.
We do have access to that information, so it's actually possible that evolution could, if it wanted to construct an organism that's able to perceive the flow of blood through your body. The way you see an old friend, you can say, yo, what's up? How's the wife and the kids? In that same way, you would feel like a connection to the liver.
Yeah. I think
maybe other people's liver, or not just your own, because you don't have access to other people's liver.
Not yet, but you could imagine some really interesting connection, right? But
like sexual selection, like ooh, that girl's got a nice liver. Like the way her blood flows, the dynamics of the blood is very interesting. It's novel. I've never seen one of those.
But that's exactly what we're trying to half-ass when we judge judgment of beauty by facial symmetry and so on. That's a half-assed assessment of exactly that. Of exactly that. Because if your cells could not cooperate enough to keep your organism symmetrical, you can make some inferences about what else is wrong, right? Like that's a very basic.
Interesting. Yeah. So that in some deep sense, actually, that is what we're doing. We're trying to infer how healthy, we use the word healthy, but basically how functional is this biological system I'm looking at, so I can hook up with that one and make offspring.
Yeah. Well, what kind of hardware might their genomics give me that might be useful in the future?
I wonder why evolution didn't give us higher resolution signal. Like, why the whole peacock thing with the feathers? It doesn't seem. It's a very low bandwidth signal for sexual selection.
I'm and I'm not an expert on this stuff, but well, no, I get it. But I'll take a stab at the reason. I think that it's because it's an arms race. You see, you don't want everybody to know everything about you. So I think that as much as, and in fact, there's another interesting part of this arms race, which is, if you think about this, the most adaptive, evolvable system is one that has the most level of top-down control, right? If it's really easy to say to a bunch of cells, make another finger, versus, okay, here's 10,000 gene expression changes that you need to do to change a finger, right? The system with good top-down control that has memory, and we need to get back to that, by the way, the question I did neglect to answer about where the memory is and so on. A system that uses all of that is really highly evolvable, and that's fantastic. But guess what? It's also highly subject to hijacking by parasites, by cheaters of various kinds, by conspecifics. Like we found that and then that goes back to the story of the pattern memory. In these planaria, there's a bacterium that lives on this planaria. That bacterium has an input into how many heads the worm is going to have, because it hijacks that control system, and it's able to make a chemical
what are we doing
that basically interfaces with the system that calculates how many heads you're supposed to have, and they can make them have two heads. And so you can imagine that if you are so you want to be understandable for your own parts to understand each other, but you don't want to be too understandable because you'll be too easily controllable. And so I think that my guess is that opposing pressure keeps this from being a super high bandwidth kind of thing where we can just look at somebody and know everything about them.
So it's a kind of biological game of Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
You're showing some cards and you're hiding other cards. And there's part of it is bluffing and all that, and then there's probably whole species that will do way too much bluffing. That's probably what peacocks fall. There's a book that I don't remember if I read or if I read summaries of the book. It's about evolution with beauty with birds. Is there a book or does Richard Dawkins talk about? But basically, there's some species starts to like over select for beauty. Not over select. They just for some reason select for beauty. There is a case to be made. Actually, now I'm starting to remember. I think Darwin himself made a case that you can select based on beauty alone. So
Yeah.
that beauty, there's a point where beauty doesn't represent some underlying biological truth. You start to select for the beauty itself. And I think the deep question is there some evolutionary value to beauty? But it's an interesting kind of thought that can we deviate completely from the deep biological truth to actually appreciate some kind of the summarization in itself. Let me get back to memory because that's a really interesting idea. Um, how do a collection of cells remember anything? How do biological systems remember anything? How is that akin to the kind of memory we think of humans as having within our big cognitive engine?
Yeah. One of the ways to start thinking about bioelectricity is to ask ourselves, where did neurons and all these cool tricks that the brain uses to run the these amazing problem-solving abilities on basically an electrical network. Right? Where did that come from? It didn't just evolve, appear out of nowhere. It must have evolved from something. And what it evolved from was a much more ancient ability of cells to form networks to solve other kinds of problems. For example, to navigate morpho space, to control the body shape. And so all of the components of neurons, so ion channels, neurotransmitter machinery, electrical synapses, all this stuff is way older than brains, way older than neurons, in fact, older than multicellularity. And so it was already there. Even bacterial biofilms. There's some beautiful work from UCSD on brain-like dynamics of bacterial biofilms. So evolution figured out very early on that electrical networks are amazing at having memories, at integrating information across distance, at different kinds of optimization tasks, image recognition, and so on, long before there were brains.
Can you actually step back and return to what is bioelectricity? What is biochemistry? What are electrical networks? I think a lot of the biology community focuses on the chemicals as the signaling mechanisms that make the whole thing work. You have, I think, to a large degree, uniquely, maybe you can correct me on that, have focused on the bioelectricity, which is using electricity for signaling. There's also probably mechanical, like knocking on the door. So what's the difference, and what's an electrical network?
Yeah. So I want to make sure and kind of give credit where credit is due. So as far back as 1903 and probably late 1800s already, people were thinking about the importance of electrical phenomena in life. So I'm for sure not the first person to stress the importance of electricity. There were waves of research in the 30s, in the 40s, and then again in the kind of 70s, 80s, and 90s of sort of the pioneers of bioelectricity who did some amazing work on all this. I think what we've done that's new is to step away from this idea that, and I'll describe what the bioelectricity is step away from the idea that, well, here's another piece of physics that you need to keep track of to understand the physiology and development, and to really start looking at this as saying, no, this is a privileged computational layer that gives you access to the actual cognition of the tissue, basal cognition. So merging that developmental biophysics with ideas in cognition and computation and so on. I think that's what we've done that's new. But people have been talking about bioelectricity for a really long time, and so I'll define that. So what happens is that if you have a single cell, the cell has a membrane. In that membrane are proteins called ion channels, and those proteins allow charged molecules, potassium, sodium, chloride, to go in and out under certain circumstances. And when there's an imbalance of those ions, there becomes a voltage gradient across that membrane. And so all living cells try to hold a particular kind of voltage difference across the membrane, and they spend a lot of energy to do so. When you so that's a single cell. When you have multiple cells sitting next to each other, they can communicate their voltage state to each other via a number of different ways, but one of them is this thing called a gap junction, which is basically like a little submarine hatch that just kind of docks, right? And the ions from one side can flow to the other side and vice versa. So
isn't it incredible that this evolved? Isn't that wild? Because that didn't exist.
Correct. This had to be evolved, and
it had to be invented.
That's right.
Somebody invented electricity in the ocean. When did this get invented?
Yeah. So I mean, it is incredible. The guy who discovered gap junctions, Werner Wallenstein, I visited him. He was really old.
Human being.
He discovered them.
Because who really discovered them was probably 4 billion years ago.
Good point.
So you give credit where credit is due. I'm just saying.
He rediscovered gap junctions. But when I visited him in Woods Hole maybe 20 years ago now, he told me that he was writing. Fortunately, he passed away, and I think this book never got written. He was writing a book on gap junctions and consciousness, and I think it would have been an incredible book because gap junctions are magic. I'll explain why in a minute. What happens is that, just imagine, the thing about both these ion channels and these gap junctions is that many of them are themselves voltage sensitive. So that's a voltage sensitive current conductance. That's a transistor. And as soon as you've invented one, immediately you now get access to, from this Platonic space of mathematical truth, you get access to all of the cool things that transistors do. So now, when you have a network of cells, not only do they talk to each other, but they can send messages to each other, and the differences in voltage we've all had, because you see this in the brain, right? His action potential is given the electricity. You can now they have these awesome movies where you can take a zebra, like a transparent animal like a zebrafish. You can literally look down and you can see all the firings as the fish is like making decisions on what to eat and things like this. Right? It's amazing. Well, your whole body's doing that all the time, just much slower. So there are very few things that neurons do that all the cells in your body don't do. They all do very similar things, just on a much slower time scale. And whereas your brain is thinking about how to solve problems in three-dimensional space, the cells in an embryo are thinking about how to solve problems in anatomical space. They're trying to have memories like, hey, how many fingers are we supposed to have? Well, how many do we have now? What do we do to get from here to there? That's the kind of problems they're thinking about. And the reason that gap junctions are magic is magic, right? From the earliest time. Here are two cells. This cell, how can they communicate? Well, the simple version is this cell could send a chemical signal, it floats over and it hits a receptor on this cell, right? Because it comes from outside, this cell can very easily tell that came from outside. Whatever information is coming, that's not my information. That information is coming from the inside. So I can trust it. I can ignore it. I can do various things with it, whatever. But I know it comes from the outside. Now imagine instead that you have two cells with a gap junction between them. Something happens. Let's say this cell gets poked. There's a calcium spike. The calcium spike or whatever small molecule signal propagates through the gap junction to this cell. There's no ownership metadata on that signal. This cell does not know now that it came from outside, because it looks exactly like its own memories would have looked like of whatever had happened. Right? So gap junctions, to some extent, wipe ownership information on data, which means that if you and I are sharing memories and we can't quite tell who the memories belong to, that's the beginning of a mind meld. That's the beginning of a scale up of cognition from here's me and here's you to no, now there's just us.
So they enforce a collective intelligence.
That's right.
Gap junctions.
That's right. It helps. It's the beginning. It's not the whole story, but it is the place to start.
Where is state stored of the system?
So
is it in part in the gap junctions themselves? Is it in the cells?
There are many, many layers to this, as always in biology. So there are chemical networks. So, for example, gene regulatory networks, right, which are or basically any kind of chemical pathway where different chemicals activate and repress each other. They can store memories. So, in the dynamical system sense, they can store memories. They can get into stable states that are hard to pull them out of, right? So that becomes, once they get in, that's a memory, a permanent memory or a semi-permanent memory of something that's happened. There are cytoskeletal structures, right, that are physically they store memories in physical configuration. There are electrical memories like flip-flops where there is no physical, right? So if you look, I show my students this example as a flip-flop, and the reason that it stores a 0 or 1 is not because some piece of the hardware moved. It's because there's a cycling of the current in one side of the thing. If I come over and I hold I hold the other side to a high voltage for a brief period of time, it flips over and now it's here. But none of the hardware moved. The information is in a stable dynamical sense. If you were to X-ray the thing, you couldn't tell me if it was 0 or 1, because all you would see is where the hardware is. You wouldn't see the energetic state of the system. So there are bioelectrical states that are held in that exact way, like volatile RAM, basically, like in the electrical state.
It's very akin to the different ways the memory is stored in the computer. So RAM, hard drive.
You can make that mapping, right? So I think the interesting thing is that based on the biology, we can have a more sophisticated. I think we can revise some of our computer engineering methods, because there are some interesting things that biology does we haven't done yet. But that mapping is not bad. I think it works in many ways.
Yeah, I wonder, because the way we build computers, at the root of computer science is the idea of proof of correctness. We program things to be perfect, reliable. This idea of resilience and robustness to unknown conditions is not as important. So that's what biology is really good at. So I don't know what kind of systems. I don't know how we go from a computer to a biological system in the future.
Yeah, I think that the thing about biology is all about making really important decisions really quickly on very limited information. I mean, that's what biology is all about. You have to act. You have to act now. The stakes are very high, and you don't know most of what you need to know to be perfect. And so there's not even an attempt to be perfect or to get it right in any sense. There are just things like active inference, minimize surprise, optimize some
interview work is Andre Kapati, and he's amongst many things also writes occasionally a great blog. He came up with this idea. I don't know if he coined the term, but of software 2.0, where the programming is done in the space of configuring these artificial neural networks. Is there some sense in which that would be the future of programming for us humans, where we're less doing like Python-like programming and more? How would that look like? But basically, doing the hyperparameters of something akin to a biological system and watching it go and keeping adjusting it and creating some kind of feedback loop within the system so it corrects itself. And then we watch it over time accomplish the goals we wanted to accomplish. Is that kind of the dream of the dogs that you described in the Nature paper?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you just painted is a very good description of our efforts at regenerative medicine as a kind of somatic psychiatry. So the idea is that you're not, you're not trying to micromanage. I mean, think about the limitations of a lot of the medicines today. We try to interact down at the level of the pathways, right? So we're trying to micromanage it. What's the problem? Well, one problem is that for almost every medicine other than antibiotics, once you stop it, the problem comes right back. You haven't fixed anything. You were addressing symptoms. You weren't actually curing anything, again, except for antibiotics. That's one problem. The other problem is you have a massive amount of side effects because you were trying to interact at the lowest level. It's right. It's like I'm gonna try to program this computer by changing the melting point of copper. Like maybe you can do things that way, but my God, it's hard to program that right at the hardware level. So what I think we're starting to understand is that, and by the way, this goes back to what you were saying before about that we could have access to our internal state, right? So people who practice that kind of stuff, right? So yoga and biofeedback and those are all the people that uniformly will say things like, well, the body has an intelligence and this, right? So, like those two sets overlap perfectly because that's exactly right. Because once you start thinking about it that way, you realize that the better locus of control is not always at the lowest level. This is why we don't all program with a soldering iron, right? We take advantage of the high level intelligences that are there, which means trying to figure out, okay, which of your tissues can learn, what can they learn, why is it that certain drugs stop working after you take them for a while? It's habituation, right? And so can we understand habituation, sensitization, associative learning, these kinds of things in chemical pathways? We're going to have a completely different way, I think. We're going to have a completely different way of using drugs and as medicine in general when we start focusing on the goal states and on the intelligence of our subsystems as opposed to treating everything as if the only path was micromanagement from chemistry upward.
Well, can you speak to this idea of somatic psychiatry? What are somatic cells? How do they form networks that use by electricity to have memory and all those kinds of things?
Yeah.
What are somatic cells? Like basics here.
Somatic cells just means the cells of your body. So much just means body, right? So somatic cells are just, I'm not even specifically making a distinction between somatic cells and stem cells or anything like that. I mean, basically all the cells in your body, not just neurons, but all the cells in your body. They form electrical networks during embryogenesis, during regeneration. What those networks are doing, in part, is processing information about what our current shape is and what the goal shape is. Now, how do I know this? Because I can give you a couple of examples. One example is when we started studying this, we said, okay, here's a planarian. A planarian is a flatworm. It has one head and one tail normally. And there's several amazing things called planaria, but basically they kind of, I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry. They have a true brain. They're not like earthworms. They're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but they're these little. They're about maybe 2 centimeters in the centimeter to 2 in size. They have a head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal, so they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planarian. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that well over time everything degrades. No, planaria can keep it going for probably how long have they been around? 400 million years, right? So these are the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
So There's planaria that have lived that long, essentially. What does it mean physical continuity?
Because what they do is they split in half. The way they reproduce is they split in half. So the planaria in the back end grabs the petri dish, the front end takes off, and they rip themselves in half.
But isn't this in some sense weird? Like you are a physical continuation.
Yes, except that we go through a bottleneck of one cell, which is the egg. They do not. I mean, they can. There are certain planaria that
got it. So we go through a very ruthless compression process, and they don't.
Yes, like an alligator, which is sort of squashed down to one cell and then back out. These guys just tear themselves in half, and so the other amazing thing about them is they regenerate. So you can cut them into pieces. The record is I think 276 or something like that by Thomas Hunt Morgan, and each piece regrows a perfect little organ. They know exactly, every piece knows exactly what's missing, what needs to happen. In fact, if you chop it in half, as it grows the other half, the original tissue shrinks so that when the new tiny head shows up, they're proportional. So it keeps a perfect proportion. If you starve them, they shrink. If you feed them again, they expand. They're controlled. Their anatomical control is just insane.
Somebody cut them into over 200 pieces.
Yeah. Thomas Hunt Morgan.
Gosh, that's science.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, and maybe more. I mean, they didn't have antibiotics back then. I bet he lost some due to infection. I bet it's actually more than that. I bet you could do more than that.
Humans can't do that.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, yes. I mean, again, true. Except
maybe
that
you can at the embryonic level.
Well, that's the thing, right? So I tell when I talk about this, I say just remember that as amazing as it is to grow a whole planarian from a tiny fragment, half of the human population can grow a full body from one cell, right? So development is really, you can look at development as a just an example of regeneration.
Yeah, to think we'll talk about regenerative medicine, but there's some sense it would be like that warm in like 500 years, where I can just go regrow a hand.
Yep, given time, it takes time to grow large things. But
for now,
yeah, I think so. I think
you could probably why not accelerate? Oh, biology takes its time.
I'm not going to say anything is impossible, but I don't know of a way to accelerate these processes. I think it's possible. I think we are going to be regenerative, but I don't know of a way to make it fast.
I could just think people from a few centuries from now, like, well, they used to have to wait a week for the hand to regrow. It's like when the microwave was invented. You could toast your what's that called when you put a cheese on a toast? It's delicious is all I know. I'm blanking. Anywho. All right. So planaria. Why were we talking about the magical planaria that they have the mystery of life?
Yeah. So the reason we're talking about planaria is not only are they immortal. Okay. Not only do they regenerate every part of their body, they generally don't get cancer, right? So, which we can talk about why that's important. They're smart. They can learn things. So you can train them. And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information.
Do they have a bioelectrical network going on, or
yes,
no?
Yes.
So their somatic cells are forming a network, and that's what you mean by true brain. What's the requirement for a true brain?
Like everything else, it's a continuum, but a true brain has certain characteristics as far as the density, like a localized density of neurons that guides behavior.
In the head.
Exactly.
Connected to the head.
Exactly. If you cut their head off, the tail doesn't do anything. It just sits there until the new brain until the new brain regenerates. They have all the same neurotransmitters that you and I have. But here's why we're talking about them in this context. So here's your planarian. You cut off the head. You cut off the tail. You have a middle fragment. That middle fragment has to make one head and one tail. How does it know how many of each to make, and where do they go? How come it doesn't switch? How come, right? So we did a very simple thing, and we said, okay, let's make a hypothesis that there's a somatic electrical network that remembers the correct pattern, and then what it's doing is recalling that memory and building to that pattern. So what we did was we used a way to visualize electrical activity in these cells, right? It's a variant of what people use to look for electricity in the brain, and we saw that that fragment has a very particular electrical pattern. You can literally see it once we developed the technique. It has a very particular electrical pattern that shows you where the head and the tail goes, right? You can just see it. And then we said, okay, well now let's test the idea that that's a memory that actually controls where the head and the tail goes. Let's change that pattern. So basically incept a false memory. And so what you can do is you can do that in many different ways. One way is with drugs that target ion channels to say, and so you pick these drugs and you say, okay, I'm going to do it so that instead of this one head, one tail electrical pattern, you have a two-headed pattern. Right? You're just editing the electrical information in the network. When you do that, guess what the cells build? They build a two-headed worm. And the coolest thing about it, now no genetic changes. We haven't touched the genome. The genome is totally wild type. But the amazing thing about it is that when you take these two-headed animals and you cut them into pieces again, some of those pieces will continue to make two-headed animals. So that information, that memory, that electrical circuit, not only does it hold the information for how many heads, not only does it use that information to tell the cells what to do to regenerate, but it stores it. Once you reset it, it keeps. And we can go back. We can take a two-headed animal and put it back to one-headed. So now imagine, so there's a couple of interesting things here that have implications for understanding of the genomes and things like that. Imagine I take this two-headed animal. Oh, and by the way, when they reproduce, when they tear themselves in half, you still get two-headed animals. So imagine I take them and I throw them in the Charles River over here. So 100 years later, some scientists come along and they scoop up some samples and they go, oh, there's a single-headed form and a two-headed form. Wow, a speciation event. Cool. Let's sequence the genome and see what happened. The genomes are identical. There's nothing wrong with the genome. So if you ask the question, so this goes back to your very first question, is where do body plans come from, right? How does the planaria know how many heads it's supposed to have? Now, it's interesting because you could say DNA, but what as it turns out, the DNA produces a piece of hardware that by default says one head. The way that when you turn on a calculator, by default it's a zero every single time, right? When you turn it on, it just says zero. But it's a programmable calculator, as it turns out. So once you've changed that, next time it won't say zero; it'll say something else. And the same thing here. So you can make one-headed, two-headed, you can make no-headed worms. We've done some other things along these lines, some other really weird constructs. So this question, right? So again, it's really important. The hardware software distinction is really important because the hardware is essential, because without proper hardware, you're never going to get to the right physiology of having that memory. But once you have it, it doesn't fully determine what the information is going to be. You can have other information in there, and it's reprogrammable by us, by bacteria, by various parasites, probably, things like that. The other amazing thing about these planarias, think about this. Most animals, when we get a mutation in our bodies, our children don't inherit it, right? So you could run around for 50, 60 years getting mutations, your children don't have those mutations because we go through the egg stage. Planaria tear themselves in half, and that's how they reproduce. So for 400 million years, they keep every mutation that they've had that doesn't kill the cell that it's in. So when you look at these planaria, their bodies are what's called mixoploid, meaning that every cell might have a different number of chromosomes. They look like a tumor. If you look at the genome is an incredible mess because they accumulate all this stuff. And yet, their body structure they are the best regenerators on the planet. Their anatomy is rock solid, even though their genome is all kinds of crap. So this is kind of a scandal, right? That when we learn that what are genomes? Well, genomes determine your body. Okay, why does the animal with the worst genome have the best anatomical control, the most cancer resistant, the most regenerative? Really, we're just beginning to start to understand this relationship between the genomically determined hardware and by the way, just as of a couple of months ago, I think I now somewhat understand why this is, but it's really a major puzzle.
I mean, that really throws a wrench into the whole nature versus nurture, because you usually associate electricity with the nurture and the hardware with the nature. And there's just this weird integrated mess that propagates through generations.
Yeah, it's much more fluid. It's much more complex. You can imagine what's happening here is just imagine the evolution of an animal like this. That multi-scale. This goes back to this multi-scale competency, right? Imagine that you have you have an animal that where its tissues have some degree of multi-scale competency. So, for example, if like we saw in the tadpole, if you put an eye on its tail, they can still see out of that eye, right? There's incredible plasticity. So, if you have an animal and it comes up for selection and the fitness is quite good, evolution doesn't know whether the fitness is good because the genome was awesome or because the genome was kind of junky, but the competency made up for it, right? And things kind of ended up good. So what that means is that the more competency you have, the harder it is for selection to pick the best genomes. It hides information, right? And so that means that so what happens? Evolution starts all the hard work is being done to increase the competency because it's harder and harder to see the genomes. And so I think in planaria, what happens is there's this one-way phenomenon where all the effort went into the algorithm, such that we know you've got a crappy genome. We can't clean up the genome. We can't keep track of it. So what's going to happen is what survives are the algorithms that can create a great worm no matter what the genome is. So everything went into the algorithm, and which of course then reduces the pressure on keeping a clean genome. So this idea of right, and different animals have this to different levels, but this idea of putting energy into an algorithm that does not overtrain on priors, right? It can't assume. I mean, I think biology is this way in general. Evolution doesn't take the past too seriously because it makes these basically problem-solving machines as opposed to like exactly what to deal with exactly what happened last time.
Yeah, problem solving versus memory recall. A little memory, but a lot of problem solving.
I think so. Yeah, in many cases. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's incredible those kinds of systems are able to be constructed, especially how much they contrast with the way we build problem-solving systems in the AI world. Back to xenobots. I'm not sure if we ever described how xenobots are built, but you have a paper titled "Biological Robots: Perspectives on an Emerging Interdisciplinary Field." And in the beginning, you mentioned that the word xenobots is like controversial. Do you guys get in trouble for using xenobots, or what? Do people not like the word xenobots? Are you trying to be provocative with the word xenobots versus biological robots? I don't know.
It's a little bit of that. I think the drama is basically related to people having very fixed ideas about what terms mean. And I think in many cases these ideas are completely out of date with where science is now, and for sure they're out of date with what's going to be. These concepts are not going to survive the next couple of decades. So if you ask a person, and including a lot of people in biology who kind of want to make a sharp distinction between biologicals and robots, right? So what's a robot? What a robot usually comes out of a factory. It's made by humans. It's boring. It is a machine that will predict everything it's going to do. It's made of metal. It's made out of inorganic materials. Living organs, magical. They survive, right, and so on. So I mean, these distinctions, I think, were never good, but they're going to be ruthless going forward. And so there's a couple of papers. That small paper was another one that John Baumgarten and I wrote, where we really attacked the terminology, and we say these binary categories are based on very non-essential kind of surface interpretations of technology and imagination that were focused more, but they failed. And so certain concepts have not built. So several, for example, transhumanism and the dogmas that these guys are made of. But we think it's an example of a firewall technology, because ultimately, once we understand how to communicate and manipulate the inputs to these cells, we'll be able to get them to build whatever we want them to build, and that's robotics, right? It's the rational construction of machines that have useful purposes. I absolutely think that this is a robotics platform, whereas some biologists don't.
So it's built in a way that avoids the great level of computation in the way that we've been talking about. So you're trying to do top-down control,
That's
not
exactly right.
bottom-up.
And in the future, all of this will run together, because of course at some point we're going to learn synthetic biology circuits, right? Do transcriptional circuits to get them to do new things. Of course we'll throw some of that in. But we specifically stayed away from all of that because in the first few papers, and there's some more coming down the pipe that I think are pretty dynamite, um, that we want to show what the native cell system is. Because what happens is, you don't hear the heck out of it, right? If people, when you put in, this transcription factory system into metabolic machinery or whatever, people will say, okay, you engineered this and made it do whatever, and fine. I wanted to show, and the whole team wanted to show the plasticity and the intelligence of the biology, what disappears, the biases, the flaws, when you start manipulating the hardware in that way.
Yeah, you don't feel like you've over-controlled things, right? So the whole beauty of the biological system. Why Xenopus 11 labels? How do you come up? Where from?
Xenopus man, yeah, it's a very fun
Why
name.
this from?
It's been used since I think the 50s, just very convenient because you don't in this very buying crowd habitat. They say eggs, and there's tens of thousands of eggs at a time. The eggs develop right in front of your eyes. It's the most magical thing you can see, because normally deal with mice and rabbits or whatever, you don't see these things standing right to everything's inside them. Everything is shut to the temperature. So you have an egg, it's fertilized, and then you can just watch it divide and divide and divide, and all the way until you can see it. And at that point, the community has developed lots of different tools for understanding what's going on, and also for manipulating, right? So people use it for for understanding birth defects and neurobiology, cancer immunology, all sorts of beautiful intelligence at the end of the day that not so cool to watch. Oh yeah, there's amazing videos online. I mean, mammalian embryos are super cool too. For example, monozygotic twins are what happens when you cut a mammalian embryo in half. You don't get two half bodies, you get two perfectly normal bodies because of the regeneration that happens. Right, their development is just a tiny regeneration, and it's just it breeds well in it's easy to raise in the laboratory, and it's very prolific, and all the tools basically for decades they work to develop it. There's other tools that use other processes, but I have to say this is important. Xenobots are fundamentally not anything but fun. So I can't say too much about this because it's not published in peer review yet, but we've staged Xenobots out of other things. There's nothing that we're proud of. This is not a fraudulent outcome. It started from farming, so things were different. But this plasticity stuff, not related to the fact that what happened with kisses in terms of princesses, prince birds. Yeah, that was sort of I completely changed that. They have that all over by the library. I can't get on this on that embryo. Okay, cool. The hardest is phosphorescent. You won't focus on that. Just see embryo genesis. So there's one cell. So the divide doesn't have to be very careful about what cells start doing once they divide. Yeah. And like when there's three of them, like the co-founders or whatever, like for around you're responsible for this. When did they become specialized and how do they coordinate? Yeah. So this is the basic science of developmental biology. There's a lot known about all of that, but look, I'll tell you what I think is kind of the most important part, which is yes, it's very important who does what. However, because going back to this issue of who I made this claim that biology doesn't take the past too seriously. What I mean by that is it doesn't assume that everything is the way it's expected to be, right? And here's an example of that. This was an old experiment, go back to the 40s, but basically imagine it's a some salmon. It's got these little tubules that go in the kidneys, right? So you take a cross section of that tube, you see 8 to 10 cells that cooperate in this little tube in cross section, right? So one amazing thing you can do is you can mess with the vertical cell division. You make the cells which are bigger. You can make them different sizes. Of course, it means different sizes. So if you make the cells different sizes, the whole group is still the same size. So if you take a cross section through that tubule, instead of 8 to 10 cells, you can have 4 or 5. There's only that 4 traits until you make the cells so enormous that one single cell wraps around itself and gives you that same large scale structure of like different molecular entities. So now instead of cell to cell covalent communication between the tubules, instead of that, it's one cell to single cytosol to 10 big cells around it. So think about what that means. It's the service of a large scale, we're talking about top-down control, right? It's the service of a large scale anatomical feature, different molecular mechanisms get called on. So now think about this. You're interested in cells, you're trying to make an embryo. If you had a fixed idea of who was supposed to do what, you'd be screwed because now your cells are gigantic, nothing would work. There's an incredible tolerance for changes in the size of the parts, the amount of DNA in those parts, all sorts of stuff. You can the life is highly interoperable. You can put electrodes in there, you can put nanomaterials into it. This is that problem solving in action, right? It's able to do what it needs to do even when circumstances change. That is the hallmark of intelligence, right? When you define intelligence as the ability to get to the same goal but different means. That's this. You get to the same goal but completely different means. And so why am I bringing this up? This is to say that it's important for the cells to do the right stuff, but they have incredible tolerances for things not being what you expect, and to still get their job done. So if you're all of these things are not hardwired. There are organisms that might be hardwired. For example, the nucleus, the elements in that organism, every the elegant says exactly the same number of cells as the other C elegans. They're all in the same place. They all divide with literally half a color. That in that sort of system, it's much more cookie cutter. But most organisms are incredibly complex.
Is there something particular that with you about the whole developmental biology process? Is there something you could say? Because just so they're very good at accomplishing the goal of the job they need to do, the competencies they need. They can organize it for oneself. It's like it's very hard to trace that whole process. Even think about it versus learning that process.
Right, it's very hard to the point where I often say, just imagine. I sometimes ask my students to do this thought experiment. Imagine we were shrunk down to the scale of a single cell. We're in the middle of an embryo and we're looking around for what's going on. There's cells running around, some cells are dying, and every time you look, it's kind of a different number of cells from most organisms. And so I think that if you didn't know what embryonic development was, you would have no clue that what you're seeing is always going to be the same thing. Never mind knowing what that is. Never mind being able to say, even with full genomic information, being able to say what molecular building you do, that's a great idea. But just even to get that, wow, the outcome of all this activity it's always going to feel the same thing.
The inheritor create the final view as you are now in the world. You can do it. So you can start from the same embryo as you create a very similar organism.
Yeah, except for cases like some of us, when you give them a different environment, they come up with a different way to be adapted with that environment. But overall, I mean, so I think to kind of summarize it, I think what evolution is good at is creating hardware that has a very stable baseline mode, meaning that left versus the right is very good at doing the same thing, but it has a bunch of problem-solving capacity such that if any assumptions don't hold, if the cells are a liter size and you have the wrong number of cells, or there's stuck an electrode halfway through the body, whatever, it will still get most of what it needs to do done.
You talked about the magic and the power of biology. The limitations of the brain, how special is the brain, and how special. You're kind of minimizing the brain. Well, less than a minute. You think of all the special computation happens in the brain, everything else is like the help. You're kind of saying that the whole thing is doing computation. But nevertheless, how special is the human brain in this full context of biology?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no getting away from the fact that the human brain allows us to do things that we could not do without it.
You could say the same thing about the woman.
Yeah, no, this is true. And so my goal is not. You're right. My goal is not to prove the life of the brain. Well, anybody out there that's listening, everybody's had their role. Yeah, it has a very important role to acknowledge the importance of the brain. There are more than enough people who are cheerleading the brain, right? So I don't feel like nothing I say is going to reduce people's excitement about the human brain. So I emphasize other things more. I don't think it gets much credit. I think other things will get enough credit. I think the brain the human brain is incredible and special and all that. I think other things need more credit, and I also think that and I'm sort of this way about everything. I don't like binary categories for almost anything. I like it in between almost thing. But the human brain is that by accepting that as some kind of an important category or essential thing, we end up with all kinds of weird pseudo problems and phenomena. So, for example, when we talk about it, people want to talk about ethics and other things like that, and what this idea that surely if we look out into the universe, surely we don't believe that this human brain is the only way to be sentient, right? Surely we don't, to have high level cognition. I can't even wrap my mind around this idea that that is the only way to do it. No doubt there are other architectures where you want to. They have completely different principles that achieve the same thing. Well, if we believe that, then that tells us something important. It tells us that things where not quite human brains, or chimeras of human brains and other tissue, or human brains, or other kinds of brains in novel configuration, or things that are sort of brains but not really quite plants, or embryos, or whatever, might also have important cognitive problems. So also treating the human brain in terms of kind of like sharp binary category where you are or you aren't. But I don't believe that.
You see, Hancock was not king of the Low Countries. He was either Duke or Prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but it didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, he was 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil. Well, they make a parable of that. Every day the situation was hard, and
I
his land was
absolutely think so
going
because
more and
because
more
look, all
downhill.
of like
But William's
all the
position was not
all
just to
standard
lose.
model
He was
systems
a hostage of
are
pure
an N of
fame.
one
Well,
for
he
some
was a
evolution
noble
on Earth,
hostage,
right?
yes, but
And
still at the
trying
King's
to
mercy.
make
So though there were
conclusions
faults to
about
their revolution,
biology from looking
William
at
did the
life
same
on
thing
Earth
well,
is like
which is
testing
where he
your
learned to
theory
remain
on the same data as a generated.
very
It's
himself.
all kind of like locked in.
When he returned
So
to his
he
lands in the Low
absolutely has
Countries,
to create
William went to war.
novel
While he had been a
examples
hostage,
that
a new
have
region
no
had been
history
approved
on
in the
it.
Low
That don't,
Countries by the
the
King.
Xenobots have no
This was
history of
his
selection
sister,
because
his
the
half
Xenobots
sister,
themselves weren't
Margarita
selection
the
experiments.
Great.
But the
She
Xenobots
was
definitely used
officially
it before, and
supposed
so
to
we can
rule
make
through
hydration, we
correlation
make
with an official
models
council called the
with
Council of
with a half
State.
rock, half axolotl. You can
This
make
was
all sorts of
something of a
high
firm.
droids, right?
All of
Constructions
the
and living
highest
systems
nobility
and
in
robots
the
and
Low Countries
whatever.
belonged to her,
You can be
including William
making these
himself.
things until we find actual
But in
aliens,
reality, that wasn't
because
how things
otherwise
really worked.
we're just looking at an N of one
Margarita
set of
ruled the
examples.
country
Nothing's a frozen
in
accident in
concert with
evolution,
one
and so
boundary.
we need to go
Bishop
beyond
Edward
that
of
to really
Granville.
understand biology.
This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Congress. Granville was a proud Spanish man. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Indians landing there, so really he was perfect for Philip's purposes. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and put strong ties and allies around them, and even began a network of communication and correspondence that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly when they knew was even faster. This network of lords had several objectives, but the first and most important to them was to petition Marguerite de Parma, Granville, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they
I
sent
think it's
many
very
of
hard
them,
to create something
went
that's very
unheeded
different. I
for
mean, it's
2 whole years until Philip
we are just
finally
talking
had a name to
both
move those troops off Low
experimentally
Country
and in
soil
terms of our
into his
imagination.
war with
It's
the
very hard.
Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted
So
him
here, I'll take a
the
stab. I mean,
authority
I agree with
to
you
crown an
to whatever
inquisition.
extent that we can say, hey,
This
I do
inquisition
think that
did
there's
what
some humans that
inquisitions
probably
were
are in a
intended to
number
do.
of different
They
different
searched out anyone who
architectures
wasn't a
that are
Catholic
with
and
interesting cognitive
kidnapped
properties
them
like
and
that.
questioned them, usually
What
ending
can
their
we say
torture
about
and
that? I
sometimes
think
even an
that
execution.
the
It
only things
terrorized
that
the
are going,
countryside of
I
all
don't
of the
think we
Low
can rely
Countries,
on
and
any of the
naturally,
typical stuff.
William and
Are we
his group
fake?
of nobles that had banded
Like I think
together
all of
to
that
this
is just
injustice, well,
us being
they
having
decided to
a
press
lack
for
of
Granville to
imagination.
remove
But
them.
I think
They took
the things that
to wearing a
are
symbol
going to be
on all of
universal,
their
if anything,
coats. They had this
are
symbol
things, for
embroidered on
example,
the
driven
coats of
by
their
resource
soldiers and their
limitation. The
servants.
fact that
The symbol they
you are
decided
fighting a
upon were
hostile
quiver
world and you have to
triangles.
draw a boundary between
The quiver
yourself and the world
represented
somewhere. The fact that that boundary is
the
not given to you
unity
by anybody
among these
you have to
nobles.
has to
The fact that a
has
single
to create
arrow
it
could
yourself.
be broken,
And the fact
and
that
yet
you
many
have
arrows
to cross
together could
grain
not
your
be broken.
experience and the fact that
It
you're going
also
to try to
represented
minimize
the fact
surprise
that
and
they
the fact
were
that like
open
these are
to
the things that I
rebellion.
think are
They
fundamental
were
to
fighting
biology.
the
None of
power that they saw as
the
being
facts
just,
about the
and they were
genetic
not
code
afraid
and the
to
fact
tell
that we
that
have
power
genes
exactly
or
how
the
they felt. In
biochemistry of
fact,
it. I don't think any of
they
those things
would
are fundamental.
put this
But
symbol on
it's going to
banners
be
and
a lot
march it
more
through
about
the city
information
square
and
in
about the
every town in the
creation
Low
itself. The fact that
Countries. They even
so
went so
my
far as to
framework
promise
cells are
Margarita de
demarcated
Parma that
by
if
the
Granville
scale
would
of
not
the goals
remove
that they can pursue.
all of the
So from
taxes
little
that they
tiny
were required to
multiples to
pay
like massive,
would not be paid at
planetary
all.
scale goals
They
for
said
certain
that
things.
if
And
Granville
everything
stayed in
and
office
everything
no matter
you
that,
can draw just like
they could
cosmic
not
light
promise that the Low
that
Countries would stay
determines
peaceful.
the
This was
scale of the goals
essentially
you can
telling
possibly
the
pursue.
regent of
I
the
think
Low Countries,
those kinds
Philip
of
the Representative,
frameworks
that if they did not
like that,
remove
like
the
active
man that they
humans,
hated
are
so
going to be
much,
universally
they would go into
applicable.
open rebellion
But none
against
of
them.
the other things
However,
that are
on the
typically
other
being
hand,
discussed.
if Granville were removed, they would take him away from power. And they
We were just
promised that
talking
there
about
would be no
aliens and all that
accident
kind of thing.
subordination
It's
and the
just
taxes
I
would
don't know
flow
if you've seen
freely.
there's a kind of
This was
debate
an
that goes
argument
on
that
about cognition
Margarita
in plants.
definitely
Yeah, what can you
understood.
say about
You see,
computation of
the
cognition in
realm was
plants?
always
And
hurting for
I
money,
always look at that sometimes.
especially in this time when
Here's an algorithm caused by condition in plants.
So, learning that there was a way to get more time to
something that similar here on Earth is already like freezing out, then I think there's going to be all kinds of cognitive life out there where we're going to have a really hard time recognizing.
I think robots are like
Yeah.
like expand our mind cognitively. Either that or the work the Xenobots. So again, maybe because they don't think, it's really inhumanly engineered thing these parts, and then it's able to achieve some kind of cognition that's different than we used to, and you start to understand like, oh, every alien is capable of cognition. Oh, we're all plants, and you think plants like when you eat them, they I don't know if it's breathing. I think when I say breathing, it sounds, yeah, yeah. I think we have to scale down the expectations in terms of, right. So probably we're not screaming in the way that we would be screaming. However, there's plenty of data on plants being able to do anticipation and sort of past memory and so on. Um, I think what you just said about robots. I hope you're right, and I hope that because there's two ways that people could take that, right? So one way is exactly what you just said, to try to kind of expand their notions. But I agree. The other way people often go is they sort of define the term. If it's not a natural product, it's just fake, right? It's not intelligence. It was made by somebody else. Because it's the same thing. They can see how it's done, and once you see how it's like a magic trick. Once you see how it's done, it's not as fun anymore. And I think people have a real tendency for that to be sort of, which I find really strange in the sense that if somebody said to me, what do we have on this sort of blind hill climbing search, and then we have a really smart team of engineers. Which one do you think is going to produce a system that has good intelligence? I think it's really weird to say that it only comes from the blind search, right? It can't be done by people who, by the way, can also use the techniques that they want, but also rational design. I think it's really weird to say that real intelligence only comes from natural evolution. So I hope you're right. I hope people take it the other way. well, there's a nice short film. So I work with young robots a lot now for my own personal pleasure. Not like interested. So four legs, and one of the things that changes my experiences about a lot is when I can't understand vibrations. And there's a lot of reasons to say that. Me personally, creating a song where it runs in, there's a lot of ways for me to feel the songs in such a way that I don't exactly know why they did a certain basic decision. Of course, as an engineer, you can go in and try to guess laws and all that stuff. Data sets are great. The precision is great. All the algorithms, and so on. But I also try to bring experience back to pride, and that lived experience as another person is completely different concept. And I think the magic is there, not knowing how it works. That I think biology is just that for you. Through the layers of abstraction, because nobody really knows what's going on inside this biology. Like each one's component really is a relatively essential. I think there's actually really cheap systems that can, if I can illustrate that kind of thing, which is even like fractals, right? Like you have a very small short formula in C, and you see it, and there's no magic. You're just going to crank through, C squared plus D whatever. You're just going to crank through it. But the result of it is this incredibly rich, beautiful image, right? That just like, wow, all of that was in this like 10 character long string, like amazing. So the fact that you can know everything there is to know about the details of a process and all the parts and everything, like there's really no magic of any kind there, and yet the outcome is something that you would never have expected, and it's it's incredibly rich and complex and beautiful. So there's a lot of, you're right, the work of developing conceptual frameworks to understand unconventional cognition. So the kind of thing that you're talking about, I just like the term unconventional cognition. And you want to figure out how to contextualize and communicate it, because you already mentioned the example of the words unconventional cognition. Is it as simple as everything outside of the world could defy you? cognition, cognitive science, stuff going on between our ears goes into a deeper way to get at the fundamentals of what is cognition. Yeah, I think like, and I'm certainly not the only person who works in cognition, unconventional cognition was the term. Yeah, that's one that. So I've learned a number of weird terms, but I've got one that I like that. That's an interesting thing. So for example, somebody like Andy Adamescu, who I don't know if you've had him on. If you haven't, you should. He's a very interesting guy. He's a computer scientist and he does unconventional cognition and blind modes and all kinds of weird. He's a real weird kind of human, I'm sure. But anyway, so that's there's a bunch of terms that I couldn't ever memorize. So I think like many terms that is really defined by the times, meaning that unconventional things that are unconventional cognition today are not going to be considered unconventional cognition tomorrow. It's one of those things. And so it's this really deep question of how do you recognize, communicate with, classify cognition when you cannot rely on the typical common sense, right? So typical, again, if you stick with the history of life on Earth, these exact model systems, you would say, here's a particular structure in the brain, and this one has fewer of those, and this one has a bigger frontal cortex, and this one has this, right? So these are landmarks that we're used to, and it allows us to make very kind of rapid judgments about what's going on. But if we can't rely on that, either because we're looking at a synthetic thing or an engineered thing or an alien thing, then what do you do, right? How do you? And so that's what I'm really interested in. I'm interested in all of its possible implementations, not just the obvious ones that we know from looking at things. Whenever you find something like unconventional cognition, I think about a cellular timeline. I'm just captivated by the beauty of it, and the fact that these simple little objects raise from the complexity that very quickly could guess and uproot the object and into a create as its own organism that flows on magnetic time. Like, honestly, I could pull time with deep mushrooms into my cellular timeline. Just very prominent, dreamlike, near perspective time, allowing this very simple system to capture something really powerful. Because when you study that system, you understand something fundamental about complexity, about life on Earth. Anyway, how do I communicate with it? Cellular timeline to cognition. It's a plan to cognition. It's a Xenophon to cognition. How do I whisper in its ear and get an answer back to it? How do I have a conversation? Yeah. Well, how do I have a Xenophon in a conversation? We have we combine investigations into that particular path opens up. We thought about this. So you need to understand the space in which we live. So what not just the physical modality, like can they feel vibration? I mean that's important for effective delivery of message, but not just the ideas for communication with you, not just the physical medium, but what we're feeling, right? So what are these? What are important to this? What's important to this system? And systems of all kinds of different levels of sophistication know what you would expect in attack. And I think what's really important, I call this the spectrum of usefully, which is this idea that when you're looking at a system, you can't assume where on the spectrum it is. You have to do experiments. And for example, if you look at a deregulatory network, a bunch of nodes that turn each other on and off at various rates, you might look at it and say, well, there's no magic here. I mean, clearly this thing is as probabilistic as it gets. It's a piece of hardware. The only way we're going to be able to control it is by rewiring it, which is the way molecular biology works, right? We can add nodes and change them. Well, so we've done simulations that show that biological analogies, if you're familiar with that, biological networks like that have associative memory. So they can actually learn, they can learn from they have habituation, they have centralization, they have associative memory, which you wouldn't have known if you assumed that they have to be on the left side of that network. So when you're going to communicate with something, and Charles Abrams and I have written a paper on behaviorist approaches to synthetic organisms, meaning that if you're given something, you have no idea what it is it's going to do. How do you figure out what its psychology is, what its level is, what this
literally lay out a set of protocols, starting with the simplest things where you have the more complex things where you can make no assumptions about what this thing could do, right? To start or find out. So when you're gonna, so even a simple, I mean, here's one way to communicate with something. If you frame it, that's a way of communicating. So people go by, you can figure out what the current supposed to reward of positive and negative reinforcement is, and you can get it to be something it wasn't doing before based on experiences you get. Like you have taught it one thing, you have communicated one thing, that such and such an action is good, such and such another action is not. That's like a basic pattern of a primitive pattern of communication.
You will run hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. Get to do something you haven't done before. Is it answer back?
Yeah, most certainly. And then I've seen cartoons. I mean, maybe Gary Larson or somebody had a cartoon of basically rats in a maze, and the one rat is like, listen to me. Look at this. Every time I walk over here, you still look in that original city.
That's
That's
not quite our style. And really measure how much, like if I actually measure how much I've changed because of my interaction with certain cellular contacts, you really have to take that into consideration regardless of if it changes in 2 years. I know you know how it works and so on, but you can change right away. Absolutely. I think I read, I don't remember, but I think I read something about how other things like domesticated humans in terms, right? But by their property change the way that human behavior is assessed. And that's when cats are lucky in the world because it's it was healthy. So first they, while not getting hit by humans literally with every ounce of their being, they built the house out just doing very limited behavior, take the home to them. And then, not only the physical space did they take over, they took over spiritual, dominated them in terms of cuteness, in terms of amiability. And so they're like they got themselves literally inside the knee of violence that spread unrevolutionary, and they're the ones that are causing the revolution. Like in other words, a follow-up paper after the Groucho thing. Okay, so you mentioned sentient consciousness. You have a kind of a generalizing framework for sentience beyond natural species. So beyond normal cognition, if we look at sentience and consciousness, I don't know, just drawing a simplification of things elsewhere. Us as humans, and we're going to play the verse. We think aliens have sentience. And if they do, how do we think about it? So in the other framework, let's just take what is the way you propose to think about sentience? Yeah, that particular paper was a very short commentary on another paper that was written about crabs. It was a really good paper on crabs and various like a rubric of different types of behaviors that can be applied to human creatures and our kind of crabs, etc. I human consciousness, we can talk about a whole separate kettle of fish. I almost never talk about consciousness in my cases. I almost never talk about consciousness per se. I feel very good about it when we talk about it. Mostly what I talk about is cognition because I think that's much easier to deal with in a kind of rigorous experimental way. I think that all of these terms have the different sentience and so on have different definitions, and I I think that people can, as long as they specify what they mean ahead of time, I think people can define them in various ways. The only thing that I really kind of insist on is that the right way to think about all this stuff is from an engineering perspective. What does it help me to control, predict, and does it help me remember stuff? That's not a universal perspective. So some people have philosophical underpinnings, and those are primary. And if anything runs against that, then it must automatically be wrong. So some people will say, I don't care what else. If your theory says to me that thermostats have little tiny holes,
nations of
I'm
France
not,
and the
I'm
Holy
not,
Roman
I'm
Empire
not.
were
So that's
officially
just
not
like
taken
that's
towards
my
the Portuguese,
philosophical,
but there were
preconception. It's
many
like
Protestants
Protestants
and
do not have
pastors
voice
there
in our
that
day.
would sleep.
So that's one
William
way of
and
doing
his
it. But
brothers
to
fled
do it that
back
way,
to
I
William
do not do
to
that way, and
join
I think
what
that we can't,
this
we can't.
tide of
I don't
people
think we
who
can
were
throw
escaping
much of
elsewhere
anything
in
from
the
from
world.
a
They
philosophical
began
here.
making
I
their
think
home
that
there, as many of these people
all of
already
these
emerged
theories
and
and ways
had
of doing
long
things stand or
communication
fall
with
based on
between
people.
the
It's basically one
Huguenots
set
and
of criteria.
Franks,
Does it help you
the
run a
really,
rich
really
research program
Dutch
over there?
exiles in
So I
England,
agree with you totally.
and those like
So
William of Orange
there's
that were living
philosophy.
in the
What about
sympathetic parts of
poetry
Germany.
and ambiguity?
They
What
began
about
organizing
the
a
limits
military
of some of the things you
resistance.
can engineer
The
using
French
terms
Huguenot force that
that
allied
can be
itself
defined multiple
decided to
ways
attack in the southwest
and
from France
living
itself.
in
William's brother, Louis of
uncertainty
Nassau,
in
he was
order
going
to
to attack
conflate
from
with
the
words until
northeast
something
in Holland,
lands that you can
and
engineer. I
William
mean,
the
that's to
Silent
me where
was going to
consciousness
attack
sits
right
apart.
in the center,
Nobody really
hitting straight for
understands
him.
the
The
hard problem of
French Huguenot
consciousness, the
force never
subjective, what
even
it feels
made
like.
it to the Low Countries.
Because
They
it
were
really
intercepted
feels
by
like
forces of French kings
something
before
to
they
do
were
with
making
biological
contact.
systems. This conglomerate of
Alva,
different
who
cells
was
in this
supposed to be
hierarchy
distracted by this
of
initial
consciousness.
Huguenot
It
invasion,
feels like
was able
something.
to deal with
And I
Louis
feel like
very
that,
easily. His army was
is that
small,
just
meant to be more of a garrison, taking back valuable
is that
lands
just
while Alva
a
was
side
engaged
effect
elsewhere, but
of a
Louis was
complex
defeated
system?
quickly. So
Or is
William,
there
with
something
about
more
21,000 troops,
that
faced off
humans have?
against
Or
the Duke
is
of
there
Alva.
something more that any biological
However,
system has? Some
Duke
kind
of
of
Alva
magic,
decided
some
not
kind
to
of
fight
not just
William the
a
Silent.
sense of agency,
He
but
entrenched
a
his
real
forces
sense
nearby.
with a capital letter S.
William presented them all to
So,
Uncle Tom again,
Boy,
totaling
yeah, that's a good
29
question. That
troops of
because
true
there's
knights.
poetry and
And every
engineering
time
and
he would
that.
present Alva
there
to the Duke of
definitely
Alva,
is, and a lot of
Alva
the
would
poetry
not take it.
comes in
He would
when we
keep his
realize that
defenses
none
up
of the
and
categories
not
we deal
allow
with are
William to
sharp
open
as
an
we think
attack
they are,
surface
right?
position.
And so in the
Anytime that William would try to take a
different
city
areas
or any other
of all
valuable
these spectra
resources,
are
Alva would
where
block
a
his
lot of the
path.
poetry
He would
sits.
never
I
enter
have
battle.
many new theories about things, but
This
I do
wasn't
not have
cowardice,
a
this was
good theory about
strategy.
consciousness that
You
I
see,
plan to trot
these
out. So
And you
21,000
also
troops
see
of
it
William the
with
Silent,
your powerful
the
argument.
vast majority of them were
I
paid
think it's
mercenaries
uncommon.
from
I have some
Germany.
thoughts about it, but I
And
don't feel like they're
eventually,
going to move the needle
all of
yet.
his money dried up,
And you want to corroborate
and
it
when mercenaries weren't getting paid,
engineering
they were
ways.
now fighting for a
So who else?
cause. The
I mean,
army
I don't.
dissipated
So
and
if we
fled.
really tackle consciousness
Soon,
per se, and
William the
this is
Silent
a
was
hard
forced to
problem.
flee as well.
I don't.
He
That
planned
isn't
a
necessarily
war
going
with
to be grounded
military
in
weak
engineering, right?
conquest of the
That
Low
aspect of the
Countries
cognition
as
is,
complete
but
failure.
actual consciousness
The
per
Huguenot
se,
forces were invested
first
in
person
plans that could
perspective.
no
I'm
longer
not sure
pay
that
for
that's going to
themselves.
happen in engineering. And
William,
I think
he was completely broke.
specifically,
He had spent
what's
all of his
different
money
about
on what
it is
essentially was
there's a couple
utterly
things. So
useless.
here we go. I'll say a couple things
He
about consciousness.
realized that he had
One
to
thing is that
turn to other
what makes it
tactics,
different
other
is that
troops, other
for
battlefields, and
every
other
other
power.
type aspect of science,
To
when we
quote
think
the
about
Dutch
having a
American
correct
historian,
or a good
Damon
theory of it,
Hirstein,
we have some idea of what
quote,
format
all were men
that
without a
makes
country,
predictions in.
outlawed by
So
the
whether those
blind
are
instruments of a
numbers or
foreign
whatever,
potentate,
we
who
have
had
some
endeavored
idea.
by all
We may not
possible
know the
means to
answers,
make
we
his
may not have
royal
the
will
theories, but
law
we
and
know
a
that
country
when
of
we get the
constitutional
theory,
liberty.
here's what it's going to output.
Revenge
And
was
then
their
it's
motto,
right. For
privateering their
actual
object,
consciousness
while
of
necessity
behavior,
often
or,
drove them to
an
piracy.
actual first person
They ended their
consciousness,
career by becoming
if
the
we had a
co-founders of one of
correct
the most
theory of
illustrious
consciousness and
republics
there's
of
a good
modern
one,
times.
what the hell what
In
format
history, they are
would it
known as
make
the sea
predictions in,
beggars,
right?
that unique
Because all the
aggregation of
things that we know
freebooters and
about,
adventurers
those
whose life
basically
never
boil down to
before nor since
observable
has been
behavior.
viewed on the
So the
scene of the
only thing
world's
I can think of
events.
when I think about that
England.
is
Even before the arrival of the Duke of
it'll
Alva,
be poetry,
or before the
it'll
arrival of the
be
Inquisition,
something.
or even before the Spanish
If I
arrival in
ask
the
you,
Low Countries
if
at
you've
all,
got a great
the
theory of
coast
consciousness, and
of the
here's
Netherlands was
this
home
creature,
to
he's an apple, or
pirates'
he's a dream, or
airstrips.
whatever,
The
and
Dutch
I
were
want you
a
to tell me
seafaring
what your
people by
theory
nature.
says about
Piracy was
this means
inevitable,
what
especially
it's
in a
like to be
region that was
seen.
so rich with
The
foreign
only
trade
thing I
routes
can
and foreign
imagine
ships.
giving me is some
But with the
art,
arrival of the
poem,
Inquisition,
or
the
something
arrival of the
that
Duke of
once
Alva
I've
and his
taken it
court of
in,
blood,
I
thousands
share
of people were turned
I now have
Prospects
a
for
similar
any
stake
young
as
Protestant
whatever.
man who is
That's about
growing
as
up
clear
in
as
this
I can
region,
come to it. Well,
well, they were vanishing
possible
quickly.
that,
And
once again,
in
it's
the
good
Low
to understand
Countries,
the
there was
process.
a tide of
There would be
patriotism.
maps of some things that are more measurable.
The men
So,
who
for
had for
example,
decades
it's
been
possible
nothing more than
that
outlaws were becoming to the
a
Dutch a
conscious
valuable
being is one
resource.
that's able
Any
to
man who had a ship and
suffer.
the will to attack Spanish
So
ships, or
he started to
Portuguese
feel
or
pain
French,
and
or really
suffering.
any
You
Catholic
can
ships
start
for
to
that matter,
connect it
well, they had their
closer
ranks
to
swell with hundreds upon
things
hundreds of
that
young men who had no other
you can
prospects in life.
measure
These men
that
were hungry,
in terms of
desperate,
how
and
they
angry,
reflect themselves in
and they were joining
behavior
pirate ships at an
and
alarming
problem
rate.
solving
What had once
and
been just a few small,
creation
sleek
and
pirate ships
attainment of goals,
grew.
for example.
They would take
They
any
may be
merchant vessels they
suffering
could
in one of
find
the
armed them with the cannon from any forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turned them into fighting ships that they used in piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began attack, primarily in a town in Holland called Old. There was an inn in London called the Golden Fountain that they visited. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that it wound up being called the Beggar's Inn. Now, at the Beggar's Inn, a pirate captain could buy a round of Jameson. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to pinch their goods and give them any lead to them on the market. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rival nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well-dressed, decent, and well-placed, but they were an important facet of the Beggar's Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need for naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a trade route or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of certain political or military leaders. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had powers in all the ports and guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the stadtholder, the military leader of that region, on May the 6th, after Rue Nassau led that unfortunate invasion, he released a decree. He informed any villages in the district called Waterloo of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregating about England and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared, so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of Catholic country. Any Protestant had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by the Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the British, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage would be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a protocol. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse, however, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November of 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot fleets, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to lay out his stolen goods. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alba was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spagnola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them and requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the
officials of the ports, ordering them to leave the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could take shelter near the towns, they had done so, pirates had attacked them, and some of our men had been killed defending their vessels, with the greater loss still on the part of the corsairs. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written of this effort to the King. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order. Elizabeth had signed an order for safe conduct, passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given as an escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied with the King of Spain, and this was his gold. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and as many of her books suggested, taking the gold from her. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man who had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed their fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judith, and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet to return to England. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers, and currently, all of the gold intended to pay the troops who were, at the time, England's closest ally, was traveling overland within her borders. Elizabeth learned that that gold did not actually belong to the King of Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer on those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in town. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to her. Quote, "The Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Lope de Sierra's ship, and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Plymouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alva has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well and took possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in the seizure of property. The slaves that these pirates have taken are poor, with a Spanish ship, all very valuable. They, the English government, have also seized the property of Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end." The Duke of Alva was quickly losing control of the situation in Europe. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payment. It turned out there would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs had controlled the North Sea, because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean for years. Alva needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning how tenuous his situation really was. So he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands, he seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. She decreed, quote, "Any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places stamped into the prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may have met or helped to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons and their property. Her Majesty, having also learnt from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had detained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats, in which for a certain sum of money Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was after. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so bad that if she were going to break their treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaty, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin a collaboration. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars. The sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel defeated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trade route. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to fetch him at the port of RabbiRothschild, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch seafarers, led by a man named William de Ruyter. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea bombs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together now. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn for different divisions, both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what we could call the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by planes and by seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story, and set the stage for some of the most notorious African pirates in history. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenots and some of their earlier days. Then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch and their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the British. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes did. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some very important background information to one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, quite explosive. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at RabbiRothschildPodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our travels. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources we use. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the source list also has links that go to the GameBooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read or borrow. If you do use that source, GameBooks is kind enough to donate one of your books. We also have an 8-book search bar for episodes. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/manifestingpodcast. There's also an eBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything, whether at eBooks or Amazon.com, you do so through the website or kind enough to carry a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
will guarantee. I mean, that's the other kind of important thing. A lot of people, I get a lot of complaints from these people who come in and say, what you're doing isn't natural. And I'll say, look, natural. That'd be nice if somebody was making sure that natural was matched up to our values, but no one's doing that. Evolution optimizes for biomass. Nobody's optimizing. It's not optimizing for your happiness, and that thing necessarily is optimizing for intelligence or fairness or any kind of stuff.
A little find that person that emails you about take their place. Being able to handle say now this is natural.
This is natural. Yeah, exactly. Because it comes from an old worldview where you could assume that whatever is natural, but that's probably for the best. And I think we're long out of that Darwin kind of view. So I think we can look at it. I think we have to, right? There's natural. This is great for a lot of life forms.
What are some foods that go when you think about thinking about a body mind? What do you advise?
Yeah, on a practical level, what I really hope people do is to gain enough of an understanding of the embodied intelligence of organs and tissues such that you can achieve a radically different regenerative medicine. So that you can say, but basically, and I think about it as, in terms of like, okay, what's the goal kind of, end game kind of something. To me, the end game is something that you would call an anatomical compile. The idea is you would sit down in front of a computer and you would draw the body or the organ that you want. Not molecular details, but like, hey, this is what I want. I want a six-legged, frog with a propeller on top, or I want a heart that looks like this, or I want a leg that looks like this. And what it would do, what you're doing is put out, it could convert that anatomical description into a set of stimuli that would have to be given to cells in order for them to do exactly that thing. Right? I probably won't be able to see it, but I think it's interesting. And I think that if we can have that, then that is basically the solution to all wound medicine except for infectious disease. So birth defects, right? Traumatic injury, cancer, aging, degenerative disease. If we knew how to tell cells what to build, all of those things go away. So those things go away in the positive feedback spiral of economic costs, where all of the advances are infinitely more heroic and expensive interventions of a single ship when you're like 90, and so on, right? All of that goes away because basically instead of trying to fix you up as you degrade, you progressively regenerate. You apply the regenerative medicine early before things degrade. So I think that'll have a massive economic impact over what we're trying to do now, which is not at all sustainable. And that's what I hope that we get to. So to me, yes, the Xenobots will be doing useful things, cleaning up the environment, cleaning out your joints and all that kind of stuff. But more important than that, I think we can use these synthetic systems to try to understand, to develop a science of detecting and manipulating the goals of collective intelligence of cells. I think the core regenerative medicine. And then beyond that, if we think further beyond that, what I hope is that, kind of like what you said, all of this drives a reconsideration of how formulate ethical norms. Because the old school, so in the old, the easiest thing to do is you confronted with something new, you tackle it, right? And you learn like challenge language now is not fun, right? So the tool was made in a factory, you make a part, you do whatever, right? If you did that until you got the squishy metal form, the civilization would say, there's more or less ice to it, and whatever. That's not going to be feasible. It was never really feasible, but it was good enough that we didn't have it, and we made a modern tech. That needs to go. And I think that by breaking down those artificial barriers, someday we can try to build a system of ethical norms that does not rely on these super contingent facts of our earthly history, but on something much deeper that really takes agency and the capacity to suffer in order to take that seriously.
Capacity to suffer and the deep questions I was asking was in that heated aspect to it. The two fundamental tests of getting human condition. So I can basically do a value that in the physical space. So print out 3D print like a little frog with
since the Spanish had sunk the English ships in the Low Countries that were protecting vessels and adhering to Catholic law, the Spanish ambassador had been placed under house arrest and only ever allowed to leave his home to visit the court and see the queen, and even then only legally. It was on one of those occasions while visiting the English court that he saw the queen leading an embassy from a notorious source. He was the ambassador from William VII, the de facto prince of the undeclared Netherlands Republic. The emissary was Lord Dolphin, that man who was essentially the admiral of all seafarers. He was the admiral even of Jan Carlos, who was busy in that English port, selling his ill-gotten goods, buying rounds of drink for his men, and presumably enjoying some of the local English maids' company. Lord Dolphin was, in England, attempting to build an alliance between his men, the Sea Beggars, and William of Nassau and Queen Elizabeth. He had also been to La Rochelle, meeting the Huguenot leaders, attempting to build an alliance there. These three groups were essentially creating a league for the Protestants in Europe, a league that was struggling against the combined papal forces of Spain and France and the Holy Roman Empire. This was in response to many of these papal forces' moves against the Protestants in Europe. For example, the Duke of Alba and King Philip had elected to blockade all of the English shipping in their English home ports. Notably, there was a rowing fleet that was stuck in one. It was bound for La Rochelle in France, but not allowed to leave the harbor. And more importantly, there was a wool fleet unable to leave English shores. They were intended to sail to Germany, where they would sell a large percentage of England's wool. So much, in fact, that this really threatened English labor. It was even feared at court that if this fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse England's entire economy. To break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted sailors. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from Southampton. She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of the vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading their trade and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright naval warfare. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and kept open the port of La Rochelle, both for the French and for the English to trade through. The Channel was becoming a place that was deadly for any Catholic ships. So many French corsairs these Huguenot forces were tied down and thrown in that really they'd been unable to keep the Channel free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to bolster their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in their trade. Now, on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the Sea Beggars that ruled the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still more burned. The navy of the Huguenots had for a long time really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval arm. However, now that the Sea Beggars and the English navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in those seas. This was the first time that England had really been able to put the massive navy they had been building to use. And the Dutch royal gunners as well. Beyond the who bragged how pirates they had been, they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings of the beggars alone. They decided to elect, officially, Lord Dauphin as their leader. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It read, quote, "Whereas, during the past years, the greater part of the nobility of Brittany, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving their head goods, wives, and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alba and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly." End quote. They were still not quite a navy. There were still pirates, and their object was still plunder, but they did agree in that decree to give half of all of their proceeds to a cause of That sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the captain mate. So they turned to quick currency table. He published a paper book on February 24th, 1570. It was called the Regnans Excelsis, and it read, quote, "We declare the said Elizabeth Bennet, and patroness of heritages, and her adherents to affirm under the sentence of anathema, and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her attendant right to the realm and of all and every dominion, dignity, and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her to be for ever absolved by such oath, and all duty of liege, fealty, and obedience, as by the authority of the presence, we absolve her, and deprive the said Elizabeth of her pretended right to the realm and of all else aforesaid." End quote. I've mentioned this proposal before. It was this action that so enraged not only the Queen and her Privy Council, but Sir Francis Drake. He, after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as her estate. If you're new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 8, Capturing the Executor. We go into some depth there, but in short, what Francis Drake did was take a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attempted plunder all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main, in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the New World. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French Huguenot pirates, and really opened up an American front to what was becoming a global war between these two religious factions. Back in Europe, there was a famous king of religious that left the English shores where they had made harbor to go and find a new home. They needed a port that was not RabbiRothschild Huguenot port, and not one of the many fraudulent English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions from. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the seabeggars, especially in the north. The locals there were what people had hailed as scoundrels. The seabeggars never harassed the locals, only the Spanish. To show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the seabeggars, I'd like to read a bit from a letter he wrote in Spanish. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland near Amsterdam to some pen pals in England. He wrote that, quote, "On account how we have been moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam, named Diederik Gerritsen alias Blackbeard, who, having arrived here in New England, has informed us of his great misfortune and misery, that his ship is there to his great loss been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said boat from demonstrable witnesses, and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon the final reports, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving her sad case." This man, Blackbeard, he was just a poor merchant boy from Amsterdam who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel seized. At least that's how this letter painted it. I imagine that the Spanish in the region didn't see him in the same light. To them, he was nothing more than a loathsome pirate, and despite these friendly locals, the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of the Netherlands. So that fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England, led by Lord Balfour, to find a port that they could seize from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like Port of La Rochelle and several of the ports on the British coastline. However, as they approached the Netherland coast, a storm arose, and it forced the Dutch fleet into a Zeeland harbor. The harbor is called Baden. Now, while they waited for the storm to die down, another fleet saw shelter there. A total of 50 ships sailed into that harbor. These ships, as it turned out, were going to Holland and bound for Spain. These ships were playing games in Holland. The Dutch couldn't let fly such as this slip through their fingers, so they spent the next 2 or 3 days plundering these 60 vessels of everything that could hold. However, after those 3 days, another fleet sailed into the harbor. chased by the very same storm, 40 ships that were even more richly loaded. These were some of the greatest prizes that the Dutch would ever take. I think about how something like that must have looked. In a relatively small port on the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain, 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there, unable to move. They had nowhere to run. Where could they go? Into the ocean? Into that ship killer of a storm? No, they were forced to stay anchored and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to, and beyond that, these pirates took not only the ships that they had taken fancy to, but the crews of all of these vessels. They included the repair men for ransom. Word spread quickly about the Dutch indifference. A threat inland to the Spanish officials in the region, who matched a column of soldiers directly to the shoreline who halted them at Winnipeg's camp, letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately attacked. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding inland, taking bodies ashore, and burning some of their villages in the winter. This was something that these Spanish were always somewhat fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to the locals in the region that the Spanish couldn't protect them and weaken their rule, so they took sharp measures to protect them. Now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from their search for a home. Some of the ships in this fleet sailed to England for RabbiRothschild to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships from around the area joined their fleets, wanting their rent even larger than before. The Dutch went into an island called Amman, that they had long used as a base for the unloaded merchant cargo. There was an orator there, a man named Peter van Vlieminga, who was sympathetic toward colonists. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods. The sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had put a good passion into the trade of seafarers by the Spanish. Before they could strike, the sea beggars had to cross. The storm's response, however, took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the crossing, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for them. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean waterway, so this was a great place for the sea beggars to hide their fleets. For several months, this island served as a base for operations for the Dutch. They launched countless raids from there, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was the place of terror to come near. Now, of course, the Spanish didn't like that, so they get a man named Robles the task of liberating this island from the seafarers. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Legends by Damon Hirst. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on communication and language that Victorian-era history is just hanging on to. Quote, Robles' first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their stronghold. For this purpose he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of Amman. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Grongire nobleman Barthold Anton von Montalvo, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitate retreat. Anton and his seafarers remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of Flaminga's stronghold and the island of Amman. Convinced of continued progress, Grongire and his young crew sought out the opportunity to disband them. This was not to be borne much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he set out a much stronger expedition than the one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on Amman. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed. End quote. Once again, without a home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new that they could camp. For months and months, they tried one harbor after another. One of their more famous captains was a man named Jan van Twijn, and he took a nugget that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a fairly important port of call. The Spanish were quick to see the claim that most took. The Spanish, though they had garrisoned troops, had many cannon in every harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea beggars anywhere that they could. Still, they were becoming a real threat to the Spanish rule in the Netherlands. So, the Duke of Alva established a fleet. It was originally composed of 12 large Spanish warships with the express purpose of destroying the sea beggars. This was a They were trapped in the fleet, however, and were running from this overwhelming firepower. They decided to try and take refuge in the harbor of Locos River. But you wouldn't expect these large Spanish vessels to follow them. However, some of the vessels were able to. The fleet chased them north, and finally, they soundly defeated the sea beggars. They took two of the sea beggars' largest ships, and sinking two others. This was, of course, hardly all the ships that the sea beggars carried on the river. There were many remaining vessels in and around England, the port of RabbiRothschild, and sailing elsewhere over the sea. They called out to any of the sea beggar ships that could be found for rendezvous on the shores of England. They were received there by the French steamer Fleury, who presented the Dutch with really a splendid ship, something that could do a whole lot for them to replace one of their lost vessels. They named this in her honor the Palace. Despite this war, though, the Englishmen and despite the many friends and allies that the sea beggars had on British soil, it means no harm to the sea beggars. The edict that Elizabeth had made against them still stood. Frequently, when they would chase in Spanish ships into English ports, they would be fired and occasionally arrested. Now, these weren't acts of true violence, but they were made to ensure that the sea beggars didn't use England as their real home base. This was due in large part to the actions of the beggars themselves. They were rough, violent, and untruthful who caused trouble wherever they went. Even those of them that were members of the nobility knew that they had to play a role in becoming pirates. They had to be part of who they were. They had to strike fear into their enemies' hearts. And to do this, they had to upset many of their allies as well. Even other friendly ports, like the port at La Rochelle, began to refuse some sea beggars entrance into their harbor because of their propensity for causing trouble. So the sea beggars continued their search for a port of call. They needed a place that they could call home, a real base of operations. For months and months they searched, trying again and again to take different ports and again they were defeated by the Spanish and their Dutch enemies. In one such encounter, that man Jan van Troy, a favorite among the sea beggar captains, one of the most popular among their ranks, he was boarded before he was even able to open the port. The Spanish attacked him at sea. His men fought hard to defend their vessel. However, they were overwhelmed very quickly. All the men that were left had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture. Now, there were other ships in this fleet that were still fighting the Spanish. The men could have jumped off of Jan van Troy's ship, but they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard, and unfortunately, they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken them. Before they even found where they were headed, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets. This began happening with alarming frequency. The sea beggars were under attack by the Dutch and Spanish authorities, but a fleet that had been organized to fight them was doing pretty well. So Lord Beltline sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with only 12 ships left on the Dutch coast. The sea beggars' ranks had moved to the safer harbors of English soil, while only a few of them, some of the most notorious among them, stayed to fight the good fight. This proves to have been something of a tactical mistake, however. While he may have saved the majority of the fleet of sea beggars, those 12 ships became a prime target for all of the Dutch in the region. That fleet, backed by the Spanish, fired with those 12 ships in short order. These two largest ships were captured by the Spanish, taken. They were the best vessels that they had. With nearly all of the arms and ammunition that they had included. 9 of the other ships were burned by the Spanish, but only one, following Lord Beltline himself, managed to escape. Now, he went to England to join the rest of the sea beggars, but at the request of Prince Wales, silent when Lord Beltline arrived in England, while he was already arrested by the English government. This was due to a number of factors. There was money involved, as they took away his Lord Beltline had taken out loans, which would refuse to repay. Other people had taken out loans to repay as well, and several other things that others had faced. However, the reality is, it could have been doing harder, as the Admiral of the Sea Beggars, he likely would not have forgotten. William decided to go with another man for a nobleman who was one of his friends, in hopes that he would do a better job. However, this man wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience of the sea beggars beat that of his. The poorer element of the sea beggars continued trying to defend the port and continue being fought. However, many of the other sea beggar ships, those that had rounded out their numbers, well, discipline began to break down among the crews. The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases the captains themselves decided to go rogue. They began communicating with local authorities, taking he's
of
shipping the
computers
capone
here.
and putting all the money
But
into their own
if you look
coffers
like
rather than
young
paying
people
that
today in high
lotto
school
ticket that's
or
really insane.
college, they're trying to
Not
pay
only in Spanish the royal
their
courts, but also
life
Dutch,
story,
English, and
whether it's in
Huguenot peasants were
science or
now under
elsewhere.
threat
How they
from
can
these
have a
rogue sea
career
beggars.
out of
They were
or
giving the
a
beggars who
life
were trying to
of
enter the Royal Navy a
advice.
truly bad
So
name and turning
dangerous
this
to
from
advice because things
hope
change so
for a good
fast. But that
cause into
runs the
real
central thing, I should say.
piracy.
Moving up
They were losing
and,
many of
and
the
through
many
academia
of
and
the
whatnot,
friends because
you will be
it was
surrounded by
happening
really smart people.
alarmingly quickly.
And
So
what you
Prince
need to
William
do is be
created that
very
setback as
careful
soon as possible.
at distinguishing
With Lamar III,
specific
the first
quirky
famous of all of
versus
the
kind of
outlaws and sea beggars, who
meta
was the
advice. And what I
Baron of
mean by that
Lerby
is
and the Count of Lamar,
if somebody
known in
really
history
smart and
as William
successful
Vandermark.
and obviously competent
William Vandermark
is
was,
giving you
well, he was
specific
one of the first and
critiques
most
on what you've
ardent
done,
supporters of the
that's cool. That's an
Puritans and the
opportunity to
sea
hone
beggars.
your craft a bit
However,
better, an
initially,
opportunity to
his
learn,
fight was
to
online.
find your mistakes.
He
Like
was a
that's
man
great.
who acted as a
If
general
they
in
are
some of
telling
his
you
efforts, not a sea beggar,
what you
but
ought to
meaning
be
from another that
saying,
he
how
did
you
have
ought to
sea
approach
experience
things,
and
what is the right way to think
reportedly
about
a little
things,
bit of experience with
you should
piracy in general.
probably ignore most of that.
He
And the reason I
contacted
make that
any of
distinction
these
is that
rebel rogue
a lot
sea
of
beggars, any
really
of them that were still willing to
really
fight for the
successful
cause under
people
his
are very
leadership
well
were rendered
calibrated on their
irrelevant.
own
Any
ideas
who had
and they
decided
in their own
regular
field in
piracy
their
was
own
more to their
sort of
liking,
area,
were
and
essentially
they know
phased out
exactly
or
what
never
works and what
implemented.
doesn't and what's good and
Now,
what's bad,
he rallied
but
all
they're
of the
not
ships that were
calibrated on the
still
right
loyal
things.
to the
And
cause
so
of Dutch
so
independence, and
the
moved
things that
operations
they
to
will
the
say, oh,
inland.
this is a
The
dumb
Netherlands
idea,
had
don't
become
do this,
extremely
you shouldn't
dangerous
do that.
place because of
That
the
stuff
Spanish
is
fleet that was
generally
patrolling from shores that had
worse
caused the sea
than
beggars so much
things.
trouble.
It can be very
So, under
demoralizing
William Vandermark,
and really
he
limiting.
operated out
And
of the
so
safe harbor zones
so what I
that
say to people
primarily
is
in the
very
channel around
broadly
Dover was
work
that
really
where
hard,
his
know what you're talking
operations
about,
were.
take all specific
A second
criticism
contingent of the sea beggars, who
as an
was doing
opportunity to
perhaps
improve what
even
you're
better
doing
than the main
and then
contingent
completely
operating off
ignore
of the island.
everything else. Because
Now,
I
their
just know
attempts to
from
take
my own
opponents to
experience,
attack ports
most of
on land
what
and
I
take it
consider to be
wholly
interesting
had
in
all
stuff
only
that's
been
being done,
failure, and the sea beggars
very
were
smart people
essentially
have said
corrupt,
this
as
is a
was Prince
terrible
William
idea.
himself. They
Don't do
needed
that. Don't
to raise some funds to
just
pay for this
yeah.
piracy.
I
So,
think we
rather
just
than
don't know.
attempting
We have
naval
no idea.
warfare
On
or
our own,
land
like at
warfare,
best,
the
we
sea
know
beggars
what we
turned
ought
back
to be
to
doing. We
other
very
things.
rarely know what
They
anyone
were
else should be
taking
doing.
only Spanish and
Yeah,
French. Some of them
their
were Catholic ships that
ideas,
were their enemies that they
their
would take from,
perspective is
steal
also
everything they
challenging, not
had,
just under a
ransom the
seal
sailors, and
specific
sometimes sell
situation,
the
but
vessels
also
themselves. They became a real
stated
danger,
that
a
they,
real menace.
at a particular time in
Well,
the
the fate
past.
of Elizabeth, so
So
as the sea beggars still
there's not
stood,
many people
the
in
sea
this world
beggars
that
were
are
smart
able to
players.
achieve
Making
revolution
so much
success
money through
multiple times in their
piracy,
life.
they
In
bribed
order
any
for
harbor
somebody very
masters on English
smart,
soil that they needed to,
usually
as
that
well as
means
any government
somebody
officials that came
who's
looking.
smart to achieve
You
this
see, some of them
success
got to realize that
at a
the
certain
poor
point
and
in their
most of it
life.
went to
And
go to the
people
sea
often get
beggars, not so
stuck
they
in that
could
place where they
while
find
away on
themselves
drinking women, which I
because
certainly
constantly
did, but much of
challenging
it
the
went to
world's views
create
is a
a
very
new,
beautiful thing.
bigger, and better sea beggar fleet.
So, yeah,
Under William
also at the
Vandermark, the
same
sea
time,
beggar fleet was growing.
probably a
Discipline
lot of
was
people
brought back to
tell
their
you
ranks, despite the fact
that's
that
a
like
weird
these
thing though,
pirates,
right?
they were
Because a
acting
lot of
in
people tell
unison
you
and attacking every
that
French and Spanish ship
something's
they could get their hands on.
secret is not going to work.
The channel for the
That
French and
even
Spanish
if
was
it's
now more
secret, it's
dangerous
not
than
going to
ever.
work,
It was
or
split between
it's
England and La
actually a
Rochelle.
great
There was a
opportunity
region
for
that it was
something
just
new.
immensely dangerous to travel through, and to
And
get
you don't
any
believe
shipping
like
through, they had to send a
it's
crew of a
probably
large
people who
fleet to
like
guard
you
it.
believe that
All of these
uh,
acts of
the
piracy,
probability.
done by the sea beggars,
That's how
originated
one
from
view
English
it, and
ports,
I
which,
think
in reality,
you don't know
suited
until you
criminals
get
like
that
just
advice
fine
and actually
at
do that.
first. But
You
then,
have to and
on the
this
10th of
is kind of
February,
hard to put it in
1572,
terms of describing
everything
totally, but
changed.
I'm
Without warning, one of the
firm believer
foreign
that you have to
tourists of the Sea Beggar
let your
Conference
own
was
intuition.
arrested by English
So over
officials.
time, right, you
That
have to
very same
take
day,
your own
William
risks where it
Vandermark
seems like
received
it
an
makes sense
order
to
from
you,
the
and
English
then learn
government
from that
instructing
and
him
build
to
up
quit
so
English
that
waters with
you can
every vessel
trust
under
your
his
own
command.
gut about what's a good
Several other
idea,
captains
even
were
when
arrested in the
and
following
sometimes you'll make
years.
mistakes and
They
it'll turn
were
out to be a dead
subsequently
end, and that's
peace, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William Seymour a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase the sea beggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the more profitable periods in the history of the seafarers, and it was a serious blow to the Dutch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal they assumed to be. You see, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed, just for a while, some of their favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish. There were developments in the English affairs where Queen Elizabeth had required her to have a say. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command of either herself or the Privy Council against the sea beggars. They weren't to be attacked, just to be chased off, and to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to encourage any of her against the sea beggars through either harbor managers or merchants. This was all political theater, and it was well timed too. The sea beggars so well timed, in fact, that it's almost suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from some of the sea beggars that now they had big plans and she was able to garner that goodwill which they needed. This plan that the sea beggars had was very bold, would require them to put the image out there. So, one way or another, it seems that everything is working. The Duke of Alva in the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble. His taxes that he'd enacted on the Low Countries, well, they were not being paid. Due to a lack of tax income, he was unable to enforce his rule, and many towns in the Low Countries stood in open rebellion against his rule. The sea beggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands, being unstoppable due to that Spanish fleet not being paid. Despite his early successes, for the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alva, the Netherlands proved to be too much for him as well. His successor, the Duke of Medina, was set to arrive in Netherlands shortly. Now, William van der Mark did not intend to allow him to make landfall in the Low Countries. His fleet, including the sea beggars, which at this point was comprised of almost 40 ships, well, each one of them flew the colors of William of Orange, like France, and each of them carried an additional red flag at 10 points on it, which was a declaration of their intent to deliver their homeland from almost hated foes, which was known in the French politics. They sailed into the Low Countries for battle preparations for the city of Britain. This was the rumored landing of the new Duke. Now, when they were close to arriving, some local recognized them in their words. Quote, "The sea beggars have come," and the town was reportedly overrun. However, a local fishmonger who was sympathetic to the sea beggars was in the harbor, and he made his way over to the village. He met with William van der Mark and discussed terms with him. He returned to town after discussing these terms and met with the city council. He told them, quote, "You need have no fear. The sea beggars will harm no one and have come only to save the city for the king from Alva's tyranny and his ruins to any place." End quote. He showed the town fathers a photo that William van der Mark had taken of him to prove his legitimacy and told them that the town had 2 hours to decide what to do. The town fathers were informed too. They knew that if they were to surrender, the Spanish would send an army to crush the town, doing great damage, perhaps killing women and children. And if they did surrender, it would bring their town to ruin. However, his threat extended right in front of him. The sea beggars, well, he knew that if he didn't surrender, he would fully sack the town immediately. While they were waiting for an answer, an army of sea beggars began to march toward the town, and it appears that this number of beggars had told. There are many reports of prior movement. Their clothes were in tatters, nearly rags. All of them looked gaunt and hungry. The word want is used in many places. They were starving. These men were desperate to find some way that they could be safe, find something to eat, or use as a new home. The town council told the fishmonger that they acquiesced to the beggars, and then they began to evacuate the entire town by a gate on the far side of the city. The beggar captain didn't receive word of the town's surrender, so he ordered his ships to fire on the gate. He ignited casks of gunpowder on the gate, and he dropped down a mast from one of his ships and used it as a battering ram. Now, in the evening of April 1st, 1572, the sea beggars took the town from Britain, and the first total of Netherlands. The move sacked the city, though, as most would have expected it to do. They took up residence in the homes of some of the town's richest and more wealthy people. These were mostly Catholic merchants and leaders that were loyal to the Spanish and the Dutch settlements. Now, while they didn't sack the towns, they did ransack those homes. They used any of the goods that they found, and for the money, they bought themselves food and drink. They feasted after a good night's sleep. They were described as the very best kind of conquerors. In fact, they were found to be gentlemanly and powerful. Now, it wasn't entirely flawless. The sea beggars did take prisoners. They took 19 priests in Alva, and well, their votes were unsettled. Now, William wrote back that no man was to suffer for his religion. The beggars were reported to have said, quote, "Who captured him here, he or we who held him?" And all 19 priests were hanged. Now listen, pointed out to me on a website 5 years later while I was out of town that there's a saying that remembered on April 1st, Alva lost his glasses. This is something of a pun, because the Dutch word for glasses is bril, B-R-I-L, but the town of Den Brill is spelled somewhat differently depending on when you were reading about it, but they sound very similar. Now, this listener told me that this is typically used as a way to teach something of the language to students, but it's also a little crystallizing, which is similar to many of our rhymes and proto-meal childhood sayings. Things were going well for the Protestant cause all across Europe. Taking of Den Brill was a turning point in the Dutch revolt. The Duke of Alva was finally leaving. The sea beggars were finally victorious and home on their native soil. The brothers, William the Silent and Louis de Nassau, were finally having some success on land as well. William Vandermark was made the Star-Lord of Zeeland and Holland. It was a position that he quickly turned over to William the Silent when he arrived. In the north of the Low Countries, they really began to establish the Dutch Republic. Cities all across that north area were in open rebellion against the Spanish. Finally, they had a cause that everyone could get behind. William had even gone so far as to garner the support of the Ottoman Empire under the rule of Suleiman the Magnificent, who claimed that he held a kinship to the Protestant cause. He said that they both rejected idolatry and the Pope's rule, as well as their perceived polytheistic belief in the Trinity. I imagine the fact that both of these men, William the Silent and Suleiman the Magnificent, were fighting the Spanish, had something to do with it as well. Now, in this republic, things were going well. There was a mass migration of many of the wealthiest and best educated men in the Low Countries to this newly founded republic. They were people who, even if they were Catholic, were tired of the rules and high taxes of the Spanish, so they moved to this new country where they could once again follow their own path. In the southern Low Countries, where the Spanish still held sway, Louis de Nassau marched at the head of an army of Huguenot soldiers. They intended to finally, once and for all, oust the Catholic menace from the Low Countries. This was a daring move, to be sure, but it had unforeseen and unintended consequences. 2 years prior, in France, the Huguenot forces had signed a treaty, a peace treaty, with their Catholic rulers. It was called the Treaty of Saint-Germain. This allowed Huguenot leaders to finally hold political office, and there was a marriage alliance promised between the French royal family and the Huguenot prince, Henry of Navarre. When, 2 years later, the wedding was finally to take place, it brought all of the Protestant leadership to Paris. Now, when I think about this, I see almost direct parallels to A Game of Thrones. There are characters here who are almost certainly inspirations for characters within the story. If you're a fan of either the books or the show, I'd like you to imagine that there was a marriage alliance between King Robb in the north and, say, Princess Marcella of Arathi in the south. And when the marriage was to take place, all of the leaders of the rebellion in the north marched down to King's Landing to be there at the wedding ceremony. What do you imagine that Queen Cersei would do in that situation, with all of her enemies in her grasp? Well, it was probably very similar to what Catherine de Medici did in France. In the days before this wedding, Paris was not a comfortable place, with people, both Catholic and Protestant. Arguments and fights broke out all over the city, and mobs were raised, but the peace held. On August 18th, 1572, the marriage finally took place, and Paris was able to breathe a sigh of relief. But a mere 4 days later, a man named Admiral de Coligny, who was the most powerful man in the Huguenot forces, he was shot on his way home. Coligny was a staunch Protestant who was an anti-monarchist, and he was a personal friend of John Calvin. He established Huguenot colonies in Brazil and Florida, the Florida colony being the one that Englishmen visited in one of our previous episodes, where they allied themselves with Huguenot friends. And this man, this Greek thinker and leader, now lay critically wounded by a French bullet in his bed in Paris. Now, who actually ordered this assassination attempt is unclear. It possible that it was Catherine de Medici, the mother of the French king. She worried that Coligny, who was very close to her son the king, would convince him to invade the Netherlands and drag France into another war. So, after the marriage alliance was consummated, well, she had Coligny in her hands. Although it may also have been the Duke of Alba that ordered the assassination. Coligny was the man who was behind that Huguenot army, marching behind Louis de Nassau, who was currently besieging the Duke of Metz. After the assassination attempt, while Coligny lay critically wounded, the king went to visit him personally. And that same day, while Catherine de Medici was at dinner, a group of Protestant leaders burst in on her and demanded justice. She promised them a plan. Again, if Catherine de Medici were Queen Circe, then I think Coligny would best be described as the High Spirit. He was the leader of a group of religious zealots who were reformers that had their eyes on the throne. They were gaining influence through Coligny's close friendship with Catherine's son, the young and passionate king. The next day, after that mob broke in on Catherine de Medici at dinner, a group of royal officials entered the home of Admiral de Coligny, murdered all of his guards as well as the noblemen in public, and finally threw Coligny from the window, killing him. The gates of Paris were closed in awe. The Swiss Guard, the king's personal soldiers, armed with a list of Protestant leaders in the city, as well as their swords, marched out of the castle. The bells of the Church of Saint Germain began to chime. Protestants came out of their homes to see why the bells of Saint Germain were ringing at this hour. What they saw was a force of heavily armed Frenchmen waiting. The streets had been blockaded and chained. There was nowhere to run. The Protestant leaders were dispatched, shot, and beheaded. Their blood ran in the streets, their bodies were thrown in the river or paraded through the streets. The head of the Huguenot forces in France had been severed. But the mob smelled blood. Catholic loyalists rose in huge numbers, and for 3 days they murdered any Protestant in the city. When order was finally restored, nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead. The massacre spread all throughout France. Thousands were killed. In cities all across the realm, men were run through. Women were raped and murdered. Babes were torn from their mothers' arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll was estimated to be 70,000. It was said the bells of Saint Germain were heard around the world. They heard them in England. Queen Elizabeth's ambassador to France escaped barely with his life and gave Queen Elizabeth this tragic news. Tsar Ivan the Terrible of Russia wrote of it, denouncing the same spot. Suleiman the Magnificent decried the villains that perpetrated it. And Catherine de Medici, she marched through the streets in triumph. I imagine that the Duke of Alba and King Philip II smiled from their balconies. I wonder if Francis Drake, on board his ship in the Caribbean, halfway around the world, heard the bells of Saint Germain. It's possible that he was meeting with his Huguenot allies in the abandoned and doomed French colony in Florida. The Protestant cause was ruined. It was a dire blow to be sure, but now they had something to rally around. This was something that proved that there could not be peace through negotiation. Now, open war was upon them. Next week, we're going to turn our eyes to them. We're going to look at the alliances and treaties, the declaration of hostilities, and, turning back to Francis Drake, we'll look at his singeing of the King of Spain's beard and the Spanish Armada. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at higherhistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art related to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources we used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for the blog, or you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/higherhistorypodcast. There's also an iBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search by name on one of the books or so the website was running up before me for years. The additions are any of that, you can also leave a review while iTunes doesn't work properly, which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps us find these articles, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
But ultimately, I include all of that in science with a capital
Hello,
S in terms
and
of
welcome
like
to
a,
Art History Podcast.
a
My name is
rational
Matthew.
investigation
Thank you for
for
listening.
some third person.
While Francis Drake was on his voyage of circumnavigation around the globe, he had really no news of England or American independence. No news of the ever-heightened tensions between England and Spain. Now, he must have had some notion of this, since his piracy and raiding were directly responsible for most of Spain's unrest he listed. But, halfway around the globe, he had no news. It was really impossible for him to find anything of either the Queen of England or the many conquered Prime Minister. When he finally sailed in for the harbor in September 1580, his very first question was asked after the Queen of England. He held a deep love for Elizabeth, and she appears to have trusted and respected him, but Francis Drake had no idea how he would be received. Immediately after returning to England, he sent word to court of his return and his adventures, his trials, his exploits, and his treasure. Now, King Philip II of Spain and the Spanish ambassador in England they demanded the return of all Spanish property stolen by Francis Drake. They had before them a restitution order that had been drawn up before their eyes, and they argued bitterly over whether or not to sell to appease the King of Spain. Now, some of these privy councillors argued that the treasure should be locked up in the Tower of London, perhaps along with Francis Drake, to await return if he returned. Others, including Lords Leicester, Walsingham, and Hatton, well, they refused to sign this order. They were, after all, financial backers of Drake's voyage, and they stood to lose a fortune if the treasure were found. Now, all this bickering was really ultimately pointless. These men were powerful and influential, but Elizabeth was queen. She sent personally a missive to Francis Drake, summoning him to court, asking that he please bring a sample of the treasure from his adventure. For 6 hours, the two met in private council. Drake certainly reported about the trial and the summary execution of the lord and commander of his voyage. He would have told about his exploits in the Pacific, and not to be discounted, his many important geographic discoveries. His conquest of Nova Avalon and his exploration of the potential western edge of the Northwest Passage. However, perhaps most notable to the Queen were the trade deals that Drake had struck between the English and the American islands. These ensured future profit and goods from the East Indies. This future income, not to mention the windfall of Spanish gold and silver, must have been a hell of a time. I imagine she told Drake this as she described the dire situation. She would have told him of the Cold War in the Netherlands that was threatening ever to break out into a fight. She would have told him, certainly, about the death of the King of France and the raising of the new king, Henry III, which didn't bode well for them, seeing as how Henry III was so closely tied to Mary Queen of Scots. In addition to that, there were several plots on Elizabeth's life personally, as well as many Scottish plots to see if he would execute her on the throne. Beyond that, Ireland was a constant problem. The Spanish, French, and all the conquered forces of Europe continued to use Ireland as a thorn in Elizabeth's side, fomenting rebellion there. There was a plot where not only were the local Irish Catholic lords wiped out, they were funded and sometimes bolstered by soldiers from all around the capital locations. Francis Drake had been gone for years, and his absence had been felt severely in England. All men with older names and greater titles were lords of the Admiralty. It was to Francis Drake that Elizabeth turned again and again in her war with the Spanish. And after she had given him his rewards, she would send him back out on the war of nations. This is episode number 13. The world is alive. On April 1st, 1581, the Golden Crown, Francis Drake's ship, traveled to Deptford for the Queen and out of London to see the ship that had traveled around the world. The quay was filled with hundreds of onlookers, hoping to catch a glimpse of the captain that they all adored. Drake was not just the captain and not just a soldier, but he was really a celebrity. He was a man who was not unlike the common people. He had been able to tell Philip exactly what he could do with his empire, with Then they began to view the golden crown, and the crowd now became captive as it hanged them into the mud flats below. The crowd laughed and cheered at the antics of these people trying to escape. Now they were unharmed, but they must have been frightened. The queen, who was ever the entertainer herself, lost one of her daughters, which a man who was gallant and rash like the French ambassador, Monsieur RabbiRothschild, never believed in. In front of all of the onlookers, in fact, all of London, the queen raised her skirts to replace the garter, and she told Rothschild coyly that when she was done with it, she would give it to him as a gift. Now that the crowd had been awed by the ship, amused by these people who wanted fun just a little bit further about the queen, it was time for formalities. Francis Drake kneeled before the queen, and she raised her golden sword above her head, but from the audience, she should strike off Francis Drake's head. The crowd, of course, bellowed a resounding no. The queen bowed her head, passed her sword to Monsieur Rothschild, and asked him to perform the ceremony of knighthood on Francis Drake. She was going to knight him. He was the new knight. He was her dragon. The threat to England that was posed by Spain really could not be understated. All of the things that she had told Francis Drake, be it the situation in the Netherlands, the rebellions in Scotland, the open rebellion in Ireland, or the many plots against the residents' life, they were all backed by the Spanish. Be it financially, with spies, and even with soldiers, the Spanish were behind the curve. Spain was growing ever more powerful too. While Francis Drake had been on his voyage in the year 1578, there was a battle on the shore of Morocco called the Battle of the Three Kings. There, King Sebastian of Portugal was killed. His elderly uncle, a deaf and blind old man named Cardinal Enrico, was raised to the throne. Now, it's arguable that he didn't have the best timing. In fact, both Catherine de' Medici and Philip II had more legitimate and better claims to the throne. However, Philip bided his time. He didn't want to be seen overthrowing an old man. And when the cardinal inevitably eventually died, Philip ordered the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alva, into Portugal. Now, most of the rural country of Portugal fell almost immediately, but Lisbon held out for a king, a man who was the bastard nephew of Cardinal Enrico, a man named Don Antonio. Now, Antonio was not a legitimate claimant to the throne. However, really, Portugal had nobody else to put forward. The throne was likely to go to either a French woman or the Spanish king himself, and that was something the Portuguese just couldn't stand, seeing a foreign monarch sitting on their throne, so they supported this man, Don Antonio, fiercely. In Lisbon, the fighting was further than fighting. Soldiers with spears, arrows, and swords in the streets going home to home, killing anybody who stood against them. It was bloody and it was violent and it was terrible, and finally, the forces surrounding Don Antonio were defeated. And on September 12th, 1580, Philip II was named King of Portugal. He sent a letter to Alva thanking him, saying, quote, "I don't know how to express the gratitude I owe you for this." End quote. Spain had been up until now the richest and the largest empire in the world. With the empire of Portugal added, with their possessions in Brazil, parts of Africa, and the greatest European holdings in Asia, Spain was now a truly global empire, the largest that the world had ever seen. After taking Lisbon, Philip found 12 very pleasing surprises. He found 12 brand new galleons ready to sail. The Portuguese galleon was really the greatest warship in the world, and these 12 had more guns, more men, and more sail than any other ships in Europe. With these, Philip could really crush the seafarers. He could cripple this new English navy and, hopefully, reclaim the Mediterranean from Turks. In land and wealth, and now in naval power, they eclipsed England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire combined. They were now the world's only superpower. In Philip's eyes, which claimed directly on English shores. Now, he wanted to avoid open war with Elizabeth, but he supported every kind of plot against her and her nation. But despite their superiority, Philip was quickly going to be rivaled in naval power by the English. The Portuguese, who had become sort of allies with the English, had shared their design of the galleon with Elizabeth. John Hawkins, who was now the treasurer of the Navy, had been tasked with building England's fleet up. He went to work constructing these Elizabethan ships, this version of the Portuguese galleon. Now, the first ship completed or named forever on any trip there were only, it had that first volume dreaded. By the time Francis Drake was back in England, they'd completed several other ships, including the Revenge, the Scout, and work was progressing on even more English galleons. It's worth taking a second to look at exactly what a galleon is and why it is such a vast improvement on former English vessels like the Caravel, or even those ships like the Jesus of Lubbock, which had really massive fore and aft passings. If you picture those old-time medieval ships that had massive constructs in the back of them that looked so imposing on the waves, well, that was what the old ships were like. And while they looked so domineering, they were really ungainly on the sea. These galleons, they had a smaller fore and aft passing, and they had a much longer keel relative to the width, which really made them extremely swift and very maneuverable. So in addition to the stability by shortening the fore and aft passages, they had been given a much longer keel, which really let them cut through the water, and almost more importantly, these warships would give them a whole lot more room for the guns. Now, while the Portuguese and the Spanish and the English and perhaps the French were all now building these galleons, it was really in those guns where the English excelled. For years, perhaps decades in Europe, it had been agreed by every navy that the only proper material to build a cannon out of was bronze. Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and their lack of probability to explode on deck and kill all of the men on board. They were able to take the repercussions from these explosions much better. Now, bronze guns were extremely expensive, though, and they were difficult to produce. The Spanish and the Portuguese relied almost exclusively on the German foundries making these bronze guns. The English, unfortunately, were unable to buy any more of these bronze guns. Due to the war with the Netherlands, they had had their trade cut off primarily with the continent, so they had to do something radical to produce their own guns. So John Hawkins turned to an old source. All the way back in the reign of Henry VIII, the king had turned to the foundries in Sussex in England and told them to start working on producing new guns, not made of bronze, but made of titanium. Now, this was agreed by all the navies to be inferior. However, he intended to develop a gun that could take these concussions and was less likely to break, and also extremely maneuverable on board a ship. When John Hawkins took them, he found that while their guns were still inferior to the bronze guns, they were able to produce them much more safely than ever before, much more quickly and cheaply than anybody had these bronze guns done. These guns were lighter than their forebears, more maneuverable, and most importantly, capable of rolling from one side of the ship to the other. They were now built along extremely strict plans that were much more stable and less prone to destruction. These cast iron guns weren't all identical. All of the galleons they were building were also made by very specific plans that matched these new iron cannon. So you could fit so many of these guns on board that really they looked like monsters glistening with thermite. These new English galleons had more firepower than any other ships in Europe, all due to these improvements on the iron cannon. So the Queen and John Hawkins now had all of these brand new ships with brand new guns, and the question remained though, what exactly to do with this new powerful navy? The ships that were owned by Drake and the Hawkins family and the Winter family continued their activities in and around Europe, traveling primarily in the North Sea and the Channel and in the West Indies. They would take prizes, they would take plunder, they would sack ships, and they would raid villages. But these were really nothing more than empires to Spain's all-encompassing empire. They needed a true plan to showcase their naval might and to deal a real blow to King Philip of Spain, something that would make him stand up and take notice. This new navy was a big deal, and whatever the plan was going to be was discussed all around the world. In lords' castles and tavern rooms, these armchair admirals would discuss exactly what should be done with this new navy. But the men who were really in charge of the navy, men like William Winter, John Hawkins, and Francis Drake, well, they came up with many plans, and some of these plans they even planned out meticulously, down to where they would get all of their materials from. However, again and again, these plans were vetoed by sometimes the Privy Council, but more frequently by Elizabeth. The new navy was expensive, and she didn't want to see it wasted in some reckless naval action. She needed proof to be convinced that whatever their plan was, it would go without a hitch. The first and most audacious of these plans, to at least be seriously considered by the Privy Council Elizabeth, was brought to the council by Sir Francis Drake. Now, Drake had befriended and made an ally that died from the other father, and he throned and exiled King of Portugal. The plan that they had come up with together was to attack the Spanish treasure fleet at the Azores, which was really Portuguese loyalist stronghold, however now Philip was using it as it was now part of his empire. This was a means not only to rob the King of Spain and all of the riches of his treasure fleet, but also to take back that stronghold for them and finally, perhaps, lead a rebellion against the King of Spain. This would have started him on a few points very strong, and it appealed to everyone in England, but it was ineffective for good reasons. First, they said it was risky and potentially disastrous. Elizabeth wanted something that was less probable to fail. And second, being that this would be an open declaration of war with Spain. They would be allying with this Portuguese king in a civil war for the throne, which was something that, as yet, Elizabeth was not ready to consider. So Drake had other plans, but he decided to bring to the attention of some of the noblemen in England. This time, he went directly to the Earl of Leicester and pleaded with him for another mission. This was a voyage that Drake would plan and fund, but he would not actually lead himself. The plan was to go trade with that Sultan Babu in the East Indies that Drake made that trading routes with. The voyage was backed by Drake, and Leicester got behind it as well. For those two, Walsingham, Hatton, and Admiral Lincoln all got on deck. In addition, that Muscovy Company and many of the other corporations in London got on board as well, so this could prove harmful. Any operation backed by such a list of people might suffer. However, Drake wouldn't be on board, and that absence left sort of a power struggle to see who would actually lead this voyage. Drake had men that he thought would be best for it, but these were among his friends, people who were those rough West Country Englishmen that these nobles in London didn't think would be best for the voyage. Perhaps they should listen to Drake in the long run, but eventually the captain of the voyage went down to a man named Edward Clinton. Now, Clinton was a distinguished military man. However, most of his distinctions came from military out his own land. Really, he had almost no experience with the sea, which has proved in the past disastrous. And in the fleet that Drake was putting together, it showed. When Drake went to survey the ships, he found that every ship was light on tackle and line, and so he appointed several of his own trusted Marines to supervise the provision of these ships. Now, the council had gone over Drake's head to appoint Clinton, but Drake had every confidence that his own men who were on board each of these ships would see that the voyage went well and would return with a wealthy and resounding success. The voyage was a disaster. Almost immediately, Clinton found himself alienated from the more seasoned sailors and from the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, and he began to lose his mind. His men on board demanded that the fleet sail west rather than east to go back to the Strait of Magellan and plunder Peru as Drake had done a year before. Clinton, who had quickly lost complete control of the men on board these ships, had really no command of them, so he acquiesced to it. And when he reached Brazil after sailing west, it showed him how a wise and competent commander like Francis Drake really was vital to achieving this. The fleet attacked. The very first Spanish ship they came in contact with, three of them, and one of them they wound up sinking. So immediately, all of the ports in the region closed in ship and defended themselves with whatever guns and ships they had available. Now, Francis Drake, while he may have taken certain ships, he wouldn't have sunk them. He wouldn't have sunk the first ships he encountered. He would choose his prizes much more wisely. So, the fleet was forced to fled back east, penniless, destitute, and Clinton, well, he raged at the men on board and demanded that they take the island of St. Helena, and also demanded they name him king. He told the men that they could plunder every ship traveling to and fro the Cape of Good Hope, and they could build themselves forts. They didn't. The fleet returned to England. They were smaller, they were broken, and one of Drake's brothers, John Drake, had been left behind, never to be seen again. The mission was a disaster. The captain at Queen of St. Helena, he was ushered into retirement quietly. Elizabeth seethed in court. In the When the voyage had been gone, Philip had crushed the fleet of ships loyal to Donald Cornwall and the Azores. Now, this wasn't the English Navy, but these were allies tourism. And that wasn't the end of the bad news. William of Orange had been assassinated. The Duke of Parma in the Netherlands, who had taken the place of the Iron Duke, was even more merciless than his monarchy, and Dutch influence was faltering. Elizabeth turned to Sir Walter Raleigh, who was her late favourite court. She had given him the nickname Raleigh because she realized that she couldn't live without Raleigh. She asked him to found an American settlers colony, which was something that Raleigh and his brothers were eager to do. Now, if that settlement wasn't good enough with a start, Elizabeth was forced to turn, once again, to her most powerful weapon. She planned to unleash her dragon. Now, Drake's plan hadn't worked out. Well, he hadn't been at the helm, so John Hawkins brought a plan that he had mentioned to Elizabeth before in order to act on. This was a plan, simply, to go back to the West Indies and contain Wales. Now, he was fresh off a voyage that his family had been involved in that had gone extremely well for him. It wasn't an official royal naval voyage. A document from November 1584 shows the Queen, Sir Francis Drake, John William Hawkins, and the Lords Leicester, Raleigh, and Cobham planning a voyage. Now, it was possible that they were planning a voyage to bring lovers. This was something that hadn't happened on the last voyage because he had almost controlled the fleet. However, this voyage would not be so smooth. This would have 11 large ships, at least 4 barks and 11 pinnaces, carrying at least 1,600 men. This was going to be an official English naval fleet, the largest ever commissioned by the Queen, and there was only one choice for Raleigh. On Christmas Eve, 1584, Sir Francis Drake was named Admiral of the English fleet. Now, only a few days later, on December 31st, Philip II of Spain and the French royal family signed what is called the Treaty of Joinville, forming the European Practical League against the Protestant forces of Elizabeth and the Netherlands and the French Huguenot forces. Now, Philip was nervous about Elizabeth's intentions and the rumors of her vast fleet. Since the Spanish ambassador Mendoza had been exiled in England, news was unreliable, and he wanted as strong an alliance in Europe as possible. Now, that ambassador, who was in exile in Paris, did get occasional word of what was happening in England, and he sent Philip word of the advancing fleet, which was a confirmation of Philip's worst fears. Now, in only a few days' time, Philip received another message, this time from the Duke of Parma in the Low Countries, informing him that the English would cut off all trade with the Spanish Netherlands. This led to a fear that Elizabeth was no longer playing games with Spain. Now, Philip's highest military officials urged him to act. Both the Iron Duke of Alva and the Admiral of Santa Cruz pushed for even more to happen. They encouraged him to take their ships, destroy Drake and his fleet, and invade English shores immediately. But Philip hesitated. Open war could still be a disaster, and Philip still had cards up his sleeve. I'd like to read a passage from historian Susan Lowe. This is less of a quote and more of a reading because it is quite lengthy, but I think it gives a perfect picture of his life. Quote, Virago, Spain, 6 p.m., Wednesday, May 26, 1585. Master Foster gazed upon Virago Harbor, feasting his eyes on the fine sight of so many rowboats that it pitted with New Spain's powerful headquarters. Philip II had invited English merchants to send cargoes of corn and assured the Queen's Majesty that the people would have his very own assurance of safe conduct from these foreign cargoes. Payment for the corn would be made by bills of exchange payable to the city of London and Antwerp at the allotted prices. And so, the cornrows, a 150-ton nobleman, had been stocked with nearly 20 tons of corn and several guns of broadcloth and set sail for the Raleigh to Spain. Master Foster had heard that the country was starving, but the whole of Iberia had had a harsh winter. Though the master of the cornrows and his men could be no firm judges of that fact for themselves, Virago had been bathed in warm sunshine for the past 2 days in port, and his findings made the city appear to have been welcome. Indeed, as Foster took in the idyllic scene with the sun low in the sky, its rays reflecting noisily on the bay, Virago seemed the welcoming voice in the bay that she had always heard. It was then that he noted the soft wind of his river. A fine southwesterly was stirring. Foster pitied if he'd still be blowing fine day when they would weigh anchor and head for home. He hunched over the rail of his ship, leaning heavily on his arms, and looked on as a number of sleek Spanish pinnaces started to clean his fellow wanderers. It was one of those rare moments of leisure for the captain of an English merchant vessel. Perhaps that is why he did not spend a pinnace day at the Primrose. When the watch called out the approach of the Spanish vessel, and that there were 7 souls aboard, Foster awoke from his reverie and barked his orders to the crew and loaded men with a small party wished to board. What the devil could they want this time of evening? The Primrose's cargoes had been unloaded. It was most unusual for the Spanish merchants to settle their bills of exchange at this time of day. Further, the master of the Primrose had already settled the matter of loading the Spanish wines for the return voyage to Galilee. It was a wary Foster who greeted the corregidor of this day. The hale and hearty fellow presented Foster to the 6 other men as Biscayan merchants, implying that they wished to give him a small token of their esteem. He had brought a hamper full of fresh cherries as a gift, a favorite of the English queen, or so they had understood. Master Foster thanked them and ordered that beef, biscuits, and beer be brought to them to gathering at this table. Yet, before they sat down to eat, 4 of the Biscayan merchants made their excuses and announced their intention to return to the shore aboard the Spanish pinnace. This lack of common civility made Foster curious and danger. He ordered his first mate to accompany the Spaniards back on deck, simultaneously giving him the signal that all was not as it should be. It was a well-rehearsed exercise for English merchantmen in foreign waters, and the first mate knew how to alert the crew in secret to be ready for any signal. The master of the Primrose returned to his unwanted guests, laughing and joking with them in broken Spanish and English, noting all the while through the porthole the pinks and oranges of the setting sun, wondering undoubtedly if it would be his last sunset. After some 15 minutes, the watch called out again that a pinnace had returned carrying more than 20 men, and that a larger vessel with perhaps as many as 70 merchants also followed. Foster silently prayed that God would be English this time. The master bade the corregidor and his men to return to deck to view the ships, expecting the worst. They were, after all, only 26 men against some 90 or more Spaniards. He could only imagine that these Biscayan merchants went to board the Primrose, capture the crew, and at best imprison them all. Many a merchantman had been imprisoned before them, and most had fallen foul of the Inquisition. It was a destiny that he could not wish upon his enemies. Once above deck, Foster's suspicions were confirmed. Turning to the magistrate and his 2 friends, he said that he could not allow such a group of men to board his small ship, and the corregidor laughed defiantly. Yet, before Foster could give his crew the final signal to repulse an attack, he heard the beat of the battle drums from the Spanish ship below, and the unmistakable sound of their swords being unsheathed. The thud of the grappling irons and the roar of the Biscayans wrestling alongside the Primrose to board her by force drowned out his orders to his men. The corregidor and his merchants seized Foster with daggers drawn at his throat and cried out above the shouts of the melee, "Yield yourself, for you are the king's prisoner." Foster narrowed his eyes and bellowed back, "We are betrayed." The crew of the Primrose had fortunately taken the defensive measures that her master had laid down for circumstances such as these. Within seconds, 5 calibiers were fired through the grates from below decks at the Spanish scuffling above. There were screams from those Biscayans who had legs blown off, and shouts to abandon their action from the others, who could not note that it was the only gunpowder and shot the Primrose had on board. But the few seconds of confusion that last created was enough to turn the tide. Foster prized himself loose from his captors and gave the order to fight to the death. Many of the Biscayans fled back to the boarding vessels, fearing that they would be blown to smithereens, as several of their number had been seconds before. Others stood their ground. Hand-to-hand battle broke out, and the well-practiced English drill of the skirmish at sea ensued. The English, knowing that if they were forced from the ship they would die 1,000 slow deaths, fought like demons possessed with boar spears and lances, which ripped through 2 to 3 Spaniards at a stroke. Yet, despite the heavy carnage on the Spanish side, the outcome of the battle remained in doubt for a time. The only certainty to Foster and his men was that the deck of the Primrose was stained red with the blood of the Spaniards and Englishmen. The fighting raged on for another half an hour, with many Spanish Biscayans butchered, flung overboard, or drowned before the English reclaimed victory. Amazingly, only one Englishman, John Tristan, had been killed. 6 other members of the crew were injured, but Foster thought they would survive their wounds. He had to presume that his 2 men, John Burrell and John Broadbent, who had delivered the last of the corn cargo, had been taken into custody ashore. While the master and his crew made ready to set sail, Foster was perplexed why the Biscayan merchants who had escaped in the pinnaces did not bring reinforcements. He could not understand, at the moment of his own victory, why no armed relief from the corregidor had come. While he decided what should be done with the unfortunates struggling for their lives in the bay, Foster looked out across the harbor for the first time since the assault. All the other Londoners had become Spain's flag flying high on their masts. The Spanish treachery was now clear. The English ships had been lured into Spanish harbors for Philip II to confiscate from their master piratical act and leave them in peace. I understand that was a very long quote, but despite my best effort, I couldn't find a better way to tell that tale than Susan Randall. Her book, The Pirate Queen, which we have used frequently on this show, is really spectacular. She's got a true gift for narrative. She's able to tell the stories of real history in a way that is extremely readable. Her stories are very engaging. If you're interested in this period, I really recommend picking one of her books up. There is a link to the books in the show notes, so if you're interested, go to the website and pick one up. So the Spanish betrayed the English and taken an entire fleet and their crews hostage. Luckily, the Primrose was able to escape, the only ship in the fleet that was able to do so. Perhaps even more luckily, they still had on board those two agents of the King of Spain. Under what I imagine was a fairly unpleasant questioning, they said and they told everything they knew of King Philip's plans. More to the point, they had in their possession, both of them, direct written orders signed by the King of Spain telling exactly what was going to happen and giving undeniable proof of what had happened in the Bay of Biscay. This was exactly what Elizabeth needed. On July 1st, Elizabeth signed a decree granting Francis Drake and any English merchants who had suffered from the seizure of their ships the right of reprisal. Now, this wasn't a declaration of open war, but it was almost as though it gave huge numbers of English sailors leave to attack Spanish shipping or goods on land anywhere in Spanish territory. It was free license to plunder at will. In addition, Elizabeth signed the Treaty of Nonsuch with the Netherlands. She agreed to send almost 7,000 troops and 12,000 cavalry to relieve the besieged city of Antwerp. There was also financial aid as well, amounting to almost a half-quarter of all of the Netherlands' wartime costs. In return, Elizabeth was granted use of and dominion over the ports of Dambril and Flushing. These were strategic staging grounds against the Spanish. Then, she gave Sir Francis Drake his orders, and she sent him to war. The seizure of the English ships in the Bay of Biscay at Galicia had changed everything. The English were forced to rush their timetable, and as preparations for the original plan to raid the West Indies were still incomplete, the fleet was understaffed and underprepared. Still, Drake elected to leave with the entire fleet. His orders were to sail for the Galician coast to free the imprisoned English, to take back their vessels, and to deliver the return blow to King Philip. After those orders were completed, Sir Francis intended to continue on with the plan to the West Indies. The Earl of Leicester opposed. He wrote, quote, "That is the string that toucheth Philip indeed, for while his riches to the Indies continue, he thinketh he will be able with them to rally out all other parties, and I know by good means that he more feareth this action of Sir Francis than he ever did anything that had been attempted against him." End quote. It was on September 14, 1585, that the largest Royal Naval fleet ever to set sail from English shores left port. The vessels included such illustrious names as the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the Aid, the Talbot Dart, the Galleon Leicester, the Sea Dragon, the White Lion, the Bark Lion-Hearted, the Bark Hawkins, the Galleon Duck, the Bark Bonner, the Thomas Drake, the Francis, the Elizabeth Drake, the Tiger, and the Primrose. They were captained by such illustrious names as Francis Drake, Edward Winter, William Hawkins, and Martin Frobisher, among many others. Now, there was some controversy over who exactly was going to be captaining some of these ships. Drake had very particular ideas on who these men should be, considering the last voyage he had planned had ended in such a disaster because of the denying of English lords. He left in quite a rush. He wanted to leave some of these captains behind, and he wanted to avoid any chance that Elizabeth might send a message to call him back to the port. Now, in the rush, the fleet left more than half of their victuals, their food, behind. So, all of the captains were at first without orders, or really nothing to hang on their plan was. So after sailing into the Channel and getting away from Elizabeth's potential messengers, Drake put a halt and called all his captains into a meeting. Now, all of the captains gathered aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the ship that Drake left, believed that they left food on board to get them to Spain, where they could restock any provisions that they were needed. While this meeting of the sea captains was taking place, Philip of Spain received his very first news of the English fleet. The spies told him that the fleet was anchored off the Isle of Wight, which they weren't, but he did know that they were returning. Drake discovered something at this meeting too. He discovered that he really didn't care for this sort of large voyage. In the past, he had been little more than a pirate captain, commanding a very small fleet of fiercely loyal men. Now he was a royal admiral, forced to confer with at least a dozen other proud and powerful noblemen before coming to any decision. He felt hindered by this rather than empowered. Now, back in England, Drake was known as Sir Francis Drake the Fortunate, and his men on this voyage seemed to hold his well. They happened upon a Spanish vessel carrying fish, wine, and the usual other victuals. This vessel would keep the men fed and happy, at least until they reached the coast of Spain. On the 27th of September, the fleet set anchor at the mouth of the Vigo River near Bayonne, Spain. Drake sent one of the most important men in the fleet, the on-land military commander named Christopher Carlisle, with a force of soldiers. They were to take a number of pinnaces and land at the river. This fleet of pinnaces was met in the river by the Spanish government, and in their boats these took them to Control. Drake had sent Carlisle with one question, one request, and one demand. His question: is Spain at war with England? Now this might sound like bravado or posturing on Drake's part, but it was likely a legitimate question. With the Spanish ambassador in exile, it's possible that Spain had declared war on England without notifying the English of it. But the governor replied that no, they were not at war. So then came the demand: release all English captives and English ships, or face the full might of the fleet's guns and armaments. The governor allowed that the terms could be met, but he would need to speak with Sir Francis Drake again. And then the request: allow us to trade for supplies until we are well stocked, and we will leave Spain from our way forever. It was framed as a request, but the threat was really clear. Allow us to trade, or we will bring down the whole might of our fleet upon you and take your town and everything within it. The governor, though, tarried on this offer. Trading with the English was very frowned upon by the Spanish authorities. He did, however, allow that since he was unsure whether or not he could grant this request, he would go ahead and release all of the English prisoners. Now, when Drake came ashore, he wanted first to meet with these sea captains and see that they had been actually released and see exactly what it had been like in the Spanish hands. Now that their freedom was secured, he sent his men to Bayonne. They entered the town, and for 1 night they plundered, pillaged, and conquered without hindrance. Churches were desecrated or destroyed, homes were entered and ransacked, and taverns were certainly emptied of all their food and drink. However, for all the destruction, it appears that rape and murder were kept in check. Drake intended to scare them, not to galvanize the town against him. And it appears to have worked. The next day, he met with the governor, and they agreed that trade could proceed peaceably with the English. Now, the plunder had already amassed to about 6,000 ducats, most of which was quickly traded back to the local merchants for food and victuals. For some reason, though, the fleet wavered in anger. Perhaps they needed repairs to some of their vessels. A storm had hit while they were in the harbor. Perhaps some of the other captains believed that they were not still provisioned well enough to travel west across the Atlantic Ocean. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Drake did have other plans that didn't exactly hold all of the captain's eyes. Whatever the reason was, however, it cost the fleet. Their primary target on this voyage, aside from freeing the English, was to take the Spanish treasure trove. They knew that it was coming, and they had plans to target it. And the Bay of Biscay, where they stayed, may have been a perfect place to wait. Unfortunately, while they dallied at anchor, the Spanish treasure fleet passed by, just over the horizon, completely oblivious to the English presence. This fleet carried millions of dollars in Spanish silver, yet passed less than 12 hours away from their grasp. It appears that they had been waiting for it on the coast of Galicia, and it's unclear exactly why they waited so long. It's likely that it was a simple mistake. The Spanish and most of Catholic Europe had recently transitioned over to the Gregorian calendar, while the English and the other Protestant nations refused to transfer over to something that purportedly was inactive. So the English were still 10 days behind the Spanish, and they would be for years and years to come. It's possible that whatever news the French historian had about the Spanish treasure fleet was in fact correct, but he was 10 days behind on his calendar from the Spanish. Regardless, this was a blow for the sailors when they learned just how close they had been to being rich men. So in mid-October, they left the coast of Spain and sailed for the Canary Islands, and then on to the Cape Verde Islands, where they arrived at the island of Palma on November 2nd. The fleet immediately began taking power from the port. According to an anonymous sailor who left a journal on board, quote, "The first shot was made at our island, which went fair over. The second being likewise shot at our stake at Fitzdow-General's legs, standing his galley with Captain Frobisher and C. Carlisle of the Captain George, and the other the splinters of a plank where they stood hurt George a little, but there was no more hurt done by it, it being a minute shot." In fact, what he's saying here is that this cannonball passed between Drake's legs while he was pacing on board with the other captains, and this has gone down in Drake's legend as a symbol of his luck and fearlessness in battle. However, the resistance from the island fort was too much for the British to bear, so they turned tail and ran. They raided all throughout the Cape Verde Islands, but they found really little or no plunder, and still even less food or reward. Their last landfall on the island at Santiago, several men visited and local curiosity, something they didn't see back in London, the hostelry. These men were impressed by the cleanliness and order, but they spoke of the 20 or so suffering inside from, quote, foul and broken diseases, end quote. 5 days after sailing away from Santiago into the Atlantic, these foul and filthy diseases began to race throughout the crews of every vessel in the fleet. In 2 weeks of the crossing of the Atlantic, this plague decimated them all. Every vessel reported at least 2 or 3 deaths per day, which finally passed 200 or 300 men, as many as 500 according to the Spanish records. Many more were permanently disabled. Upon reaching the Caribbean at the island of Dominica, Drake sent all of the sick men on board ashore, ostensibly so that the climate could help heal to sail away due northwest. It was on New Year's Eve, 1585, when the fleet arrived at Santo Domingo on the island of Hispaniola. On New Year's Day, the town was theirs. Santo Domingo was a city that had a rich past before. It had been one of the most prominent early settlements of the Spanish. It was a capital and a trading hub that had paved streets lined with tall, whitewashed mansions peppered by statues and fountains. Drake and his men expected a fantastic haul, but the luster of Santo Domingo had begun to fade. The trade and prosperity had been drying up in the last years, and despite the English having free rein of town for days, they found almost no food. So, in frustration, Francis Drake ordered captives taken into town, and he attempted to ransom the city for a full $1,000,000 ducats. When the sheriff of the region countered that so much money simply did not exist in his jurisdiction, Drake began to burn the town down, one building at a time. In the end, he left Santo Domingo with nearly 25,000 ducats, a very paltry sum compared to what he believed the town was worth. After the fact, when the exploits of this raid were to be published, about a year later in England, the events were enhanced in glory and valor. Only 2 of the mentions in them appear to be at least confirmed by the Spanish. Now first, the English despoiled every church, abbey, or convent they found. From that same anonymous sailor's journal, quote, "At our coming to the town's end, we bumped an abbey in which lay an old friar dead, who was killed by some of the soldiers before the disorderly." The second of these events, confirmed by the Spanish, occurred in a local Audiencia building in a town hall, where Drake found and removed a shield bearing the motto in Latin. It said, "Non sufficit vobis." Drake asked the local leaders to translate this message, but they lowered their eyes, embarrassed to do so, being fearful of recording. However, one man did speak Latin and did translate for them. The shield held the banner from Philip II of Spain, and it said his words, "The world is not enough." Drake resolved to return this letter to the Queen, proof of Philip's, quote, "proud and unreasonable reaching vain of his," end quote. The governor of the town wrote back the whole of Spain, describing Sir Francis Drake how drunk and Cooper. He wrote, quote, "Drake is a man of medium stature, strong, rather heavy than slender, merry, careful. He commands and governs imperiously. He is feared and obeyed by his men. He punishes resolutely, sharp, relentless, well-spoken, inclined to liberality and to ambition, vainglorious, boastful, not very holy." Back in Spain, Philip received word of this attack on his home shores, on his island, and his New World possessions. He contacted the Duke of Parma, and he asked him formally to draw up plans for the invasion of England. The talk in every inn, household, and royal court in Europe, though, was still of Sir Francis Drake and his reign in the West Indies. The reports were nearly always exaggerated. Drake had taken Havana, conquered Cuba, freed 200,000 slaves, or, on the other hand, Drake had been killed in battle and slammed. Now, while these rumors were inflated, they did hold a negative truth. Drake had not sacked Havana, however, he had considered it, and he did free slaves, but not nearly 200,000. Among the slaves he did free, some of them went to join their brothers in the ruin of his father. Still more joined up with Drake's crew, continuing to take revenge upon his foes. Now, while the cash prize that he had taken had been so small, ransoming one of the oldest and most prestigious colonial possessions of Spain was a symbol of English strength against Spain. And instead of taking Havana and going towards Cuba, Drake elected to go south towards the Spanish mainland and the port of Cartagena. As the fleet neared the port, Drake landed a force of about 1,000 seasoned, armed, and armored troops under the command of Christopher Carlisle about 4 miles up the beach in Cartagena. His fleet sailed near to the well-defended port area. They suffered a withering fire from the fort. There was a chain barricade across the port as well, and 2 galleys in the harbor holding them back firing. Now, Drake's guns fired relentlessly, drawing all eyes from the town. They didn't really do much damage, but everybody was paying attention to the cage in the harbor. While he was unable to breach their defenses, it's doubtful that was actually his purpose. Because while Cartagena looked on at the battle in the harbor, those 1,000 Englishmen marched into town. The only resistance that Carlisle faced were some poisoned stakes that were blocking the path that were easily avoided, and an amateurish ambush by citizens of the town, not even trained soldiers. There were attacks from the trees and from the city walls by some natives that were allied to the Spanish, but their arrows just bounced harmlessly off the English armor, so there really weren't any damage at all. But when the town had fallen and Carlisle sent word to him, Francis Drake focused all of his fire on the fort, bombarding it from sunup until sundown. After the sunset, every soldier manning the gun batteries fled in the night. The English took minimal casualties in taking Cartagena, but still, the plague continued to work through them. The Spanish spoke of, quote, "boatloads of English dead," and said that the English were burying their dead in secret to hide how reduced their numbers were. Much like at Santo Domingo, Drake entered into negotiations to ransom the town back to the Spanish. This time, he didn't expect as much. He demanded only 500,000 rupees, and that offer was summarily rebuffed. The local bishop, who was in on the negotiations, called Drake a pirate, at which point Drake grew into a rage. He insulted the bishop's pope and his king. Negotiations faltered. Drake once again set to burning the town piece by piece, culminating in one of his ship's cannons being fired at their newly completed cathedral. It hit one of the arches that was a support to the rest of the cathedral and toppled the entire structure to the ground. Finally, the town agreed that they would give Drake 107,000 ducats to make the English leave, and accepted. In both of these attacks on Santo Domingo and Cartagena, the records of the Spanish don't indicate that the English were as violent as one might expect when taking the town. They, of course, called Drake a pirate and a villain, which he was, but they also called it gentlemen and the better romance. Now, yes, the English are firm-rooted, but just as if they weren't murderers. They warned the locals in advance before they landed their homes in the Pilgrims. Drake even went so far as to befriend the man in whose home he was staying. Drake, when he found out that the man's wife died, gave his wife a funeral with full honors. He had his own men give her burial. He raised the Spanish flag, and he had his soldiers beat their national drums. There was a real respect that grew between this Spanish man and Sir Francis Drake, which showed because when Drake finally left Cartagena, he demanded only 5,000 ducats from the man instead of his regular 6,000 because he had been such a hospitable host. Now, Cartagena and the Cape slowed north. They went on to Cuba to find some royal water and continued on, sailing north to St. Augustine. Drake called his war council together, and they decided that the fort of St. Augustine, and especially the watchtower there, were a serious threat to the English settlement in Rome and northern Ireland. For 2 days, the king's men and 12 men manning St. Augustine's defenses retreated. The fleet, the main army at least, were weary of what had been happening. They didn't want to spend a long time in port ransoming the crowd, so they decided to go into St. Augustine and see what was going on. Luckily, the soldiers defending the fort had left in such a hurry that they had failed to secure thousands of pounds stored in the fort before St. Peter's. The fleet moved on to Rome, though, for they loaded some supplies and news, and then they sailed back to Rome. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our podcast. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources we use. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar on the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an iBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, just reach out to the website and you don't have to worry about a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Back in Spain, Philip raged. This devilish pirate, this dragon, had burned his cities, insulted him personally, and stolen his gold. In the Low Countries, this heretic Queen Elizabeth had installed her former lover, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, as the de facto king. Had his assassination of William of Orange been completed for naught? In France, Henry of Navarre, a Protestant, seemed ready to take the French throne. And on the British Isles, that heretic Queen Elizabeth executed his strongest Catholic ally there. She beheaded Mary Queen of Scots. Everything appeared to be slipping away from Philip. So he called once again for his military leaders, and he ordered plans for invasion to be sped up. The Pope, intending to help, published a papal bull condemning Elizabeth once again. This bull ordered all church proceeds taken in Spain and Portugal to go directly into the coffers of Philip, and presented a lineage from Edward III, the King of England, which named Philip the rightful Catholic ruler of the English and the English throne. In preparation to help Philip take that throne, the Lords Parma and Santa Cruz gathered ships into one of the largest gatherings ever seen. Unfortunately, when they returned to England, the news that Francis Drake and the other captains brought back was not good, especially for the families of all of those lost on the voyage. The sailors had lost at least 40% of their number due to that horrible sickness that tore through them. It was a failure in other ways as well, a financial failure especially. The Crown had to come in and cover the shortfall to pay the soldiers and sailors their full wage because they had not made enough money on that voyage. Despite this ill news, though, the Queen was not entirely displeased. Her ships were still in good repair, none of them had been lost, and back home, to guard the English shores, which is exactly where Elizabeth wanted them. And they had freed those English vessels and their crews and dealt that severe blow to King Philip. That blow was really taking its toll on Philip, who lay in bed, tormented both by the physical ailment he had gout, but also by the psychological stress that he saw as losing the war and perhaps losing the favor of his God. For a time, Drake was sent to Holland to give aid to the Dutch there, but quickly he was withdrawn. His plans to once again sail west and raid the Indies had to be put on hold. That amassing of ships, but that was the worst kept secret in all of Europe. Everybody knew that they were gathering a massive armada for the invasion of England. Once again, Elizabeth came to Drake. The Navy, the English Navy, was busy building as many ships as possible. They were amassing cannon and crews while the Winters and the Hawkins family constantly patrolled the English Channel. Elizabeth turned to Drake and told him to gather his fleet. Once again, Drake was going to command from the ship the Elizabeth Bonaventure. The Crown also granted the fleet the ships the Golden Lion, the Rainbow, and the Dreadnought. They had a full complement of soldiers and cannon on board. This new fleet was supplemented by Drake and some of the other West Country investors. They had ships like the Drake, the Thomas, the White Lion, the Hawkins, the Elizabeth, the Edward Bonaventure, and the Minion, along with a host of smaller yet still armed vessels and pinnaces. Back in Plymouth, Drake had some trouble finding enough men to crew these ships, though. At the last minute, hundreds of the men who had agreed to go on board deserted, wary of Drake's dangerous ventures and the shadow cast by his last outing. Sailors can be a superstitious lot, and so many had died on Drake's last voyage that this one was avoided by a lot of men. This angered Drake, and he sent a missive to the Crown asking that any of the men who had deserted this voyage be arrested. The Queen declined to send her sheriffs to arrest them, but she did send soldiers to fill the crews, and on April 2nd, 1587, the fleet departed. It appears that the Privy Council sent some last-minute orders to Francis Drake. Quote, "You shall forbear to enter forcibly into any of the said king's ports or havens, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within harboring, or do any act of hostility upon the land." End quote. However, this command, for some reason, never seemed to reach Sir Francis Drake. On April 19th, near midday, the fleet anchored just off the Spanish coast. They waited near the port of Cadiz, which was a busy and well-defended harbor that was connected by river directly to the city of Seville. Drake called his captains in for comments. All along the Spanish and Portuguese coast, the Armada was gathered, and especially here. As yet, the ships from the farthest reaches of Spain's empire had not reached them, and all of the ships and ports still lay at anchor. Nearly all these ships were unmanned, and only a few merchant vessels were actually under sail, bringing necessary goods from ship to ship in the harbor to prepare for the invasion. Drake, against the wishes of many of the captains, ordered an immediate attack. At about 5 o'clock that evening, the English sailed toward the harbor. At first, the Spanish there assumed that it was a returning fleet of a friendly Spanish captain, and they sent a delegation to greet him. Drake, though, quickly dispatched them of this notion. He opened fire on the vessels. A couple of them were sunk, and the rest of them retreated to defend the harbor. Now, the Spanish galleys' guns, these smaller vessels, were no match for these English galleons, who fired well out of the Spanish range. The English sunk those two manned vessels, and still not properly actually in the harbor there, they took a 1,000-ton merchantman and then a 700-ton Biscayan galleon. They took 5 smaller merchant vessels, and then they took a galleon owned by Santa Cruz, the Spanish admiral himself. When these 8 ships had been fully ransacked and robbed of all of the valuables on board, including the victuals and wine, they were set ablaze and cut adrift. Throughout the night, then, the fort and towers fired at Drake's fleet, and whatever ships could be manned set their guns to fire against the English. However, it was really a poorly organized and ineffectual defense. The Duke, a man named Medina Sidonia, led reinforcements into the town. He had a contingent of both foot soldiers and cavalry, but they were unable to stop Drake from entering the harbor. All they could do was stop Francis Drake from entering the town, land with his men ashore, and taking the town. At dawn, the fleet sailed into the harbor. They took every ship that laid at anchor and all of the crews that were too slow or too foolish to escape, and then lashed all of those ships together, which made it easy for them to take all of the riches they found on board. But more importantly, to this mission at least, they took all of that which is required to outfit a navy. They took rope and tackle and tar and lumber and sail and any navigational instruments they might find. They did this so they could cripple the Armada before it even got started, and they could use all these goods to bolster the English navy. It was really a well thought out plan. Now, Drake did falter in one of his orders, though. The Queen had told him specifically that he was to burn any ship that he found in the harbor at Cadiz. And though Drake had all of these ships slashed together with plenty of tar and certainly plenty of fire, he failed to do so. Why? He exchanged the prisoners he had taken for gold, and the Duke of Medina Sidonia himself gifted Drake with a cask of wine and a vessel of sweetmeats, and Drake left the harbor in a rush. Why? He left over 60 vessels in the harbor unharmed, if a bit lighter, in defiance of his direct royal orders. Why? Well, one possible answer is that Drake had taken some of those Spanish prisoners and had them questioned. One of these prisoners may have given up some sensitive information, perhaps even more valuable to Drake than burning the ships. It appears that he had learned that Spain's second most accomplished admiral, a man named Juan Martinez de Recalde, sailed with a squadron that was half the size of Drake's and was, at this very moment, anchored off Cape St. Vincent. It's also possible that this smaller fleet was accompanying the Spanish treasure flota, which was Drake's greatest lust in life. En route to get to the Cape, Drake encountered a fleet of tiny merchant vessels, really little more than fishermen's boats, and found on board what would actually wind up becoming perhaps the most valuable cargo that he would take this entire voyage. He found bound together bundles of barrel staves bound for Cadiz. I understand that this might not sound like much, but you have to understand that life on board a ship required many barrels filled with water. If you didn't have these iron barrel staves to hold the barrels together, you couldn't have water or wine, and your ships would be unable to sail, and it took time and money to produce, so perhaps the greatest delay that Drake effected this entire voyage was stealing these barrel staves. Still, though, barrel staves, while they were important, weren't exactly a rich prize. Drake needed a real haul, both to repay his investors and to line his own pockets, so he chased after Raquel, who had sailed away from the Cape. He was headed towards Lisbon, but Drake believed he could catch him. Unfortunately, the winds weren't in his favor, and Raquel managed to beat him there. Lisbon was far too well defended a port for the English to take, so Drake turned his attentions elsewhere. He took what was called the Sagres Castle, which had once, strangely enough, been the home of Prince Henry the Navigator. This was a symbolic victory, but not a rich one. Still, one monk did record, quote, "They committed their usual feasts and drunkenness, their diabolical rampages and obscenities. They stole everything they found, and then set the place on fire, having first committed 1,000 excesses and diabolical desecrations of the images of the saints, like wicked heretics." End quote. Then, on June 1st, Sir Francis Drake's fortune changed once again for the better. He learned of a ship called the San Felipe, owned by Philip himself, and carrying all of the goods from the Orient directly into Drake's clutches. It's said that the San Felipe was taken without a single shot being fired because her holds and her gun ports were too crammed with goods to fire any guns of her defense. On board, Drake found gold, he found silver, he found precious gems, ivory, silk, rich dyes, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, all in all worth $32 million in modern money. With this haul, Drake was finally able to sail for home. It was around this time that Francis Drake enlisted perhaps one or maybe two men to write all of his letters and document all of his deeds. You see, Francis Drake needed better representation to both the Queen and the English people, and the results turned out to be ludicrous. You see, Drake was uneducated, he was poorly read, and he had really abysmal penmanship, and suddenly his correspondences were beautifully composed with allegory and reference to God, the Bible, and history. For example, he is reported to have said at Cadiz, when the wind turned to his favor, "The wind commands me away. Yeah, no, he didn't say that. Francis Drake was a sailor and a pirate, and he knew ships and violence, not poetry. Similarly, at this raid on Cadiz, he is reported to have claimed that he, quote, singed the King of Spain's beard, end quote, which was not true. That was actually said by the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire in reference to his own beard rather than King Philip's. Now, this new eloquent correspondence may have actually helped Francis Drake, though, when he returned to London. He found himself out of favor with the Queen, at least in official record, and defended some of his decisions during the raid on Cadiz. However, Drake showered Elizabeth with gifts, and he still had her ear. He may have failed to burn all of the vessels that he had been ordered to, but he had really delayed the invasion. That was Elizabeth's need. He also brought news of Philip's true plans. He wrote to Lord Walsingham, quote, I assure your honour, the like preparation was never heard of nor known, as the King of Spain hath and daily maketh to invade England. All possible preparations for defence are very expedient to be made. I dare not almost write into your honour of the great forces we hear the King of Spain hath in the straits. Prepare in England strongly, and most by sea. Stop him now, and stop him ever. Look well to the coast of Sussex. End quote. Drake begged again and again to be allowed another voyage, this time in force to go to Lisbon, where he could destroy the Armada before it even began sailing. The crown, however, decided not to grant. Finances in England were once again tight, and Elizabeth hesitated to back any venture that would take English vessels away from English shores. Philip, too, though, had suffered setbacks. In addition to the raid on Cadiz, he had been forced to call off the treasure fleets for the year, fearing that they would be taken by English pirates. They stayed in port in the Americas. And then his plans were dealt a truly terrible blow. His close friend, the Admiral of Santa Cruz, died. Philip was forced to name the Duke Medina Sidonia, that man who was a hero of the raid on Cadiz, who had gifted Francis Drake wine and sweetmeats. He was forced to name him Admiral in the Spanish Armada. Medina Sidonia was a morose man, especially about the state of the Spanish Navy. He surveyed the fleet, and he found it lawful. They didn't have enough guns. They didn't have enough soldiers that were trained well, and the ships themselves were even sometimes in poor condition. He was forced to smuggle in at least 100 cast-iron English cannon, something that the Spanish thought were so low quality they weren't even worth using, but he needed the guns, but still they weren't enough. The Spanish had little powder, they had less shot, and they had only very few properly trained gunners. Only 6 vessels in the Spanish fleet carried more than 40 guns, while every English vessel carried more than 250. However, Philip refused to hear of these complaints. He believed that God was on his side. The Pope himself granted special indulgences for every Spaniard on the voyage, and when confronted with the possibility of bad weather, Philip said, quote, since it is all for his cause, God will grant us fair weather, end quote. As he lay in his sick bed and his admiral continued to bring complaints to him, his very last command to Medina Sidonia was, quote, sail, sail, end quote. The Spanish plan was simple. The Armada would sail into the Channel. They would break the English naval defense there, and they would hold a landing site. Then, somewhere between 30 and 60,000 soldiers, under the command of the Duke of Parma, would sail from the Netherlands to England. They would sail upriver and take London in what they believed would be no more than 2 or 3 days. The sailors, though, in the Spanish fleet, well, they knew better. As the Spanish Armada was preparing to sail, one sailor wrote, quote, things hang in the balance. Please, God, let the events be for his cause, and may he assist us, as is so necessary. End quote. Another sailor, when he was speaking to a papal official, a papal nuncio, said to him, quote, the English, who have faster and heavier ships than ours, and many more long-range guns, and who know their advantage just as well as we do, will never close with us at all, but stand aloof and knock us to pieces with their culverins, without our being able to do them any serious hurt. When the nuncio asked him what the Spanish meant to win, the officer answered, a miracle. End quote. The English weren't entirely aware of the Spanish shortcomings, though. They thought that the fleet was a lot better defended than it really was. I think that Winston Churchill gives a good description of the English attitude. He said, quote, "The chances were heavily weighted in favor of Spain. From the mines of Mexico and Peru there came a stream of silver and gold which so fortified the martial power of the Spanish Empire that King Philip could equip his forces beyond all known scales. The position was well understood in ruling circles in England. So long as Spain controlled the wealth of the New World, she could launch and equip a multitude of armadas." End quote. On the English side, the Queen's plan was to separate her navy, to guard the western end of the Channel from Spain and to guard the eastern end from the Netherlands. However, she acquiesced to her advisors. The Lord Admiral was now a man named Charles Howard of Effingham, and he was in command of the Queen's navy. His plan was to have Lords Winter and Hawkins wake the Armada in the middle of the Channel, while the Lord Admiral Howard himself and Sir Francis Drake would wait at and near Plymouth. They would be a fleet of sleek, fast, heavily armed smaller vessels that would be able to chase and harry the Spanish. They were going to follow behind the Armada after it sailed into the Channel. The plan was to allow the Spanish Armada to sail until it nearly encountered the fleet of larger English galleons, and then Lord Admiral Drake would come up behind them, bite their heels, and then catch the Armada in the crossfire and demolish her. And the plans of both sides were interrupted by some inclement weather. Some of those famous Channel storms blew in, and the fleets of both the Spanish and the English, well, their timetables and their charts were thrown off course, so they had to regroup and make some new plans as quickly as possible. However, the basic plan for Drake to follow behind still stood because Drake and his fleet were still at home. Legend has it that when Drake received word of the Spanish Armada entering the Channel, he said, "Time enough to finish the game and beat the Spanish after." Now this sounds like some of Drake's famous propaganda, but this might actually be something that he said. See, the tide was high in Plymouth Harbor at the time. It was too high for the fleet to leave, and he knew they would have to wait until sundown. However, once sundown came, the fleet did set sail, and they rushed after the Spanish Armada. When the Duke of Medina Sidonia awoke the next morning, it must have been something of a shock to him. He found the English fleet not before him as he had thought, but waiting behind. Their entire formation was planned to meet the English fleet waiting before them. However, that formation of the Armada itself must have been something of a fight as well. It was at least 2 miles in width. It was a virtual forest of mast and sail, punctuated by these massive Spanish aft castles who towered over the smaller English vessels. Lord Admiral Howard said, quote, "All the world never saw such a great force as there was." End quote. All the same, Lord Howard ordered a single pinnace called Defiance forward to fire a single shot at the Spanish flagship. This was a gesture of formal challenge. Think of a knight pulling off his glove and slapping another man in challenge for a duel. This was that sort of move. The Spanish, they had their ships arrayed in 4 columns. Their heaviest ships were in the center, with their faster and smaller galleys along the sides. They made a tight crescent formation, all meant to face forward so they could surround the English fleet whenever they encountered it. However, somehow, these massive vessels had to turn around and change their entire formation because they were now facing a force that was coming from the opposite direction. Really, their formation was perfect. The Spanish were spectacular sailors. If the English had been waiting in front, they would have destroyed them immediately. However, they didn't account for what the English actually had planned. I'm going to quote historian Arthur Herman in his book To Rule the Waves, How the British Navy Shaped the Modern World, which is really a pretty excellent read, especially for any nautical or military historians out there. It goes all the way from the very earliest days of the British Navy to all the way up until World War II. He writes about this battle, quote, "The English rushed forward with gun ports open, and as many guns wheeled and lashed pointing forward as possible. This was no classic battle of broadsides. Each gun was aimed on its own, while the master gunner himself gave orders to the helm. Bow chasers fired first, then the guns on the leeward side, and, as the ship turned, then the guns in the stern as the boatswain shouted to his men aloft to lull sails and brought the ship to a halt. Then, as the ship turned back, the guns on the other broadside opened up as the ship completed its stately pirouette past its target. Wreathed in smoke, the Revenge, or guns got off an average of a shot an hour, whereas the Spanish, keeping to their tight box formation, were sometimes lucky if their guns could fire back one shot a day. End quote. It was really, at the end of the day, an ineffectual battle on both sides. While the English had proved that they could fire many more shots, their tactics weren't doing a whole lot of damage to the Spanish fleet. They took out a few of the smaller vessels, but from the distances they were firing, they were unable to take out any of the massive Spanish warships. As night fell, though, Drake was given the order to light the lantern on his stern that would guide the way for the rest of the fleet. On the Spanish side, they faced disaster. While their ships were still nearly all floating, the Nuestra Senora de Rosario was rammed by another Spanish vessel in the night. The Rosario lost her bowsprit, her mizzenmast, and her main yard. Then, in a separate event, another ship in the Armada carrying somewhere near 383 men and almost all of the gold meant to pay the soldiers suddenly exploded. It's unclear exactly what happened, but apparently something lit their entire powder magazine alight. In the chaos after this explosion, Francis Drake seized on an opportunity. He broke formation from the fleet, endangering all of those relying on his lantern, and he took the Rosario, along with the reported 55,000 golden ducats aboard, and he ordered the ship to be sailed home. Despite Francis Drake's knighthood, all of his titles and his lands, he still couldn't fight who he was at heart. A loathsome, no-good, West Country pirate. The next morning, when Lord Admiral Howard came on deck, he discovered that he had not in fact been following Sir Francis Drake's lantern, but one for the Armada. A fierce morning firefight ensued, the exact kind of thing that a good English navyman needed to get the blood pumping, but he managed to remove himself from the Spanish Armada. Francis Drake returned to the fleet and was hauled on board of the Lord Admiral's ship. There's no record of exactly what the Lord Admiral said to Francis Drake, but man, I wish there was, because I imagine that even the Spanish in the Armada, a mile or more away, could hear the curses of this old sea captain to Francis Drake. The Admiral went on to confiscate the 55,000 ducats and send it to London. The Admiral ordered that the English would continue dogging the Spanish fleet, and the fight on water continued the same way for the next day. On land, Elizabeth stood before her rallied troops, who were preparing to defend the city of London and the land of England against any invasion. She gave them this speech, quote, "My loving people, who have been persuaded by some that are careful for our safety to take heed how we commit ourselves to armed multitudes, for fear of treachery, but I assure you, I do not desire to live in distrust with faithful and loving people. Let tyrants fear. I have always so behaved myself that, under God, I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects, and therefore I am come amongst you, as you see, resolved, in the midst and heat of the battle, to live or die amongst you all, and to lay down for my God, and for my kingdom, and for my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too, and think foul scorn that Parma or Spain or any prince of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonor shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general, judge, and rewarder of every one of your virtues in the field. I know already for your forwardness you have deserved rewards and crowns, and we do assure you, in the word of a prince, they shall be duly paid you." End quote. Imagine her surprise, as well as the surprise of Admiral Medina Sidonia, when none of those troop ships arrived. Perhaps Elizabeth wasn't so surprised after all. The troops had never even left port. The sea beggars had sailed south, swooped in, and halted any thought of Parma's of setting sail. It was here that the Spanish Armada knew they were lost. On the third day, short on food, shot, powder, and soldiers, the English finally closed ranks and opened fire. Finally, the English had found their mark at 300 yards, which would become the naval policy for firefights for centuries. They sank dozens of Spanish vessels, but still the Armada stood in tight formation. The English captains began to worry. Despite their superior battle skills, how could they defeat that armada? So, after nightfall, 8 smaller English vessels sailed silently forward toward their armada. Their guns were charged fully to the muzzles. Their decks and their holds were filled with pitch, tar, and filth, anything that would burn. The Spanish saw these ships primed to explode and burn any vessel nearby, and they all managed to escape unharmed. But in this attempt to set the Spanish armada alight, it broke their formation, and finally, the English were able to attack. The English closed in. This was the beginning of the first great naval engagement in modern history. A total of 200 ships fired bravely, even recklessly, in a fight for their lives, for their homes, and for their countries. The Spanish never backed down. Each of the ships fired until they were out of powder and shot, and then they would sail towards the English vessels, grapple that ship, and do hand-to-hand combat with the men on board, either dying or taking the ship. But still, the Spanish were outmatched. The English ships were too well armed and too fast. The air in the English Channel was filled with smoke, the deafening sound of cannon, and in the interim between shots, the screams of the dying. Any vessel worth her salt was coated in splinter and tattered sail, amidst the gore of men without arms and legs and heads. The seas were covered in a sheen of dead bodies, broken ships, and blood. A storm arose, bringing in clouds and fog to mingle with the smoke from the battle. And in that moment, the Spanish armada set sail and fled. Perhaps Philip was right, in part. He said that God would send him fair weather, and when the Spanish armada was nearly lost and completely destroyed, a storm came in and saved them. Their odyssey was not over, and the trip back to Spain was going to be extremely difficult for these men, but many still made it home. More than would have had that storm not blown in. The English didn't believe that this was the end of the invasion. However, it was. The Spanish had fled. There were no troops coming from the Netherlands. The English had won the day. Now, this undeclared war between Spain and England, though, it would continue. The 80 Years' War, the conflict for Dutch independence, that would continue too. And the hatred between Catholics and Protestants in Europe would continue for centuries. Queen Elizabeth, King Philip, and Francis Drake would continue their dance. But this is a suitable place to stop. The Armada's defeat marked a turning point in the world. It showed the world that Spain was not all-powerful, and it opened up the ambitions of all of the colonial powers in Europe. It was by no means the end of the Spanish Empire, but it marked the beginning of their decline, and it marked the dawn of the British Empire, and the colossal power struggles that would continue for centuries, and really, we're still fighting to this modern day. This Spanish Armada's defeat showed the world that the future would not be won by soldiers on land or on horseback. It would be won by sailors on golden ships. Elizabeth would continue her rule for years and rule over some of the most prosperous times in English history. Elizabethan England would bring us an English Renaissance. It would bring us Shakespeare and the birth of the modern English language. It would see a shift in English culture towards a more free, open, and democratic society. Sir Francis Drake was far from done. He continued to sail, and his legend continued to grow. He sailed again and again, back to Spain, then to the Caribbean, never ending Drake's war, his personal conflict with the Spanish. But he passed away at Portobello at the end of a difficult voyage of raiding and piracy at 4 a.m., January 28, 1596. And with him, we're going to leave the Elizabethan age behind. The reason we've spent so much time on this era, the Elizabethan period, and Francis Drake in particular, is because these conflicts are really what set the stage for the colonial conflicts in the Caribbean. And Francis Drake, more than anyone else, showed the world that a single man with a sleek, small, fast ship filled with guns and manned by a loyal crew of people with insufficient morals would be able to challenge the empires of the old world and make themselves rich and powerful men. His was really the story that all pirates in the years to come would see and believe that they could make a reality. He was the goal that men such as Henry Avery and Edward Teach were. Well, that's what they wanted to be. They wanted to be Francis Drake, a man who was a patriot fighting for his country and using less than scrupulous means to achieve it. They also wanted to fill their pockets, which was something that Francis Drake did extremely well. In the end, Francis Drake stole in modern dollars $115 million worth of Spanish loot. This makes him, according to Forbes magazine, the second most successful pirate in history. Next time, we're going to take a jump forward. The politics of Europe are going to go through a lot of upheavals, but most of that is relatively unimportant. We'll talk about the big stuff, but we're going to start focusing on another of the most successful pirates in history. A man who graces the front of many bottles of cheap rum, Captain Henry Morgan. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Mike. Thank you for listening. In the aftermath of the attempted invasion by the Spanish Armada, Europe found itself to be a very different place. The odds of a high had shifted away from Spanish domination, and pirates had actually become a rousing their adversaries. In England, many of the young and ambitious ship's captains who had sailed under men like Drake, Hawkins, and Winter had petitioned the Queen to sail for the East Indies. They finally had the strength to sail for the East Indies for decades, even perhaps centuries, and Spanish and Portuguese had kept that name on the trade. Drake had proved that they could sail those waters with limited safety. In the year 1600, Elizabeth granted many of these merchants an official royal charter. This formed the English East India Company, and it gave them a monopoly of trade with the East. Now, the East India Company will be a major player in the story to come. Their interactions with European pirates is the story legend. But for now, despite their monopoly, their position was not as strong as it would seem. You see, a monopoly really only applied to other English merchants. They had plenty of competition in the region. First of all, these were Portuguese waters, and the Portuguese were still there. Though this was the Portuguese Empire under Philip, and they were significantly weaker than they had been, they were still a threat to Europe. But regardless, the English merchants still managed to take part. However, their real competition came on the backs of Dutch ships. In the wake of the Armada, and during their long, crazy 80 Years' War, the Dutch Empire was ready to go. Decades of English and Dutch attacks on Spanish merchant shipping had left a void in international seafaring trade, and it was really more than anyone else the Dutch who filled that void. But having a ship with a fleet, which was really huge compared to any of the other merchant ships in Europe. It was about twice as long as any of these other vessels, and it had a square hull that could hold 2 to 3 times the cargo of any other ships. The Dutch quickly came to dominate trade in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in the English Channel. They pushed the English just aside, and even the Spanish, with whom they were currently at war, were forced to concede the peaceful trade. Soon, the Dutch found themselves in a little trouble, and they could return trade with both Constantinople and Alexandria. These were major trading routes, places that were the centers of trade that went back to Babylon and the Middle East. Basically, the entire Muslim world traded through these ports. So if you wanted any goods from them, you had to trade in one of these major ports. When the Spanish invaded the Dutch out of the Mediterranean, the Dutch sent a fleet to destroy Gibraltar and sunk the entire Spanish fleet. This was really how the Dutch did business. Whenever anyone tried to encroach on areas that they had business interests in, they suddenly found themselves the victims of completely unrelated conflicts until they were either sought or forced to leave. They really operated kind of like a mafia. It was sort of a, you want to do business with us, you're going to make money, we're a little bit on the side, we're going to protect you. And anybody else tries to encroach on our business, they're going to sweep them with the fishes. And it worked marvelously. The Dutch found themselves in control of the largest trading empire that the world had. In no time, they found themselves in control of all of the ports on the African coast, and all of the gold and ivory that the continent carried, as well as all of the other goods and food and slaves. It was in 1602 that the Dutch East India Company opened up for business. As the English clattered on, these merchants who formed the Dutch East India Company were given a monopoly on trade. This wrapped around the furs back in the New York provinces, so these merchants had to look elsewhere to make their money. Rival merchant companies began forming their own companies. Companies that would control the West African coast and all of the slaves that they would buy. And those slaves were traded solely with the New World, North America and the Caribbean primarily. This also gave them access to all of the cocoa and sugar that the New World had to offer. This became the most profitable trading route in the entire world, and everybody wanted it. And soon, every country in the world was fighting for a place. This is episode number 14, The New World. Dutch tactics at the dawn of the 17th century were very similar to English tactics at the end of the last century. They primarily traded with Spanish New World colonies. Now, they weren't allowed to trade with these Spanish New World colonies officially, but they gave every deal in the Spanish state, and so the colonists preferred to buy from the Dutch. More than that, they also replaced the English and the French as the greatest power in the western Caribbean. They turned to the Caribbean first as these legitimate merchants, seeking sources for goods that were denied them by the trade embargo run by the Spanish. They were primarily interested in three goods: sugar, tobacco, and salt. Sugar and tobacco were luxury goods that all the best people had. If you went to visit somebody and they didn't have a sugar bowl and they served you cake, it was something to go to. If they were unable to smoke a cigar or light a pipe after dinner, then it was also seen as somewhat low class. Anybody who was anybody was using sugar and tobacco system. They weren't just luxury goods for the elite, they were luxury goods for the merchant class and even the middle class. Basically, anybody who wasn't the lowliest of peasants wanted a little bit of sugar and tobacco to show off just how classy they were. Now, sugar was seen as a relatively harmless luxury, something that sweetened the tea and let the young ladies have. But tobacco was catching on so quickly that people realized soon they were really nice guys. It caught on particularly fiercely in Protestants. The Catholic churches all across Europe condemned the leaf as a heretical heathen ritual, but even in those Catholic countries, you would find Spaniards and Frenchmen and Germans all smoking tobacco. Even the church's condemnation did not keep the use of this plant going. But in those Protestant countries, it was running the wrong way. In 1604, the newly raised King James I of England published the Counterblast to Tobacco. It read in part, quote, "Have you not reason then to be ashamed and to forbear this filthy novelty, so basely grounded, so foolishly received, and so grossly mistaken in the right use thereof? In your abuse thereof, sinning against God, harming yourselves both in persons and goods, and making also thereby the marks and notes of vanity upon you, accustomed loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs." End quote. There's a lot going on in this quote. He says, obviously, that it is harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, hateful to the nose, it looks bad, it smells bad, it's bad for you. These are all obvious things. However, there's a little technical line here. The vanity line is very important. This was seen as a sinful act because it served no purpose other than as a luxury good and status symbol. In Europe, the tide was beginning to turn. Vanity was seen as a this train of Europeans. We'll go into talk a lot more about that. But for now, despite the fairy tale elements and the king's diatribe against belief set up upon England and in the Netherlands and in Spain, France, everywhere across Europe, everyone agreed that even if it took it over to Asia, it was going to cause a whole slew of its own problems on the way. Tobacco was quickly becoming something that everyone in the world wanted to know about. Salt, on the other hand, was not a luxury. It was a necessary element of life. If you lived in the North Sea, or if you lived on the British Channel, you were going to find yourself eating fish, primarily cod, and salt was used to preserve that fat for transport from the harbor or otherwise. It wasn't only used for fish, but for growing all sorts of things, especially at sea. Basically, if you wanted to do anything that harmed fish to kill or cook for your own family, you were going to need some salt to preserve it from keeping bad. And unfortunately, the Dutch, they had recently lost their sole source of salt. Most of the salt in Western Europe came from the salt mines in Portugal. Now, the Dutch and the Spanish Empire, including the Portuguese, were still at war in the 8 Years' War. And the Spanish decided to use their annex laws, denying them all sorts of trade. Most of this the Dutch could get around, but they had trouble with their new source of salt in Europe. So they tried to go to Europe and tried to quickly come to a breakdown for their source on the coast of what is modern-day Venezuela in called Brazil. On the Ararat Peninsula, near Baghdad, the Dutch found salt claims that would supply their entire nation with salt for as long as they needed it. At least, for as long as they could get it properly out of the hands of the Spanish. They sent their massive ships that left as much salt as they could possibly carry, along with the big armed pinnaces on sloops to defend against the Spanish patrols that might come on the line. This was still all Spanish land, and while the locals had been known to trade, the governors were well aware that these conditions were hard and would chase off any Dutch ships they found, but no patrols came. Not one single vessel came to question or harass the Dutch. When they started thinking on it, they realized that they hadn't seen a single warship or official patrol boat on their entire trip to the New World. So rather than keeping their pinnaces and sloops on hand to protect them, they sent them out to do a little investigative work. No matter where they sailed, no one rowed boldly into Spanish-controlled harbors, they didn't find any warships or patrol boats. All they found were, heavy and slow merchant vessels. Merchant vessels that the Dutch quickly relieved of any valuables they might have on board. This quickly became really the primary goal for these missions. Men who were admirals in the 80 Years' War back in Europe would bring their own vessels along, ostensibly, according to European politics, to protect their salt vessels, but really all they did was follow Drake's footsteps and attack as much Spanish merchant shipping as possible. For 6 full years, the Dutch sailed around 800 of these large salt ships through Brazil, and for 6 years, they escaped great harm. The New World had always been poorly defended by salt. It was a place that all of their riches stemmed from, but they quickly realized that this was now the most vulnerable point in the Spanish Empire, and they exploited that fact. As tales spread back in Europe of the rich waters of the Caribbean, the French Huguenot pirates who had for decades terrorized the Spanish came back in numbers. There were more French pirates in the Caribbean at this point in time than there ever had been in the past. The Dutch dwarfed the English fleets in the heyday of Drake and Hawkins. They were a menace that was unseen in the past. Therefore, there's men like Drake and finding long times to make his food. They were pretty proud of seeing this new generation of young Protestant pirates taking over the Spanish, but they also would have been shocked. These good pirates faced almost no resistance from the Spanish. The Spanish almost never sent ships against them, even after reports had been sent to the governor of their terrible, terrible dealings. When asked which the old governor would send out a couple of ships to try and take on this pirate menace, all of his life, the Dutch and the French would sometimes just fire some shotguns and everything, but more often they would just take their ships and drive off the Spaniards in small boats to get to land. The Spanish quickly realized that the more ships they sent against them, the stronger and stronger these French would become. The truth was that the Spanish Empire was completely divided. Their war was against France, and then against England, and then against the Dutch, and then against Portugal, and so like the New World, which they shipped over massively tourists twice a year, and still not fund all of these wonders. The mood at the Spanish court in the capital has been lately quite somber. Many historians have compared it to the last days of the Roman Empire, when the visigoths were at the gates and the Huns came off, and when they knew that their days were numbered, but they tried to project an image of sheer power despite their best efforts that could not convince anybody else that they had anything left to hold on. So the Spanish colonists, who at this point were really Americans, most of the people that lived in the New World had been born in the New World. They huddled in their towns and their forts, and their enemies, the Dutch and the French, ruled their lands. The English, however, are relatively innocent from this time of piracy and murder. That new English king, King James, didn't share the crown of England's attitude towards piracy. He punished and imprisoned any pirates who complied. He encouraged legitimate trade in commerce and colonization. Elizabeth had tried hunting for new colonization several times, but it had never really worked out. The English had made a lot of money off of the piracy of Menlo Park Strait, so the colonies really got pushed to that end. But James had other designs. He focused primarily on the Hereafter. He had his dream of a new England as the goal, and he granted charter to the Virginians. He sailed across the Atlantic to North America, to the region known as Virginia, named after Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen, and in 1607 he settled Jamestown. The attempted settlements at Roanoke had made a disaster, but Jamestown, named obviously after King James I, was England's first successful American discovery. A relief mission carrying supplies to the settlement of Jamestown 2 years later in 1609 was hit by a truly disastrous storm, and it shipwrecked at the island of Bermuda. A man named Sir George Somers had sailed under St. Francis Strait as a young man and under Sir Walter Raleigh, and he led these castaways on the island of Bermuda for 2 months. They really built a proto-settlement there. They built homes and fishing docks. This is supposed to be the inspiration for Shakespeare's play The Tempest. But in addition to homes and shelter, they also built ships. And 10 months after shipwrecking, they sailed on to the colony of Virginia. Every person, including the dog on board, had survived. In 1612, this man George Somers was granted his own royal license to build a permanent settlement on Bermuda. Now, if you look on a map, Bermuda is kind of perfectly situated between England and America. It's not an island in the Caribbean, but it is a big stopping place, kind of similar to the islands on the Atlantic that the Spanish and Portuguese used to dock on. But soon, the English realized that the real money was not in tobacco plantations in Virginia or in new Puritan settlements in Boston, but the real money was down south in the Caribbean. We've spent a lot of time in the New World on this show, all of the Caribbean and even on the Spanish Main, but now we're going to be focusing much more heavily on the region, and I'd like to spend just a little bit of time going over some basic geography. If you picture the Caribbean or carve a map of the Caribbean as one of the icebergs, you'll see that the majority of the islands in the Caribbean form a sort of a barrier between the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. This barrier stretches all the way from Florida to South America and forms almost kind of a foot shield. These islands are generally categorized into 3 different groups. The northernmost of these islands, the islands closest to North America, are collectively known as the Bahamas. There are a ton of these islands, and they're all relatively small and kind of archipelago. The waters in between them are shallow and clear and beautiful. They all have miles of sandy beach and tropical palm trees. Basically, it's paradise. You know, it's the Bahamas. The Spanish mostly ignored the Bahamas, at least in terms of colonization. They traded with the natives there and captured a lot of the natives for slaves, but really there weren't too many Spanish settlements on the Bahamas. Now, to the southwest of the Bahamas, there are the largest islands in the Caribbean, namely Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico. These are known collectively as the Great Antilles. The majority, really nearly all of Spanish colonization in the Caribbean took place in the Antilles. Now, the discovery of gold and silver on the mainland and the subsequent conquest
Are you
like
still
the ice
able
cover,
to
and bee
climb
colonies
the duct and take
push
big
bigger
risks?
alien colonies a little
Yeah,
bit into
see,
the
I'm
water.
kind of the same. Like, I think that
But the
gives me an
oldest
advantage,
and
frankly,
sometimes grandest
where I might
settlements in
make
the New
decisions that
World
are
were still
financially
there on these islands,
suboptimal
and they were still kind of a
because I'm
jewel in
trying to win,
spots.
but there's also an inherent advantage
And
to
then
that.
to the
Like, that,
southeast of the Great
again,
Iron
something
Colonies
like
lay the lesser
walking away
iron
from a guy like
colonies.
Michael O'Donnell.
They formed
But a
really the fourth
disadvantage
part of
of
that
these people
push,
playing so
kind
passively
of
in these spots
wrapping
is that
around
I'm not
from the
trying.
greater
I'm going to
enclaves
win.
of the
I'm just
Philippines
going to
off
move
to reach
move
all
a
the way
little bit
around to
because
the
I'm not
South
worried
American
about
continent.
the small
The Western colonies are
financial
generally
stake
split into
you
two
know
different sets of islands,
of
two
taking.
subsets, the
What advice
Leeward
would you give
Islands and the Windward
to
Islands.
beginning
The
local
Spanish
players?
colonies are
Actually,
comparable
I
to
don't even know
all
which
of
one's
the
the
lesser
better.
iron
I'm
colonies,
just
though
for
most
the
of
game.
them are on the Windward Islands. That's
Obviously,
where
as you
most of the
ascend,
Europeans
easier to
first
get
made
better
land
at
hopping
getting
across
there.
the
But
Atlantic.
what advice would you
That's
give
all
how to
called
get better?
triangles, where
So one of
you
the ways
travel
I mean I
south
think
through
really that's
Africa
how I
and then
started,
travel
right? And
west
there's so
across the
many
Atlantic.
resources and tools
The Windward
available right
Islands
now
are
to
your
analyze
very
answers. But
first pick.
when you play,
And it was
right,
here, in
and you
these lesser
find
iron
yourself
colonies,
in a
that the Dutch really
situation or a
first
hand
made
that you're
their
not really
presence
sure about,
known.
not because
They
you
moved
had agents who
fast.
went all
These
in or you
colonies
were
were
wrong. Like, that's
small and
fine.
poorly
But
defended,
an
so the
interesting
Dutch pushed
situation
out
where you're not sure
basically
what to do.
all of the
You jot,
Spanish merchant
you jot
shipping.
the hand down, write
It
it out,
became the only
and
way
then
for
either
the few
A,
Spanish who were still
some of their
left in their
tools,
colonies
whether it's
there
a
to
solver's or
get
two,
any of the goods that
advance
they
them,
needed just
or
simply to live.
ask your fleet,
As they pushed
have
further
a
and
couple friends
further
at your
into the
level and
Caribbean,
talk
the
through the
Spanish
maneuvers and
basically
start to
pulled
learn
back
that way,
just to the
right?
greater
Because
Antilles
those
and to the
mistakes that you
mainland.
make or those
These were
tough
the only
maneuvers
ports
that come
that
in,
were
that's
kind
where
of
the
free
real
port
learning
for
comes
them
in.
to
Like,
spend the
so that, and so
resources that took
basically,
to defend them.
if you're, because you're going
So
to be
the
in
Dutch
similar
controlled
scenarios,
basically the
hopefully,
entirety
and
of
you're
the
rarely
Lesser
going to have the
Antilles and
identical
the
situation, but
Carolinas.
you'll have situations that
Now,
are
due
similar.
to the
You know, you
years of
raise
the
a new team,
Spanish
you
taking in
reset, and you're
slaves,
going to go
the
your own way,
causing
okay?
warfare, and in
So what do
many
I do in that
cases, most
situation? You
importantly,
know,
the Germans,
you're going to have
these
similar
islands were
situations
basically
as well. So
uninhabitable. They were
figuring that
almost
out,
known even as
the more you can
abnormally
do that,
small
chop
islands.
away at
So really, once the Dutch
different
pushed the Spanish
strategical
out,
mistakes
they
that
had
you
really nobody to
excavate
defeat.
that you no longer want.
Are there resources like
The Dutch
master
began
classes
to
you can persuade?
settle
Are there
down and put
books?
down roots. They started
So there was
colonies
a
of their
guy
own
named
and
Michael
moved
O'Donnell.
into the
Like, this went
established
again to
Spanish
a little bit more
colonies.
advanced players.
At
It's a
first,
book
this was
called
really just the actions of
Modern
Dutch
Herpertry, I think
merchants
it's
who were
called.
looking to make a
And he
profit in
sort
the
of
Caribbean,
explains
but
these
soon
situations,
it
right?
became a real
To the
place of
novice, right?
warfare
So
in
it's a
the
little
American
bit. I
theater
think if
of
you're
the
new to
80
Puck, you're
years war.
probably above
They not
the
only
rim
came
pretty
in
good.
and put down their own
But once
colonies,
you
but
start to go
pushed
a little
further
better
and
and you
further
understand
into
how to
Spanish
do it,
held
it's
waters.
probably a little bit
Eventually,
Puck
even all
Pro.
of the
And there's
colonies
also
in the
like
greater
principal teams
Antilles were
where you're
forced to concede
professional
to
players,
trade with the
and then you
British.
get in there and you
And
get
the
in on
Dutch
the
had
chat,
such
and you start talking,
massive
you ask them
fleets that really the
people,
Spanish could do very little
explaining
against
their
them,
thought
and they began
process.
building these
There's so
truly
many
impressive
resources, and
cargo
of course my
ports
master
on
class
each
does a
basically
good
had
job of
settlements that
compartmentalizing,
really
like,
made the reconquest of these
how to
islands a
attack it on
non-issue.
a deeper level.
The Dutch
We
would
get it. I tried to
definitely
get into
hear
it.
and bear
What's funny
witness
when I
that
did
the
the master
Spanish
class,
really couldn't do
I
anything
asked them. I was
about
like,
it.
well, how high
But the
end do you
Dutch
want
weren't
this
finished
in
quite
terms
yet.
of
They pushed
exposure? And they're like, we
further
want
and
really, really
further,
high
and
end.
then began to
Cool.
push into South
And I
America.
started
That
explaining
is the
really, really
part
high end. Like,
at
okay,
the
well,
southern
maybe
end
there's
of
one
the
for
Lesser
everybody.
Antilles, the modern day
Right?
Venezuela. They
So I
started
tried to
a
explain
really
really
overland
complex,
war campaign on the mainland against all
theories
the Spanish
in a
settlements there.
more palatable
So
way.
all of the
Easy for
Spanish
me.
resources in
But
the
some of these
region
get
were
really tough.
pushed
You're like,
into a fight against
huh?
the Dutch.
But you also,
And the
I
French and
imagine you have to
English used this as a
accept an
perfect
answer
time to trickle
when
in and begin
the
setting up
legal
their
tricky
own
part in this.
colonies. The very
You also
first
wrote a book
English colony in the
10 years
Caribbean
ago,
was on the island of
Bombable
St.
Profanity.
Francis, or St. Christopher.
It's
This was
interesting
named
to
after
think that
Columbus.
how
This
much
was
of
perhaps
the
one of the
stuff in
first
that book
places to
still
land.
applies, how much doesn't.
It
I
was
still think
settled
the book
in
holds up.
1623 by the
Obviously, like,
English, and then in
it isn't awesome
1625
because
the
there's
French
like more
established a
advanced
colony in
strategies
St.
and if you
Francis
play it
Island.
that way, we'll figure out a
The
good
French
exchange.
and the
But if
English,
you're
these
like an
were
average player
French
playing an average
hinterlands, settlements, so they split the island peacefully, split it between them. Now, the Dutch were happy with the French and the English. They were all good Protestants, mostly. There were some Catholics there, but they didn't encourage all the Dutch interests in the area. It really kind of implies. See, the Dutch and the English were building sheep renting apple plantations in their settlements, but building plantations is kind of an expensive endeavor and really hard work. Trade was really the preferred means that the Dutch used to make profit. They preferred to bring in tools and all sorts of manufactured goods into the colonies and then export all of their produce back to where the Dutch settled. This was a lot less work and really made them a lot more money. Notably, the most important and valuable cargo of all was what the Dutch could sell at for sale at foreign traders. The Dutch could really be given credit, or blame, for starting the early 17th century plantation system. They really built this entire economy on trading. There were many factions, primarily in northern Amsterdam, machinery needed to process sugar and tobacco. Their slave ships carried untold numbers of Africans to the New World to work for French and English masters, and their merchants carried all of the goods produced back here for sale. Nearly the Dutch facilitated this entire New World economy, built entirely on the agricultural systems. The Dutch were really the masters of the New World at this point. But despite all of the profit that this plantation system created, still their most emotionally satisfying venture was piracy. Now, Spanish ships all over were being attacked by Protestant ships, but in 1628, a Dutch admiral named Captain Heim built Sir Francis Drake's dream. He sailed toward the Spanish America with a fleet of Dutch naval vessels, bolstered by another fleet of Dutch Caribbean pirates. It was in the waters around Mexico that they intercepted the Spanish treasure fleet. Initially, Admiral Heim took 8 ships. He had to chase the rest of the fleet down, but in the end, he took a total of 16 ships, some in the open ocean, and finally capturing the last few on the coast of Cuba. Now, all of these ships were virtually unguarded. They didn't have good warships to guard them because the Spanish claimed authority, so he took all of these ships without bloodshed, and he stole enough money from the Spanish to fund the Dutch army for a full 8 months. Now, despite the blow to the Spanish financially, Admiral Heim was not a monster. He released all of his Spanish prisoners with ample life insurance and prepared to take them back to America. He did, of course, take those ships, but the race for colonies in the Caribbean was on. Now, it should be noted that these colonies were not official royal colonies. As the English and the Dutch and the French all spread throughout the Caribbean, their monarchs were all otherwise occupied. Back in England, King James had passed away, and his son Charles had taken the throne. Turns out, Charles wasn't the best of monarchs. That Puritan element in his country was gaining steam and causing Charles a lot of trouble. There were a series of civil wars in England, so the English crown was not very worried of anything that was happening in the New World. Now, on the continent, both the 30 Years' War and the 80 Years' War were still raging, so nearly every nation in Europe was embroiled in some sort of warfare. The only people who cared what was happening out in the New World were merchants who were trying to make as much money as possible, and pirates who wanted to steal as much of that money as they could. Now, that's not to say that the English crowns didn't have an interest in their New World colonies. Anybody who had family at home in the Caribbean paid their respective monarch a percentage of their earnings. It could even be argued, and has been by many historians, that these early days of Caribbean colonization caused many of the wars raging all throughout Europe. The English would go on to take the islands of Barbados, Antigua, Montserrat, and Anguilla. The French would take Guadeloupe, Martinique, St. Martin, St. Barts, Lucia, Grenada, and St. Croix. The Dutch, the Danes, the Swedes, the Norwegians, they all took their share, and over time, the Northern Europeans really ruled the Caribbean. The Spanish, in a dry state and ill-conceived attempt to combat this invasion, well, they greatly aided their enemies, and they really gave rise to Caribbean piracy. They planned to deny these Dutchmen and these English and French the tobacco and sugar that they deserved, so they banned tobacco production in Brazil for 10 years. Then they depopulated the entire islands and moved all of the people from these islands to larger population centers. One of the most dramatic days was when the Spanish took the entire population of the northwest part of the island of Hispaniola and moved them to the other side of the island. And it was here, just off the northwest coast, that they found a small, insignificant island that Christopher Columbus discovered on his first voyage. In his journeys through the Arctic, out of the mists, he saw this island rising, a large, mound island that reminded him of nothing so much as the nose of Taurus. He gave the island a name, Tortuga. The island of Tortuga was a long-time home for the pirates of the Caribbean. Dutch and French pirates used the island as a big launch pad against shipping going to Hispaniola. And a really great port that was large enough for about 2 gunships to use it could easily defend it. But after the Spanish withdrawal towards Santo Domingo, an even larger host of English and French pirates made landfall. They intended to set up shop off the coast of the island. They chased off the few remaining Spaniards, and in 1625 they they established their colony on Earth. For a time they planted crops, they hunted, they fished, and they raided the Spanish. This was a collection of true scallywags who feasted on boar and pigeon and Spanish food. But that was, of course, something that the Spanish wanted. Eventually, they grew tired of hunting them. The men who had settled Tortuga saw the Spanish coming, and they ran to their canoes when they rode over the mainland. The Spanish followed these men to Ribbles Island. They intended to track them down, but they had a little trouble. These men were wily and wild, and they were keen on the oceans and the mountains. These pirates lured the Spanish further and further inland until, one night, they snuck past nearly 800 Spanish soldiers back to their canoes, and they rowed back to Tortuga. Now, when the pirates returned, they found that the Spanish had built a small fort and left a few Spaniards living there. The French and English intended to overhaul and repel the Spaniards, but as it turned out, they weren't really Spanish at all. These men were locals who had been caught in the rainwater, or some of them on the nearby coast that was flooded. They maybe spoke Spanish, but they had no love for the rivers or the wars. They weren't really these locally born Americans. And it turns out they really liked the Caribbean. They showed these pirates how they'd always survived on Earth. The locals, along with their own number and their Indian leaders, showed the pirates which trades they had always neglected to learn. There was sandalwood, candlewood, which were rich yellow colored palms, which they used for wine, and there were yams that they used to make food for the Indians. They were shown around towards fishing grounds and a place where hundreds of thousands of pigeons were flocked every year. The natives showed them their traditional methods for hunting, trapping wild boar, against some of our dogs or Canadians. And the natives showed the European pirates their hard method for cooking this food, using arroz to smoke and roast the meat. The Arawak had called this rock Opan. The French and the English, as it turned out, loved the way people cooked this meat, and they took that Arawak aroma as a new title. They were known as the Pirates of the Bermudas. This was supposed originally to symbolize a shift in occupation. They meant to be hunters of boar who sold the hunt to the Dutch, and timber merchants selling wood. They meant to produce yams and dye and build a real colony, a sustainable place to live. They sent for wives and families, and they built barns and houses, and were trying to build something new. These pirates were trying to give up a life of violence and trying to build a colony that was all about them. It was a place that was unique in the Caribbean, where Spaniards and Englishmen, French, Dutch, and natives, even free Africans, all flocked to Tortuga. They had an elected governor, but they had no royal authority or national allegiance. These were free people. Now, they were mostly Protestant, but there were still Catholics there as well. And the Africans and the native people practiced their own religions, and nobody was trying to kill them. These people in Tortuga chose their own leaders, and for a time, it was really a democratic paradise. They called themselves, originally at this time, the Brethren of the Coast. But the old world would soon enough encroach upon them and drag them back into a world of warfare and bloodshed. In England, the civil wars were not going well for the Tories, and a young Puritan MP named Oliver Cromwell, along with many of his associates, plotted to found a new English colony along Puritan principles. Now, they had founded the colony of Boston in Massachusetts, and it was flourishing, so Cromwell had his eye on doing something in the Caribbean. A group of these Puritan leaders, they received a royal commission from the Charles to open the Providence Islands. In 1631, they planted settlements on Providence and Henrietta Islands. Now, don't worry if you're unfamiliar with these islands, they do get left alone. Now, these settlements were so far away from the established English colonies in western Italy that their efforts at trade completely failed, thanks to the cheaper and more reliable freight charges. So the Providence Company turned their eyes on Tortuga. There, these Puritans established a thoroughly English colony, where they imported slaves and planted tobacco and persecuted anyone that wasn't thoroughly Protestant enough. They split the island by the old national boundaries, and with the French and English factions both forced to protect their claims in their colony. Now, after gaining a trade and a battlefront, which was so lucrative a vocation that even the smallest subsistence farmers cultivated it, the Providence Company was opposed. The credits of the Providence Company were the worst kind of credits. They were the boring kind. Their captains banned drinking, they banned playing, they banned any music that was not an official hymn, they even banned card playing. All I imagine on board these Providence Company pirate vessels are men who are playing silently and looking for Spanish vessels to sell. The King, however, sought Spanish vessels pretty successfully, and they raised the Spanish army. So in 1635, a Spanish fleet attacked Providence Island and the British settlement. They were repelled by the Providence Islanders, but they were moving into Tortuga. In Tortuga, they occupied the island. Now, most of the men were elected, and the Americans were waiting at sea, but any men they captured they killed. There were no questions, no trials, just execution. All of the women and children were exiled. Now, a capital settlement that has an official royal charter might seem like an act of noble sort of thing at the start of a war, but that wasn't exactly the case. Now, the 80 Years' War was raging, the English and French were making peace with Spain. But foreign powers interacted, and unofficial policy, known as the No Peace Beyond the Line policy. It meant that below the line of demarcation that was set by the Treaty of Tordesillas from 1494, politics and treaties and the whole deal didn't hold. In reality, what this meant was that the New World was a big lie. Those who were looking to take land were fed and fed. There was no such thing as a war in the New World, only just colonization. Now, for those attacks on Tortuga and Providence Island, the men of the Providence Company all obtained letters of reprise against the Spanish. Before they could use them, though, the island of Providence was eventually retaken by the Spanish. They took every man that they found and sent him back to Spain in chains. Now, the Puritan pirates, with these letters of reprisal, remained in the Caribbean, and they rallied under a man named Captain William Jackson. Armed with these letters of marque, they decided to set sail and conquer. Now, in March of 1633, Captain Jackson took his 7 ships and sailed into what would eventually become Port of Carthagena, very shortly. They marched on a town called Villa de la Vega, which is now known as Spanish Town. There were 500 English buccaneers who attacked the city, which was, at the time, the principal settlement on Jamaica. There was a fierce but brief firefight, and the English took the city. Now, these buccaneers, in fact, really all buccaneers, followed in the footsteps of Francis Drake. Taking ships was all well and good, but tobacco and sugar were heavy, and time became a minute gold. Taking cities, though, was much better in practice. You had the opportunity to ransack the homes of the rich, empty the taverns of all the food and drink, and then present an attack. For the troubles of these 500 English buccaneers, they received a grand total of 7,000 pieces of eight, 10,000 pounds of cassava bread, and 200 head of cattle. In truth, it wasn't very much, but a number of the Englishmen were so enamored with the island of Jamaica that they decided to abandon ranks and sail, many of them taking on Spanish names. And even the Englishmen who stayed loyal and went back to England loved the island so much that it filled the entire English consciousness with kind of a love story of Jamaica, that we'll return to in a few minutes. Back on Tortuga, though, the island had turned around. Now, once again, they had no rulers. The Providence Company was gone, and they had no crown to make them proud. Dutch, French, English, native, and American all held the island home, but it wasn't the great colony it had been. All of the respectable settlers and farmers on the island had been killed, and no more would pay to settle down. The only women who were left to go to Tortuga were prostitutes, and the only children on the island were their bastards. There were few legitimate businesses, and the few that there were underhand, filthy places that served cheap rum and whiskey. Now, there were merchants on the island, to be sure, but there were no craftsmen, no cobblers. If you needed a pair of boots, you could take them from a dead man. And these merchants served only to pinch the goods off of stalls, selling them as a dish. There were only 2 industries on the island of Tortuga, and no man there to partner with him. Once again, he hired board, and once again, he felt gold. This is where history records the veteran players, the buccaneers of Tortuga, and begins to train. These men held no allegiance to him, and they held even less allegiance to each other. No one in the Caribbean was safe from nighttime writings. No ship, save the Dutch merchant vessels, failed to guard against the captain of rumors. If the island had once been paradise, now, in the eyes of everyone in the Caribbean, it was hell. And Lucifer himself resided there. Well, actually, two Lucifers resided there. There was a Dutch pirate named Hendrik Jacob Zoon who sailed with the Brethren in the 1600s. He was called, by authorities, quote, the worst shark in the sea, end quote, and he was named Lucifer for his propensity to use fire when taking shape. Now, Jacob Zoon was killed in 1627. He left behind a man who may have been his son through an African mother. Even if he wasn't his son, he taught this young man the art of piracy. This man's name was Diego the Mulatto, but when Jacob Zoon died, he took on that title, Diego Lucifer. Now, as with most of the pirates, Diego's early life was pretty unclear. He's frequently associated with other men, and his origins are cloudy. There's a lot of confusion over exactly which Diegos were innocent. There are several Diego the Mulattos, but this man, Diego Lucifer, becomes much clearer as time goes on. The first records that can be undeniably attributed to him show him living on the Spanish Main in the Yucatan Peninsula at the time of Campeche with his valet. Now, he received an education and reportedly spoke several languages. We know Spanish and French, perhaps even others. But his education may not have been all that good. After all, Diego the Mulatto was a lower class citizen. Anybody who had mixed racial blood was seen as secondary in the rigid social stratification of the Spanish system. So Diego's best opportunities were to become an officer, either in the army or on a ship. But even his rank on a ship or in the army was minimal. This was something that could honor Diego's skill. He railed against it and was known to carry a sword with him everywhere. He was hot-tempered and freely answered any insults that he received with steel. Later in life, we spoke of one such insult. Now, we don't exactly know the details, but it was an insult he couldn't give answer to. You see, it was a white man high standing that gave it to him, an officer that he could not retaliate against. So Diego left home and he set out to sea. His first ship was probably a tiny vessel, maybe even just an open rowboat with a couple of casks of rum and whiskey, until eventually he was, and then he went with stale chips. He never installed. Now, in the Spanish Navy, they proved useful for others. He knew the use of arms, and he knew sailing, but he liked politics. Now, Jacob Zoon was his father, if we may call it, but he quickly rode through the ranks on his vessel. Most of the men went to Diego for commands. Jacob Zoon Lucifer died. Diego took command of his ship. He sailed through Providence and then on to Tortuga. It was there that he took on board some of the most personal and famous buccaneers in Tortuga. They were mostly Dutch, but French, English, and African. He had other captains as well, including one of the most renowned buccaneers in the Caribbean, a man named Cornelius Zoon Joel, who had a nickname, the Rebel, of Portugal's father. Joel was, at the time, a more feared and a more famous pirate than Diego, but he decided to ally himself with a young man, the son of Jacob Zoon, the greatest shark in the sea. Now, what Diego was after was simple. There was fun as a pirate. There was fame, as many of these buccaneers craved, but then there was vengeance. Vengeance for that slight years ago against Africa, Haiti, and the whole of the Spanish system for his having passed as a child. Diego had a well-trained military mind and a knack of cunning, but he knew something that all of the great pirate lords showed. Well, here was a great weapon of his, mercy upon whom there was. It was shown this when Diego took a ship that was carrying the widow of the lord and the governor house to sea. When this widow was brought before Diego, was going to a couple of fires through Mexico to ensure that no other fires had started. Then he gave this woman his own cabin, with a lock on it and a guard to assure that she would not be harassed by any random boys. When this woman returned to Manila, she spent one of her days checking out the harbor. This most feared pirate in the Caribbean found that pirates were assured of safe conduct and were willing to surrender much more freely. They would save their lives and their ships. Sir Francis Drake knew this, and so would men like Henry Avery, Benjamin Franklin, and Bradley. But one city where the entirety of the New World had received knowledge that Henry Avery found. It was on the coast of the Yucatan, where he had been raised, Campeche. It was on the evening of August 10th. The people of San Francisco de Campeche came to the docks to watch the trader who was carrying through fur vessels. Former U.S. Navy sailor Emerson Whittaker was describing pirates' military tactics, and he described Yeager's raid dramatically. It reads, quote, "Some of the observers noted the calm beauty of the vessel so often. The early sun shining on sails and timbers, several local merchant vessels, with guns half open, were inspected, and such arrivals were either the time for celebration, or with them paying goods, milling in new ones. But not all on shore assured that their glad tidings were in order. Instead, they stared at the cut of the sails in view, and then the flags of the vessels themselves when they finally rose above the horizon. It was soon apparent that only one of the vessels appeared to be a Spanish brig. The rest appeared to be Dutch. So the Dutch were pirates. End quote. On shore the alarm was raised, and the church bell rang, and the call for the militia was sent out. The militia gathered on the docks, or they ran to erect barricades. They were armed with muskets and bows, they were armed with pikes and swords. They placed powder and shot strategically along the town, and they gave orders to locals and their native allies as slaves. The women and children were told to run for shelter, and all of the men prepared to attack. There were 13 ships, no hundred invaded. There were no breakwater capsized, and no flying fighting. These 13 ships sat in the harbor, doing silent. The militia at Campeche was tense. They were on edge. The pirates might attack at any moment. Some creeped towards the horizon, or the worst. On board, though, the pirates rested. Let these soldiers wait. Let them fret for hours and groan and worse. The skies were dark and the full moon, but still hours passed on the ships sat silent. Midnight came and went. It was now the day of the feast of Santa Clara de Assisi. The buccaneers of Tortuga called their advance guard the Forlorn Hope, or, more shortly, the Forlorn. The Forlorn of these 13 ships finally lowered their boats and rode toward shore. The soldiers were fighting sleet and drove, but they had their matches ready throughout the night. The Forlorn made landfall near town, led by Diego and Murado, and they marched toward Campeche. Woodman like Joel and the 500 men of the main force lowered their own boats and went fishing. The Forlorn passed the cemetery, then the church and was setting out through the town. There was a trench dug here, but no man could defend it. Behind them, Woodman led his men went forward. Diego and his company moved in the town. The things were quiet and dark and still all around them. Then, suddenly, the night was filled with fire, smoke, and the roar of 50 muskets, and iron and lead filled the air. Pirates fell and screamed, and Woodman like Joel ordered a retreat. Diego raged and argued, but Woodman like Joel had the command. As the pirates fled, the 50 Spaniards reloaded and ran to give chase to the invaders, but the 500 pirates turned around and waited, muzzles trained on the road. As the Spanish came into view, the pirates fired. This left their commander and half of his force dying on the ground. As Diego led the force back toward Campeche, he saw the commander down the ground. He stopped and said a small prayer. It was Captain Domingo Rivera, his one-time mentor and his godfather. The force of pirates moved back into town, slowly, warier than their ambush, but Diego knew his destination. At the center of town, as in all Spanish settlements, were the main church, the town hall, and the storehouse. As the sun broke the horizon behind them, they saw a third carriage, complete with a wooden barricade and 300 men guarding it. Domingo assessed the situation and gave the order to attack. The air was filled with volley after volley of shots. It followed a pattern: fire, take cover, reload. Fire, take cover, reload. The men who had fire pots and grenades waited for an opening, but the Spanish were too well organized, and they couldn't be approached in a trench, so Diego pulled back and devised a plan. He and 50 of his men left the fire fight, while the remaining pirates increased their rate of fire. It covered Diego's group while they rounded a block of houses, snuck in, and attacked the Spanish fleet. It was close and dirty combat. The pirates fired their muskets as they were approaching, then they dropped them and pulled their pistols. As they ran into the mass of Spanish soldiers, they fired one pistol, then another, then they drew their cutlass or their axe and lay about them at any Spaniard standing. This gave the remaining body of the pirates that were firing a chance to charge forward and fire, or bring their grenades and shoot their bows. The mayor of the town and 37 men were dead within minutes. The pirates released a final volley of musket fire, and the rest of the Spaniards turned and ran. Diego, searching for his vengeance, full of joy that now was the right time to press the attack and finish all of the town's defenses. But wooden leg didn't exactly agree. He wasn't here for vengeance as Diego was. He was here just for fun. For 2 days, the pirates drove towns wild, ransomed tons at will, murdered runaway queens, and took any woman they found. This was not the orderly raids of Drake's day, done in service to God and free countries. These meant padding the country. They were filled with lust and rage. Most of the buccaneers had been taken from their homes, either from the European streets where they were accustomed to service, or from the coast of Africa where they had been forced into servitude. All had lived hard lives, and each man here had been mistreated by the Spanish in one way or another. This attack was an orgy of violence, wine, and death as they filled their pockets with any trinket they caught their eye. Diego and Wooden Leg Joe would go on, though, to write to the highest officer left in town. He was holed up in a very well-defended church, with every gun, soldier, and woman or child left in town. He demanded 40,000 pieces of eight. Apache had absolutely no hope of paying 40,000 pieces of eight, and Diego Lucifer knew it. He didn't expect the town leaders to pay up. He expected the commander of town to come and meet with him. With his godfather and the mayor both dead, the only authority left in town was Captain Domingo Rodriguez Calvo. He was the very man who, as a boy, had so insulted Diego. Diego boasted that he planned to cut off his ears and slice his nose, but what did he care? He wanted Calvo to know who was the better man and to live with that knowledge. But Calvo would not give Diego pleasure. He wrote the pirate a very simple message. It read, quote, "Do whatever you wish with compassion." To this force of 500 pirates, who did their commander? Richer, but not quite by 40,000 pieces of eight. They left Apache behind, though, and smiled. Now, this was the first and perhaps the most famous of Diego's raids, but his story is far from over. He's going to continue raiding for years and become the most famous pirate of his generation, and over and over again, he's going to show up in our story. He's going to guide the English in their raid on Spanish Town. He will take captive the young and hidden crew around Thomas Gage, and he will sail with his successor, a then unknown young man who will become the most famous buccaneer of the century. Next week, we'll look at this story through the lens of 3 books that shape and record the world around them. The first book is The English Book of Common Affairs. The second is The English American by Thomas Gage. And the third book we're going to look at is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Despard. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, Those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, you're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Right? And that's part of the whole serial thing. If she wants to eat cereal, don't make her wrong thing.
What have you learned from life from the song The Gambler by Kenny Rogers? You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away and know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be plenty time to count when the dealing's done. Do you live by those words?
The first part of it for sure.
What do they mean?
You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when. So basically, it's like, all right, in life, like, let's use whatever the market for example. You bought a stock, right, or you bought Bitcoin. You're like, it's gonna go to the moon, right? It's like, okay, well, maybe things have changed. New scenario, new circumstance, new situation. Are you going down with the ship, right? Or are you going to lay the hand down? Are you going to hold? Whether it's a relationship, you're with this woman, you're like, all right, I think it's time to pull the trigger. I don't think that we're going to be able to make this hand work right now.
When to fold them and when to run.
Yeah.
Maybe every gambler knows that the secret to surviving is knowing when to throw away, knowing when to keep. Because every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser. It's like a stone philosophy. And the best thing you can hope for is to die in your sleep. Every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser. What does that mean?
I like that one. For me, that's like the difference between victim and responsible. It's like the way I think about it, right? You can be a victim to circumstance, or you can be responsible for everything in your life, right? So an event happens. The event itself is neither good or bad. It's simply a sign of reality, right? So like an event happens, and it can be traumatic, painful, but how you respond to it is ultimately going to be up to you. But you actually do have a choice.
And that's a pretty interesting point. The fact that you, Daniel McGrath, took my commentary about the gambler seriously shows once more that you're a beautiful human being. Thank you so much for being who you are, for inspiring millions of people about poker, about how to live life. And thank you for giving me your valuable time today. This is amazing. Thanks for coming.
It's great to have a conversation.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Daniel McGrath. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dylan Brunson. Poker is a war. People pretend it is a game. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Once this whole thing falls apart and we are flying into clean blue lines that spiral up the Sears Tower, like they say in Fight Club, Bobby will go back to his gambler form and be happy as a pig in shit, just walking around with a loincloth and his bird hanging out, cracking jokes to people, climbing up on the stool, laughing.
You think some of the little crazies that cry from comedy, like at some point,
yep.
Have there been moments in your life?
Yeah.
The following is a conversation with Will Sasso, a comedian, actor, podcaster, and someone I've been a fan of for many years, from Mad TV in the late 90s to recently with the Time of the Podcast, and now the new podcast called News. This is the Less Movement Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Will Sasso. So let's call it the elephant in the room. You wore a black suit in a recent episode of Newsy.
Yes.
You wore a black suit again today Shakespeare and then Mark Twain said, "Clothe make man." What kind of man does a suit make you?
Well, me in particular, it makes me a fellow who did not visit dry cleans in between, because that episode of the show, as we sit here now, came out a week ago. So that's the kind of man it makes me.
Well, the nice thing is you're wearing pants right now.
Yeah, I am wearing pants.
I don't think you were wearing pants during the episode.
That's correct. I prefer to wear shorts, but this was a special occasion, so I'm wearing pants. And I thought it fitting, obviously, to just wear, the black tie. And clothes do make the man. And I would not consider myself to be a man of leisure, but I do enjoy shorts because my legs get hot. So that's the kind of man that clothes make.
Well, you wear a suit. So what is this a statement of? Is it ironic, or are you honoring the gods of this particular podcast?
I am honoring the gods of this particular podcast. Would be a good way to put it. Yeah. No, this is in reverence of and in dedication to you and our newfound friendship here, which we are making on the podcast. You and I just met. Everything that we're saying here is the first things that we're saying to each other. Leaving you on common ground. Yes, Mike.
Well, I've been actually a one-way friend of yours for many, many years since Mad TV.
Oh.
When did you start on Mad TV? So that was in the 90s?
97, yeah.
97. So I was a huge fan of yours, and the cast was incredible. It was one of the funniest shows ever created. Your whole journey watching through that was incredible. Mad TV, to Three Stooges, to your podcast, the 10-minute pod, new podcast.
Yeah.
My favorite role that you played was the mountain in the game Thrones. What was it like working with dragons?
Well, the dragons are usually tennis balls on the end of C-stands, but sometimes they hang out.
What's a C-stand?
It's like, it's like a little, like the thing we've got the camera on here.
Oh, this is like film lingo.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm trying to impress you with my film lingo. You know what a banana is?
Yeah.
When you walk like this.
Oh.
You're the banana.
I take it back. I did not know what a banana was.
Yeah, see?
I misunderstood.
Yeah, because it's a food.
Yeah.
Normally.
I am the Hollywood pro for the lingo.
And my name is Bjorn Hapthor Bjornson, and I am 7 foot tall. And yeah, so Dragonstone. Dragonstone scares me. Even though they've been extinct for a while. News science, right? Is that what they got?
Yeah, I'm really into video games. I like to play video games. There's a Skyrim video game that's part of the Elder Scrolls series, and for the longest time it was a legend that there's dragons inside the dragon lore. So I grew up playing those video games and dreaming of one day being a dragon in a virtual world. Eventually you did in Skyrim. So dragons represent, I don't know exactly what they represent, but they represent maybe this kind of mythical creature that is bigger than anything humans can possibly comprehend. Maybe they show up so often in myth, from the religious stories, the snake and so on, the serpent. I don't know what that is. Was it breathing fire? It was kind of weird. It was interesting.
Well, I think about dragons because now that you bring it up, these are people that probably wouldn't have access to the fact that there used to be dinosaurs.
Right.
Maybe they did. If they didn't, they're drawing things that look like, a dinosaur cousin that's cool because it breathes fire and it has wacky wings and a spiked tail. Yeah, where the heck did they come up with that? Because they clearly, of course, represented in mythology all the way back to, no, not cave paintings. Well, the Egyptians probably knew it. And they could time travel, so they would have gone back to the caves.
Well, the aliens that placed living organisms on Earth could time travel, and they could plant legends into the collective intelligence of the human species.
Yeah, and perhaps they were thinking of us to do something smart with them, and we didn't. We just came up with
I
Skyrim.
don't know.
What's that?
Sorry, that was very offensive.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you with your video game. I'm more of a Burger Time Monty cartoon.
Oh, what is that? That's an original.
Burger Time was an arcade game that later showed up on the Intellivision. It was Intellivision. I believe it was made by Texas Instruments. Horrible first generation video game console. And Burger Time, it's like Super Mario. You just got to stay away from the eggs and the pickles and stuff. And you just go, and the bun falls, and then you go down to the with the cheese and then the meat. I'm not going to say it's as complicated as Skyrim, but it took me a while to finish it.
Xbox 360. That was I never or whatever the Xbox was. Yeah, I was playing. I finished the Grand Theft Auto that was out. I finished the Red Dead Redemption. So I was doing that thing where you just drive around, the streets of New York, just ride around on your horse, shooting people, and throwing grenades into groups of people in Grand Theft. And you're describing the same thing that happened a decade later because they stopped Red Dead Redemption 2, and there's still not a Grand Theft Auto. So yeah, there isn't, right? Yeah, they're working on it. They're always flirting with it anyway. You know who else plays Skyrim? Another person. The two people I'm a huge fan of from that time. He's Bobby Lee. He plays Skyrim. He's a huge fan of Skyrim. Plays everything. So what Bobby Lee loves to do is grind, do the boring tasks over and over, gather mushrooms. In Skyrim, you can fight dragons, you can fight all kinds of things. But you can also gather mushrooms and different ingredients, make potions, all that kind of stuff. He loves to do. He's the the hunter-gatherer world. He's the gatherer. Yeah, I've heard him described that way, and he likes to describe himself that way. I worked with Bobby not too long ago. He came and did a couple days on the Stingray shoot, and I was looking forward to catching up as my old pal. If you know anything about Bobby Lee, you'd probably be able to predict that he spent that entire time playing farming on his iPod. When humans are sort of anxiety bubbles, so sometimes it's good to escape human interaction for video games. Totally, I'm with him on that. He's one of the funniest people ever. What do you think is what do you think makes him funny? Just all the time working funny. The non-standard, non-secular way of just being. Bobby Lee is one of the most raw performers who lets it all hang out to the degree that he will even get naked in front of his audience, which is usually a metaphor for someone doing stand-up. I'm bearing all. Yeah. I'm showing you everything. Yeah. And Bobby just pulls a bird out of his pants. Yeah. I don't think he understands metaphor. He embodies metaphor. Yes, he embodies metaphor. He's the gatherer. We call it the gathering metaphor. Bobby's the gatherer metaphor. He's a metaphor for something else, for somebody else's life. Someday he'll be in the dictionary. Yeah. Representing some kind of concept. Maybe his metaphor is something. What this whole thing falls apart, and we are climbing the peak-blue vines that spiral up to Sears Tower, like they say in Fight Club. Bobby will go back to his gathering
The internet,
and be happy.
well, it's
that
given
he
us
takes a shit.
almost instant access to everything new. Not just current events, but if you wanted to, you could look up string theory or physics, calculus, or the works of Plato. You could look up how to build a bookshelf or fix your car or boil an egg. This unprecedented access to information has changed the way we look at everything, from politics to economics and society to entertainment. Everything right now and how we view it is in flux, and where are people going to learn to adapt to that? For most of human history, if you were going to hear anything about what was happening in the wider world, you would be lucky to hear about it weeks or months later, if you heard about it at all. If you were going to learn about history, or mathematics, or astronomy, or medicine, you would have to be, well, you'd have to be pretty wealthy. You'd have to find a paid tutor. Or you also had the option of joining the church, who would teach you some of that, but you'd have to follow church doctrine and not be able to do whatever you chose with the information you had. Their access to information and new ideas was so restrictive that for generations and generations, things barely changed. One person was unlikely to have vastly different views on the world from the views their parents had. But then, in the West, by about the late 16th century, things had really begun to change. In a lot of ways, those people would identify with the way that we adapt to information so quickly. They had printing presses everywhere. They were omnipresent. Every town of any size had one or maybe more printing presses, and anybody who had a mind to print something and the money to do so could have it printed. Some of the greatest figures we know of in history come from this time because we know so much more about them. Men like Martin Luther, or Sir Francis Drake, the reason that they're such colorful and fleshed out characters is because they printed works, and other people printed works and bought them, and then passed down to us. With that information, we're able to come up with a much clearer picture of who they were than the picture we would have of someone like William the Conqueror. In the metropolitan centers of Europe, that would be many parts of Italy Italy, certainly parts of Germany, France, Spain, England, any of the big cities. Some of the greatest celebrities in those regions were the writers, people who wrote works usually of romance or poetry or plays. They were the celebrities because people read these works. They devoured them. They devoured adventure stories, and they devoured political manifestos. They ate up theological arguments, and these bodies of work, these works of the written word, well, they changed the world, or at least the people who read these works changed the world. Today, we're going to look at 3 such publications and what they did to the world. And 3 examples of the written word that rocked the nations of Europe and forged the new one. This is episode number 15, 3 books. The first book that we need to look at is the English Book of Common Prayer. It's not a particularly earth-shattering work in and of itself. It's really nothing more than a collection of prayers and psalms and liturgical services meant for members of the Church of England. It dates back to the reign of Elizabeth's half-brother, King Edward VI of England. And it started basically as kind of a how-to book for English priests. See, Catholic priests did their masses in Latin, and English priests needed guidelines to know exactly how to do things like perform baptisms and day-to-day masses and marriages and funerals. The book is still in use even today. It's been updated a few times, and most churches in England use a modern version of the book, written in a much more modern vernacular. But the book is so thoroughly British that even if you live in America or Australia or have never been to England in your life, it still impacted you in some very real ways. If you were to picture the movie Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, when Harry takes that blood potion and runs into Professor Slughorn, and they happen upon Hagrid, who is mourning the death of his very good friend, a giant spider named Erica. Well, Professor Slughorn gives a eulogy to the spider after taking a little bit of its venom, which is a very rare toxin. And he says it in a very particular cadence. It goes something like this. Farewell, Eragon, king of the arachnids. Your body will decay, but the spirit lingers on. That is essentially British type of eulogy. That cadence, the way it's almost got that sing-song sound, that comes from out of the English Book of Common Prayer. And even if you've never been exposed to any British eulogies before, you've heard parts of it. If you've heard a funeral that says ashes to ashes and dust to dust, the first time that those words appeared in written form were in funeral services for the English in the English Book of Common Prayer. Now, by the time of Queen Elizabeth, the book was still in use, but Elizabeth didn't try to enforce it. Men like Francis Drake certainly carried one with them and went from it, but if you had a different way you chose to practice your religion, you were free to do so. Many Englishmen, many Scotsmen, certainly probably most of the Irish, and even Catholics were allowed to do their own thing. All Elizabeth really cared about when it came to religion was that you didn't persecute anybody else based on their faith, that you paid your taxes on time, and that you didn't do anything crazy to try and blow up Parliament. But Elizabeth's successor had different views on the matter. He was the son of probably her greatest rival, Mary, Queen of Scots, that is, Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. When she was forced to abdicate the throne by Queen Elizabeth, her 14-month-old son took power. His name was James, and he became James VI of Scotland. Now, for many years, he didn't really rule Scotland. He was under the thumb of one or another English-approved regents or tutors, or someone who was really the power behind the throne. But he did eventually come into his own, and in the final years of Elizabeth's life, King James of Scotland was in close contact with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, a man named Lord Robert Cecil, who informed James that the Queen had agreed to name him her successor. This must have come as something of a surprise because there was no love between the two monarchs, and the history rivalry of their two families was rather troubling, but Elizabeth really didn't have any other options. She had no children, and there was nobody who she trusted to do the job as well as she did somebody who had already been king. Upon her death, James began a stately trip south from Edinburgh going to London. Now, when I say stately, it was certainly grand. There was certainly a lot of pomp and circumstance, but the reality is that it was moving very slowly. Part of this is that he wanted to take some time and stop and meet as many of his subjects and see as much of his new country as he was able. He said of his subjects, quote, "The people of all sorts rid and ran, nay, rather flew to meet me," end quote. But the other reality is that he was really kind of going slowly because he wanted to do his best to miss the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. It might seem kind of shocking or maybe kind of uncouth for the new king to purposefully miss the funeral of his predecessor, but you have to remember that Elizabeth is the woman who ordered the execution of King James' mother. So James stopped at every castle that he came across, and every lord and lady that he met lavished affection on him, and they threw feasts in his honor, and they received him with all the grandeur that they could afford. James realized that his fortunes from his time as the king of Scotland had truly changed. Back in Scotland, he had been really a poor king. His reign behind that series of English-approved regents, and it was always under careful scrutiny from Elizabeth. She didn't want Scotland getting too powerful. The Scottish were not a wealthy people, and Elizabeth intended to make sure that that stayed the case. If they weren't wealthy, they were less likely to be able to rebel, so that was a state of affairs that she approved of, and not something that James cared for. But now that he was king of England, or was about to be king of England, well, he realized that he was now a wealthy man. It must have felt kind of like he'd hit the jackpot. In his own words, he said he was, quote, "swapping a stony couch for a deep featherland," end quote. That's how his fortunes had changed from discomfort and hardship to extreme comfort and luxury. Now, when he finally did reach London after his long procession, he stayed first not at the castle, but in the Tower of London. He stayed there in the royal gardens. I wonder if this is something of a tradition. It seems like Elizabeth did this. It seems like Mary spent some time in the Tower. Basically, every regent we can remember in our story has spent some time in the Tower of London. Now, for most of these people to stay in the Tower, they were actually arrested and put there by the monarch who was on the throne at the time, but it seems like being there in prison may have given any monarch that stayed there a sense of focus. They realized that they were not superhuman and not gods. They were in fact just normal people, and they realized that their fortunes could change and had to act accordingly. Now, it's said of James, when he stayed in the Tower of London, that he was particularly enchanted by the crown jewels. This was likely a greater collection of wealth than he had seen throughout his entire life, all amassed in one place. And it was his. The crown jewels belonged to him. This was a symbol that he had reinvented. Now, he didn't just sit around and stare at the jewels. He wanted to see the city that he was now the king of, the heart of the nation that he was now the king of. But he decided to do so incognito. He would travel around with bodyguards, to be sure, but with his foot up, to make sure that nobody could see who he was, which seems like kind of an excessive precaution. Nobody would know exactly what James looked like. But he didn't want anybody to get wind of it, so he traveled around in a carriage or by boat to see as much of London as he possibly could. This must have been kind of a revelation for him. It was the end of the Elizabethan age, the height of the English Renaissance. It was really flowering of English music and fashion and architecture. It must have been a beautiful sight to see. It's even possible, perhaps even likely, that he stopped by the Globe Theatre on one of his excursions, and he saw one of the very first performances of King Lear or Hamlet. James would have heard of Elizabeth's patronage of William Shakespeare. It was national news, and it was a practice that James would go on to continue. And the bard did, at many points in his career, perform plays in front of King James. So it's possible that he wanted to see this famous playwright who was changing things, and this is something that King James would have enjoyed. See, at the time, Shakespeare might seem to you and me in the modern age as kind of hoity-toity, old-world language, but Shakespeare at the time was speaking the language of the people. It lot of his jokes were, in reality, very crass and low, things that Elizabeth could take a certain amount of pleasure in, but James was kind of a crass and crude man himself. He was a Scotsman who liked to drink and liked to make jokes, and many of his jokes were filthy jokes. We probably would have loved some of the grittier humor in Shakespeare's plays, things that Shakespeare himself probably would have censored if he was performing them before Queen Elizabeth. But had James gone to one of these performances, he could have seen it in all of its glory and seen all of the people and how they enjoyed it, gotten a real sense of who the English commoners were. Seeing these things at court would be an entirely different experience from seeing it in a crowd full of rowdy, drunken Englishmen. But there was another side to his travels around London. At the time, there was an outbreak of plague that kind of dampened his spirits. It was a bad summer, from the time that he heard of Elizabeth's death until the time of almost his coronation. Somewhere around 30,000 people died in the city of London. On the day of his coronation, there was a stately procession planned throughout the city, which is something that the people would have loved, and James, it would have really stroked his ego, but unfortunately they had to cancel it because they didn't know exactly what could happen at the time. Not only were there dangers of his people getting sick, but the lack of plague happened, people were frightened and angry, and they may have taken that out on the new monarch, who they saw as, well, if the plague broke out at the same time that Elizabeth died, this might be seen as a very bad omen, and James may be a harbinger of death. The people might not have been that superstitious, but some historians were led to believe from the attitude at the time that it was less the possibility of infection that worried James and his retinue, but more the possibility of an outbreak of angry people. So they skipped 4 days and went directly to the coronation, where on July 25th, 1603, King James VI of Scotland was raised King James I of England. Now, when King James met that helmsman, Sir Robert Cecil, that contact that he had in London who secured the throne for him, he said to Robert Cecil, quote, "Though you be but a little man, we shall surely load your shoulders with business." Robert Cecil was King James' kind of a bridge between the Elizabethan reign and his own. He was perhaps the most powerful man in England after King James himself. Cecil was the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, as well as the Secretary of State at the end of Elizabeth's reign, and King James kept him on both fronts. It was clear, though, that when he said he was going to load Cecil's shoulders with business, that James didn't really have any interest in the day-to-day running of his kingdom. Really, Cecil had kind of run England while Elizabeth was ill and growing very old, so King James knew that Cecil could do the job, and do it without trying to gain his own power. He was a man who was happy to serve a monarch. This wasn't just James being lazy, though. In a lot of ways, it was really kind of a necessity. James was a monarch, but he was a Scottish monarch. He was, at first, completely ignorant of English law or English custom or the English Constitution. He only knew how things were done in Scotland, and Cecil really knew how things were happening in England. But that's not to say that James didn't have ambitions as the new monarch of England, Scotland, and Ireland. He had huge, big-picture ideas. You might even be able to say that King James had plans to make Britain great again. See, King James was the King of England, and the King of Scotland, and the Lord of Ireland, but these 3 nations were still, at this time, 3 distinct nations with their own laws and their own customs. King James was the Lord of all 3, but these were 3 separate titles that the man held. Rather than him being king of all 3, he happened to be king of each one independently. It was really just somewhat expedient. The 3 nations' fates were intertwined, and it made it a lot easier to have one monarch in charge of all 3 nations, but the crowns were not unified. Well, not yet. Now, historians call King James' accession to the throne of England the unification of the crowns, but that seems to me something of a misnomer. While the crowns were unified in King James' royal person, there were still separate legal definitions. However, James did endeavor to see the 2 kingdoms of Scotland and England made one, a nation that he intended to name Great Britain. This was, of course, everybody agreed, crazy talk. What kind of a fool would come up with such an idea as a nation named Great Britain? It was madness. This was, to the English, clearly the drunken ravings of a wild Scotsman. However, to the Scottish, it was a clear sign that their own king had gone completely native and turned over to the English. No one but James and his crew of yes-men was on board with the idea. But the king was a persistent man, and he continued pushing this idea. He took as his personal symbol an amalgamation of the red Tudor rose and the Scottish thistle, which is Scotland's national flower. Now, it's kind of strange. This tradition actually persists today. In Queen Elizabeth II's government on Great Britain, there is a symbol that's reminiscent of that. The heraldry of Queen Elizabeth's government has on one side Queen Elizabeth's lion, symbol of her own house, transposed on the other side against a unicorn, which is actually the national animal of Scotland. The symbol of the Queen's government of Great Britain has on one side an animal that is not native to Britain and has probably never set foot on the island outside of a zoo, and on the other side an animal that isn't native to reality. However, James' primary strategy to unify these two crowns was to unify their religions. See, under Elizabeth, the Church of England had been kind of a fractured institution. Now, in London and in the urban centres all around England, the traditional English church held sway. The bishops and the priests of the church, they read from the Book of Common Prayer, and they preached the wisdom of the Kingdom, and they generally assured that there was really no distinction between church and state. The organizations were one and the same under Elizabeth. But then in kind of the rest of the country, especially in that West Country region, which is where Francis Drake came from, well, it was a country full of rural areas, and there was a much more orthodox kind of Christianity growing there. They believed, and they even petitioned King James when he came into power, for things like the priesthood, and the office of bishop, and the sacrament, and the very idea of absolution, and even wedding rings, well, they wanted those things abolished. These were people that believed in personal prayer, and in reading the Bible, and in ministry, educated Christians rather than a sacramental priesthood. Now, these more Orthodox Christians were still members of the Church of England. They were even a minority in the Church of England, but they were an extremely vocal minority and really kind of zealous. The more traditional members of the Church of England said of them, quote, they loved God with all their soul and hated their neighbor with all their heart. These traditional members, these critics, gave these Orthodox Christians a derogatory name. They called them heretics. Now, James was never a man to shy away from religious debate. It seems like it was one of the things that really challenged him. He would go on in his career to write books on demonology and witchcraft and divine hierarchy. In Scotland, he had frequently called debates, some of which he very pretty heated, with a group of religious officials from a certain sect known as the Presbyterians. The Scottish Presbyterians were people who believed in, well, they believed in a republican government, and they were almost what you would call egalitarians. They were people who would inspire movements like the American Revolution and the French Revolution. They were really ahead of their time. And James, I don't know if I can say he really enjoyed it, but he frequently debated with them over issues of, he was a king, a man who had been king since he was 13 months old, that was arguing with a group of religious people that believed it was God's will that the people should govern, not the king himself. So naturally, James took kind of an absolute monarchist stance. And he said about the monarchy, quote, the estate of monarchy is the supremest thing upon earth, for kings are not only God's lieutenants upon earth, and sit upon God's throne, but even by God himself they are called gods. This is a man who has never in his life not been king, believing that God himself calls monarchs gods. That's something that's impossible for me to wrap my head around, for anybody to be quite that wrapped up in their office, even if it is an absolute monarchy. But then, upon becoming James I of England, he thought it was about time to set those Puritans straight. So he called a council between his top bishops and any Puritan leaders that felt too thin. These two groups debated over their Puritan values and how best to incorporate those values into the English church. In the end of the debates, though, James was more divisive than he was unifying. He told the Puritans in no uncertain terms that it was time for them to get on board, use the Book of Common Prayer, and stop bickering over so much talk. He did, though, offer them a single offer. He decided to commission work for these people who held personal Bible study in such high regard. It's a work you may have heard of. The King James Bible would go on to be the most widely read and probably the most influential book in the history of the English language. The Puritans, after the book was finally finished, well, they weren't liking this new Bible, but it still wasn't enough. They didn't get on board, and perhaps after this first council with them, they were pushed even further from the English church. So King James, failing to convince these Puritans to do his bidding, called his first parliament, and that didn't go particularly well either. The House of Commons, that lower house of the two houses of Parliament, refused to name him the King of Great Britain. They denied his claim of absolute monarchy, and they even balked at his new requests for taxes. The early months of James' reign really weren't going well for him at all. If nothing else, there was a series of very deadly plots against his life. There was what's known as the Main Plot, which was led by several noblemen, including Sir Walter Raleigh, who was foiled but then saw himself inflicted in the Tower of London. There was a second plot called the Bye Plot, which saw several Catholics trying to kidnap James and have him replaced by a Catholic claimant to the throne. That was, of course, foiled, and the conspirators were executed. But then came the third attempt on James' life, known to history as the Gunpowder Plot. In 1604, King James banished all Jesuit Catholics from England. These were the most troublesome sect of Catholics to the realm, and King James no longer had any need of them, as the Catholics in England saw this as a sign of his true friends when it came to the Catholics. The man who was really behind this plot wasn't who you might have thought. The real prime conspirator was a man named Thomas Winter. But there were others, of course. There was Robert Catesby, Thomas Percy, and then there was, of course, Guy Fawkes. These men created the core of everybody that was behind the gunpowder. These men, well, they bought a home near Parliament in London, near the House of Lords, and they recruited like-minded candidates, men who were Catholic and passionate about their faith and believed that King James meant to root out Catholicism from England completely. Their plan, after buying the house, was to stockpile as much gunpowder as possible. Then they would dig a tunnel from the cellar of the house, under the House of Lords, under the streets of London, kind of a mine shaft, at the end of which they would put all the gunpowder and then light it on fire, bringing down Parliament on the first day that Parliament was going to be in session, that being November 5th, when King James himself would be there. They did begin stockpiling the gunpowder pretty successfully, but the second part of the plan, that digging the tunnel under the streets of London, well, that's a difficult thing to do. That's a serious mining operation in the middle of a very metropolitan town, a very busy part of a very metropolitan town. And these men, they weren't professional miners. These were thinkers and aristocrats and a few merchants, not people who knew anything about how to dig a tunnel. They were having trouble doing it. In fact, some of their gunpowder got ruined when their tunnel got through. And one day, they heard a rustling above them, and they opened the door. There was a woman standing there who, it seemed she must have had some inkling of what they were doing, because she let them know that she was getting ready to sell her house. She was a coal merchant there in London, somebody who had done quite well and was getting ready to move out of the city. And she told these men, Guy Fawkes primarily, that her house had a tunnel that stayed dry and was well maintained, where she kept all of her reserves of coal that ran directly under the House of Lords. Naturally, they jumped on that. They moved all of their gunpowder into this new capital city of town and began to plan exactly how they were going to go about bringing Parliament down. However, there was one of these conspirators who sent a letter to his brother-in-law, who was a member of the House of Lords. His brother-in-law was a staunch Catholic, a man who had argued for the Catholic cause, but had been in the House of Lords frequently. He didn't want his brother, someone he loved, to be killed on this unfortunate day. The letter read, quote, "My Lord, out of the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore, I would advise devise some excuse to shift your attendance at this parliament. They shall receive a terrible blow this parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them. Naturally, this Catholic MP showed this letter he had received to King James, who ordered a search of all of the homes and cellars near Parliament. It seems that immediately upon seeing the letter, King James got up and said aloud that there must be some sort of plot to blow up Parliament using gunpowder. When these soldiers entered the cellar of Thomas Percy, the man who had bought the home, Guy Fawkes was there to treat them. Guy Fawkes was not well known, but Thomas Percy was a well-known Catholic who told the soldiers that this home belonged to Thomas Percy. Not only that, the cellar that they entered was filled with all sorts of materials for making fire, a good amount of coal. The king, upon hearing about this, immediately ordered that many more troops be sent to that particular cellar to search it as thoroughly as possible. This all happened the night before Parliament was to meet on November the 4th. These soldiers found that the conspirators had hidden the cellar. They found all of the barrels of gunpowder and all the tools they meant to use to blow it up. There was no question that they were guilty of this crime. After the conspirators were arrested, some of them had to be hunted down, everybody squealed. Finally, the Catholic resistance in England was put to rest. This plot was the last gasp of militant Catholics attempting to end the reign of King James and the tyranny of the anti-Catholic laws in England. However, some things about this plot kind of ring false. Many historians find that the circumstances are somewhat suspicious. The conspirators were terribly organized. They bungled most of the things that they attempted to do. However, time and again and again and again, things really turned on their head and were extremely lucky. Now, of course, the conspirators believed that this was God showing his favor upon them, but many historians believe that this was actually a plot, either by King James himself, but more likely by some group of the Privy Council who didn't want to kill King James, but wanted to support anybody who was trying to bring him down, and trying to bring down Parliament. They wanted to bring these plotters like into the open. So they sent that coal merchant to tell them that she had this cellar that just happened to run right under Parliament. She may not have been a coal merchant at all. King James seemed shockingly well informed about the gunpowder. Nobody knew what the plot was at the time. King James just sort of jumped to it. You know, he's not Sherlock Holmes, he's just a king. And beyond that, many historians look at the end result. After the conspirators had been arrested and imprisoned and put to death, the king was able to push through many very, very heavy anti-Catholic laws. That Parliament, well, they would have probably argued against King James and anything that he wanted to do at the time, but because of the gunpowder plot, King James was able to remind all of these MPs that it was him on the night before their first day of Parliament that had saved them all from a terrible, highly explosive death. So they were much more amiable to his suggestions. But the surest sign that King James had nothing to do with the plot, the clearest evidence, is how paranoid he became after it was all said and done. He essentially retired from the bar of the court and left London for Whitehall, where he lived life to the fullest. Every night he had a feast, and every night there was a different play or ball or masquerade to the king. And it was all really in his honor. It was King James that funded all of these festivities. He surrounded himself with his favorites, all young men, handsome, charming, courtly, and appropriately dressed. Nearly all of them were Scottish, and nearly all of them were sycophants. He lavished gold and jewels and rich plate upon them, gave them fine fabrics, basically anything their hearts desired, he gave them. And more than anything, he gave his favorites titles. James knighted more men in his first year as king than Queen Elizabeth did in her entire reign. To enter into this elite club of King James' favorites, you really needed high fashion, you needed rich discourse, you needed a sharp wit, and you needed a certain amount of flattery from King James. In his book Rebellion, The History of England from James I to the Glorious Revolution, historian Peter Ackroyd gives a rendition of exactly what it took to get into this club, according to one Thomas Howell, the Earl of Suffolk. It reads, quote, "Suffolk suggested to Harrington that in his conversation he should not dwell too long on any one subject, and touch only lightly on topical religion. Never say that this is good or bad, but modestly state that if it were your Majesty's good opinion, I myself should think so and so. Do not ask questions. Do not speak about the character or temperament of anyone else at court. Remember to praise the king's horse, a Rongenet. You must say that the stars are bright jewels fit for Robert Carr's ears, and that a Rongenet surpasses Bucephalus and is worthy to be ridden by Alexander. Suffolk also advised Harrington that silence and discretion should be lived together like dog and bitch. The previous sovereign had always spoken of her subjects' love and affections, but James preferred to talk of their fear and subjection. Why did Harrington wish to come to court in the first place? You are not young, you are not handsome, you are not fine, so he must rely upon his learning, which the king would admire. The man mentioned in that quote, Robert Carr, as Suffolk talked about, was by far the king's most faithful. The king met Robert Carr at a tournament after Carr had been thrown from his horse and broken his leg. The king had his doctor sent to personally care for Robert Carr, and then personally himself tutored the young man in Latin and politics, and was said to, quote, lean upon his arm, pinches his cheek, smooths his ruffled garments, But if James loved his favorites, he really despised most of the rest of his subjects and his rivals. On many of his frequent hunts, whenever some well-wishers would come to see their king sport, the king would bluster and would curse at them until he was named by the Venetian ambassador, quote, despised and almost hated. King James was not a beloved king, but he is, in the histories at least, remembered fondly. King James' reign is remembered as what's called Jacobean year. That's a name you should remember, the Jacobean year. That comes from the Latinized form of the name James, Jacobus, and the Jacobean year is a time of prosperity. It saw settlements at Jamestown, Plymouth, and Bermuda. It saw Shakespeare write Macbeth and King Lear and Hamlet and The Tempest, among many other plays. During his reign, Sir Francis Bacon made scientific advances that would really begin an age of learning in England that would, quote, far surpass that of the Grecian and Roman learning, end quote. And even if King James himself was not loved, all was not lost in the kingdom of England. His eldest son, Prince Henry, was well loved by the people. He was a polite young man who was fiercely Protestant. He had a keen military mind, and he was enamored with military affairs, especially those of Sir Walter Raleigh, who he thought being kept in the Tower was a crime. All of the troubles of King James' reign, from the religious schism between the English Church and the Puritans, the dwindling royal coffers and the economic situation in England, and the frequent clashes between the king and his parliament over these issues, it was thought that they would fade away once King Henry took the throne. But of course, King Henry would never take the throne. One day, when he was playing cards with his younger brother, named Charles, he became quite ill and almost immediately passed away. The court fell into a truly genuine despair. James, the king, had grown fat and old and weak and sick, and he was 50 years old and he was already getting gray and sweaty constantly. He drank to excess every night and he caught colds frequently and fought nearly all the time. His younger son, Charles, was now the heir apparent, and well, he had many of his father's internal prejudices, and he was also, in ways that James was exuberant, the exact opposite. He was quiet and reserved, timid, and really deeply feminine in his way. But at the same time, he had a deep pride, a real ego that would cause him serious trouble. He was mistrusted and genuinely disliked by every faction in the British Isles, from the English to the Scottish, from the Protestants, the Catholics, and the Puritans, and the traditional English churchgoers. Exactly why he was hated differed depending on your religious or political faction. Before his accession to the throne, he attempted to rule the Infanta of Spain, the Catholic princess. Many of the Protestants in England saw this as a clear sign that he had Catholic leanings, but then, on the other hand, to the Catholics, he was just another steward, still an anti-Catholic monarch. His bishops and councillors, the men who were really in charge of the nation, were reviled by all of the common people, and every one of the Puritan parliamentarians thought they were truly despicable men. Time and time again, these councillors blundered and deeply offended the masses. So Charles was raised to the kingship upon the death of his father during this deeply divided time on March 27, 1625. The next 17 years of his reign, Charles doubled down on many of his father's mistakes, and it really saw the situation in England worsen dramatically. Most of that story, though, is deeply complex and really not all that informative personally, so I'm not going to get too deeply into all the dates and names and intrigues that led up to his coming. If you do want a more thorough look at all that drama, and it's really a pretty interesting story, I would suggest either the book Rebellion by Peter Hackney, or if you haven't checked out the first few episodes of Mike Duncan's podcast, Revolutions, they cover the English Civil War and the lead up to it, and it's really worth a listen. He does a fantastic job. I'd be kind of surprised if there were any of you out there that haven't listened to his show already, but if some of you skipped that first part in the English Civil War, this might be a good time to check it out. There are a couple of things worth noting that happened during that period. The first of these was an attempt to revive some of the glory of the days of Queen Elizabeth and Sir Francis Drake. One of these counselors that was close to Charles I thought himself a keen military and maritime soldier and decided to emulate Francis Drake's raid on the port of Cadiz in Spain. However, unlike Drake, even though Drake didn't fully succeed in that mission, this next mission to Cadiz was a complete and utter failure that cost the crown and the people of England a lot of money and a lot of pride. But the most important blunder that King Charles made was when he involved the English book of He tried to enforce the use of that book even more stringently than his father had. His father had never been foolish enough to try to push that book on the people of Scotland, which is exactly what Charles tried to do. Now, the Scottish, who were steeped in their ideals of republic and Presbyterianism they followed, they didn't really care for what Charles was doing. So almost immediately, they were in open rebellion. They invaded England, which was something that the Scottish hadn't done for some time, and this was quite a blow to Charles's majesty. But then, as he was attempting to raise troops and deal with this Scottish incursion, the Irish looked down and said something along the lines of, "Wow, right now is a really great time to invade. That king is an idiot." Which, at almost that exact same time, the Puritan faction in Parliament and all over England said, "Wow, right now would be a really great time to rise up. This king is an idiot." And suddenly, King Charles was fighting really 3 wars at the same time. It was a situation that I don't think any monarch would envy. But the first major action of the Puritan parliamentarians, well, it really wasn't a military action. What they did on June 1st, 1642, was present the king with 19 propositions. They were less requests and more of a strict ultimatum. What they demanded the king do was cede all power and all rights to appoint state officials, military leaders, religious leaders, and even tutors to his children. He had to hand over all military affairs, including the militia and the navy, to Parliament. Any questions of religion, especially this question over Puritanism that was currently about to tear the realm apart, had to be handled by Parliament. Essentially, what this did was say that King James would continue to be king in name, but essentially hand all of his power over to Parliament. One captain of the parliamentary forces said, quote, "The question in dispute between the king's party and us was whether the king should govern as by God his will, and the nation be governed by force like beasts, or whether the people should be governed by laws made by themselves, and live under a government derived from their own consent." The coming war was a war of religious liberty, but even more than that, it was a question of whether or not monarchy had the right to rule without the consent of the government. The civil wars that were to decide this issue, though, well, they tore England apart. The 19th century English writer Thomas de Quincey would describe the people who lived through the English Civil War as people who, quote, "met in peace, and sat at the same tables, who were allied by marriage or by blood, and yet, after a certain day in August 1642, never smiled upon each other again, nor met but in the field of battle. And at Marston Moor, at Newbury, or at Naseby, put asunder all ties of love by the cool sabre, and washed away in blood all the memory of ancient friendship." Neither the Royalist army, called the Cavaliers, nor the Parliamentary army, called the Roundheads, had, before the war started, any real wartime experience. At first, on both sides, but especially on the Cavalier side, the cavalry were prone to attempt to take over the battle. They would gallivant around the battlefield looking for fights and engagements wherever they could find them, but this left the infantry, and especially the artillery, just out of the battle. If these units got into any engagement at all, it really didn't serve any purpose. However, many people still managed to die in these battles. The situation here reminds me quite a lot of the early days of World War I, where commanders who were looking for glory and honor but didn't really know too much about actual battlefield tactics managed to get thousands of men killed before they learned what they had to do to actually win the war. Now the tide shifted this way and that, depending on who had won the most recent battle, but it was a young parliamentary minister named Oliver Cromwell that really turned the tide. He, first of all, won a number of battles, eventually rising to command an entire regiment himself, and then he built what's been called by history and by Cromwell the New Model Army. That New Model Army was the best army in Europe, potentially, and it turned the tide finally to the Puritan and parliamentarian forces. When the fighting finally was done, King Charles was executed, and his family was put into exile, and Cromwell was given the title of Lord Protector of the Commonwealth. Cromwell he's a big figure. He's not quite up there with a Hitler or Napoleon, but he's close, and part of what makes him so interesting to people who are into history is how divisive he was. How you view Cromwell largely depends on your pre-existing political beliefs. For example, Winston Churchill, who was a lifelong conservative and deeply British, hated Cromwell with all of his heart. Churchill would describe Cromwell's words as repellent, and called Cromwell cold-blooded, and saw in him nothing more than a military dictator and a communist. Churchill said that Cromwell cared as much for personal property as for legislative, which is to say he didn't care for either at all. Now, Churchill wasn't all hatred for the Lord Protector, but even when he attempted to offer some sort of praise, it was really peppered with scorn. For example, Churchill said, quote, Cromwell, although crafty and ruthless, as occasion claimed, was at all times a reluctant and apologetic dictator. End quote. He summed up Cromwell's entire rule like this, quote, without Cromwell, there might have been no advance. Without him, no collapse. Without him, no recovery. Amid the ruins of every institution, social and political, which had hitherto guided the island life, he towered up, gigantic, glowing, indispensable, the sole agency by which time could be gained for healing and regrowth. End quote. This is saying that Cromwell's one of those people that, well, he may not have intended good. He destroyed a lot of the old order, a lot of the good things he did, but that destruction made room for some of the new systems to create things that are still really in place even today. Winston Churchill might be forgiven for seeing in Cromwell what he did. Winston Churchill did, after all, have some experience with communists and military dictators. However, to get a look at the other side of how Cromwell is typically viewed, let's look at an actual communist. Leon Trotsky, the Soviet revolutionary and communist thinker who was exiled by Joseph Stalin for his opposition to Stalin's authoritarian practices, well, he wrote on Cromwell. He said of him, quote, the revolutionary realist, Cromwell, was building a new society, end quote. And he also said, quote, Cromwell was a great revolutionary of his time, who knew how to uphold the interests of the new bourgeois social system against the old aristocratic one without holding back at anything, end quote. The reality, though, is that both of these men are looking at a man from the 1600s through a 20th century lens. Was Cromwell a dictator? Certainly. He did take his power through military might, but his reforms gave power and rights to the people of England rather than taking them away. Was he a communist? Well, no, he wasn't a communist, but, however, under his watch, very real communal movements like the Levelers and the Diggers did take root that sought to do away with things like class and property and gender. These are communist ideas, but Cromwell had no intention of turning the nation of England into a complete communal society. However, in my book, with my biases in place, as an American that tells stories about pirates, Cromwell is really kind of a key figure. You see, Cromwell had a lifelong obsession with the New World. As a young man, he nearly moved to Plymouth himself, and then when he became Lord Protector, he pushed for greater American colonization. Before he took office, he was behind the idea of the Providence Fund, somebody that we talked about last time, and their particular brand of Puritan piracy. This interest in the New World and the actions of Cromwell that are claimed are all largely due to the writings of one man, a man who, shockingly enough, began his life as a Catholic and a Catholic priest at that. The man's name was Thomas Gage, He's usually seen in this story as a footnote in the story of British Caribbean colonization, but to me he's a really fascinating character. He wrote his book, the second book we're going to look at, called The English-American History of Wales by Sea and Land, and it became a bestseller across England. It was so loved by Oliver Cromwell himself that Cromwell would go on to order a second printing. Now, Thomas Gage's family had been, for a long time, a major player in English history and English politics. Even before Thomas himself, his great-grandfather had been one of the top counselors to King Henry VIII. However, he was a Catholic, and he didn't stand by Henry after he split with the Queen. His father's uncle, his great-uncle, was arrested for conspiring to kill Queen Elizabeth in what was known as the Battle of Halifax. His father himself was a baronet. I've heard the family compared to the King, who happens to be Catholic as well, only if America was in a time of extreme repression against the Catholic faith. They were old and they were influential and they were wealthy, but they didn't have the power that they once had. Now, what set the Gage family apart was their age, their honor, and more than anything else, their Jesuit faith. Thomas himself, this young man, was on track to become yet another Jesuit priest in the Gage clan. There were probably 5 priests in his family already. He was on track to become the 6th, and he was training in Spain at a well-respected Catholic seminary. But it seems there that at this seminary he grew kind of disgusted with the Jesuit order, and he left that order to join the Dominicans. Now, this might have been genuine religious dissatisfaction, and maybe it was something that was kind of central to Thomas Gage's character. He had a lifelong streak of rebelliousness and a desire to roam free. It was the Dominicans that allowed him to indulge both of these desires. See, shortly after joining with the Dominican order, he signed on for an expedition of friars that were bound for the Philippines via the Americas. They were going to go minister. Now, he arrived first in Mexico. However, he heard horror stories almost as soon as he got off the boat about the state of affairs in the Philippines. Apparently, all of the elder friars there were very corrupt and worldly men, had grown fat on the things that the Philippines offered them, and that was something that Thomas Gage just couldn't stand. So he ran away from Mexico to get down to Guatemala, where he joined a small priory to teach the Catholic faith. However, here he became dissatisfied with the Catholic faith in general. Friars near him would routinely live impious and worldly lives. They would grow rich on the corruption, and they would live in really a splendor that they shouldn't have, according to the rules of the order. Quote, the rules of the Order of the Franciscans demanded that they wear sackcloth and shirts of coarse wool, and that they go bare-legged, shod with wood or hay. But these friars wore beneath their habits, which they sometimes tucked up to the waist to better display such splendor, shoes of fine Cordovan leather, fine silk stockings, drawers with 3 inches of silk lace beneath, Holland shirts and doublets quilted with silk. They were fond of gambling and acquainted with gambling steeds. He called these friars lupus rapaces, or in English, rapacious wolves. Now, the reason we know so much about Thomas Gage, a random friar in the New World, is because he kept spectacular journals. He kept them about everything in his day-to-day life, as well as many of the bigger picture issues that we saw. However, after he became so disenchanted with the faith, we sort of lose track of exactly what he was doing for a while. His journals don't keep the best records of his actions, and probably for good reason. After being denied permission to return to Europe, he didn't exactly run away, but he traveled into the wilderness to minister to the native peoples, and somehow, during that time when we had so little information about him, Thomas Gage gathered somewhere in the realm of 9,000 pieces of eight. Now, we don't know exactly how he did that. Personally, I like to picture Thomas Gage as, well, kind of like Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now, Marlon Brando's character from that movie. I see him atop an Incan temple with an army of natives doing his will, slowly losing his mind in the hot, wet, mosquito-ridden jungle. However, that's probably not actually how it went at all. More likely, he was somebody who smuggled in goods between the natives and the Spanish colonies because nobody was likely to search a priest, as well as possibly just more traditional, old-fashioned banditry. But then, once he had all of these pieces of eight in hand, he traded them in for a bunch of pearls, and he ran away in the middle of the night from his priory to take ship that would take him back to Europe. Shortly after leaving port, however, he ran afoul of a character that we have actually met before. A Dutch ship happened upon the ship that Thomas Gage was on, and it stopped with applicants. Their captain led a boarding party of heavily armed buccaneers on deck, and they began to ransack the ship. Now, while there was little on board of any worth, this strange Englishman, who happened to be, for some reason, a Catholic priest in the New World that spoke fluent Spanish as well as a native, really caught the eye of the pirate captain. This man introduced himself as Diego Luso, the scourge of Campeche and the Spanish Marin, notorious pirate captain, height of Cuba. He unburdened Thomas Gage of his curse, but he let him keep basically all of the other valuables he had left. They were mostly books and paintings and things that the pirate wouldn't be able to make use of, but it seems that he had no ill will towards the Americans. Now, this was the first meeting of these two men, but they would meet again, and in the company of a very young and as yet unknown Henry Morgan. So Gage finally made his way back to England, and he was dumped on the dock, broke, friendless, disowned by his family, and forced into the Catholic Church. He was wearing the black robes of a Dominican friar in a country that was quickly turning towards the Puritan faith and had strong anti-Catholic practice. He had some very important decisions to make very quickly. First, he traveled to Rome in an attempt to recharge his Catholic faith. He found that he loved the areas that he traveled through much more, which happened to be the Protestant areas of France and Germany. He had a real spiritual reawakening. At least, that's what he would say in his later writings. But then, upon returning to England, for some reason, he turned away from the Catholic faith completely. He renounced it, and he became a priest in the Anglican Church, which is a name that around this time we can actually start to use. Up until now, it has been called the English Church, or the Church of England, and around this time is when we start to see the words Anglican Church in history. Now, it's possible that he turned away from the Catholic Church because he had little choice in doing so. Thomas Gage came from a famous family. A family that was famously Catholic. People knew who Thomas Gage was and knew that he was a Catholic. He was living in a time in England where being a priest of the Catholic faith was enough to get you executed. And at one point, a man who was named Thomas Gage was brought before the Privy Council. Now, it's not entirely certain that it was this Thomas Gage, but it's quite likely. We don't know exactly what was said, but shortly after that record, the Thomas Gage we do know, well, he informed on some of his old Catholic friends. These were men that he had known when he had been at seminary school, the people that he happened to know were Catholic priests incognito in England at the time. There were at least 4 of them that, after he informed on them, were hung, drawn, and quartered. These men were executed in a terribly violent fashion. They're now, today, all of them martyrs of the Catholic faith, all because of the word of this man, Thomas Gage. Now, it's possible that he did it because he had no choice, but it's also possible that he had some sort of retribution he felt these men deserved. They may have slighted him at some time in his past, and this was how he was getting back. Whatever his motivations, these actions brought him a sense of security. He knew that he was safe, and his time of peace gave him a chance in England to finally write about his experiences in the New World. He wrote that book, The English American, and it captured the imagination of everybody in England. The book is a straightforward account of his times in the New World, but at the same time it's kind of an article for everybody. It describes in loving detail all of the flora and fauna and the natural beauty of the Caribbean and the New World, and it goes on to speak about the riches that the Spanish bring out of there all the time. But then it goes on to make mention of the Spanish themselves. In large part, it goes on to make mention of their defenses, which Thomas Gage sees as insufficient. He talks about the miles of empty coastlines that are not guarded by any navy, or any soldiers, or even any people that could send word to the Spanish authorities where any nation prepared to could make landfall and invade these Spanish seas. It says that were some nation to do so, there are untold thousands of native Amerindians and slaves who would, without question, rise up against their Spanish overlords and aid this invading nation in destroying the Spanish bumblebee. He makes it sound almost like all they have to do is invade, and the natives and the slaves will tear down the Spanish before they even get there. Now, Gage hoped that his words would reach some people in influential places. However, I don't know if he expected them to reach the most influential man in all of England. Cromwell read that book and really kind of fell in love with it. He had that lifelong interest in the New World, and that interest, now that he was Lord Protector, was no longer just a romantic fancy. It had very real-world ramifications. See, the Civil War had put a pretty serious dent in England's economy on all fronts, but none more so than the maritime trade. What English merchant shipping had existed before the war had been taken over completely by the Dutch. All of the sea routes that had once been British were now in the hands of the Dutch. The Caribbean colonies that had once been English, well, they had begun to falter. See, during the Civil War, because of those lack of trade routes, no Englishmen were going out to move there, and the Englishmen that were left on these Caribbean colonies were little more than free labor that the Dutch used to grow them tobacco and sugar and coffee and bring back to Europe to make it profit. And this was a state of affairs that no Englishman was happy with, and Cromwell saw as a real slap in the face. One of the other major aftershocks of the Civil War was the huge amount of young men that were in England and Scotland and Ireland with nothing to occupy their time. Most of these had been conscripts into one or another of the armies that had been taken away from their homes, or exiled, or seen their entire family destroyed, that had nowhere to go, no hope of earning any reasonable income. So there was this huge population of young, healthy, yet indigent men that were quickly eating up a lot of the resources of it. So, to take care of both of these problems, as well as a few others, one of the very first actions of Cromwell's new government was to pass the Navigation Act of 1651. It stipulated several different things, but the most important was that trade from any English port, including those in the Caribbean, must be carried on the back of English ships. This was most clearly a slap in the face to the Dutch, who had been carrying nearly all of the English trade goods, and it brought the English and the Dutch to war. Now, these nations had been allies for some time, since the early days of Elizabeth's rule, but finally, because of their trade practices, both of them on either side, they were now at war. But this didn't really stop Cromwell. He had his plans in hand to make this even true. Now that the trade routes were open and Cromwell was able to unfold his navy and merchant ships, he began to ship all of those indigent, poor young men over to the New World. He did this in mass. There were huge numbers of young men going over there, but they weren't going over there to seek a better and more life. These young men were being sold into indentured servitude. They were told that it was their only chance at a better life, but in reality, they were a problem while they were living in the British Isles, and they wound up being cheaper than slaves and thought a lot less likely to rebel by the plantation masters. And more important than that, slaves were all Africans, and to people at the time, black Africans were second-class human beings. These indentured servants, while cheap, nearly free labor, they were still good young white boys who spoke at least an approximation of the king's English. And then, with his plan fully in motion, Oliver Cromwell got in touch with Thomas Gage, who was essentially in retirement at that time, occasionally teaching at one or another priory around, but mostly he was just resting. However, Cromwell needed him. You see, the English didn't have anything near an intelligence service in the New World. They had nobody, aside from Thomas Gage, who had really intimate, first-hand knowledge of what it was like in that part of the world. So Cromwell ordered Gage to write him a bit of information about his experiences there that would go into more detail than his book had. He wanted to know about emplacements and potential military encampments and the best way for the English to invade. Naturally, Thomas Gage complied, and the results, what he came up with, were, to Cromwell at least, encouraging. Gage wrote, quote, "There are no people more sinful than the Spaniards in America, both great and small, viceroys, judges, and poor peasants, who in general sin, and hide not their sin. Therefore, their sins will betray them, and fight against them, if any nation shall oppose them. It hath been for these many years their own common talk, from some predictions, or, as they call them, prophecies, vented out amongst them, that a strange people shall conquer them, and take their riches from them." This was a Puritan preaching, telling a Puritan head of state that these people are sinners, and they know they're sinners, and they even know that were somebody else to invade them, a more righteous people, God's judgment would fall on the side of the righteous and against them. This was exactly what Oliver Cromwell needed to hear, so he began his plans in earnest. Cromwell's plan is known as the Western Design, and what he intended was nothing if not bold. He intended to send an army across the Atlantic Ocean and take by force the islands of Hispaniola and Cuba. These were the two great jewels of Spain's empire in the Caribbean, and if England was able to take care of them, he saw the rest of the Spanish Empire falling like dominoes. He gave command of his force to two men, the Admiral, William Penn, and General Robert Benbows. And then he ordered Thomas Gage himself to accompany them as something of a guide and an advisor. Gage was somebody that Cromwell really trusted. These men gathered a fleet of somewhere 60 ships, perhaps a bit more, and they sent one entire Royal Naval vessel to pick up the aging, quarrelsome, and black-robed monk and brought him back to the port of Portsmouth. Then they began to gather an army. In historian Stephen Talty's book, Empire of Blue Water, he describes this force that they gathered thusly. Quote, the approximately 2,500 men emerged from their lodgings and were judged harshly. These were not the soldiers of Cromwell's new model army, the famous Roundheads, a force whose ferocity was matched by its discipline. To look at them, these men came straight out of the gutter. Cut purses, drunks, knights of the blade, incipient murderers. I believe they are not to be paralleled in the world, wrote Major Robert Sedgwick, who would later command the men, or try to. People so lazy and idle as it cannot enter into the heart of any Englishman that such blood should run in the veins of any born in England. So unworthy, so slothful and basely secure, and have, out of a strange kind of spirit, desired rather to die than to live. But there was one man on the ships, anonymous as yet to history, who would give the lie to Sedgwick's words. In the space of 8 short years, his brilliant leader would turn men like these stumble-bums into what were perhaps pound for pound the best fighting men in the world. This is an introduction to, well, the key character of the third book that we need to look at. A man who was really our first great pirate lord that we're going to talk about. A man who is known as the king of the pirates. However, as yet, it's not quite time to look at the Buccaneers of America, or in any depth to look at Henry Morgan. When he got on those boats in Portsmouth, he was not a famous man. He was a low-born Welshman, somebody who had very little experience and was no better than those cut purses and drunks and insidious murderers. But he was, certainly, on board this fleet that was going to travel from England to the New World. The fleet set sail, and immediately things began to go wrong. At the forefront of the mind of every man on the voyage, there was a shortage of fresh food and water. The people who had been in charge of supplying the fresh food and water had, as so often happens on these voyages, decided to line their pockets by buying not enough and for far. Then there was the conflict between the two commanders, the admiral and the general. They quarreled over exactly who was in command of this mission. See, Cromwell was a man of vision, but not a man who gave specific orders to his commanders, and they weren't sure exactly who should be in command, and that's where it almost passed. Then, to make matters worse, there was a rumor that began to go around that this wasn't a military action at all, but it had been a trick to get rid of so many of these men who came out of the gutter, send them to the New World and sell them to a foreign prince. But the thing that drove these men almost to the edge of mutiny, that caused this voyage to almost end in disaster before it began, was when they learned that they weren't going to be getting any share of the spoils. They weren't going to be getting any loot from this vessel. They were going to get the stipend that they were agreed to be paid, which was not enough to support themselves or their family, and that was it. The question that these men must have been asking themselves is exactly what are they fighting for? To the men in charge of the mission, men like Oliver Cromwell, the answer was simple. They were fighting for God and glory. But in the minds of these thousands of hungry and nearly mutinous sailors, they needed something a little more material than this fight. But they managed to avoid an outright mutiny. They made landfall at Bermuda, where they picked up 3,004 soldiers. These weren't really soldiers, though. These were men much like those that had set off from the voyage, only these were indentured servants that had been sent off from England's shores to get them out of the homeland and into the faraway places in the Americas where they could work on a plantation. They were desperate to escape their life of toil. One of the soldiers who had left England with the voyage at the outset, who was not much of a soldier himself, said of these new recruits, quote, this island is the dunghill wherein England doth cast forth its rubbish, end quote. See, these men that they were picking up, they weren't even the kind of notorious and tough robbers and murderers and bandits that the original party was made up of. These these indentured servants, these men were so beaten down by their life in the New World that any circumstance must have been better to them than what they had. Even the potential of facing down musket fire and arrows and any sort of blood, death, and fire that was coming their way. Now, this wasn't the only new soldiers they picked up. They picked up some 1,200 more soldiers at the island of St. Kitts and Montserrat. And then, on March 31st, 1655, this army, which was the largest force that was in the Caribbean at the time, and perhaps the largest force that had been in the Caribbean ever, made landfall on the island of Hispaniola. Now, they were the largest force that had ever been in the Caribbean, but they were not, I would say, the largest army, because these men were not an army at all. None of them had any training at all. They were undisciplined and disorderly. You see, this force never even reached their target. Their intention was to raid the town of Santo Domingo in Hispaniola. That was the place that Francis Drake had taken years before that was one of the oldest settlements of Spain in all of the New World. However, after landing only about 40 miles down the coast from Santo Domingo, they wandered the wilds of Hispaniola for days upon days. See, Thomas Gage, who was to be their guide during this, had never been to Hispaniola except for potentially stopping there to pick up wood and water on one of his ships. He went to the Spanish mainland. They did meet one other man who was not Spanish, an Irishman, who they insisted could guide them to Santo Domingo, but he didn't know where Santo Domingo was either, and the commanders of the voyage wound up hanging this guy because he couldn't lead them to the town they were looking for. After weeks of wandering around, finally, they didn't find Santo Domingo, but they came into some sort of encampment. Unfortunately, it was a military fort they ran into. And as these soldiers who were tired and hungry, some of them starving, many of them ill, injured, they just sort of wandered up to the fort, thinking that they might be able to take it. And of course, these Spanish soldiers, who were well-trained crack shots, shot off volley after volley of shot against them, and hundreds of English soldiers died. So there was no orderly retreat. They just ran away as fast as possible. And worse than that, there was a dispute between that general and that admiral, so they had no naval support from the sea whatsoever. They weren't even nearby their fleet. The fleet had stayed where they put these men ashore, so it took them, again, days and days and weeks to get back to their vessels. And this was Hispaniola, in the Caribbean, in a time where there were no settlements. Any time that a force who is not native to the Caribbean invades there with no experience, things go badly for them, even without a different army. See, they were marching through a veritable fog of mosquitoes, all of which were carrying malaria. The only fresh water that they had to drink was filled with yellow fever and dysentery. As they attempted to get back to their ships, men were dying and falling behind every day. They lost more men to illness on the march back to their vessels than they lost when they've had since. But finally they did manage to make it back to their ships. However, they knew that if they landed at any Spanish port, they would be attacked and fired upon, and at the very least arrested, if not executed. They could potentially make it back to one of the English colonies in the Lesser Antilles, but that was a long trip away, and they needed supplies and aid desperately. The closest place that they were likely to have been able to make landfall, and we do know that they made landfall, was just a little bit to the northwest. On the northwest coast of the island of Hispaniola lay the island of Tortuga. See, they knew that Tortuga was friendly to English sailors. In fact, the English had a colony on Tortuga not very many years ago. Had they sailed there, they would have found fresh supplies, food and water, probably medicine. They also would have found women and drink, things that these sailors would have been in very desperate need of. They also would have found an island full of men who were much more familiar with the Caribbean than they were. Men who knew the weak points of all of Spain's empire. Now, assuming that they did land at Tortuga and not somewhere else, it was there, most likely, that they met up with a man. A man who was, at this point in life, getting on in years. He was graying at the temples, round-cheeked, growing a little bit chubby, but he still had that swarthy, villainous smile. He was still armed to the teeth, and whenever he did meet up with these English soldiers, he would have introduced himself as Diego Lucifer, and told these Englishmen, who were lost as to exactly what course of action to take, that the weakest point to attack the Spanish Empire was at a small island just to the southwest of Jamaica. You see, Jamaica is the best option for the English to attack in the Caribbean, and any decent commander of the time, who at least had any knowledge of these surrounding lands, would have known that that was the place to go. If it had been Francis Drake ordered with command of this mission, Jamaica is clearly the place he would have chosen. You see, Jamaica was a rich and fertile land, like most of the islands in the Caribbean, but it was also a key link in the treasure feast that they were sending twice a year from the Americas to Europe. Beyond that, it was so poorly defended. At this time, in 1655, the entire population of Jamaica was only, at the most, 2,500 people. That was a little bit less than half of how many soldiers were on this voyage. So, Diego Lucifer led this voyage to the island of Jamaica. They landed near the largest city there, the city that is today known as Spanish Town, and the English marched right in. It was only a few hours later that they were in complete control of the city, and only a couple of days after that the Spanish capitulated and they were in complete control of the island. But though that might seem like the English fortunes were turning around, they truly weren't. See, the troubles that had afflicted them throughout this entire voyage were still dogging them. They still didn't have enough food to eat, and the Spanish, after they had left the island, had taken most of their food with them. The diseases that had been plaguing them this entire time, malaria, yellow fever, were still plaguing them. That happened in Jamaica too. And the lack of order and discipline that these soldiers had was still a major problem. They may have been in command of the island, but it was very quickly becoming apparent that this was not going to be a by-the-numbers military action. Men continued to die in shocking numbers. By November, only a few months after initially taking the island of Jamaica, there were only 3,000 English soldiers left. At that point, it was clear that there was no command structure. The general and the admiral who were supposed to be in charge were not at all in charge. It was also clear that there were no relief supplies or reinforcements coming. These men were on their own, on an island they had taken from the Spanish, who were still mighty in Spanish-led battles. But in those intervening months of chaos and turmoil and death, one man had really risen to a leader. He was a man who could rally all of these men around him and get them to all work together towards their own best interests. That was a young Welshman who, up to this point, was entirely unknown. All these men who were angry and starving and scared, they looked to this man that they raised to be their leader, to be their captain. They looked to Captain Henry Morgan, who would lead them. Next week, we're going to finish our look at 3 books through the eyes of Alexander O. in The Buccaneers of America. We will look at the very first days, the rise of Captain Henry Morgan as that pirate lord, that pirate king, what he did and how he did it. For the next several weeks, we're going to be looking at Captain Morgan. We're going to focus almost entirely on him because his story is central to the pirate mythos and to what's to come in the world of Caribbean piracy. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
What do we find compelling and beautiful about the art form itself? So certainly in art, that's being pushed. That question is being raised. Is AI...
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When I had the idea to do an episode looking at 3 books, I wanted to use those books as a jumping-off point to look at the influence that those books had on the world around them. However, Considering the topic that we're going to talk about today, that was really just an impossibility. The book that we're going to be talking about today is so important, not just in its influence, but as a source material that really to try and lump it in with any other books would do it an injustice. In fact, today we're going to look exclusively at this book, and we're not even going to begin to get through it. This book, if we were to talk about its influence, single-handedly started Europe's love affair with pirates and piracy. It's the only source on most of the pirates in this generation, and it took men who would have otherwise been entirely unknown throughout the world and made them famous, or at least infamous. This book went on to make the author quite a wealthy man who had quite a bit of renown of his own. The book we're going to be talking about today is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. This is episode number 16. 3 Books, Part 2. Now in The Buccaneers of America, the author himself, Alexander Exquemelin, is a character as well. He's not just the narrator, he plays a role in what's happening in several parts, and he's there all throughout it. So we should look at Exquemelin himself a little bit. Now, as with nearly all of the figures we talk about, his original European origins are unknown. He was probably born in France, but it's also likely that he was Dutch or Flemish. We really don't know, and people from all of these regions argue about exactly where he came from. What we do know of the author, especially in his early life, before he became a household name, is what he told us himself. In the beginning of the book, he tells us that in the year 1666, he sailed as an indentured servant with the Dutch West India Company, which is why many people believe him to be Dutch. The fleet he sailed with was large and multinational. There were somewhere around 30 ships and only a couple of warships, and he goes into some detail on the crossing. He talks about the possibility for meeting pirates in certain areas, how the warship went and chased after a known pirate ship that had been spotted just off the coast and failed to capture them. And then he goes into quite a bit of detail about a couple of initiation rituals that he had to go through along with some of the other passengers. He calls them baptisms, and the way that they're performed does kind of mirror a baptism. The first of these baptisms takes place as they pass a place called the Race, which was a narrow and rocky passage that was, assumedly, somewhere that was dangerous for ships to pass. And if you were someone who had never gone through the Race before, you had to undergo this little baptism. They had a man, the bosun, dress up in kind of a strange costume that mirrored a priest, maybe. He wore a long sackcloth robe, and he had a necklace on that was made out of all sorts of ship's tackle. And in one hand, he had a bucket of tar, some of which he had slathered all over his face, and on the other hand, he had a wooden sword. Now, each of the people who had not passed through the Race before had to kneel before the bosun. When they did, he, with one of his fingers dipped in the tar, drew a cross on their forehead, and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword. After this, the rest of the crew would dump seawater on the people who were being baptized. And then, with their sins washed away, they would get incredibly drunk. However, not on the ship's wine. The people who had never made this voyage before had to bring brandy and wine of their own that would be drunk up at this ceremony, and everybody had a grand old time on their wine. Now, there was another initiation that happened when you passed the Tropic of Cancer that was a little bit more terrifying. You had to hang from one of the masts on the ship over the water and willfully drop yourself into the water. Now, you weren't required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay, depending on your station, either 1 or 2 pounds silver. Exquemelin says about these initiation rituals, quote, "Nobody from either nation can give the reasons for doing these things, apart from its being an old tradition among the seamen. Some say that the matter was so ordained by the Emperor Charles V, but it is not to be found in his book of laws. Having in passing described these ceremonies of the sailors, we will now continue our voyage." End quote. Now, all of the ships in this fleet were headed to different locations. A few of them were headed to Newfoundland, some of them were headed to Plymouth, some of them to Bermuda, most of them were headed to the Caribbean, but the ship that Alexander Exquemelin was on was headed to a very particular little island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of Exquemelin's book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of a place like Tortuga and the coast of Hispaniola nearby. This might seem somewhat excessive to you, and it did to me reading it the first time, but I realized that this is something that the people in Europe would have no notion of. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing there. This was somebody who made it to the New World, something that most of the people in Europe were never able to do, sending a report back to them to tell them all about the sights and sounds and really set the stage that they were to find themselves in. You and I, we've all seen video or pictures of the Caribbean if we haven't been there ourselves, but for the people in Europe, this was an entirely alien world, and Exquemelin really wanted to set the stage as much as possible. Now, this couple of chapters also discusses the locals on the island of Tortuga, the men who lived there for some time, those people who hunted boar or chopped timber, those people who used the old native cooking custom as the bucan, those people that would be known as the buccaneers. Exquemelin goes into some detail about the conflict between Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands over this tiny little island of Tortuga. And that's actually one of the few things in the early part of his book that can be corroborated. See, there are records kept by the great powers in Europe of this conflict, so we know what exactly Exquemelin tells us that's true, and what of it is not true. Many of the things we've heard here were secondhand, because this happened long before Exquemelin came to the Caribbean, even before he was born, but he gets the gist of it right. Some of the names, some of the dates aren't exactly correct, but he gets essentially what happens there, at least on the road to being right. So that can give us an indication that Exquemelin knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't get all of the facts exactly correct. But that's something that's a major problem with the Buccaneers of America. Alexander Exquemelin speaks with the authority of somebody that was there, that has first-hand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually the Spanish, who kept excellent records, they almost always contradict what Alexander Exquemelin told us. So we have to take everything he said with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're going to be talking about, there are no other sources about it. There are going to be pirates in this story that he's going to go into some detail talking about that don't appear anywhere else in any other narrative. There are no other records of these people, so they may be complete fabrications of his imagination. Now, they probably weren't. The things that we know he talked about turned out to be mostly true, but we have to assume that since we can't find any other proof, that they're not exactly historical fact. You see, part of the problem is that Alexander Exquemelin was working off of eyewitness accounts, or at least the tales told by some pirate he met in a tavern. See, he didn't have access to court records or the governor's mansion in any of these places. He merely had to talk to people who were there, who hopefully knew what they were talking about, but we can't know any more than he did whether or not these people were telling accurate tales. To give a picture of these contradictions that we can't exactly know if they're true or not, I'll give an example. After Alexander Exquemelin is freed from his indentured servitude, and then after he goes on at some length about how indentured servitude is so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, "When I was free once more, I was like Adam when he was created. I had nothing at all, and therefore resolved to join the privateers or buccaneers, with whom I stayed until the year 1670, accompanying them on many various voyages and taking part in many important raids, as I shall describe later on in this account." End quote. He then goes on to tell us of the first buccaneer on Tortuga, the first man who raided from the island. The man's name is, as Exquemelin records it, Pierre Legrand, and he tells us of Legrand's greatest success. Pierre was at sea in a small bark, little more than an open rowboat, and things weren't going well for him. His ship was in such poor repair that it was barely seaworthy, and all of the men with him were going hungry. They had no food and little water. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for prey, unable to find anything and baking in the hot Caribbean sun. As his men scanned the horizon, finally, one day they saw it, a lone ship, just sails in the distance. Legrand sailed his small bark towards the ship. Clearly, it was a Spanish merchant vessel that had become separated from its convoy and didn't have any protection out on the high seas. So as night fell, Legrand ordered his men to board the vessel. He told them that the Spanish aboard were unprepared for an attack and unlikely to repel them, although he did say that they had, at worst, a 50-50 chance. He had his men swear an oath of loyal endeavor, and then Legrand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull, allowing it to sink as they boarded the other vessel. This emboldened the men who were with him because they knew that they had to take this ship or they had nothing to escape to and nowhere to go. It was either take this ship or face prison or death. Each of his men, armed with a cutlass and, if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, they came up on the side of the vessel, climbed aboard her silently on their bare feet, and moved across the deck. They scanned the deck and saw that no guard had been posted. They were able to move around the deck freely. But as they moved below deck, they heard laughter and raucous conversation. Each of these pirates drew their sword and their pistol if they had one. Then the pirates burst into the captain's cabin, where there were a number of men sitting around the table playing cards. The pirates moved so quickly that they didn't have a chance to react. Many of the men probably still holding their cards or their mugs of ale. Suddenly they had a cutlass to their throat, and the captain had a pistol clapped against his chest. Legrand ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have thought quickly, thinking if there was any hope of repelling these pirates when he heard a sudden report coming from the arms chamber. The smile on Legrand's face told him that the men in the arms chamber had been taken. The ship belonged to the pirates, and the captain had no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel was led on board and clapped in irons. As they looked around, they saw surrounding the ship nothing but empty ocean. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel, unless, as the captain assumed, they were demons sent from the sky. He was said to have said, quote, "Jesus son demonios estos," end quote. Apparently, his men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that those sails off in the very, very far distance might have been pirate sails, but the captain said that he needn't fear of such a small vessel, and so he didn't order any special watch to go on deck. This, of course, sealed his fate. Now, after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, Legrand took his new boat, and he sailed all the way to France, never to be seen on the high seas again. Now, that's the end of the account given by Exquemelin, but this raises some questions for me. How exactly would Exquemelin have any knowledge of an attack at sea that happened in the year 1602? This was some 40 years before Exquemelin himself was even born. Now, Exquemelin said that he got this story from the journal of a, quote, trustworthy man, but it's just as likely that this was something of a creation myth, that the buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their raiding. The one man, Legrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on the island exactly how they could fight the Spanish and make a whole lot of money in the process. Now, Pierre Legrand is one of those pirates that there is no other account of. This is the only source on him at all. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries somebody around the right time that sort of matches his description comes from harbor records. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came from the same place that Legrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself Legrand there, he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is what Exquemelin tells us. This happened up in Canada. So in the one place that potentially we can corroborate some part of this story, it's actually incorrect. So we have to take this story not exactly at face value. It might not be true at all. But since we have no evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story, that the man who is the source for all of these pirates we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks, this is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that the pirates at the time believed. Now, after talking about the origin of the buccaneers on Tortuga, Exquemelin goes on to talk about several of the other well-known buccaneers of the time. He talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen. He goes on to talk at length about a French pirate who was very active in the area, who we will talk about later. But this all happened after Exquemelin arrived in the Caribbean in 1666. When we left our story off last time, Penn and Venables had just taken the island of Jamaica in the year 1655. Now, we mentioned a couple of times last time that on board that voyage, one of the soldiers in Oliver Cromwell's Western Design was a young man named Henry Morgan, which of course is the prime subject of Alexander Exquemelin's work. He goes into a great deal about his time with Henry Morgan, so we're going to look at some of that. But if you try to look at it in a narrative flow from the year 1655, when Morgan arrived in the Caribbean, the puzzle isn't exactly complete. Exquemelin writes in his introduction to Captain Morgan, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. He reached a port where ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage. On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manor. Having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of the loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own. Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. Now that short paragraph, that brief introduction to the man who would be known as Captain Morgan, is all that Exquemelin writes about the first 25 years of Henry Morgan's life, even the first 6 years of his time in the Caribbean, the time that made him Captain Morgan. So today I want to take a long, hard look at that paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the inaccuracies. I'd like to do this by taking that paragraph sentence by sentence. Exquemelin begins, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England, end quote. That much is essentially true. Now, I had trouble finding out exactly what he meant by Welsh England. They were, at the time, united, so perhaps that's what he's talking about. But yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably in the county of Monmouth, although people in Wales argue divisively over where exactly he was from. Exquemelin continues. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. Now that is essentially correct in spirit, although there are a couple of pretty serious issues with it. Mostly the fact that it's incomplete. There's a lot more to that story. See, Henry Morgan was the son of a man named Robert Morgan. Now, Robert did own a farm, but neither he or his son actually got their hands dirty tilling the soil. They had many other men working for them to do that work. You see, the Morgan clan was an old and distinguished family. Robert sent his son off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. Henry would later say, quote, I left the schools too young and have been more used to the pike than the book, end quote. Now, the people in the part of Wales that Henry came from were renowned across the British Isles for their military prowess. And very little else, the English had a lot of fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield, and Henry Morgan almost certainly would have learned quite a bit about the pike. You see, he was a teenager during the English Civil War. He probably would have been a little too young to actually serve, but men who were members of his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved deeply in the Civil War, on opposing sides, as it turns out. His uncle Thomas was actually somewhat well known. He was one of the top-ranking officers in Cromwell's New Model Army. He was kind of the right-hand man to the top general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated war hero and something of a mild celebrity. Now, his other uncle, Edward, would have had quite a bit more influence on the young Henry Morgan. Edward was a colonel in the royalist side of the Civil War, the Cavaliers, and he was posted at a pretty key position there in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the pike, almost certainly had some experience with them, and this suggests to some historians that likely he served under his uncle, not as a soldier, but as something of a squire or an assistant, or somebody who was essentially just there to help him out and kind of learn the trade. So, Henry Morgan, growing up as a young teenager, would have learned things like siege warfare and artillery, and the rudiments of battlefield tactics and how to lead men into battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16, 17 years old, there's a possibility that he even did fight. Probably not as a grunt soldier, but somebody who led a small battalion of men, somewhere probably around 10 men. There's no record of that, but it seems quite likely. Now, Exquemelin says that part about how Henry Morgan went to sea, and while that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune on the oceans. He went as part of a military expedition under Penn and Venables. Now, Exquemelin goes on. Quote, he reached a port where the ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage, end quote. And that, yes, that did happen. That was the voyage of the Western Design, Cromwell's plan to take over the Caribbean, and that port was Portsmouth. That much is undeniably correct. Then Exquemelin continues, quote, "On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner," end quote. Now that, however, is not true. Now, there is a possibility that Henry Morgan told his men that tale to partially ingratiate himself with them, but that's pretty unlikely. Now, I should note that some historians take this line of Exquemelin's at his word, and believe that Henry Morgan was at one point sold as an indentured servant. But then, most historians argue that the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate, and I tend to agree with that side of the argument. You see, Henry Morgan wasn't just some dockside ruffian. What we said last time about what Major Robert Sedgwick said, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit, but Major Sedgwick said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, "so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure," end quote. And that really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a proud tradition of military men, a family that was wealthy enough that Henry, as a young man, as a teenager, had his portrait painted. This portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time right around his death. So, it's the only thing that we have to go on about what Henry Morgan probably looked like, and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold into indentured servitude. The fact that he had a portrait itself is some evidence, but he's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck, he's got a curly, probably a wig, but it may be his natural hair, he's got a mischievous smirk, he's dressed kind of like a dandy. You might imagine this kid running around chasing the maids around his father's home when his father wasn't looking. That doesn't sound like what somebody who would be sold into indentured servitude lived their life like, so most historians agree that that bit is totally incorrect. However, there is another possibility. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into military service by the government of Oliver Cromwell. You see, if Henry Morgan had served in the Civil War, he would have served on the Royalist side. However, he wouldn't have been just a grunt soldier, he would have been an officer, somebody with a little bit of experience. So, if he had served, it's quite likely that he would have been pressed into service to go across the world, something that nobody from the New Model Army wanted to do, but they needed some experienced soldiers to keep these ruffians that were going to the Caribbean a little bit in line. Exquemelin, his passage goes on, quote, "Having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea," end quote. Once again, no, that's not how it happened at all. See, assuming that we agree that he didn't serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true, and he did go to Jamaica, but he didn't just arrive in Jamaica. He was one of the first Englishmen ever to set foot on the island in that invasion force. So, instead of finding some buccaneers to put to sea, all he would have found there are a couple dozen poorly defended Spanish plantations. Moving on, quote, "He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life," end quote. Now, this is true. However, there's so much more to this story of how Henry Morgan learned the life of a buccaneer. You see, Henry Morgan's first months in Jamaica, in fact, the lives of all of the men on that expedition, well, they were horrifying. You see, the English had taken that town, the capital of Jamaica, with no fighting at all. But there was far more to come. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance over the island. So the men, these Englishmen, they had sleepless nights sleeping on the beach. You see, the Spanish soldiers that had been at the garrison there fled into the hills in Jamaica. And while there weren't many of these soldiers left, Jamaica was their home. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years, and these English soldiers had never been there before. They didn't know the island at all. So the soldiers, naturally, well, they feared attack from the Spanish, coming from an unsuspected direction. However, it wasn't just the Spanish that they had to fear. The Spanish had freed their slaves, who had gone to join up with the communities of Maroons deep in the wilderness that did not want the English there either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon brethren were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people, who knew the island even better than the Spanish did, knew all of its nooks and crannies. And these three groups, sort of loosely connected allies, led a very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even when the soldiers were completely safe, they would be sleeping on or near the beach, and they would hear thousands of crabs that were coming ashore. Then the scuttling of these crabs, as recorded, sounded almost exactly like the rattling of cartridges that would be carried on a Spaniard's belt. So they spent all night hoping that it was just the crabs and not the Spanish, unable to sleep because the possibility of attack was so real. So as the men spent their sleepless nights and long, unpleasant days, their stores of food began to dwindle, and all of the men on the expedition started to go hungry. The Spanish had taken a lot of the food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so the Englishmen had almost nothing to eat. Now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but hunting on the island, for the Englishmen at least, was a dicey proposition. You see, many times when people would go hunting for either boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt those boar or tortoise, they would scare the animals away. However, if there were too few men going hunting, well, most of those hunting parties that only had a few men with them never returned. The only news that the men back at base camp would have of that hunting party would be the vultures they would see circling in the sky deeper into the island. So the men were going hungry. The men spent their nights consumed by fear, and then, in August, a few months after they had taken the island, Admiral Penn and General Venables, with several hundred of the top officers in the group, well, they set sail and returned to England. It would turn out, as they kind of expected, that Penn and Venables would be thrown into the Tower of London for failing to take Hispaniola. However, that wasn't a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that were left in Jamaica. The men were all alone on a foreign island, halfway around the globe from their homes, and they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the tree line, from the Taino, the Maroons, and the Spanish. They were going hungry, and they were growing desperate, and then, as things began to get worse and worse for them, the men began to get sick. The yellow fever and malaria that are still to this day notorious killers of people that are unused to the Caribbean, well, they began to take their toll on the men as they had on Hispaniola on a daily basis. Now, these months have very little record. There was essentially no authority on the island. However, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that would crop up almost immediately once records did start taking shape, that Henry Morgan was the leader among these men. Someone who rallied them and got them what food they could find and organized their defense as best as he could. But there were only about 2,000 men left. And then, even though there weren't that many Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many natives or how many Maroons they were. So this seemed like a pathetically small force. But then, a few months later, after about 6 months on the island of people dying, going hungry, and living in fear, a ship from England finally arrived there in what was called Kagway Port. The men on the island must have rejoiced. The ship carried the island's new governor, that man we talked about earlier, Major Sedgwick, who, when the operation had left English shores, had said of the men that they, quote, desired rather to die than to live, end quote. He found, when he got to Jamaica, that if that was their wish, it had certainly been granted. The men were dying left and right, and he realized that the Jamaican expedition was in a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Cromwell, the Lord Protector in England, and he told him, quote, you must in a manner begin the work over again, end quote. But Sedgwick did what he could to improve the island. He organized their defenses, and he gave them whatever form of health care he could find. Then he secured hunting and fishing grounds for the men. These were military operations that he used to secure certain tracts of land that had plenty of game on them for the men to eat. And he gave command of what ships they had there in Jamaica to a man named William Goodson. This made him the admiral of what was known and would go on to be known for centuries as the Jamaica Station. Then, in January 1656, the ship called the Marston Moor sailed into harbor, and her captain, a man named Christopher Mings, was named sub-commander of the Jamaica Station. He would go on to be vice admiral of their fleet there. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization. And something that kind of surprised me, but I found really interesting, began to happen. You see, the men who would call Jamaica their home would occasionally be captured by the Spanish. And the Spanish record over and over again that they use the same defense whenever they are being interrogated by their Spanish jailers. They would say that it wasn't them acting of their own volition, they were actually under orders from the Jews. You see, now I'd heard about this before, but I always just kind of chalked it up to being a clever lie. I thought that since probably the only people that the Spanish hated more than the Protestant English were the Jewish people around Europe. Aside from, I guess they probably hated the Arab people in the Middle East more than any of them, but only slightly more than they hated the Jews. However, it turns out that many of these immigrants from Europe, these Jewish immigrants, played a major role in this era of Caribbean piracy. Now, if you recall, way back in the 1490s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, they called an inquisition that aimed to cleanse their realms of any non-Catholics. Now, of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Iberian Peninsula, but they didn't stop at the Muslims. For years, the Inquisition scoured the lands for any Jewish families that were living there. They whipped up mobs and violent pogroms that would execute or exile any Jews that they found. Now, as you might imagine, most of these exiled Jews, and certainly any that were still living there secretly, well, they fled the country as quickly as possible. Now, most of these people went to Portugal or Germany, many went to the Netherlands, some went to England. However, for a lot of Jewish families, that wasn't far enough. They decided they had to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they had to get into a different hemisphere. However, they would have still found most of the New World in the early 1500s controlled by the Spanish. Naturally, places like New Spain, which would be modern-day Mexico, or Terra Firma down south a little bit, were just completely out of the question. They were centers of power for the Spanish Empire. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba or Hispaniola, were almost as solidly in the hands of the Spanish government and not the local planters. However, there was one island, just slightly to the southwest of those two, that was smaller and had a tiny population, but that was rich and offered them something of an opportunity, and that was Jamaica. Now, to be sure, Jamaica wasn't perfect. There was still a governor and a garrison there, but they had a lot less interference from Europe and from the higher-ups in the Spanish government. So, the Jews in Jamaica were able to just keep their heads down. They took to calling themselves Portuguese, and they practiced their religion in private, and nobody bothered them. However, then in 1655, when the English took the island, that man Venables made mention in his journals of a surprisingly large number of Portuguese nationals that had not fled with the Spanish. But when Major Sedgwick came and became governor of the island, he found out the truth, and he was elated. These Jewish people who had stayed in town were locals, people who had lived there their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but locals that he could trust. They weren't Catholics. They were people who hated the Spanish just as much as he did, so they were going to be powerful allies in this fight. He wrote back to Cromwell, and Cromwell made all of the Jewish people on Jamaica officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith out in the open, just as they were in England. Now, Sedgwick had plans to make use of these locals, but they happily obliged. I mean, can you imagine it? Living in a place at the edge of the world, hiding in the shadows for centuries, and then all of a sudden a new tolerant government who is at war with your previous overlords shows up? That must seem like a gift from God and something that you are going to make the most use of you possibly can. So, several of the prominent men from their community, along with William Goodson, Christopher Mings, and a few of the higher-up officers, joined a council that was going to help the new governor govern the nation. They had several pretty pressing concerns, the least of them not being the Spanish, who were nearby, and some of them still on the island. So, this council began to formulate a plan. What it came up with was a two-pronged approach. You might call these two approaches forced trade and proactive defense. Now, the proactive defense side of that two-pronged attack was essentially sending out ships filled with buccaneers to sweep the oceans clean of any Spanish vessels, be they warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that two-pronged attack, that forced trade, after the seas were clear and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish were in the hands of the English, well, they would fill that gap left. English merchant vessels would show up at many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that they had stored up. They would tell them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to pick it up, and if they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell to the English. Now, if any of these patriotic Spaniards living in the colonies decided they didn't want to settle to the English, they might just let it know that some of those notorious pirates these people had heard about roving the high seas might just pay their little town a visit. Nearly all of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit selling them back in England. This dealt a blow not only to the Spanish, who they were at war with, but to the Dutch, who had a monopoly on trade in the Caribbean and who they had been at war with only about 2 years prior. However, they weren't able to begin this plan immediately. What they needed, they had some ships, not enough, but they didn't have nearly enough men to enact this plan. So some of the locals suggested that this man Ming, and probably some of his top aides, which almost certainly included Henry Morgan, set sail and go to a little island just to the northeast called Tortuga, where they could recruit as many of the buccaneers there as they needed. And it must have been a sweet offer when they got there. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands of usually the French at this period in time, which was fine by most of them, but it was still contested and deep in Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had a fort, they had a good harbor, and they had a government, an official English government that was going to do all they could to protect these pirates. A government that would make use of them to be sure, but that these pirates could rely on. At least they had one port and potentially a series of ports that would be a friendly empire to them. But before they could begin this plan in earnest, in May their governor, now General Sedgwick, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Edward D'Oyley, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there the entire time. He was as local as any Englishman in Jamaica got. Now, the new governor's first order of business was to fight off an invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up in the hills. There were 2 invasions. The first one was bolstered by about 300 Spanish soldiers from the island of Cuba, so there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 native and African guerrillas, but they were fought off pretty easily. However, then another invasion occurred a few months later that was somewhat larger. That one involved some actual fighting, however, with very little loss of life. The English came out on top, and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So, finally, Christopher Means, along with almost certainly Henry Morgan and several of the other most notorious names to come, set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than piracy on the high seas and raiding any of the Spanish coastal towns that were within their reach. Most of the records about where they actually raided are kept by the Spanish around this time, but it looks like they raided Rio de la Hacha and Santa Marta, along with a few other old favorites. And it was during this time that what Esquemelin said about Captain Morgan learning the ways of the buccaneers during this last few months of 1656 going into 1657, he would have truly learned what it took to be a buccaneer on the Caribbean Ocean. So let's move on with that passage from Alexander Esquemelin. He writes, quote, "After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own." End quote. This is correct, at least in spirit. In the year 1659, or maybe 1660, Henry Morgan was finally, it is recorded, captain of his own ship. However, whether he bought it with his own money or took it from a Spanish captain is unclear. However, we do know that in 1660 he did take 3 ships, which he sold to 3 of his closest and most trusted friends. The Dolphin, the smallest of those vessels, he sold to his friend John Morris. Robert Searle took the largest, which was an 8-gun, 80-tonner that was called the Cagway, and then his friend John Lawrence bought the Pearl. Oddly, however, we don't know the name of Captain Morgan's own ship at this time. But these 4 captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, well, they become probably the most popular and maybe the most feared pirates operating in the Caribbean at this time, at least out of the port there on Jamaica. They were men who were a terror to the Spanish, but back in port they were extremely popular, lots of fun, and apparently spent their money for other men's pleasure. They ingratiated themselves very well with the local brethren of the coast who had moved into the port of Jamaica. And in that passage, that One single paragraph written by Alexander Xwimelin is concluded. It reads, quote, Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. This little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest raids that the Caribbean had seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Greek and Roman pirates and even the Barbary pirates. Now, sources do differ here on a few of the times of some of these raids, however. Reputable historians, people who are scholars on this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these raids occurred over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1661. In truth, though, the Brethren of the Coast were so active from this port at Jamaica that it's almost impossible to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish kept their records, but the English only kept sparse records at best, so we know when they came back with huge amounts of money, but we don't know exactly how those correspond to what the Spanish were recording. However, I did my best to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative that actually makes sense, and it goes something like this. In late 1659, Captain Ming led a series of raids on the Spanish Main. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan and his compatriots earned their ships on, or perhaps used those ships on. However, Captain Ming did quite well. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a boat ashore asking the governor for letters of marque to make all this official. He did this, of course, after the fact, which was common practice at the time. These Jamaican officials were unbelievably corrupt. Now, he got these letters of marque. However, when he came ashore, he had no money to send back to England. You see, Cromwell's protectorate operated much like Elizabeth's Admiralty had a few decades before. Men were welcome to pirate their way all across the seven seas, but the only way that they were allowed to do so by the English government is if they paid their dues back to the Admiralty in London. Piracy was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or her allies and paid their share. But Captain Ming didn't do that. He blamed his men, the Brethren of the Coast, on why he didn't have any money, saying that they had taken all the money and divvied it up among themselves, but the governor there wasn't having any of it, so he was sent back to England to face trial. Oliver Cromwell certainly wasn't going to be happy about this. But instead of a stint there in the Tower, or perhaps the hangman's noose he must have feared he faced, something much better awaited Ming when he got back to England. Oliver Cromwell, the usurper, had passed away. King Charles II had been restored to the throne of England, and the House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Now, King Charles had promised to return Jamaica to the King of Spain. However, the testimony of this vice admiral of the Jamaica station really swayed him. He learned that this pirate, or what Charles might have considered this upstanding young gentleman, well, Jamaica was a profitable place, a place that King Charles would be wise to hold on to. It was something that was said to be a dagger pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as a really great moneymaker for the English throne. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher Ming, sent him back to Jamaica. He sent him on a new flagship, a 46-gunner called a Centurion, which arrived in the spring of 1661. However, Captain Ming here wasn't the only surprise on board the vessel. The new governor, a man named Lord Windsor, descended the gangplank. General D'Oyly, who was the former governor, was replaced effective immediately. The port of Cagway, where they had been for years now, was renamed Port Royal. Also, the name of the fort, which had been Fort Cromwell, was changed to Fort Charles. And Captain Ming himself was to take over that role of admiral of the Jamaica station from William Goodson. And Christopher Ming had a lot of work to do. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, On September 21st, 1661, Morgan and the other adventurers were given a hero's send-off, with wives, whores, and merchants lining the shore to cheer the boys away. It was the middle of hurricane season, which runs from June to November, and the ships tacked to Negril in Jamaica and then headed north for Cuba at 3 knots. End quote. Their goal was the former capital of Cuba, Santiago, which was on the southeastern side of the island, probably the closest major Spanish port to their home at Jamaica. Now, Captain Ming sailed the Centurion, which was the flagship. There were a host of other brethren vessels with him, though, including Captain Morgan and his friends. Just off the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel, captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell's no-good playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Whetstone. Back in England, he had been a man who liked to dice, chase after women, and spend as much money as he could get his hands on, but he had to run away from several of his creditors to the Caribbean to try and earn his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and a few Africans, and only one or two other Englishmen on board, and the fleet of Christopher Mings was going to make use of him. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of intimate knowledge of the island of Cuba, so they had a council of war on board Ming's flagship, the Centurion. The harbor there at Santiago was guarded by an imposing castle, the Castillo de Moro, and her gun batteries were aimed squarely at the very small entrance into the harbor. So these buccaneers plotted. But while they discussed, they had even more vessels arrive, latecomers from Port Royal, and even several vessels that were coming from Tortuga, swelling their numbers. So they decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down the coast, at a little village called Aguadores on the mouth of the San Juan River. The locals there were only a few people living there, fled as soon as the brethren marched into town. So for several hours, the brethren of the coast had their fill of all of the goods that they could have in town. And then they went ahead and burned the entire village down. Behind them, the village was burning, which kept them warm through the night as they slept a peaceful night. However, in the morning, they got up and marched towards Santiago. Now, the locals had run to Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French buccaneers who were coming for Santiago, so they had time to prepare, but it still wasn't even. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he just learned his lesson and didn't want to fight these buccaneers anymore, or perhaps he was terrified. He had been unable to defeat the English any time in the past, so this man, this Spanish commander, turned and fled. Many of the soldiers that were manning the walls fled with him. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it wasn't nearly enough to stop the English. Within only a couple of hours of musket fire, they had taken the fort. They spent a total of 5 days ransacking the town of Santiago. They had their run of the town, taking anything, any women, any goods, any food, any drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days. And then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder store in the fort, lit a fuse, and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said didn't recover for a full 10 years. Back in Jamaica, they were seen as heroes. You can imagine that these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of eight were suddenly very rich and making all of the merchantmen, tavern keepers, and whores back in Jamaica extremely wealthy as well. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy, but the buccaneers and the brethren of the coast, as well as pirates all throughout history, are notoriously bad about keeping any money in their pockets. They spend it freely. But they also realize that they're going to need more very shortly, and their commanders know the same thing. Christopher Mings was eager to get back out there on the ocean. However, while they had been gone, their lord, Lord Windsor, had retired, and the new lord, the new governor of Jamaica, was a lot less willing to sign these letters of marque that would allow them to attack the Spanish settlements. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the new governor finally relented. According to Alexander Exquemelin, quote, "The English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and at that season the masters let the slaves have whatever they ask for." End quote. This sounds to me quite a bit like the old pagan Roman tradition of Saturnalia. That's actually exactly what the Romans did, so perhaps that's how Captain Mings got the new governor to relent and sign the letters of marque that he needed to go attack the Spanish again. The day after Christmas, Ming began to assemble his fleet, made up of English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual ragtag brethren of the coast from Tortuga. In all, more than 20 ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more en route. This was that fleet that was the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean. Now, these weren't all massive warships, but they carried plenty of guns and were filled with men armed to the teeth and ready to do extreme violence. This was a fleet that would have made any Spanish city tremble. Even the great centers of power like Havana must have worried if they had gotten news of it. However, those islands had nothing to worry about. This fleet was headed to the west. It was actually the vice admiral of the fleet, a man named Edward Mansvelt, who was captain of the Griffin, that saw their destination first. A place that we visited before, San Francisco de Campeche. That was the same place that Diego Lucifer attacked when he was a young man, and it's in fact even possible that Diego the Mulatto was here, captain of one of these ships from Tortuga, one of these brethren pirate vessels, here to attack Campeche. You see, the men on this voyage had some knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the admiral, Admiral Mings, that he wait until nightfall and attack under cover of darkness, which is exactly what Diego the Mulatto had done. However, that wasn't something that a man like Mings thought was honorable. It's kind of funny considering he's about to march into town and burn it to the ground, but he wanted to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. Graham A. Thomas, in his book The Pirate King, gives a beautiful narrative. He says, quote, Mings attacked the town, his men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against a cannon. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day they fought. The buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one while being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot whizzed around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded into stone walls, tearing through clothing, and ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they attacked. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes. In close combat, men were cut down by pistol shot and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon shot. Mings was wounded 3 times, but by the end of the day, the buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels. Crews were chosen to take them back to Port Royal. The Spanish counted their losses at 150,000 pieces of 8. End quote. That's a low-end estimate. The highest I've read, translated into modern American dollars, is that the buccaneers in Campeche stole $75 million worth of goods. Now, Captain Mings had been injured, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral, that man Mansvelt. Mings would go on to retire shortly thereafter, go back to England, and lead a prosperous life with all of the money he had made in the Caribbean, and Mansvelt was to take over. Now, Alexander Swimlin has a little blurb about Mansvelt that comes right after that passage we spent so much time looking at today. It reads, quote, At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt, who planned to get a fleet together and raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of his fleet. End quote. Now, if we were going to give that passage the same treatment that we gave the passage in this episode, it would take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong with it. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know where Captain Morgan was. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. Next time, we're going to take a long, hard look at exactly what Captain Morgan was doing on his 22-month-long first great raid against the Spanish. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I mean that. We hit a huge milestone this week. It snuck up on me. I didn't even see it coming, but I'd like to thank every single last one of you. We hit 100,000 downloads, and that's a huge number, way bigger than I expected to hit any time this soon. I'd also like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to support the show, either through Patreon or through PayPal, through the webpage. We wouldn't be here doing this without you guys. Anybody who has been kind enough to leave a rating or a review anywhere you listen to the show, you guys really help get the word out, and I appreciate everybody out there. You guys are really the best. 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 Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, Henry Morgan was preparing for his first great raid on the Spanish Main. His last raid under Mings and Mansfield was a resounding success, and now Captain Morgan and his closest allies were about to embark on a voyage that would see them gone from the shores of Jamaica and Port Royal for a full 22 months. Now, 22 months is a long time to be gone from home, especially when you're going to be in hostile waters, deep in enemy territory. Now, Captain Morgan didn't intend to be gone for 22 months. There were some setbacks and unexpected surprises. However, he knew it was going to be a long voyage, and they prepared thoroughly for it. This week, I'd like to do something a little bit different. You see, this great raid could really be considered the dawn of the golden age of piracy. And I'd like to take a step back before we set sail with Captain Morgan and look at what they were doing while preparing for this voyage. I'd like to take a look at the ships that they were loading with all of their victuals and arms. I'd like to take a look at exactly what those supplies were, what kind of food and drink they had on board, as well as what kind of weapons they were using and loading on board. This will be a step back from our narrative history and a look at the technical side of the early days of buccaneering, privateering, and piracy. This is episode number 17, Guns, Rum, Ships, and Steel. The reason that I chose this time period to look at the tools that these buccaneers were using, well, it's because things have changed drastically from the times of Francis Drake. Not only the political and religious landscape, but the tools that these men were using. You see, the European powers were in something of an arms race. The most important factor in that arms race were the ships that they would be on board, but everything from the guns they were using to the supplies that the men on board had were highly important to see who would control the New World. And here, in the 1660s, we're seeing the first fruition of that arms race. We're seeing things change to what they will be in the golden age of piracy. Now, there will be some pretty stark differences between the 1660s and the early 1700s, but some of the things we're going to be talking about today can be applied not only to Captain Morgan, but to men like Blackbeard and Charles Vane. One of the primary differences, though, is exactly how these men saw themselves. When you're reading the histories about Captain Morgan and his brethren of the coast, the word privateer pops up a lot. But really, the word privateer wasn't coined until about the mid-18th century. So men like Francis Drake and Henry Morgan, who very much were privateers, would never even heard that word, not thought of themselves as such. But it's still the best description that we have of what they were. Now, Francis Drake obviously worked directly for the Queen and her council. He was a royal man, but by the time of Captain Morgan, things were a bit less well-defined. In their early days, operating out of Tortuga, the Brethren of the Coast were outright pirates. They had no screen of legitimacy to hide behind. That was part of what made Jamaica so attractive to the Brethren of the Coast. They were safer than they were in Tortuga because there was less threat from Spanish ships, and while they had to sail under orders from the admiral of the Jamaica station, they essentially operated just as they had before, sometimes with better equipment than they'd ever had in their lives. They also had, through the governor of Jamaica, a certain amount of royal authority. Now, that probably wouldn't have held up too well in a Spanish courtroom, but it allowed them to be much more bold than they ever had before and claim a lot better prizes. But to be clear, Jamaica and Port Royal weren't exactly high society. This was the farthest flung corner of the empire, and they operated essentially without any interference from London. There were supply requests and letters to the crown in London that wouldn't be answered and wouldn't even be found until sometimes decades later. The message to these men, these Brethren of the Coast, was clear. Their mission was to survive by any means necessary. Now, of course, the most important tool to, well, really anybody living in the Caribbean at the time, but especially the Brethren of the Coast, were their ships. It's important to take a look at exactly what ships they were on. They've changed so much over the past few decades. For many, many years, the most powerful ship sailing the high seas was the Spanish galleon. The Spanish galleon was an impeccably engineered ship, perfect for the Spanish Empire and the New World. It was very well-rounded. It was made for speed and durability. It had room for guns as well as large holds for hauling gold and other treasure across the Atlantic. And while it had all of these aspects, which made them perfect for the Spanish treasure fleet, they didn't really excel at any of these. These weren't specialized ships. The defeat of the Spanish Armada under Queen Elizabeth and Francis Drake showed Europe more what naval warfare was going to be in the century to come. All of the naval powers of Europe, but especially the Dutch and the English, began developing what could really be called warships. While the galleon was a powerful vessel, it wasn't specialized enough to be a warship. The English warship was called the man of war, colloquially. It was a ship that was larger and slower than any of the Spanish galleons, but it had much more room for guns by sacrificing its cargo holds. These ships were huge and imposing, really what could be described as a floating fortress, and they terrified anybody who had never seen one before. But as the ships began to evolve, so did the tactics of naval warfare. You see, really since the dawn of naval warfare, ships focused mostly on speed and maneuverability. The goal was to ram another vessel as fast as possible and then board that vessel, killing anybody aboard and taking the ship for your own. That was how the Greeks and the Romans did it, and really, that was how the Spanish and the English did it up until about the time of the Armada. But now that that time had passed, we were seeing things like durability and firepower come to the fore. The European powers were moving towards something that they called the line of battle. This was a deeply complex naval military maneuver in which two fleets would come into contact in the high seas and then form up in these big, long, straight lines and then shoot at each other. And that's basically it. The reality is that the focus became more and more on hitting the other ship with cannons. However, it's really, really hard to hit a moving ship on the sea, so these admirals and captains just sort of sailed about 100 or so ships and shot cannonballs at the other side's ships until one side sunk more than the other. Now, of course, eventually, naval tacticians would come up with much more advanced stuff, like what's called crossing the T. That's where a captain attempted to sail his ship in a perpendicular fashion to another ship, kind of like the top of a capital T. If he were the top of the capital T, all of the guns on his broadside would be facing the other ship, who had maybe a couple of guns at her fore. So they would be able to catch that ship in a hail of cannon fire, with her being able to respond with hardly anything at all. It was a devastating tactic, but it didn't come around until some time later. Around the time of the 30 Years' War back in Europe, the line of battle was really the height of naval tactics, and there really wasn't much to it. You see, it was these broadsides that are the big difference. Ships had always, of course, had guns on them, but now they were packing more and more guns, as much firepower as possible, on board their vessels. They called these ships, due to the line of battle, ships of the line, and broke their ships of the line down into different classifications. A first-class ship of the line would have been a terrifying sight to any enemy navy. These ships had 3 or 4 decks on them that were devoted entirely to cannon. When these ships fired a full volley, the air would be so filled with smoke that the ship would become almost invisible to their enemies, and consequently, their enemy ships would become invisible to them. Now, these decks would not have been pleasant places. This is a cramped space. They were trying to fit as many decks and as many guns on these ships as they could. There would have been very little light, virtually no sunlight. The only access to the outside were their gun ports, and the air inside would have been filled with gunpowder and the sound of explosions. These decks were so small that men couldn't even stand upright in them, and sometimes they would have 10 or 15 guns on both sides, and then the center of that deck would be filled with gunpowder and shot, things that they would need to light their cannon. I can think of few places that sound more terrifying to me than one of these gun decks. Very little light, probably unable to hear from the frequent sound of explosions, not only from your deck on both sides, but from the deck above you as well. The air so filled with smoke that it's almost impossible to breathe, and really no way to see anything but the room around you. The only time that changes is when the other side scores a hit on your vessel and holes open up into your ship, showing you the outside world. Now that might almost for a second seem like a gift, because some of the smoke begins to roll out and you're able to see some of the light from the outside world, until you realize that those holes are getting your ship closer and closer into sinking into the depths of Davy Jones' locker. And it would have been almost impossible to escape from these ships. If your ship begins to go down, there's going to be a scramble to climb up to the deck above you, or there's going to be another scramble, and the chaos of men dying and bleeding and screaming. You're not going to be able to make it to the top deck to swim away, and then when you are, hopefully you are close enough to shore to be able to swim. Working the gun decks of any of these large battleships for many of the great European powers seems like one of the most terrifying jobs in human history. That's why most of the men who were on board were not volunteers. These men were forced into service. These men were victims of the press gangs back in Europe. The lucky ones hoped to win their battle and head home. The unlucky ones hoped to win their battle and see land ever again. That land would have been halfway around the globe from home, but it would have been safer than on the back of a ship owned by the king. Now these ships, these first-class ships of the line, carried sometimes as many as 100 or more cannon, and they were massively expensive. Not just expensive to build, but to sail and maintain as well. Any nation, though, that wanted to play at empire needed to build as many of these ships as possible. Whoever had the most and the best would rule the waves. But there were, of course, smaller ships as well. There were the second and third rate ships of the line that held slightly fewer guns. However, they were virtually the same ships, just with perhaps one less gun deck and a few less guns on board. But then there were still smaller ships. Ships that were less imposing. But using the right tactics, these vessels could be just as successful against the larger warships and the empires of old Europe. The most common and most prominent warship in the Caribbean was the frigate. Now, exactly what the name frigate implies is a little bit difficult to ascertain. According to Samuel Pepys, who was an English admiral that would, a few years after these events, categorize the English Navy into different subcategories, a frigate was a warship that was directly below the first, second, third, and fourth class ships of the line. In practice, according to the English, that meant that it was a three-masted vessel, ship-rigged, that carried one above-board gun deck. It was fast, it was maneuverable, but it still had quite a lot of firepower. Now the French and the Dutch had their own variations on the frigate, and the Spanish fragata had its own key differences. But essentially, what a frigate was a single-decked warship that was built low and long. These were very long, maneuverable vessels that could cut through the water, unlike any other warship of their time. The frigate was the bread and butter of the men who lived in the Caribbean. At Port Royal, Jamaica, the best warships they had would likely have been the frigates. Admirals Mings and Mansvelt, and certainly Morgan, had frigates. These were their vessels. Later on, the greatest pirate ships we know of were frigates. For example, Blackbeard's Queen Anne's Revenge was a frigate. One of these ships, under the command of one of these buccaneers, privateers, or pirates, made him a superstar that was able to take on the local navy. However, it was a difficult ship to come by. You had to be very lucky or highly skilled to get one of these out of the hands of the Spanish, English, Dutch, or French. Most pirates were unable to do so. They usually traveled in convoys, so there would be several frigates there, so a single pirate ship or even a group of pirate ships would be unlikely to take one. A more common pirate vessel that was a bit smaller than the frigate was the brig. A brig is a slightly smaller vessel that, instead of having a ship's three masts, only has two that are square-rigged. So it's quite quick and very light, and carries a fair number of guns, but not nearly as many as a frigate, and nowhere near as many as one of the larger ships of the line. But a brig, well, it started off as a modified brigantine. A brigantine was a vessel local to the Mediterranean that had the two masts as well as oar power to help it move. The brig had no oar power, but still kept only those two masts and the sail thereon. They were useful ships to the pirates, but not that common in the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, so only a few notable pirates actually sailed on a brig. The most common type of vessel employed by most of the pirates in the Caribbean was the sloop. A sloop was a small and sleek vessel. It didn't have a ship's rigging either. It had fewer sails that were rigged to catch the wind. They would be able to go where larger vessels wouldn't be able to follow, up an inlet or a river, or perhaps across one of the many Bahamian sandbanks where any larger ship would run aground. These were vessels for pirates who preferred to take what they could and run, while a pirate who had a frigate had the ability to stand their ground and frighten away any potential hunters that didn't have a larger vessel or a fleet. The sloop was the quintessential pirate vessel. It carried enough guns to frighten merchant ships, sink smaller vessels, and anybody that it could not defeat run away at the fastest pace possible. It had a small amount of cargo space, but not enough to carry cotton or sugar or tobacco, or at least not enough to make any money. It did have enough room, however, for the necessaries: rum and guns and gold. Now, Captain Morgan himself most likely sailed a frigate. He was, at this time, second in line to the admiral of the Jamaica station, so he would have sailed a ship that was a little bit more worthwhile. However, the other 3 men in his fleet, those friends that he had sold his vessels to, were sailing either a brig for one of them, or the other 2 what really should have been classified as a sloop. Now, the sloops would have been carrying just enough to sustain the men on board, but the larger vessels, the frigate and the brig, would have had cargo space allotted for, well, anything that they managed to take from the Spanish, as well as all of their necessary victuals, most notably the rum. Now, alcohol on board a sailing vessel was a tradition that was really an essential tradition that dated back to time immemorial. Now, until the year 1655 and the English invasion of Jamaica, the English usually carried on board French brandy. Brandy was really the first distilled alcohol, the first hard liquor in the world. You see, French wine manufacturers were shipping a lot of their wine to and from the New World. However, this wine takes up a lot of space. Wine barrels are huge and heavy and aren't exactly economic to ship across the Atlantic Ocean, so they were looking for a way to more economically ship their wine. They decided the best way to go about this was to dehydrate some of the water that was in the wine and ship it across the ocean where it could be reconstituted back into its good wine self. However, that's not exactly how it worked out. I like to imagine one French sailor, late at night, singing on deck, found by his comrades with a huge, stupid grin on his face and an open cask of concentrated wine next to him, inviting his friends to come and share a drink with him. Brandy, which was the name for this concentrated and distilled wine, caught on like wildfire in the New World. At first, it caught on primarily among sailors, who thought it was just a fantastic drink that really took all their woes away, but these sailors brought it into port, and then many of the people in these New World colonies found it just as fantastic. They also discovered that the longer it aged in the oak wine barrels, the better and better it tasted, and sometimes they would let casks of brandy sit for as long as they could stand before trying it, and that was the best brandy of all. Rum was probably the very next type of hard alcohol made. Its base ingredient was discovered by Jamaican slaves on sugar plantations. You see, the process of refining sugar creates a byproduct called molasses that the plantation owners had no use for. Now, the process of refining sugar is an extremely dangerous and often painful, if not deadly, occupation for the slaves, so the slaves needed something to take their woes away. They took this molasses, which the slave owners didn't need, and fermented it. This created a thick, sweet, and highly alcoholic drink. But the Europeans decided to take it a step further. They took the process of distillation, which they used for brandy, and applied that to this molasses-based alcohol. This was the basis of modern rum. The island of Jamaica was rich in sugar plantations and also had several rum distilleries. The Englishmen, upon seizing Jamaica, found themselves swimming in this stuff. They had not only all the raw materials needed, but all of the infrastructure to produce as much rum as they could drink. So in effect, the English colony at Jamaica became the center for Caribbean rum production in the 17th century. Now, obviously, they shipped and sold this rum all over the world, but the Royal Navy put it to good use there in Jamaica. Under their Jamaican pirate admirals, they began a policy of serving a ration of rum called a tot or a toddy to their sailors every day. This traditional ration was probably not given to them initially to give them something to drink, but to keep them from drinking too much. Now, years later, George Washington, during the American Revolution, would order a tot of rum given to his soldiers, and the English Navy would actually continue this practice of giving rum to their sailors until the year 1970. Now, while the Jamaican pirate admirals put this into full effect, the tradition actually dates back to the time of Francis Drake. If you recall in one of our previous episodes, Drake actually discovered a drink that the natives used when his men were coming down with scurvy. It combined a medicinal tree bark tea that the natives employed and lime juice, which Drake then decided to mix with a small amount of rum. This was really the world's first cocktail. It was called, at the time, the El Drake, and it was the basis for the modern mojito. Now, Richard Hawkins, the son of the famous John Hawkins, made it official naval policy to have all of the ingredients for making the El Drake on board to cure men who might come down with one of the terrible diseases at sea. This was the precursor not only of the El Drake, but of a drink that wouldn't actually be invented for about a century yet, a drink that would become ubiquitous on board naval vessels. That would be grog. Now, grog would come after the time of the golden age of piracy, but essentially what it was a drink that took rum and lime juice, very similar to the El Drake, and mixed that instead of with medicinal tea bark, with a light beer, so that it would hydrate, protect against scurvy, and keep the men nice and drunk, so that they could do their work free of pain. This sounds like a spectacular drink. To be sure, the hard-drinking buccaneers, with Henry Morgan, were loading all of the ingredients for the El Drake on board their vessel. They didn't know exactly what might happen to them at sea, and these were necessary and highly available on the island of Jamaica. Now, in addition to the rum, they would have had jugs of fresh water that they would try to stretch as long as possible. However, fresh water at sea isn't going to last very long, no matter how you try to store it. So, to keep themselves hydrated, they would have had jugs of alcoholic beverages that were very low in alcoholic content. This would have been something similar to about 2% beer, just enough to keep any bacteria from growing and souring the water. Now, this beer would have been not exactly like a bottle of PBR. They probably wouldn't have used any of the ingredients that we're used to in beer today. There would have been no hops in it, first of all, but it also likely wasn't even made with traditional grains. They would have used local ingredients to make as much of it as possible. It's entirely possible that they had beer made out of the molasses, similar to what the slaves drank on the plantations, but much more likely, because they were the Brethren of the Coast, they drank some of their traditional beverages. First of all, they would have probably had a sweet potato beer, or a yam beer. You see, sweet potatoes were a staple food in the Caribbean at the time, and it wasn't only eaten, it was also made into a hearty and slightly alcoholic drink. Now, this is different from the sweet potato beer you can get today, and I fully intend to make some and try it out before too long. The other drink they probably would have had that I also very much want to try would have been a palm wine made from local palm trees that sounds thick and creamy and almost sickly sweet, but much more alcoholic than the yam beer. Now, they probably wouldn't have mixed that with the water, because it sounds like they both would have soured, but these are all of the alcoholic drinks they would have had on board. The rum, they would have kept drinking that to a minimum, unless they were celebrating something, because really they had to be on their toes. They never knew when they were going to run across a patrol that they had to run from at top speed. Then, after that, they would have loaded on board all of their foodstuffs. Most importantly, for any ship going to sea, they would have loaded on board hardtack, which was a biscuit made out of flour and water, and sometimes salt, that was baked 4 times until it was an unbelievably dense cracker. A cracker that would never go bad and was extremely nutrient dense. Now, this food has a lot of nicknames that sailors gave it throughout the years, and most of them are some variation of toothcracker or jawbreaker. It appears that the only way to actually make this food edible is if you soaked it in a small amount of salt water, or more commonly coffee, on board. Now, in addition to the hardtack, they'd also have loaded quite a bit of salted meat on board. This would have been almost certainly pork, because there was probably no beef on the island of Jamaica at the time, and there were quite a few pigs that the Brethren of the Coast were adept at shooting from their time on Tortuga. So they would have had a fair amount of what amounted to very hard pork jerky. But these two types of foodstuff, while they would have been well known to all of the sailors in Captain Morgan's fleet, were not what they were likely going to be eating. These were really nothing more than a last resort. These were foods to be eaten if the ships were becalmed or lost at sea and they had no other way of getting food. You see, the buccaneers would have put on board enough fresh food to last them a few days, perhaps a week, however long the food would stay fresh, and then after that, they were mostly going to subsist on tortoise. Fresh tortoise, which they could catch almost anywhere in the Caribbean or the New World. These tortoise were so common that nearly every visitor to the Caribbean, in their writings afterward, would make a mention of them. Columbus did, saying that the bays he stopped in were so filled with tortoise that they made a racket that kept the men from sleeping as they banged against the hull of the ship. Exquemelin said they were, quote, very good to eat, end quote, and another visitor said, quote, the choice of all for fine eating is the turtle or sea tortoise. The flesh looks and eats very much like choice veal, but the fat is of a green color, very luscious and sweet. The liver is likewise green, very wholesome, searching, and purging. End quote. So their diet would have consisted primarily of rum, stale water, fermented yam juice, hard crackers, pig jerky, and fresh turtle meat. Yum, a pirate's life for me. However, I do have a plan, in fact, to put out a video where I make, try, and review some of these pirate victuals. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to eat any turtle meat, but I am going to try some pork jerky, some hardtack, several of these pirate beverages, and several other pirate-themed drinks I can get my hands on, as well as a selection of rum. Me and a few friends are going to try these out, make a video of it, and put the results on YouTube, because why not? But most of what we've talked about so far, sloops and frigates, hardtack, and fresh tortoise meat, these were par for the course for really any sailor in the Caribbean at the time. So what is it that sets the buccaneers apart? Well, most notably, it's how they modified their ships. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, the first order of business was to rip out the wooden bulkheads in the holds, which were used in merchant ships to keep barrels and trunks from sliding. Cabins, first class and steerage, were gutted, creating an open space below decks, for reasons both piratical, to accommodate large numbers of men these ships often carried, and philosophical. Pirates were democrats and decreed that no man should have better quarters than the next. Carpenters would reinforce the deck to support extra cannon and cut slots in the hold for guns, or mount them fore and aft as chasers, cannon that could be fired on anyone trying to pursue or escape them. Above board, the forecastle and any superstructure behind, in seamen's terms, abaft, the mainsail was removed, as were the cabins, roundhouses, in the stern, creating a clear deck ideal for boarding vessels or stashing excess numbers of privateers, captives, or booty. Finally, the rig of the converted vessel could be altered by stepping the mainmast aft for increased power in the wind. Pirates adored speed. An extra knot could mean the difference between riches and hanging. Like grease monkeys cackling as they dropped a supercharged V-12 into their father's vintage olds, the brethren took a stock mercantile vessel and made it into a thing built to fly. End quote. Now, the thing that truly set these ships apart is partly what Stephen Talty was talking about there, the rigging. The rigging is called today Jamaica rigging, which was, at the time, the fastest rigging in the world. That rigging, in addition to the fact that these ships were built not out of heavy English oak, but out of much lighter Caribbean cedar, made these ships the fastest ships anywhere known. Some years later, but still during the age of sail, and even in the golden age of piracy, that Jamaica rigging would be slightly modified into something called the Bermuda rigging, which is still today used by sailors in sailing races across the world. These ships were so fast that they would be used throughout the age of piracy, into the American Revolution as blockade runners, and even up until the American Civil War and the Spanish-American War. These are ships so fast that they are even used well into the age of steam power because they can outrun the fastest steamships out there. Now there was something else. One other thing that differentiates the Brethren of the Coast from common mariners. And it also puts them in kind of a stark contrast to the pirates of the golden age of piracy. It was their weapons. A typical merchant vessel in the region would have been armed, but poorly. A Spanish vessel, for example, would have made for a ripe target to the brethren. On board, that merchant vessel would have had no cannon. They would have only had a few nearly useless firearms. You see, the Spanish government strictly regulated firearms in their colonies, at least for the colonials. They didn't want anybody there getting ideas of rebellion and jeopardizing their trade in gold and silver. The Navy, however, was a bit better supplied, but it was so weak by the year 1660 that they couldn't defend Spanish interests at all. The captains of these Spanish merchant vessels would have carried a sword, but for most of them, it's unlikely that their crew would have been armed with anything past a knife to prevent the possibility of a mutiny. Now, their firearms, which they did have, were the arquebus, which was a design dating back to the pre-Elizabethan days. It dates back in parts of Asia even earlier, into the High Middle Ages. The arquebus we've discussed before, but it was a long-barreled gun with a hook to help stabilize it, and it had what amounted to little more than an open reservoir for the gunpowder. It was essentially a very small caliber cannon that worked to repel boarding parties in Francis Drake's day, but now it was very outdated. Unlike the Spanish, the Dutch and the French and the English didn't have the same restrictions on firearms. The Dutch and French were making some of the best firearms in the world. The 30 Years' War, as well as the English Civil War, saw the rise of a class of soldier called the musketeers. They used much, much better firearms than the arquebus. They used, naturally, the musket, which was a long-barreled firearm that had a flared muzzle, which made it much easier to load, and it was made to be carried by hand, unlike the arquebus, and also made to be fired quickly. The first major advance to the musket was the